Today we are diving into an absolute banger of a manhwa, following our main character as he goes from a total zero to the strongest hunter in the world. Kick things off, we learn about these gates that connect our world to other dimensions, with dungeons on the other side packed with terrifying monsters. People who hunt these monsters are called hunters, and our main character Jin-woo is a hunter so weak that he literally struggles to survive even the easiest low-level dungeons. Bro is literally known as the weakest E-rank hunter in the entire world, but since he desperately needs cash to pay for his sick mother's hospital bills, he has no choice but to risk his life doing this dangerous job. But then a routine D-rank dungeon run takes a dark turn when they stumble upon a hidden double dungeon. After a brutal struggle, Jin-woo is completely overwhelmed, left helpless as he accepts his end. But just as a massive stone statue impales him with a spear and everything goes dark, plot twist, he suddenly wakes up in a hospital bed. From that moment on, he gets access to a mysterious system screen that only he can see. The system asks him if he wants to accept the daily quest. He casually agrees, and boom, a list of daily training tasks pops up. By grinding these workouts and hunting sters, he can actually level up. From that day on, Jin-woo grinds non-stop and takes down countless monsters, rising from the absolute trash tier E rank to become the strongest S rank hunter alive. Story officially kicks off back in Seoul, South Korea. Sung Jin-woo is on his way to a raid at a local construction site. While a veteran hunter is buying coffee, a voice calls out to Mr. Kim from a distance. He is totally surprised to see an old teammate who happily jogs over to say hello, smiles and asks, "Wait, Park, what are you doing here? I thought you retired because you were done with the hunter life." Park smiles and says, "Well, we just had our second kid." Kim nods in understanding, saying, "Yeah, there is no better way to make quick cash than dungeon raids." But Park still looks a bit anxious, worrying that since he is rusty, he might hold everyone back. While he is complaining, our main character finally arrives. Another hunter pats Jin-woo on the shoulder and says, "Man, it is freezing today, thanks for showing up." Jin-woo cheerfully greets him back before heading over to say hello to Mr. Kim Sang-shik. Park looks confused and asks, "Hey, Mr. Kim, is that kid some kind of high-rank hunter? Everyone seems so hyped to see him." Kim laughs and replies, "Haha, he joined right after you left, so you would not know. His official nickname is the weakest hunter in the world." Park is completely shocked and asks, "Wait, the weakest? He is not some secret overpowered guy?" Kim explains that only S ranks are the real deals, while Jin-woo is at the absolute bottom. Bro is so weak he literally gets hospitalized in basic E-rank dungeons. Park still cannot believe it, asking several times to make sure, but Kim keeps confirming it. Park then wonders, "Wait, does that mean the dungeon we are entering today is going to be super easy too?" Kim tells him to keep it down so Jin-woo does not hear. But over here, Jin-woo has already heard every single word of their whispering. Feeling kind of down, he goes to buy some coffee, only for the worker to tell him they are completely sold out. Sighs, looking up at the sky, thinking that even his luck with Kafum is trash today. The worker apologizes, and Jin-woo just walks away. Suddenly, a girl approaches him from behind, asking, "Jin-woo, are you seriously injured again?" He turns around and replies, "Oh, hey Ju-hee, are you on this raid too?" She looks super worried and says, "Of course, but that is not the point. How did you get that cut on your face?" Jin-woo just laughs it off, saying, "Oh, this? I just got caught off guard during a hunt, no big deal." But she stares at him, asking seriously, "What actually happened? Did you even go to the hospital?" Jin-woo sighs and says, "Yeah, we cleared an E-rank dungeon, and somehow I was the only one who got hurt." Ju-hee is speechless, asking, "Wait, what? How is that even possible?" He explains, well, everyone else was high rank, so they did not bother bringing a healer. Ju-hee frowns, saying, "Even so, how could they not bring a healer just because they thought they would be safe?" Jin-woo shrugs. "It is fine. I am the weakest here anyway, so I am used to it. You know how it is, right?" Ju-hee looks down, feeling bad for him, and stays silent. Jin-woo stands up, saying, "Looks like everyone is ready to go. Let us head out." Right outside the gate, a long-haired veteran hunter steps up and announces, "All right, team, we are about to start the hunt. I know I might not be the absolute best fit, but I would like to lead this raid. Is everyone cool with that?" The hunters cheer, saying, "Mr. Song, you are the highest rank hunter here. We have zero issues with that. We completely trust you, and it has been way too long since we last saw your skills in action." With everyone in agreement, Jin-woo smiles and says, "Please look after us, Mr. Song." With that, the entire squad hyped up and stepped into the portal. Outside, two staff members watch the group disappear into the gate. One of them asks, "Hey, what is on your mind?" Other replies, "Oh, just thinking about Sung Jin-woo. I feel kind of bad that we did not have any coffee left for him." The first guy shrugs, "Oh, that E-rank kid? By the way, what rank is this raid?" The other staff member looks worried. "I heard it is a D-rank raid. Honestly, since I started working here, I have never seen that kid walk out of a dungeon without being completely beat up." D-rank raid? It should be fine, let us go. Meanwhile inside, while Ju-hee healing King Jin-woo, she asks, hey Jin-woo, why do you keep risking your life to be a hunter? Going into battle like this is just asking for trouble. Hearing this, Jin-woo immediately apologizes, but Ju-hee tells him she does not want an apology, she is just genuinely worried about him. Nearby, the rest of the squad is fighting the monsters. Ju-hee watches the chaotic battle and thinks to herself, well, at least this raid is almost over. On the other side, the raid leader calls out, looks like we are all clear. Mr. Kim jokingly shouts over to Park, hey, you are still alive? Park laughs, easy peasy. Back to Ju-hee, she finishes patching him up and asks softly, Jin-woo, is there a reason why you absolutely cannot quit being a hunter? Instead of giving her the real, painful answer, Jin-woo just plays it off with a joke. Oh, I just do this for fun. If I did not, I would probably die of boredom. But in his head, he is thinking, telling her the actual reason would just be too embarrassing. Ju-hee sighs. Your so-called fun almost got you cooked twice already. Stop smiling, or your wound is going to open up again. Meanwhile, the leader is handing out the rewards. Jin-woo is just a weak E-rank. Taking down high-level monsters is impossible for him, so he is only handed a low-tier E-rank essence stone. Staring at the tiny in his hand, Jin-woo feels depressed, thinking, after all that pain and suffering, this trash-tier E-rank stone is all I get? I literally put my life on the line for this, and it is practically worthless. But just then, someone in the party yells out that they found another hidden pathway, and everyone rushes over to check out the cave entrance. The leader uses his magic to cast a fireball down the dark path to see what is inside. After checking it out, he turns to the group and says, listen up, everyone. A dungeon gate only stays open as long as the boss is alive. Since the gate is still active, it looks like the real boss is hiding further inside. Normally, we should report this and wait for orders, but if other hunters find out, our share of the loot will be cut. So, I say we go in together and take it down ourselves. Super risky, so we are going to take a vote. And once we do, 0 complaints. Mr. Kim, Mr. Park, and a few others are totally down, but Ju-hee and the rest are a hard pass. Final count is 8 votes yes and 8 votes no. It all comes down to Jin-woo's final choice. The captain turns to him and asks, what is your move, kid? Thinking about his sister starting college and his seriously sick mom, he does not hesitate. He decides they are going in, and just like that, the party steps inside. They have been walking for 40 minutes already. Since the gate closes within 1 hour of slaying the boss, that leaves them only 20 minutes. Walking right next to Ju-hee, Jin-woo softly says, I'm sorry. Turns to him and asks, for what? He awkwardly replies, for dragging everyone in here after making the tie-breaking vote. Her face darkens as she says, I'm fine, so don't worry about me. Jin-woo presses on, asking, are you really okay? Ju-hee snaps back, honestly, no, I am absolutely not okay. Like, is she just mad? Right now, if you get stabbed once, you will literally have a hole in your heart. And it does not stop there. Your arms and legs are always getting busted too. I can barely even heal them in time, so what on earth made you vote yes? Did you get hit on the head or what? Our boy sighs and apologizes, but deep down, he is totally stressed. Honestly, the only reason he is even alive is because of Lady Ju-hee, a B-rank healer. He is seriously in her debt once again. Ju-hee asks him, is that your idea of an apology? But seeing him like that, her anger just melts away. If you are really sorry, how about you treat me to some good food? Seeing Jin-woo go totally silent, Ju-hee pouts. What? You don't want to eat with me? Jin-woo blushes, completely flustered. No, of course not. But just as they are bantering, someone yells out, we found it. The boss room is right here. One of the hunters gasps. I've never seen a room with a door like this before. It is super weird. Uncle Kim mutters. Yo, isn't this place giving off some seriously bad vibes? Captain Song barks back. What, are you guys really going to turn back empty-handed after coming all this way? We could be the very first ones to conquer this dungeon. Anyone who wants to leave can walk away. I'll go in alone if I have to. But one guy tries to calm everyone down, saying, Master Song Chi-yul's skills are top tier. His attack style is just like elite hunters. Seriously, if this man was not in his 60s, he could easily be in any major guild right now. Since we got here, we've trusted Master Song, so let's follow him to the very end. The massive doors slowly creak open, and as they step inside the temple, pillars of fire light up one by one. A few of them mutter that they have never seen a dungeon like this in their entire lives. Then they begin checking out the area. It looks like nobody has set foot here in ages. The statues surrounding them look incredibly creepy, each one holding a different object. One of them is even holding an instrument, and there are tons of them standing around. It is straight up terrifying. Then it hits them. Doesn't it feel like someone is staring right at us? Stop saying such creepy things. Suddenly, another guy gasps, whoa, look at that. It's absolutely massive. No way that giant thing is the boss, right? The guy next to him scoffs, don't be ridiculous. How could it be? Just a statue. Standing near it, Jin-woo thinks to himself, this thing is the only giant here, but there is not a single monster in sight, not even one. Suddenly, one of them notices something sealed by magic. He calls out, "Master Song, there's some writing over here. I think you should take a look at this." Everyone gathers around an ancient tablet covered in ancient rune scripts. They start deciphering the text, the commandments of the Cartenon temple. First commandment, worship the Lord. Second commandment, praise the Lord. Third commandment, prove your faith. Right next to him, Ju-hee grips Jin-woo's hand tightly and whispers, "That giant statue, its eyes just moved. It was staring right at us." Jin-woo asks, "Are you sure you didn't just imagine it?" But suddenly he gets this chilling sensation too. The room goes dead silent and the air turns freezing cold. Captain continues reading. "Those who do not follow these commandments shall never return alive." Boom! Everyone as the heavy door suddenly slams shut. Girl in the group panics. "What are we gonna do now?" A big, tall guy steps forward and scoffs. "You guys are talking absolute nonsense. Coming here was a huge mistake." With that, he marches over to the door to open it and leave. Just as his hand touches the doorknob, the captain yells out in terror, "Wait! Don't touch the handle." But it is already too late. In a split second, the statue guarding the door slices him right in half, spraying blood everywhere as everyone watches in absolute horror. Park screams, "That thing just moved. What on earth is going on? Do we have to fight those things?" Chill runs down Jin-woo's spine. Wait, if that is true? Suddenly, the giant statue's eyes glow. Jin-woo quickly tries to remember. What rank was that guy who just got obliterated? If he was a D rank at worst, he was still way stronger than an E rank loser like me. But he got one shot at? Hold up, this dungeon is supposed to be D rank at most. I've never heard of monsters this cracked in a low-level dungeon. The captain mutters in dread. If all these statues can move, don't tell me, even that massive one is going to wake up? Staring at the colossal statue, Jin-woo remembers his very first raid when he got separated from his team. He got lost, got ambushed by an E-rank monster, spent weeks in the hospital, and was trapped in a dungeon until he nearly starved to death. Even though those were just low-rank dungeons, he still risked his entire life every single time he stepped inside. While other hunters sell magic crystals to buy OP weapons, defeat stronger monsters, and farm tons of treasure, he could never afford to do any of that. He always goes in completely unarmored, holding a cheap sword that could snap at any second. If there is a healer around, his wounds get patched up as long as they aren't fatal. Even on his most exhausting days, he just blocked out all the mocking remarks. But snapping back to reality, Jin-woo suddenly realizes something and screams to everyone, "Hit the deck! Get down on the ground, now!" Immediately, a devastating laser beam shoots out from the giant statue's eyes. Seeing this, everyone dives straight to the floor. Terrifying beam sweeps across the room. Those who listened to Jin-woo survived, while the ones who panicked and ran got instantly wiped out. Mr. Kim asks Mr. Park if he is okay, and Mr. Park gasps that he is fine. Mr. Kim adds, "There is no way we could have dodged that. If Jin-woo had not yelled, we would have been completely erased." Ju-hee was so utterly terrified by that attack that she just fainted. The captain screams, "Do not stand up. Hold your positions. If anyone stands up, it is going to blast us again." Jin-woo turns his head to look at Master Song. Patting his shoulder, Song says, "Ju-hee cannot handle extreme terror, which is why she only sticks to basic raids even though she is a B-rank healer. But what is happening here is definitely not normal. Only the ones who moved got killed, while everyone who survived listened to you." Then he realizes something. "Wait, did you actually predict what was about to happen?" Jin-woo replies that he just sensed the danger, but then Jin-woo's eyes widen as he notices Master Song has lost his arm. Staring at his bleeding sleeve, the old man calmly says he will be fine. Old guy desperately needs someone to stop his bleeding. Bro, our MC literally cannot understand why this veteran hunter has never raided anything higher than a D-rank dungeon before. Looking up, Jin-woo asks Mr. Song what rank he thinks these monsters actually are. I mean, Song has raided B-rank dungeons once or twice, but this feels like an A rank or maybe even a straight-up S rank threat. Right now, their only clue is the commandments written inside this Cartenon temple. Rule number 1, worship the Lord. Rule number 2, praise the Lord. And rule number 3, prove your faith to him. It literally says here that anyone who disobeys these rules will never make it out alive. Jin-woo walks up and mutters, "Mr. Song, the Lord they're talking about, it has to be that massive thing, right?" Two of them stare up at those giant statues, realizing that trying to fight and destroy all of them would take way too long. Jin-woo looks at Mr. Song's missing arm and asks if he is doing okay since the bleeding just won't stop. The old man weakly answers, "I only brought 3 healers because I thought this would be a quick raid." But with just one hit, those healers got wiped out so fast there wasn't even a body left. Everyone is completely losing their minds right now. Seriously, even a B-rank healer like Ju-hee has never seen anything this terrifying in her life. There is absolutely no way they are getting any heals from them in this state. For now, they just need to freeze and stay put until things calm down, then try to make a run for it, even though it is incredibly risky. But suddenly, one guy completely snaps, jumps up, and screams, "I am not dying like this." Screams, "I worked way too hard to get into a major guild just to end up dead in this trash hole." Mr. Song yells back, "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" But the guy has officially lost it. He charges at full speed straight towards the exit, trying to break the door open. Just when he thinks he might actually make it, the giant statue's eyes glow with crazy energy. Everyone is absolutely paralyzed with fear. The power is so broken that in a fraction of a second, the guy is literally turned into straight ash. No one can even bear to look at it. Jin-woo slams his fist on the ground in pure frustration and says, "Damn it, they can literally delete us whenever they feel like it." Mr. Song sighs and says it's even easier for them than stepping on a bug. Jin-woo starts questioning everything. If they could easily wipe us all out right now, why haven't they done it yet? These things aren't like normal monsters that just blindly aggro on humans. The guardian statues only attack when someone touches the door, and the giant god statue shoots that death beam whenever we stand up or move around. They're attacking on a set script. Jin-woo realizes that this whole death trap is operating under a strict set of rules, and it matches up perfectly with the commandments of the Cartenon temple. He quickly asks Mr. Song what the first commandment was. Song looks at the stone tablet and reads, "Worship the Lord." Suddenly, Jin-woo knows exactly how to crack this room's puzzle. Mr. Song tries to stop him, but when he looks at Jin-woo, he realizes the kid hasn't given up on life at all. Jin-woo slowly stands up and takes a step forward. The giant statue's eyes immediately light up for an attack. Jin-woo realizes he's about to get fried to a crisp like the other guy, so he instantly drops to his knees, keeping his eyes glued to the giant monster. Just like he predicted, the laser only targets anyone who stands up too high. Finally understands the cheat code for the first commandment. Jin-woo screams to the group, "Everyone, quickly bow your heads before the statue." Mr. Kim goes, "What? Has Jin-woo completely lost his mind?" Park joins in shouting, "What the hell are you talking about, kid?" But Mr. Song stays absolute ice cold. He looks over and asks, "Jin-woo, did you actually figure something out?" Total determination in his eyes, he replies, "Yes, it only attacks us if we stand up too high. We want to stay alive, we have to stay as low as possible. Worshipping the Lord literally means we have to bow down to it. So everyone, get down and bow." Song asks, "Is this just a wild guess?" Jin-woo replies, "Well, we are about to find out." Song nods in agreement, knowing they have absolutely zero other options left. Left with no choice, everyone drops to the ground and bows before the giant statue. Mr. Kim grumbles in his head, begging just to survive this. Are we really going to survive this nightmare just by bowing like some cult? After a tense moment of everyone kneeling, the statue's eye stops glowing and it halts its attack. Bone-chilling silence fills the entire room. Suddenly, the giant god statue cracks a creepy, terrifying smile, staring straight down at them. Park is freaking out, thinking, what is up with that smile? Is this thing actually showing emotion? It has completely changed. It already wiped out so many of their teammates, who is even going to make it out alive. How long do they have to stay on their knees like this? Park looks up nervously and whispers, "I think it stopped attacking." But Kim is still paranoid, thinking the statue is plotting something even worse. Like, is it really that simple? Just bow and we're good? Park suddenly stands straight up, nearly giving Kim a heart attack. Park laughs in relief, shouting, "See, I told you, it's not attacking anymore." Seeing him safe, everyone else starts standing up, and sure enough, the giant statue does nothing. Someone gasps, "No way, is it actually over? Did we really just beat the system?" But Jin-woo is the only one who senses the real danger. His mind is screaming, "No, it's not over yet." Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire dark chamber. Giant statue actually stands up from its throne and starts marching straight toward them. Its feet are literally bigger than pillars, crushing the entire floor with every single step. Him loses his mind. Wait, it's still moving. Don't tell me we have to fight that massive thing. Mr. Song quickly spins around and shouts, "Jin-woo, do you have any other ideas?" Jin-woo is completely panicking, stuttering over his words. Under the intense pressure, does our MC seriously have no other plan? Someone cries out, "I have no idea what we're supposed to do now." As the massive statue gets closer, sheer terror grips the entire party. Jin-woo's brain starts working overtime. Wait, this dungeon is acting strictly on those commands. Rule 1 was worship the Lord. Rule 2 is praise the Lord. That has to be the key. Everyone looks at each other completely clueless. Praise? One hunter suddenly speaks up saying, "Yo, I used to be in a church choir. If we just need to sing some phrases, I can totally handle that." Steps forward and starts singing praises at the top of his lungs. The others have no clue if this is actually going to work, but Jin-woo instantly realizes that this thing doesn't want Christian hymns. Bro, that's a prayer for God. The giant statue lifts its massive foot and crushes the poor guy into a literal pancake, sending him straight to the afterlife in one shot. Everyone's jaws literally drop as they scatter in sheer panic. The giant statue doesn't stop, chasing them down like bugs. It is a straight-up bloodbath, with humans getting stomped on like tiny ants. The captain and our boy Jin-woo realize that staying in one big group is just begging to get wiped, so they make the call to split up. Park is running for his life, thinking of his wife and kids back home. He just became a father of 2. There is no way he can let it end here. Park hides behind one of the motionless stone statues, but Kim suddenly screams, "Park, look out behind you." Before he can even turn around, the statue swings its giant sword, slicing him clean in half. It is over. Pure panic. Jin-woo's brain is working overtime trying to crack the commandment to praise the Lord. But how do you even worship a literal devil? Then it hits him. The statues with weapons only aggro when you get close. But the ones holding instruments? They seem chill and won't attack. Test his theory, Jin-woo risks it all and yells for everyone to run behind those instrument-holding statues. Captain Song tests it out, and no way, the statue actually starts playing music instead of attacking. One by one, beautiful tunes echo through the room, and everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief. Jin-woo and Ju-hee run over to a statue holding a drum, but for some weird reason, it doesn't play. That giant god statue stomping closer, Jin-woo realizes just how thin the line between life and death really is. It's literally hanging by a thread. Ju-hee looks down and sees Jin-woo's leg has been torn off. She panics, trying to stop the bleeding and heal him. Jin-woo tells her, "Fine, Ju-hee, you don't have to do this." But she is absolutely losing it, telling him, "Just a little longer. Please stay still." She promises she will heal him. But because she has used up all her mana in this crazy battle, Ju-hee's nose starts bleeding from the sheer strain. Captain and the others see this and sigh, "This is bad. I hope she's going to be okay. But maybe he can actually survive this." Mr. Kim says depressed, "We started with 17 people, and now there are only 6 of us left." Captain Song adds, "And now 2 of them are severely injured." Mr. Kim totally loses his temper. He unleashes a whole barrage of insults at Captain Song, but the captain just stays silent and takes it. Giant demon statue starts moving toward them again. Mr. Kim angrily screams curses at the statue, but obviously it does not care at all. Out of nowhere, an altar rises straight out of the ground, completely shocking everyone. No one has any idea what is going on. Jin-woo says, "This is an altar." Captain Song asks, "You actually know about this stuff?" Jin-woo explains, "An altar is where followers offer sacrifices to their gods, like cows, pigs, sheep, or even children and virgins. And that is the final commandment, prove your faith." Mr. Kim unsheathes a long sword. "I don't know, but Captain Song, does this mean we have to sacrifice someone?" Slowly points his sword at the captain, his face twisted with rage. "You brought us all into this place. Song-chi-yul, it was you. A guy who literally just boasted about his wife and 2 kids got sliced in half, and 10 people died just like that. Can you take responsibility for this? Now go out there and prove it." Jin-woo can't bear to watch this and speaks up, "Captain Song, this is going way too far." Before he can even finish, Mr. Kim snaps, "Shut your mouth and stay out of this." The captain's face darkens with pure guilt. "Mr. Kim is right. I have to pay for this. I will go there myself, so stay back." Jin-woo gets angry. "It's not his fault. We all agreed to come here. It's so cowardly to dump all the blame on him now." Meanwhile, the captain slowly walks toward the altar. Without hesitation, Captain Song steps onto the altar. Boom. Flame suddenly flares up. Mr. Kim has no idea what is going on. The captain asks, "Hey Sung, is this what we're supposed to do?" Looking at the flame, Jin-woo seems to realize something. He wants to test his theory again, so he asks them to carry him to the altar. 2 hunters, a guy and a girl, agree to carry Jin-woo up there. As soon as the 3 of them step up, just as he predicted, 3 more flames ignite. Jin-woo weakly asks, "Captain, does this mean other hunters will come rescue us if we stay here too long?" Captain replies, "Today marks 1 week since the gate opened. Those statues will start moving if the strike squad arrives." Jin-woo says, "But they might ignore this gate since it's only a D rank." Captain Song agrees. "Honestly, there is no reason for the Hunter Association to come check this place out." Jin-woo starts thinking, after 7 days, the gate will fully open. If that happens, the monsters will be able to escape into the real world. Raids are meant to close the gate, and normally you have to defeat the boss to shut it down. The 7-day limit, if we fail now, the monsters will escape. Jin-woo decides to tell 2 more people to step onto the altar. Person lights up 1 flame, and the real test only starts when everyone is inside to light all of them. Ju-hee and Mr. Kim look at each other, put their trust in Jin-woo, and step onto the altar. Suddenly, eerie blue flames burst out and surround them. The crazy energy from the flames causes the giant door to open, completely shocking everyone. Everyone is thinking, are we actually free? Nothing else is going to happen, right? But pure panic sets in. What now? They are coming right at us. All of those stone soldiers are moving from their spots. Seeing them advance, everyone is absolutely losing their minds. Jin-woo yells to Ju-hee, "Don't close your eyes." Mr. Kim realizes it's just like a game he played as a kid. They only move closer when you look away. Everyone, do not take your eyes off them. The girl next to Jin-woo can't handle the pressure anymore. She risks it all and bolts away from the altar. Jin-woo screams helplessly, "Don't!" But plot twist. The girl runs right past the soldiers and they do not even attack her. They ask Jin-woo, how did she escape? She's actually alive. But then they notice the door closed a bit when she ran through. This means the door will fully shut once all the blue flames are extinguished. Another guy sees this, shoves Jin-woo to the ground, and dashes out after the girl. The remaining four are left speechless. Jin-woo warns them, "Don't move! We can't lose anyone else!" If we don't have enough people to keep eyes on these statues, we are cooked. The captain desperately asks, "Sung, what is happening here? Please, tell us what to do." Jin-woo says, "We have to stay here and keep looking at the statues until the blue flames burn out. Blue flames are a timer we can escape when they're all gone." Mr. Kim calmly says, "Sung, you might be right. But once those flames go out, the gate will shut completely. Are you absolutely sure about this? To be honest, I never thought someone as weak as you could actually be this useful. I always looked down on you and honestly expected nothing when you joined our party. So many people died in this room, but the rest of us are only alive right now because of you. After everything, you were the one who figured it all out. I get to live because of you. Thank you." Tears stream down his face. "I have a family too, you know. But I don't want to die here. I don't want to die." His desperate screams were absolutely heart-wrenching as he bolted out of there. "Honestly, I didn't think I could survive staying here any longer either." Another one goes out. Jin-woo panicked as he watched yet another flame get snuffed out. He couldn't take it anymore. All that bottled up fear and frustration finally exploded, and the poor guy actually broke down in tears. "Leaving us behind like this," Mr. Kim said gloomily. "The gate is about to close. I finally figured it out, but I guess it's a little too late. You two can still get out of here. The door will only shut completely when there is just one person left in this room, right? You both have your whole lives ahead of you, so hurry up and get out of here." With that, he told Ju-hee to help Jin-woo out. She tried to, but her legs were shaking so bad she couldn't even stand. She didn't even understand what was happening to her own body. Mr. Kim explained that she was completely drained from using up all her mana trying to heal Sung Jin-woo. Jin-woo sat there and said quietly, "Could you please get Ju-hee out of here for me?" The captain hesitated at first, but Jin-woo asked him, "If you don't, then who's going to carry Ju-hee out?" He couldn't even argue with that. Ju-hee absolutely refused to leave, begging to stay behind with Jin-woo. But he just looked at her and said, "I promised I'd buy you dinner, remember?" Jin-woo slowly handed his rank E mana crystal to Ju-hee. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed, "This is no time for jokes." But right after that, the captain knocked her out cold, flung Ju-hee over his shoulder, looked at Jin-woo and said, "I'm sorry, but we really are running out of time." Jin-woo just told him, "Please take care of Ju-hee." Captain Song nodded, and the two of them bolted, leaving Jin-woo all by himself. But as he watched them disappear, a sense of relief washed over him. Just like that, he was the only one left, thank God. As the stone statues started closing in on Jin-woo, he spotted the sword Miss Kim had left behind, picked it up, and thought, "If I'm going down here, I'm taking at least one of these monsters with me." Two of the giant stone soldiers charged forward with spears, thrusting them straight through Jin-woo's body. Blood splattered everywhere. He was thrown backward, crashing onto the altar, completely paralyzed. Even on the verge of death, his sheer will to survive refused to fade. He didn't want to die. No way he was going out like this. If he just had one more chance, he wanted a redo. Just as the soldier's sword swung down toward the altar, a sudden burst of energy exploded. Time itself seemed to freeze. Out of nowhere, a system screen popped up with an alert. "You have completed all the necessary requirements for the secret quest, Courage of the Weak." Absolutely stunned, having no idea what was happening. Then the system chimed in again. "You are out of time. If you decline, your heart will stop in 0.02 seconds. Do you accept?" Jin-woo thought, "If I accept this, will I actually survive?" Since he was given a second chance, he might as well take it. The moment he accepted, the system flashed a new notification. "Welcome, player." A brilliant light flashed, and boom, everything went black. The next morning, our main character Jin-woo woke up inside a hospital room. He sat up in a panic, totally confused. Was it all just a dream? But why was he in a hospital? Suddenly, two strangers walked through the door and said, "Ah, you're finally awake." Jin-woo had no clue who they were and asked. Seeing his confusion, one of them handed over a business card and said, "Apologies if we startled you." Turns out he was an investigator from the Korean Hunters Association. What would investigators want with me? After talking for a bit, Jin-woo realized he had been asleep for 3 whole days. Panicked, he immediately asked about Ju-hee and Mr. Song. The two investigators confirmed they both made it out alive. However, Mr. Song had lost an arm, making it extremely difficult for him to ever return to duty. It looks like retirement might be his only choice now. As for Ju-hee, she was currently undergoing psychiatric treatment for the trauma she went through. The investigator admitted he doubted they'd ever return to being hunters. As for Hunter Kim Sang-shik, before he could finish, our MC cut him off. That's enough. Jin-woo closed his eyes, plagued by the horrific memories of that night, his mind in complete chaos. The investigator went on to explain the situation, revealing that only 6 people managed to escape the double dungeon alive. While hunters are used to facing danger, a brutal massacre like this is incredibly rare. They explained that by the time they reached the chamber, Jin-woo was the only one left on the altar, and there wasn't a single statue like the ones described by the survivors. Jin-woo gasped. "No way!" They continued, "Honestly, we wouldn't have believed this story if the survivors' testimonies didn't match up, even with a few minor differences, and if we hadn't found the remains of the deceased. Because of that, we've come up with another theory. Just our theory, but we believe you've undergone a double awakening." Hearing the words double awakening, Jin-woo's eyes went wide with shock. They explained that usually, a hunter's stats are permanently locked in after their initial awakening. However, on very rare occasions, some hunters undergo a second awakening. Could jump from rank C to rank A, or even from rank B to ranks. With that, they handed Jin-woo a mana measuring device. All he had to do was place his hand on it. The investigator secretly thought to himself, if our theory is right, a normal hunter could never survive against high-level monsters like the ones the survivors described. Only someone who reawakened as a rank A or rank S could have pulled this off. Since all the monsters vanished without a trace, we can't rule out the possibility that Hunter Sung Jin-woo went through a double awakening. I mean, he was the sole survivor after all. But when the device lit up, the score was a measly 10. The investigator was completely disappointed, mocking him in his head. Man, trash really is just trash. Even the weakest rank E hunters usually score at least 70. Jin-woo asked curiously about the score, but the investigator dismissed it, saying they had no more business with him. They packed up and left, leaving Jin-woo all alone in the room. But what they didn't know was that Jin-woo was staring right at a floating system screen that only he could see. Jin-woo touched his legs, then his chest. The massive spear wound was completely gone. He was fully healed. He wondered if he should actually tell anyone about this bizarre system screen. Just as he reached out to poke the screen, his little sister burst into the room and asked, "What are you doing, big bro?" She rushed over, looking super worried, and said, "Wait, is your head still hurt? I told you to stop getting hurt. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Jin-woo looked down guiltily and apologized to his sister. She sighed, saying she was fine, but grumbled, "Why are you always the one getting beaten up?" Jin-woo stayed quiet, but inside he was shaking. "I almost left her all alone. There's no way this was just a dream." She kept lecturing him, threatening that if he got hurt one more time, she would drop out of school to get a job, so he wouldn't have to risk his life as a hunter anymore. Jin-woo interrupted and asked Jin-ah, "Hey, can you see this?" Jin-ah looked at him, completely confused. "See what?" Jin-woo pointed right in front of him and said, "There's literally a system screen floating right here, like in a video game. How can I get you to see it?" Jin-ah glared at him and snapped, "Are you sure you didn't get serious brain damage? Well, why don't you try opening it then?" Jin-woo is super skeptical but gives it a shot, and it actually opens. After chatting for a bit, Jin-ah says she has got things to do and heads out. Suddenly, the system interface pops up right in front of Jin-woo, spamming him with quest notifications and rewards. He flashes back to the altar. He definitely saw something exactly like this right before everything went dark. Spotting a quest that promises to make him stronger, he speaks the voice command, "Open system." Boom, a list of daily quests appears, with a huge warning. Fail these dailies, and you get sent straight to the penalty zone. Jin-woo just laughs it off like, haha, is this some kind of joke? Bro is literally stuck in a hospital bed, so where is he supposed to find the energy for this? He decides to just deal with it later. That night, as the quest timer ticks down to 0, the system chimes in. Quest incomplete, initiating transfer to the penalty zone for a set duration. Jin-woo snaps his eyes open. He panics as a massive earthquake shakes everything, the ground cracking wide open beneath him before the whole scenery glitches. The hospital floor turns into endless desert sand. Bro is absolutely terrified to realize he is literally in the middle of a desert. Still can't believe it, thinking it must be some crazy fever dream. But out of nowhere, a massive, terrifying monster charges at him from behind. It is a giant, horrifying centipede. Rings out. Penalty quest survival objective. Survive until the timer runs out. Time limit 4 hours. Jin-woo breaks into a cold sweat. You have got to be kidding me. He runs for his life under the scorching desert sun, while this absolute unit of a beast, literally like a kilometer long, chases close behind him. Somehow, Jin-woo actually manages to run through the desert for 4 whole hours. Just as the monster is about to swallow him whole, the timer hits 0. The system announces that the penalty quest is complete, and the world flashes back. Jin-woo is teleported back to his hospital bed, drenched in sweat and completely drained. His exhausted face says it all. Bro literally fought for his life. System pops up with a notification about his quest rewards. Do you wish to accept? Right when Jin-woo is about to claim them, a nurse walks in. Seeing him looking absolutely wrecked, she panics and screams, "Oh my god, what happened here? Someone help!" The next morning, the nurses are gossiping about him. One of them says he just woke up a few days ago, and today he is already out here jogging. The other nurse asks, "Wait, what did the doctor say about this?" She replies, "Well, the doctor said hunters recover way faster than normal people, so some light exercise is fine. Look, he is still running right now. Is a light workout supposed to be this intense? How many hours has he been running?" 4 days after waking up, Jin-woo figures some things out. First off, this system in front of him is definitely not a hallucination. Even though no one else can see it, it is clear as day to him. And every time he completes a quest, the system drops some fire rewards. Full status recovery that completely wipes away all his workout fatigue. All that exhaustion just vanishes into thin air. Plus, he gets stat points and random loot boxes. He can dump points into any stat he wants as long as he has them. His entire status screen, skills, inventory, it all looks exactly like an RPG. It feels like he is being controlled by some hidden force, but he cannot deny that this wild stuff is 100% real. Jin-woo goes up to the front desk and asks if he can be discharged today. The receptionist is like, "Sure, but where are you heading?" Jin-woo tells her he has some business to take care of at Hapjeong Station. He pulls out a glowing blue key, the exact item he got from his random reward box. Key lets him generate an instant dungeon, and he can use it right at exit number 3 of Hapjeong Station. Quests, stats, rewards. Is all of this because of a double awakening, or is this the process of getting one? Clutching the key, Jin-woo thinks, if that is the case, then this is definitely worth a shot. The world's weakest hunter, getting a double awakening? People would laugh their heads off if they heard that. But hey, his running skills are top tier. If things get too dangerous like last time, he will just book it. With that, Jin-woo inserts the key into the subway door. Instantly, it glows with a blinding blue light, sparks of electricity crackling everywhere. Jin-woo takes a deep breath and steps into the portal. The system alerts, "You have entered the instant dungeon." Entrance seals shut behind him, sending a jolt of panic through Jin-woo. But what is crazy is that outside, normal people are just walking by like nothing happened. This place is literally a separate dimension. It's nothing like a normal gate. Jin-woo has never seen anything like it, yet it feels eerily familiar. He is completely stuck now that his exit is blocked. The system sounds off again. You cannot leave the dungeon unless you defeat the boss or use a return stone. Bro used to struggle against E-rank trash, and now he is soloing a whole dungeon? A chilling aura of pure bloodlust creeps out from the dark, sending shivers down his. Can he really pull this off? Surrounded by creepy, ruined scenery, our boy Jin-woo cautiously steps forward, heart pounding. With no idea what is waiting for him in the shadows, he has zero confidence and honestly has no clue what his next move is. Foul stench fills the air. There is definitely a monster nearby. Spot on. A beast lunges at Jin-woo, jaws wide open, ready to he barely dodges. It is a wolf. Back then, even a couple of goblins almost put him in a grave guv, so he is not sure if he can take this thing down. The wolf growls viciously, glaring at Jin-woo like he is a free snack. Suddenly, his legs freeze. He cannot move. Why? He is completely paralyzed by fear. The wolf leaps in for the kill. Jin-woo has to desperately dodge its lethal claws. The wolf attacks. Jin-woo dodges. But wait. He starts to realize his body feels incredibly light. He is actually dodging these fatal hits. Sudden surge of courage ignites inside him. He clenches his fist, channeling this weird power. Boom! Jin-woo throws a punch, and the wolf goes flying 10 meters back, slamming straight into the doors. Jin-woo is shocked by his own power, but the beast is still standing, looking highly annoyed. It charges again, but this time Jin-woo stands his ground. He starts pummeling the beast with 49 punches straight to its head, but the wolf only gets angrier. Standard physical attacks are not doing enough damage. Mid-fight, Jin-woo still lacks self-confidence. Without a party or a healer, he has always been useless, and all he has right now is his own bare body. If only he had a magic weapon. Wait, he suddenly remembers his inventory. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a sword. He has no idea how it even got there, but he slashes the rabid wolf clean in half. Wait, isn't this the sword Mr. Kim abandoned back in the double dungeon? The system chimed in. Congratulations, you have defeated a steel-fanged lichen. Level up, baby! Jin-woo is like, wait, did Mr. Kim really drop 3 million won on this sword? Man has never held something this expensive in his life. But no time to flex, more lichen wolves are closing in. Armed and ready, our boy does not need to fear anymore. So he thought. Suddenly his body gives out and he cannot even lift the sword, and those wild beasts, they are literally right on top of him. It is almost over. But Jin-woo is built different. His willpower explodes and he finally swings, taking out one wolf. Boom! The other one bites down hard on his sword, but Jin-woo is absolutely locked in. He channels pure rage, swings with everything he has, and slices that wolf's head clean off. Looking at the dead wolves, Jin-woo is just like, compared to those double dungeon monsters, you guys are actually straight trash. Taking down a few more monsters, Jin-woo watches his stats shoot up. Turns out this whole monster hunting grind is actually paying off big time. Honestly, he still does not know how crazy his power scaling will get. Even his intelligence and agility stats are rising, but the biggest flex, his strength just jumped up by 10 points. That is a massive power spike. Jin-woo is finally starting to understand how this game works, and honestly, he has no idea how OP he is going to get. Okay, maybe he was hyping himself up a bit too much after just beating 2 monsters. He checks to see if any magic cores dropped, thinking every monster has one. But nope, this place is built different. Pretty clear that this entire place is being run by a system, just like a video game. Everything here is simulated. Monsters drop random loot instead of real magic cores. The system pops up, telling him he just got a lichen tooth. Yep, it is literally classified as trash. You can either hoard these sharp teeth or sell them to the system shop. Jin-woo opens the shop, but instead of selling, he tries to buy some gear. Too bad the system hits him with, "Level is too low, bro." The system asks if he wants to sell the lichen teeth instead. Jin-woo hits yes, and boom, he gets 20 gold. Has no clue what 20 gold is even worth in the real world. This dungeon is probably just an E rank anyway, so it is probably pocket change. Right now, Jin-woo is trying to figure out how to escape without fighting the boss. He is going to run out of food soon, and even if the boss is only E rank, he is still too weak to take it on. But running away is not an option. If he wants to survive, he has to level up. Fast, Jin-woo goes absolute goblin mode and charges straight into the remaining pack of wolves. Soon as he slays one, another jumps him. But Jin-woo is not flinching. He is like, I already died once. Why would I be scared now? He charges headfirst into the pack, his sword swinging like a literal hurricane. Every swing is a one-shot, no mercy. One sneaky wolf manages to bite his sleeve, and Jin-woo is just like, absolutely not. He turns around and slices it out of existence. Battle aura is off the charts right now. He is like, I am not dying in this trash dungeon, and I am definitely not letting any of you off easy. Boom! He moves at light speed, tearing through the pack like paper. Bodies are dropping everywhere. He is pushing way past his limits, and there is no stopping him now. If he quits now, he is cooked. He will lose everything, and his family will be left unprotected. There is no way he is going down like a weakling. Playing by these stupid rules is what it takes to get strong, then Jin-woo is all in. Bloodbath continues, and Jin-woo is leaving a trail of bodies behind him. Then a wild notification appears. The system grants him the title Wolf Slayer. Let's go. But looking at his sword, it is absolutely beat up and covered in cracks. After this fight, this thing is definitely going to break. He remembers buying a 50,001 dagger in the past. It made hunting a bit easier, but it broke almost instantly. Back then, fighting that boss only got him 3 magic cores. Since then, he was too broke to even think about buying a decent weapon. Jin-woo looks at the chipped sword, smiles, and says, "You did great even while falling apart. Thanks for keeping me alive, buddy." The system explains that his Wolf Slayer title grants a massive 40% experience buff against beast-type monsters. Jin-woo opens his inventory to check his loot. 34 lichen teeth, 2 blunt daggers, 1 leather armor, and a return stone. Not a bad haul. He holds the return stone, but you think he is gonna teleport out? No way. Jin-woo decides to stay and keep grinding. Clenching his fist around the stone, he knows this is his golden ticket to getting crazy strong. But what happens if he uses it? Does it just break and disappear? Feels like he is just a pawn being played by some unknown entity, like Sun Wukong in the palm of Buddha. But with pure determination in his eyes, Jin-woo looks ahead. Is he going to run, or is he going to conquer? He tosses the return stone back into his inventory and slowly walks forward to keep hunting down those monsters. Level up! Level up! The higher his level gets, the easier these fights become. Every beast he takes down is making him feel absolutely cracked. Monsters keep spawning endlessly, unlike any normal dungeon. It is like they are game NPCs, and if that is true, Jin-woo is going to find their spawn point. Spots a monkey on the ceiling and takes it down, then a giant cat spawns right next to him. Jin-woo just slices and dices them instantly. One shot, done. Looking at a wolf, Jin-woo realizes something. Their name colors change based on their power level. White is weak, orange is strong, and red. That means they are absolutely cracked. The lichens used to be orange, but now they are white. Our boy is definitely getting stronger, but even with this upgrade, he is not sure if he can take on whatever is waiting for him downstairs. A massive wave of bloodlust rises from below, freezing the air and making cold sweat run down his neck. Even though his stats are way higher now, he has no clue what kind of broken monsters are waiting in the dark. His leveling is slowing down and his sword is on its last legs. But Jin-woo is not backing down. He starts heading down the stairs into the basement, steps into a completely eerie, unfamiliar area. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive shadow blitzes him at insane speed. Jin-woo barely blocks it, but the impact is insane. He gets sent flying straight into a wall, coughing up blood, and his sword completely shattered. Jin-woo is like, "Oh no, my sword!" He looks up and sees the boss, the swamp ruler, blue poison-fanged Kasaka. Even with all his level-ups, this beast's name is still glowing orange. He locks eyes with it and asks, "So you are the boss here?" Jin-woo slowly picks up his broken sword and steps forward. Giant snake glares at Jin-woo and lets out a deafening roar. This thing is literally massive. Jin-woo realizes his broken sword will never pierce its thick scales and his bare fists absolutely useless. Giant serpent locks its gaze on Jin-woo and charges. It opens its massive jaws bearing two deadly fangs. It is go time. Moving like lightning, Jin-woo dodges effortlessly before unleashing a million crazy slashes straight at the giant snake. But damn, it looks like it did absolutely zero damage. Jin-woo tries to use his body weight to boost his attack power, combining it with insane speed to shred the snake's protective scales. But honestly, he still has no idea how to pierce that thick-ass skin. The snake just keeps going completely feral, throwing heavy strikes that leave Jin-woo totally dazed, dodging like a beast, but he still takes a massive hit that sends him rolling. Bro really thought he was OP now, but reality check, he is still way too weak. Clutching his sword, Jin-woo's determination skyrockets. He is done being labeled the world's weakest hunter. No more trash tier for him. He suddenly remembers a conversation he had with Mr. Song. The old man told him that everyone looks down on him as the weakest hunter alive, and that he has to prove them all wrong. Back in the fight, Jin-woo stops running. It's time to face this beast head on. He screams in pure rage, "I was stuck with that pathetic title because I was weak. But my weakness is not some joke for you to laugh at." Charges straight at the snake, letting out all the built-up anger he had buried deep inside for years with a relentless barrage of attacks. Jin-woo finally realizes that raw power is the only thing that matters. Those hypocrites out there will never protect you, no matter what happens. Pure power crushes everything, and fear is just a trap that brings you down. His resolve burns even hotter. The more he remembers his past life of weakness, the more he understands. He entered this place to level up and become a whole different beast. Snake swings again, slamming Jin-woo straight into the wall. He drags his bruised body back up, his eyes filled with absolute rage and an obsession to gain strength. But Jin-woo keeps charging. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, still not enough. But compared to the godlike monster he faced before, this snake is absolutely nothing. Armed with only a broken sword, he lunges forward again. Boom, a powerful slash tears through its flesh, making the beast roar in agonizing pain. Snake snaps back to counter, but Jin-woo is too fast. He grabs its neck, climbs onto its massive body, and chokes it with his bare hands. Turns out, he dumped all his stat points into strength. He smirks, thinking this weight is nothing. But before he can even finish his thought, the snake shrieks in agony, slams its body against the wall to shake him off, but Jin-woo holds on for dear life. He screams, "Die, just die!" The snake finally coughs up a massive wave of blood. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor asks the nurse if Sung Jin-woo is still missing from his room. She confirms it, saying he left early this morning. But the doctor is confused, asking why he isn't back yet. The nurse adds that his body is recovering at an insane rate and he should be discharged soon. Doctor sighs, saying that with hunters, you can never be too sure. High-rank hunters are loaded, but low ranks barely make any pennies despite the insane danger. I honestly don't get why they keep risking their lives. Just thinking about the horrific injuries he has seen makes him shudder. The nurse asks why, and he says he has no clue what actually goes down inside those dungeons. Their wounds are always so bizarre, completely covered in blood. It is nothing like a normal accident, it's a miracle they even survive. She gasps, asking if surviving is indeed a miracle. But the doctor shakes his head, saying even the weakest hunter is still built different compared to normal humans. They are monsters in their own right. Back in the dungeon, the system is spamming notifications saying you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Jin-woo bursts out laughing in pure joy, saying that he is definitely getting stronger. Exhausted, he leans against the dead snake and sees a pop-up. You have defeated the swamp ruler, Poison Fang Kasaka. After that brutal battle, Jin-woo's clothes and weapons are completely trashed, and his body is screaming in pain. But the loot is fire. He gets a dagger that is way better than Kim Sang-sik's sword, crafted from a fang instead of bone. The attack power is literally double his old sword. Even has paralysis and bleeding effects. Plus, he got Kasaka's Venom gland, an A-rank item. Defeating Kasaka has an incredibly low drop rate for this. Drinking it gives you harder skin but debuffs your strength. It reduces incoming damage by 20% but weakens your muscles, cutting your strength by 35 points. Once everything is done, the dungeon fades and goes back to normal. Jin-woo looks around, wondering what time it is when a soldier suddenly approaches, asking who he is and how he even got inside the station. Didn't you hear the emergency broadcast? Jin-woo sees the military uniform and immediately asks what is going on. Seeing the sword in Jin-woo's hand, the soldier asks if he is a hunter. Before Jin-woo can even answer, the soldier quickly bows and says, "My apologies. Let me guide you, hunter. Please follow me." Jin-woo has no idea why the guy suddenly changed his or what is even happening. Outside, the streets are filled with dead monsters, looking like a total war zone. Assessing the situation, Jin-woo realizes a gate must have opened nearby. He asks the soldier if the monsters breached the gate. The soldier urgently replies that most of the monsters have been cleared except for the massive boss. Jin-woo looks ahead, realizing his combat senses and perception have peaked after his recent battle. He can literally sense where the boss is hiding. Meanwhile, the monster is absolutely wrecking the city while hunters throw attacks at it, but it does not seem to care at all. The military is rushing to evacuate the bystanders and nosy reporters, screaming to get out of the danger zone. The crowd is whispering, "What are the hunters doing? How long is this fight going to take? I hope they take it down fast. The city is totally ruined." One hunter yells, "Healers, focus heals on the tanker." The healers scream back that they are doing their best, but where is the main DPS? "Why are we doing 0 damage?" Another replies that its defense is way too high and they have no mages. Jin-woo silently watches the squad, noticing they have absolutely 0 teamwork. Their ranks are trash, 8 E ranks and 1 D rank, who happens to be a tanker so his damage output is practically non-existent. Everyone is slowly getting gassed. As for healers, there are 2 D ranks and Jin-woo locks his eye on a very familiar girl. A hunter screams, "Hey, what are you doing? I need heals right now." "Aren't you supposed to be a B-rank healer?" Ju-hee freezes up, still suffering from extreme trauma. The hunter keeps yelling, so Ju-hee activates her magic, constantly apologizing. While healing her, flashbacks that terrifying dungeon flood Ju-hee's mind, leaving her paralyzed with fear. But she knows if she runs away, no one will be left to save them. Jin-woo looks over at Ju-hee and sighs. Even though a whole week has passed, she still hasn't recovered from the trauma. Honestly, same here. But right then, Jin-woo's eyes completely change. He points his broken sword forward and tells himself, "No, I have to push past this." Quick scan, and Jin-woo realizes the boss is only a D rank. Compared to the monster he just beat, this one is way lower. If he can just crack its armor, he can definitely do this. He needs one solid, insanely powerful hit to pierce right through that stupid rock. Jin-woo's arms instantly bulk up as he channels every ounce of his strength into this one strike. "Let's go." Jin-woo spins and hurls the broken sword, launching it straight at the giant stone monster. Meanwhile, the other hunters are screaming, "If this keeps up, we're all cooked!" One girl panics, asking if there are any high-rank hunters coming, saying the front line is going to get wiped. But the female healer snaps back, "What do you want me to do? My mana is almost bone dry." But suddenly, boom! A massive strike out of nowhere hits the monster right in the head, knocking it flat. The hunters seize the chance and start spamming attacks on the beast. Finally, they take it down. Everyone cheers, "We did it!" But one of the hunters is completely stunned, thinking, "Wait, what? Our attacks were barely tickling it, and then it suddenly goes down? No way, we didn't do jack to it. Who threw that weapon?" That single throw was what actually took the monster down. What on earth could blow a golem's head off like that? Right then, Hwang notices a broken sword impaled deep in the monster's body. A golem boss that took 10 hunters to fight, taken down by a broken sword? Who could it be? He turns to a nearby soldier and asks, "Did you see who threw this?" Soldier nervously answers, "It was some hunter over there." But when they look back, Jin-woo has already vanished without a trace. That destructive power is insane. He has to be a top-rank hunter. Jin-woo didn't expect a single throw to finish it off. He figured its HP was already low anyway. Meanwhile, Ju-hee seems to catch a glimpse of Jin-woo walking away. The screen pops up, showing Jin-woo's current stats. The next morning at the hospital, Jin-woo is grinding hard, doing the daily quests assigned by the system. And man, Jin-woo's physique is looking absolutely shredded now. He's sweating bullets, doing sit-ups and push-ups non-stop. Suddenly, a nurse walks in. Seeing Jin-woo's insane body makes her blush instantly. Jin-woo apologizes, but she shyly looks away, saying it's fine since it was her fault anyway. While Jin-woo puts his shirt on, she steals a quick glance and can't help but admire him, thinking his body is literally sculpted like a statue. Hot staring, the nurse gets flustered and asks if he's discharging today. Jin-woo calmly says yes. Then, she hands him her phone, shooting her shot to get his number. Our boy is too innocent, though. He thinks the hospital just needs to send him test results later, so he cluelessly gives it to her. At the apartment where the siblings live, his little sister Jin-ah is getting ready for school. Jin-woo, still half asleep, stumbles out and asks, "Jin-ah leaving for school already?" She turns and asks if he's awake. But then she spots his washboard abs and is like, "Bro, have you been hitting the gym or what?" Jin-woo says he's done a bit. Jin-ah runs up close to inspect him and says his body is so toned and he actually got taller. Is it even possible for guys to grow after 20? Jin-woo just ignores her question and tells her to take an umbrella. Jin-ah doesn't think it'll rain, but Jin-woo just spins her around, stuffs the umbrella into her bag, and sends her off. Once she's gone, Jin-woo looks at his system screen, 10 kilometers left to run. Looks like he needs to start running right now to clear the quest in time. Jin-woo looks at his reflection, unable to believe his muscles and physical stats improve this fast in just a few weeks. This means the system directly alters his physical body. It finally clicks as his stats go up, his body changes to adapt to them. Staring at the system screen, Jin-woo considers dumping all his points into strength, but then he imagines how weird a lopsided build would be in size. Sure, his damage would spike, but without balance, his other stats would be trash. Jin-woo decides putting points into agility is a much better move. Right as he's figuring out his build, his phone starts ringing. He answers, thinking it's the association, but it's actually his landlord calling to collect rent. Since he's short on cash, she asks if he needs an extension until next month. Jin-woo thanks her and promises to pay as soon as possible. Holding his phone, Jin-woo starts thinking about double awakening. If he's really a double awakener, he can make money way faster than before. If he keeps growing at this rate, he'll hit top-tier status in no time. Hunters defeat monsters to stack cash and experience. Higher rank means higher pay, and the magic crystals they drop are worth a fortune. Hunt high-tier monsters? You need to enter hard dungeons. That's why D and E rank dungeons are so competitive, since that's where most low-rank hunters gather. Even then, E-rank hunters usually get sidelined by the association. Even if they try, getting a spot in a raid is incredibly hard. Jin-woo is only E-rank, and he's never even run a D-rank dungeon before. It's basically a pipe dream for him, since getting recruited is purely based on power. Why Jin-woo can't shake the title of the world's weakest hunter. Watching the news on TV, he wonders if he should reveal his powers. Flexing his strength would definitely make him rich, but it would also attract a lot of unwanted greedy eyes. Jealous people would wonder how he got so broken. So he decides to keep his head down until he's strong enough to protect himself. Looking at his phone, he thinks, first, I need to make some cash. Joining a strike squad is probably my best bet. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone. Next scene, we're at a construction site where Jin-woo is walking up to a group of hunters. One guy spots him and introduces himself as Hwang Dong-suk. Jin-woo gives his name, and the guy asks, "You're an E-rank, right?" Doesn't deny it and nods. Suddenly, a curly-haired guy in the group points at him and says, "Wait, I know you. You're actually pretty famous." What's his nickname again? Oh, right, the world's weakest hunter. The other guys burst out laughing, but Dong-suk pats Jin-woo's shoulder, telling them to cut it out since filler numbers are what matter most. With that, he hands Jin-woo a contract, offering 2 million won just to fill their roster. Jin-woo is basically just there to fill the head count so he doesn't have to do any of the actual fighting since it is a C-rank dungeon. Right after, the leader asks Jin-woo to sign this contract. Jin-woo keeps his eyes open and scans the room. We have 5 C-rank hunters here, and the rest are at least D-rank. There is this rule for C-rank dungeons: you need at least 10 people, and half of them must be C-rank or above. So in situations like this, they just drag in randoms to hit that target number and start the raid. Jin-woo is literally just there to fill the last slot. Out of nowhere, this guy walks up to him. This is Jin-ho, 22 years old, a D-rank hunter, and he was also dragged into this just like Jin-woo. Jin-woo just gives him a quick, polite hello. Looking at this guy's super flashy gear, you just know he is some billionaire's kid flexing his wealth. Jin-woo walks up to the party leader and asks what his actual job is going to be. The leader cheerfully replies that Jin-woo just needs to follow them and carry their bags. Inside is basically just food, clothes, and some medical supplies. Jin-woo is shocked and asks why they didn't bring a healer. The leader explains that it is crazy hard to find a healer for private raids, so they always roll like this. Jin-woo just sighs at this. A squad full of E and D ranks is just a recipe for disaster. He grabs the contract and starts reading through the rules. There is a line that literally says, "I won't blame anyone for any accident that happens inside the dungeon." No way. That is wild, especially since they don't even have a healer. The other guys tell him to hurry up and move because they are going to destroy everything anyway, so there's no need to worry. The leader happily calls out that it is time to enter the dungeon. D-rank guy from earlier pats Jin-woo and says, "Don't worry, I have got your back." Later that afternoon, they head inside. Jin-woo is just bored out of his mind carrying all the luggage. The guy from earlier catches up to spill some gossip about how the manager of this construction site ran off with 9 billion won, leaving the developers and contractors completely broke. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is just thinking, why is this guy even telling me all this? The guy keeps talking, asking if the bag is too heavy and if Jin-woo needs some help. But Jin-woo just rejects him, showing he can easily carry it himself. Thanks to his insane strength stats, this weight is literally nothing to Jin-woo. The guy next to him is like, you don't have to be so polite, but are you always this quiet? Jin-woo turns to him and says, actually, you are the one talking way too much. The guy gets all embarrassed and asks, am I being too annoying? He says people usually just ignore him. After walking for a while, they finally reach the dungeon gate. Everyone is shocked because this gate is way bigger than a normal C-rank gate. The leader just scoffs and asks his teammate if he doesn't trust the association's guidelines. He says he has seen people coming and going here all the time. But the guy next to Jin-woo is already shaking. He has never seen a gate this massive before. Jin-woo looks at him and asks, wait, is this your first time? Jin-woo already knows that the size of the gate doesn't matter. What actually matters is the magical energy flowing out of it. The association measures the flow of magical energy to rank the dungeon. Top guilds only care about B-rank dungeons and above, so anything C-rank or below is usually considered safe. But even so, this is actually Jin-woo's first time entering a C-rank dungeon too. The leader heads in first. That D-rank kid draws his sword with a super serious, looking kind of pathetic. Jin-woo is just standing there completely speechless. E-rank and D-rank hunters usually struggle to make any money, barely scraping together enough for basic weapons, let alone a shield. So how does this D-rank kid have such high-tier expensive gear? He looks around and notices everyone in this party is decked out in expensive gear. They must be making bank. This is a whole different level compared to the trash D and E-rank dungeons Jin-woo usually joins. The leader says it is getting pitch black, so he asks Hwang to light up the place. But as soon as the fire lights up, they are shocked to see absolutely zero monsters. It is super weird because there is no light at all, and usually these dungeons have some glowing stones. D-rank kid whispers to Jin-woo, asking if dungeons with no monsters actually exist. But Jin-woo instantly tells him to shut up. Jin-woo uses his cracked hearing to scan the area. If there is no light, that means the monsters here love the darkness. They aren't missing, they're just waiting in the shadows. Normal monsters would struggle to survive in total darkness, unless they're smart enough to not rely on their eyes. They hunt in packs, survive in the pitch black, and get attracted to light. Suddenly hearing something, Jin-woo shouts out that these are insect-type monsters. Everyone panics and immediately gets on guard. Suddenly, a massive swarm of dark shadows appears right above their heads, completely surrounding the entire squad. How many of these things are there? Countless glowing red eyes stare down at the hunters, and everyone is officially losing their minds. They are right above us. Use magic to blast them down. The mages instantly unleash their spell attacks, absolutely shredding the insects. Captain Hwang Dong-suk steps up with his shield, yelling, "These are just bugs, main force, do something." The hunters keep blasting the monsters. Jin-woo watches them and realizes these C-rank guys actually have solid teamwork. No wonder they can run raids without a healer. The leader is doing a solid job, and the main attackers are holding their own. They have been fighting together for a long time, and since they never bring a healer, their fighting style is pretty brutal. Jin-woo glances at Yoo Jin-ho, thinking the kid has high-tier gear but zero skills or experience. Everyone is doing fine, but suddenly a monster leaps straight at Jin-woo, only for our boy to literally kick it into oblivion. A blank face, Jin-woo is feeling a bit annoyed inside. After the battle, the leader checks in on everyone, telling them not to get too hyper and to watch their pace. He tells them to gather the magic crystals so they can split them into 9 shares. Everyone is already arguing over their loot. Captain Hwang walks over to thank Jin-woo for the heads up, but wonders how he even knew the monsters were above them. Jin-woo just plays it cool, saying he just had a feeling. Praises Jin-woo, saying his senses are insanely sharp. Meanwhile, Jin-woo thinks to himself that raising his perception stats is definitely paying off. The captain thanks Jin-woo again, saying they cleared the wave because of him. But then he adds that it would be better if Jin-woo didn't pay too much attention to those little details. Suddenly, one of the guys notices that some of these dead monsters weren't killed by sword slashes. The captain thinks either someone got here before them, or it was something else entirely. Tore each other apart. Was it a boss or? Bro had a wicked smile and his eyes completely changed. He was literally sniffing out a massive payday. Jin-woo instantly read the room and warned Jin-ho, "Your sword and shield look crazy expensive." Right? Jin-ho flexed and confirmed it. Since it was his very first raid, his rich dad went all out to hook him up with top-tier gear. Meanwhile, Jin-woo told Jin-ho to stay on guard because he could sense a major disaster brewing. Dungeon sizes can be totally random, and it has absolutely nothing to do with their rank. Depending on the raid, it can sometimes take weeks just to map out the entire area, but other times you can reach the boss room in just a few hours. This one was a massive maze-like dungeon, so they did not have to fight much, but they had to spend a ton of time walking in circles. Jin-woo was just there as a bag carrier, so he did not have to do any of the actual fighting. Getting paid without lifting a finger to kill monsters? Honestly, that is a sweet deal. And watch out for the lizards! The warning popped into his head out of nowhere. Jin-woo did not know why this thought suddenly hit him, but one thing was for sure, his instincts were never wrong. After walking for a while, the leader declared they had hit a dead end. They had been wandering forever without seeing a single monster since their last encounter. Boss had to be around here somewhere, because without a boss, the gate would not have even opened. That is when Leader Hwang told Hwang to light up the entire place. The moment the light flared up, everyone got instant chills. The leader gasped, saying, "Oh my god, this is absolutely horrific." Creepy spiderwebs and shredded monster corpses were everywhere. That is when they realized the boss was right here. With everyone ready, the squad slowly crept inside. They looked around and realized they had just hit the jackpot. Right in front of them was a literal gold mine of mana crystals. Look at all of this. It is beautiful. A few of them rushed over to check it out. Low-level mobs barely drop any loot, but with a massive pile like this, they were looking at least 10 million one right off the bat. The guy next to him joked that even his little brother would be jealous. But the mage quickly warned him not to bring up the leader's brother like that. Leader Hwang stared at the glowing crystals, thinking to himself, "Look at this, Hwang Dong-soo, you are not always right. Just because you became an S-rank hunter, you think you can look down on your own brother? You even abandoned your own country to run off to America for a fat paycheck." He was overthinking a bunch of stuff, but let us skip the drama. Meanwhile, Jin-ho asked Jin-woo to let him review their contract before stepping up to the squad. "Excuse me, Leader Hwang Dong-suk, but about Jin-woo's contract here, it does not mention anything about sharing the loot besides the mana crystals from the mobs. Shouldn't we be splitting this 10 ways instead of 9? Leader Hwang flashed a fake smile and said, "Of course we will split it evenly, I know how this works." Then he slowly looked up and added, "But first we have a tiny problem to take care of." Hanging right above them was the boss, a massive, terrifying spider, but it looked like it was fast asleep after a heavy meal. Jin-ho gasped, "The dungeon boss." The leader reminded him, "You know the gate closes the second the boss dies, right? So we need to mine and pack up all these crystals before we take it down. Since it is totally knocked out, this is our golden ticket to mine everything." He turned to Hwang and asked if he brought the gear. Hwang apologized, saying he never expected to find a massive crystal mine in a C-rank dungeon, so he left all the mining tools back in the van. Two of them put on an Oscar-level acting performance, and finally told Jin-woo and Jin-ho to stay behind and keep watch. They said they would run back to grab the tools. Jin-ho panicked. "Wait, you are leaving us alone in the boss's nest?" The leader shrugged it off. "Relax, it is not the type to attack unless you provoke it. Besides, it is completely passed out from a food coma. Just do not poke the beast and you will be fine." Jin-ho tried to argue, but Hwang cut him off. "Look, you said this is your first raid, right? And it is Jin-woo's first C-rank raid too. Just trust me on this, okay? I mean, look at it. We are talking this loud and it is not even budging." With that, they walked away, leaving Jin-woo and Jin-ho all on their own. Watching them walk away, Jin-woo thought, a C-rank gate requires at least 10 people to enter. Excluding Jin-ho and me, their squad has 8. The fact that they entered like this tells me they always recruit random extras just to fill the quota. And of course, they have no intention of splitting the money with those extras. Once they made it outside, the leader's fake persona completely dropped. He ordered Hwang to seal the cave entrance. Fire erupted, and with a massive boom, the entrance was completely blocked off. Jin-ho panicked. "The exit is blocked." That is when Jin-woo realized those trash scumbags were the legendary lizards. Our main character remembered a time during an old hunt when a senior hunter warned him about these backstabbers. He said hunting is a dangerous gig, and when crimes happen deep inside a dungeon, finding evidence is nearly impossible. Because of that, dirty play is insanely common. There are no security cameras in here, so nobody can stop them. The weaker you are, the easier you get discarded, while the strong get all the recruits. They think you are useless, and in the way, they will cut you off like a lizard dropping its tail. Back to reality, Jin-ho was losing his mind, completely helpless, screaming at those cowards for betraying them just for some stupid mana crystals. But Jin-woo stayed dead calm, plotting his next move since they had been walking into a trap from the very beginning. They tried to leave, those guys would have killed them on the spot. So that is what he meant back then. Jin-woo recalled that C-rank light mage, Jo Kyu-won, who actually seemed pretty decent. Breaking out would be a piece of cake for Jin-woo, but the monster that just woke up from the explosion was the real threat. The camera pans up to a colossal spider bearing its fangs right at Jin-woo and Jin-ho. Beast was a certified C-rank boss. Outside, after sealing them in, one of the lackeys asked the leader if they really had to go that far, instead of just finishing them off themselves. Before he could even finish, the leader snapped, "You idiot! If we fought them in there and woke the spider up, how are we supposed to safely mine all those crystals?" A trash hunter who is known as the weakest of all time and a clueless D-rank rookie, taking down that boss is literally impossible for them, no matter how hard they try. Once the spider devours them and goes back to sleep, we will stroll right back in and sweep up all those mana crystals. He kept talking about Jin-ho's insanely expensive gear, saying even if mining goes south, they can just loot his corpse for a massive payday. He sat down to look up whose kid Jin-ho actually was, joking that they should at least send him a funeral card. The mage chimed in, saying the shockwave from sealing the cave probably made the boss furious. After looking up the info, the leader asked the mage if he had the guts to solo that boss. The mage instantly replied, "No way." Leader Hwang sneered, "Same here, so no matter how you look at it, those two useless losers are completely cooked." Back inside the C-rank cave, Jin-ho stepped forward to block the massive beast looming right in front of them. Jin-ho is out here trying to find a way to protect him, but Jin-woo is in the back, quietly scanning this giant spider for its weak spots. Spider is on a whole different level, but then Jin-woo remembers that absolute demon of a boss from before. Comparing this bug to that monster is just straight-up disrespect. Jin-woo steps up and tells Jin-ho to back off. He summons his dagger, and it is finally jaded go time. The real fight is about to start. Jin-ho is panicking, trying to stop him. Since he thinks Jin-woo is just a trash E-rank hunter, he keeps begging him to stop. Little does he know, Jin-woo is about to blow his mind. Facing the boss, Jin-woo knows he is still weak after reawakening, but he feels zero pressure. Compared to that blue venomous snake or that D-rank stone golem, this literally nothing. Sure, this spider is strong, but Jin-woo knows he is finally cracked enough to solo this C-rank boss. A confident smirk appears on Jin-woo's face. The spider charges in like a maniac, but our boy is ready. With insane godlike speed, Jin-woo dashes forward. Slash! Slash! Jin-woo cuts the spider a few times, leaving Jin-ho absolutely shook. But wait, it looks like those hits did not do much damage. Still, this Kasaka Venom thing is the real deal. And now the hunt officially begins. Jin-woo is moving so fast he is practically teleporting, leaving Jin-ho sweating bullets. Like, is this guy seriously an E-rank? After a few trades, the spider is completely triggered. Every single strike is a one-shot threat. Its hide is too thick, so if Jin-woo wants to deal real damage, he has to stab deep. Eight-eyed monster has 0 blind spots. Its 8 legs have massive range, easily tearing through the solid floor. Getting close is going to take some time. Jin-ho is watching this whole fight with his jaw on the floor. There is absolutely no way this guy is an E-rank. The registry says E-rank, but that terrifying speed says otherwise. Bro thinks Jin-woo might be a false ranker. But there is a catch. False rankers are usually psychopaths who just love to kill. The more Jin-ho watches Jin-woo fight, the more terrified he gets, thinking, why am I so unlucky? Meanwhile, Jin-woo has lost track of time. 5 minutes? No, 10 minutes. Stamina is draining fast. Jin-woo still hasn't dealt any major damage, and with his fatigue level hitting 57, he can't drag this fight out any longer. His only option now is the dagger's special effect. Time to make this spider taste some snake venom. Paralysis effect, the target won't be able to move. Bleeding effect, causing the target to lose 1% of their health every second. To hit a creature's weakest spot, the head is good, but the eyes are even better. Before he can even get close, the spider spits out a massive glob of acid, melting the very ground beneath them. Turns out the monster had a hidden trump card. No more playing around. Jin-woo gets serious and activates his speed boost, increasing his movement speed by 30%. Jin-ho is completely speechless. Jin-woo closes the gap in an instant, his attacks getting faster by the second. But the boss's poison resistance is too high, making the venom completely useless. To make things worse, Jin-woo's fatigue is skyrocketing. Jin-ho realizes that at this rate, Jin-woo is going to pass out from exhaustion. Has no idea what Jin-woo will do next. With his fatigue hitting 70, Jin-woo finally gets caught by the spider and gets sent flying. Just as the spider is about to land the finishing blow, Jin-woo remembers he has a daily quest reward ready. Boom. Full recovery activated. Blazing speed, he drives his blade deep into the monster's eye, followed by a barrage of critical stabs, constantly triggering the dagger's effects. Finally, after 999 stabs, the beast goes down. Jin-ho looks at Jin-woo like he is the real monster here. No doubt about it, this guy is a false ranker. He runs over to Jin-woo, voluntarily carrying his gear and offering him water. Jin-woo is totally caught off guard by his weird behavior. Bro probably thinks Jin-woo is his savior. But then, out of nowhere, that betrayer squad returns. Jin-woo just silently glares at them. Party leader is shocked to see them both alive, and the boss defeated. Everyone is stunned that just two guys took down a C-rank boss. They assume Yoo Jin-ho's high-end gear carried them, because how else could a D-rank and an E-rank pull this off? The leader thinks to himself, Jin-ho, I really underestimated you. That useless E-rank definitely didn't do anything. He must have soloed the boss himself, since I don't know what special abilities his gear has, making him an enemy could be troublesome. The leader tells Jin-ho he looked up his background. Turns out he is the son of a major CEO, Chairman Yoo Myung-han of Yujin Construction. Jin-ho is like, so what? The leader wants to talk business about his dad. He offers Jin-ho a deal, Jin-woo, and join us to live, or die right here with him. Tries his best to sway Jin-ho, completely clueless about the storm that's about to hit him. Jin-ho looks at Jin-woo, who calmly says, it is fine, it is only natural for a weakling like me to get betrayed. But in a plot twist, Jin-ho points his sword straight at the squad, leaving the leader completely shook. The mage nearby asks what to do. The leader orders him to take out the weakest one first. They charge forward with bloodlust. Jin-woo asks, have you two ever killed anyone? Suddenly, the system alert blares. Emergency quest triggered, entities intending to murder the player detected. Eliminate all threats to ensure survival. Fail, and your heart will stop. Targets to eliminate, 8. While Jin-woo is still processing this kill order, the mage blasts him with a spell, sending him flying over 10 meters straight into the wall. Jin-ho worries about Jin-woo, but the leader tells him to ignore a dead man. Jin-ho glares at them with pure hatred, calling them murderers. Meanwhile, Jin-woo lies in the rubble, reflecting on everything. How did I forget? In this place, only the strong survive. Yeah, he was wrong. Dying and coming back to life so many times, Jin-woo finally gets it. This is what the system wants. It is not just helping him level up, it is forcing him to become absolute steel. System is using him, so now he is going to use the system. The squad is shocked to see Jin-woo still standing. One hunter asks Hwang, did your skills get rusty or what? Embarrassing. You couldn't even one-shot an E-rank. The leader tells him to get serious. The mage nods, but inside he is sweating bullets. He literally put all his power into that attack. What went wrong? Did he miss? Meanwhile, Jin-woo is radiating pure black air and deadly intent. It is over for them. Dripping with pure murder intent, Jin-woo stares them down. You played with human lives, so are you ready for the consequences? One of the thugs, clueless that he is already cooked, barks, what the hell is this brat talking about? Looking like an absolute god, Jin-woo drops a cold line. If you call hunters, you better get ready to be the ones hunted. Right, on cue. One of the goons steps up, boasting he is going to take Jin-woo out. The guy walks up to him, but the second he starts trash-talking, Jin-woo slices his neck like a chicken before he can even blink. Instant kill. Everyone watching is absolutely paralyzed with pure terror. Jin-woo starts counting down, and honestly, no one can even process how he drew his dagger that fast. It is totally cracked. His face goes completely dark as he grips his dagger tight. He actually just took a real human life. Sure, he could blame the system for giving the order, but there is no denying the cold, hard truth. He just killed someone. There is no running away anymore. If only the strong survive, then so be it. Suddenly, dark memories of his past life as a weakling flash back, unleashing a monstrous, suffocating aura. Leader Hwang Dong-suk snaps at his crook's crew. He has no idea what Jin-woo just did, but they cannot afford to let their guard down. He orders his mage to fire. The lackey channels his mana and launches a massive fireball straight at Jin-woo. But our boy is too fast. He dodges it effortlessly and closes the distance in a flash. One slash cuts the guy's arm clean off, followed by a flurry of dozens of strikes that literally shred him to pieces. Seeing their buddy get completely obliterated, the other hunters lose their minds in charge. Bro, it is a wrap. Wherever Jin-woo steps, another body drops. His fatal strikes are completely unblockable. One stubborn idiot tries to sneak an attack, but Jin-woo dashes right past him, paralyzing him instantly with his dagger's special effect. Just like that, the entire squad is wiped out. Jin-woo stands cold-faced right in front of Captain Hwang. The captain is shaking in his boots because his entire team got clapped in seconds. He screams, "You bastard, you were hiding your true power. You are the one who killed the spider boss, are you not?" Furious, he powers up and yells, "I will show you that not all rank C hunters are on the same level." Screaming at the top of his lungs, he activates his defense buff and charges at Jin-woo with his shield. He thinks there is no way Jin-woo is not exhausted after taking down 7 hunters and a boss back-to-back. He believes Jin-woo cannot possibly break his heavy defense shield with weak, exhausted dagger strikes. To him, a speed-type hunter has 0 skills to pierce his hardened defense. But before he can even swing, Jin-woo teleports right in front of him and whispers, "Captain Hwang Dong-suk, you are strong, but there is one thing you do not know." Then, Jin-woo grabs him and slams him into the ground so hard the earth literally cracks. Jin-woo continues, I am constantly leveling up. The captain is lying there completely broken and confused. Jin-woo pinned him to the dirt with just one hand. No way this guy is an E rank. Is he an S rank? Realizes it way too late, crying like a baby. Please do not kill me, spare my life. I will give you money. You can have all the mana crystals here, all of it. But Jin-woo just stares down at him with the cold eyes of the Grim Reaper. Are you really begging for mercy from someone you tried to kill 3 times? Horrified, the captain screams, Stop! You think you can get away with this? Jin-woo coldly replies, Did you not say nobody would ever know what happens inside this dungeon? The captain screams, You bastard, do you even know who my brother is? Then, a clean slice echoes and he is permanently deleted. Jin-ho witnesses the whole slaughter and throws up utterly traumatized. He looks at Jin-woo in sheer terror, but he forces himself to stand. The boss is dead, the dungeon is closing, they need to get out now. Right on time, the system chimes. Emergency quest completed. Do you want to accept your rewards? And what a reward it is. Jin-woo just unlocked the murderous intent skill. Spending 100 mana puts enemies in a state of fear for 1 minute, affecting multiple targets and slashing all their stats by 50%. Talk about broken. Meanwhile, over in Washington, D.C., a massive, muscular man wakes up from a long slumber. He immediately asks, What time is it in South Korea right now? Thinks I just had a nightmare, and my eyes are actually wet. Back in the city, at association headquarters, someone calls out, Chief Woo Jin-chul. He looks over at his manager and asks, What is it? The manager reports that in a rank C's dungeon, 8 hunters were killed, leaving only 1 rank D and 1 rank E alive. Woo Jin-chul stays calm at first. Dungeon casualties are pretty normal. But the manager drops a plot twist. They did not run away. They actually cleared the entire dungeon. Plus, the rank D hunter, Yoo Jin-ho, had crazy high-end gear. So he likely soloed the rank C boss. But since the boss was not that dangerous for a fully equipped raid party, having 8 people die is highly suspicious. Woo Jin-chul says, Stop beating around the bush. If there was nothing weird about this, you would have handled it yourself. Hearing this, the manager speaks the truth. Jin-woo, the survivor from that double dungeon incident, was there. Hearing that name, Jin-chul immediately locks in and says, Sure, it is a bit suspicious, but is there really a need to worry this much? The mana measuring device is top-tier tech, harvested from a rank monster. Double awakening is rare, but there is no real evidence to doubt him yet. The manager replies, I was going to let it slide, but one of the dead hunters is Hwang Dong-suk. Jin-chul's eyes widen. You mean the older brother of rank S hunter Hwang Dong-soo? With a dead serious look, he says, Then we absolutely cannot ignore this. Meanwhile, back at Jin-woo's apartment, his sister sees fried chicken and asks, Did something good happen today, bro? He gently replies that he honestly does not know if he should be happy or sad. As his sister keeps chatting, Jin-woo thinks to himself, Man, I really wanted to get drunk tonight, but I cannot. System literally purges any toxins from his body due to his passive buffs, meaning even alcohol gets instantly detoxed. He thinks back to his previous dungeon rewards. Thanks to the system, even his severed foot was fully regenerated. After a moment, something clicks and he gets up to head to his room. His sister asks, If you are not eating, can I have the rest? Jin-woo jokingly replies, Go ahead and eat it all if you to get fat, that is. Inside his room, Jin-woo pulls out Kasaka's Venom pouch from his inventory. To test his theory about the system's detox effect, he chugs the deadly poison without even flinching. Just as he thought, the poison is neutralized. It triggers a 20% physical damage reduction buff with 0 debuffs. Right then, Jin-ah bursts in and asks, Bro, do you know a guy named Yoo Jin-ho? Calling you. Later at a cafe, Jin-ho and Jin-woo are catching up. Jin-woo asks, How on earth did you get my phone number? Jin-ho explains he has some connections in the association. Jin-woo admits he never expected to see him again, but Jin-ho smiles, saying Jin-woo is his savior. Jin-woo happily notes that since Jin-ho gave him all the mana crystals, he made a nice profit. Plus, Jin-ho is keeping his mouth shut, so there are no loose ends. Jin-ho says since those guys tried to murder them, they had to fight back. But deep down, Jin-ho is terrified, thinking Jin-woo is a straight-up monster who enjoys killing. Getting mixed up with this guy is a bad idea. Jin-woo asks him straight up why he wanted to meet. Jin-ho sits down, dead serious, and says, I want to build my own strikes squad. But Jin-woo is not having it and rejects him instantly. Jin-woo tells him he does not care what this squad is for, but he is not about to play babysitter for some rich kid. If that is all, he is heading out. Jin-ho panics and yells, just 20 times. Run 19 more dungeons with me. Jin-woo is like, wait, what, dungeons? Jin-ho nods, promising they will split the loot fair and square. Jin-woo checks him real quick, reminding him dungeons are death traps, not some extreme sport. Like, bro, did you lose your mind? You literally saw how crazy it gets in there and still want to make a squad? Hid, trying to become a guild master? Jin-ho confirms it, practically crying as he begs Jin-woo, saying, Yes, exactly, I need that guild master license. Turns out, getting that license is actually pretty simple for a hunter. All you have to do is clear 20 dungeons. Since they already cleared one, he just needs 19 more runs. Sure, there is a test, but he says he is not stupid. If he were, he would not be next in line to inherit his family's massive company. So yeah, he is pretty confident he can ace it. Jin-ho explains that starting a guild is a huge deal for his family's business. His dad wants to launch a hunter guild. Dungeons are super dangerous, but they are literally gold mines, especially with all the magic crystals. Even the monster corpses can be harvested for top-tier materials. In a dungeon, absolutely nothing goes to waste. Obviously, mega corporations are already all over this. Jin-woo realizes what is up and asks, so the hunters do all the work, and the company takes the loot? Are they trying to build their own independent empire? Jin-ho is like, spot on. My dad wants to hire an S-rank hunter to be the face of the guild as the master, while my brother runs the show as vice master, keeping everything under their corporate control. Jin-woo points out that if his brother is only the vice master, there is going to be a huge power struggle with an S-rank master. Jin-ho agrees, admitting his brother has not even awakened yet, meaning his brother lacks the raw power to command respect as the boss. So Jin-woo asks, wait, are you trying to build up your own track record so you can negotiate with your dad? Jin-ho is like, exactly. Then he looks at Jin-woo and asks, so why not team up with me? It is literally the perfect plan. See, instead of splitting the reward with high-rank hunters, teaming up with an E-rank means a massive payout. Jin-woo looks him dead in the eye and asks, what is in it for me? And that is when Jin-ho drops an offer that leaves Jin-woo completely shook. Cut to a bright morning. Jin-woo and his sister, Jin-ah, are out jogging in a park nearby. Jin-ah looks at him totally confused and asks, why did you suddenly to tag along and jog with me today? She smiles and teases him like, wow, look at you, full of energy. Honestly, it is way better than you just rotting in your room all day. Jin-woo just tells her to keep up, but as they are running, he suddenly drops a wild question. Hey, Jin-ah, if you suddenly had 30 billion won, what would you do with it? Jin-ah has no idea where this is coming from, but she plays along, saying she would probably put it in savings or buy a massive house. As for the rest, she has not even thought that far. Still, she is curious and asks, why are you being so weird today? And why 30 billion? Jin-woo pauses, completely ignoring her question, and just dashes forward, leaving her in the dust. Jin-ah is left standing there utterly speechless, completely baffled by her brother's random behavior. But flashback to the meeting, Jin-ho actually offered Jin-woo a whopping 30 billion won to help him. Turns out, the offer is a massive building they are planning to construct as their guild headquarters. It is valued at around 30 billion won, and honestly, it could be worth even more. Jin-woo is internally screaming, like spending 30 billion won just to clear C-rank dungeons 19 times. He asks Jin-ho, wait, is 30 billion won really just a small investment to become a guild master? Jin-ho nods like it is nothing. Yep, pretty much. Jin-woo goes dead silent, totally lost in thought. Honestly, anyone else would have accepted 30 billion won in a heartbeat, but Jin-woo knows he is not your average hunter. He is a special case. And even among those rare double-awakened hunters, nobody has ever heard of someone who can actually level up and get stronger like a video game. If he keeps grinding and leveling, he will easily hit S rank or maybe even surpass it. If he can pull that off, 30 billion won is basically pocket change compared to his potential. After thinking it over, Jin-woo drops a bomb of a condition. They run the dungeons with absolutely nobody else, just the two of them. Jin-ho's face instantly goes pale as he stammers. Wait bro, my ears must be playing tricks on me, right? Two of us clearing C-rank dungeons? Is that actually the Sor saying? Jin-woo just gives him a confident smirk. Yep, you heard me right. Jin-ho tries to bring up the rules, saying they need a 10-man raid team just to enter the dungeon. Jin-woo is like, simple, just pay people to show up and sit at the entrance. Trust me, we will get a crowd in no time. We are basically doing exactly what Hwang Dong-suk did. Jin-ho is shook, like wait, isn't that insanely dangerous? Jin-woo just sighs, it is only similar. In other words, as long as I carry, those guys won't have to lift a finger. Jin-woo continues, think about it. If we successfully clear 19 dungeons without an actual raid team, we will be known as the ultimate duo that survived 19 consecutive runs. Wouldn't that be the ultimate flex to show off to your dad? Jin-ho is completely mind-blown and finally gets the vision. He immediately goes out to recruit some deadweight fillers. Back to the present, after a long run, Jin-woo finishes his daily quest. But since he was so lost in thought, he actually overshot his target. He looks back but can't find Jin-ah anywhere. Checking his system screen, he is confused as to why the counter is still ticking even though he already completed the quest. Well, since he has to wait for Jin-ah anyway, he decides to keep grinding. 20 minutes later, he maxes out all his daily exercises. the count won't go past 200. Running 200 kilometers is just insane, so 20 is more like it. Just then, Jin-woo finally catches up and calls out to him, but her absolute menace of a brother dashes off like a rocket again, leaving her stranded yet again. Meanwhile, over in Washington, D.C., that absolute unit of a man we saw earlier is calling up FBI agents to dig up dirt on the only 2 survivors. A blonde woman walks into the office and asks, "Mr. Hwang, what are you still doing up at this hour?" The man calmly looks up and says, "Laura, let me ask you a question." She nods, and he drops a chilling question. "What would happen if I killed someone in South Korea?" She goes completely quiet for a second before asking, "Are you actually serious?" She explains that South Korea has not signed any extradition treaties for hunter crimes yet. Since he is a U.S. licensed hunter, any legal drama would be handled in the States, and a quick government negotiation would basically make it go away. He grinds his teeth in pure rage and growls, "Perfect, because some bastards just murdered my brother." He literally crushes his phone to pieces and says, "The least I can do is go over there and get a good look at their faces." And yes, this absolute monster is the S-rank hunter, Hwang Dong-soo, famously known as the Scavenger. Pieces it together in his head. The entire raid party wiped, except for just 2 guys. And those 2 survivors are a D-rank and an E-rank trash. There is no way his brother would trust his life to some weaklings. They were just disposable filler, not even real team members. He is convinced they set a trap and murdered his brother. Pained. He always knew his brother couldn't survive without him. Turning to his assistant, Hwang Dong-soo says, "I am taking a trip to South Korea. Clear my schedule, Laura. When am I free?" She is like, "Mr. Hwang, if you up and leave out of nowhere, the guild is going to crash." Hwang Dong-soo just asks, "Then when can I go?" She says it will take about 2 months, leaving him staring out the window, completely lost in thought. 2 weeks? That is not even enough time to hold a proper funeral. Fine, clear my entire schedule after that. His assistant quickly nods, locking it in. He's like, "More than anything, I just wish those 2 trash bags were still alive." Cut to 2 weeks later. Our boy Jin-woo finishes double his daily grind, and plot twist, it triggers a hidden quest. Jin-woo is holding a literal S-rank key. He thought completing this would just give him some decent loot, but nope, he got a straight-up S-rank drop. Honestly, we love to see it. It is a good thing Jin-woo picked the blessed random box instead of the cursed one. Talk about dodging a bullet. That, he uses the key to unlock another dimension, and the whole vibe changes instantly. Jin-woo steps right into a ruined city, covered in fire and smoke like literal hell. He unlocks a dungeon of the same level, then this is definitely an S-rank dungeon. His chances of survival? Literally 0. Sure, not every item opens a dungeon of the same rank, but then again, an E-rank item usually takes you straight to an E-rank dungeon. Jin-woo is a bit conflicted, but even if this is an S-rank dungeon, he still has that return stone, so he can always teleport out if things get too spicy. Right now, he just needs to go all out. He is about to start speedrunning C-rank dungeons with Jin-ho, so he needs to test his limits and see how broken he really is. Suddenly, a massive 3-headed shadow emerges from the flames, glaring at Jin-woo with pure rage. It is a massive demon dog, and it is staring down our boy, who is ready to lock in and get stronger. The key lets him enter the S-rank demon castle. If this place matches the key's rank, his survival rate is about to drop off a cliff. Play here is to level up as much as possible and raid dungeons every chance he gets. Once you hit B rank and above, the gate difficulty absolutely spikes. Luckily, high rank gates are super rare, so barely any S rank gates have ever opened. But one of them did, right on Jeju Island. Once that S rank gate popped, that place became a complete wasteland, totally unlivable for humans. Even if a bunch of S-rank hunters team up, clearing a gate like that is never guaranteed. And with so few S-ranks around, taking down an S-rank dungeon is basically mission impossible. So yeah, at his current level, Jin-woo really needs to steer clear of S-rank dungeons. The danger level of S-rank monsters is just on another planet. Their armor is literally impenetrable, and they have enough raw power to one-shot you. But Jin-woo is just built different. He is curious to see if his attacks can even scratch monsters like that. Starts spamming his skills on the 3-headed dog. Wolf Slayer activated. Dash activated. Boom, speed boosted by 30%. Jin-woo moves so fast, he is leaving straight up after images. He activates Bloodlust, but this dog's crowd control resistance is off the charts. Dagger's passive effect is not even landing. Our boy is feeling a bit helpless here, even with all his buffs. His attacks are doing 0 damage. The level gap is just too massive. There is no doubt this is a real S-ranked din. Right then, the system alerts him. Cerberus is using its rage skill. 3 whole minutes, its stats are literally doubled. It lets out a massive roar and charges at Jin-woo with terrifying power. The system pops up a warning about the insane gap between them. He leaps up and stabs it right in the head, but the beast does not even flinch. It retaliates instantly, clamping its massive fangs onto Jin-woo's arm, ripping it clean off. System is spamming warnings as his health bar plummets. Once his health drops below 30%, his perseverance skill kicks in, cutting all incoming damage by 50%. Even in this crazy life or death situation, the system is doing everything it can to keep him alive. After all, if player Sung Jin-woo dies, the system is cooked too. Jin-woo's eyes are filled with pure determination. He knows he can do this. This is not just some regular reawakening. If someone is trying to use him as a puppet through this system, he is going to show them something beyond their wildest imagination. He activates his daily quest reward, status recovery, and hits accept. A massive flash of light erupts, and Jin-woo is back in the game. He grabs two of Cerberus's fangs and spins them around like absolute propellers. Boom! He blinds one of its eyes, landing blow after blow, making the beast howl in absolute agony. After a brutal, crazy fight, the system finally alerts him Cerberus has been defeated. Jin-woo levels up a bunch of times. He looks down at the Cerberus corpse and actually thanks it for showing him where his true power level is at. Staring at the massive door ahead, Jin-woo knows opening it now is a death sentence, but he promises to come back once he gets way stronger. After the battle, he scoops up some sick loot, including an A-rank Ring of the Warden, giving him 20 extra points in agility and senses, an A-rank key, and a Cerberus Fang. Later that night in a city coffee shop, a sketchy-looking man is chatting with a young guy. The older man mentions how he heard whatever happens inside a dungeon stays inside a dungeon. The young guy is like, "What is your point?" Slams down a massive bag, looking dead serious. He says, "Here is 2 billion. I think you know exactly what I want. Please, Hunter, I beg you, just kill those bastards." The hunter slowly replies, "This cash plus another billion to take out the rest of the hunters. We have a deal?" Taking out those trash bags you mentioned is light work for me, but they still have other hunters tagging along with them. Points a finger and goes on, "If you become a B-rank hunter, you are high tier. Big guilds will throw invites at you. But do you know why I still live like a broke bum taking orders from the Hunter Association?" He gives him a straight-up evil smirk and says, "To be honest, hunting humans is way more fun than hunting monsters." Cut to a dojo where two swordsmen are sparring. After clashing for a bit, the student says, "Master, your technique is as clean as ever." The master just laughs. "What are you even talking about? I do not train. My body is going to turn to mush. Plus, I know you were holding back." The tired, sweat-dripping face is none other than Mr. Song-chi-yul. Tells his student, "You holding back because you are worried about me?" The student sighs. "If it were not for that accident, you would still have both of your hands." Mr. Song's expression instantly darkens, telling him to stop right there. That is in the past, no point bringing it up. Just then an urgent call buzzes in. He sighs, "Man, these low-rank hunters never leave me alone." Tells his student, "That is enough for today." The student clenches his fists and asks, "Master, are you really putting off your retirement?" Mr. Song looks at him, "Retirement? Even if I retire, it is not like I have much time left anyway. I want to use whatever strength I have left to actually do some good in this world. But honestly, I am pretty surprised why an S-rank hunter like you would want to learn swordsmanship from a low-ranker like me." He confidently says that even as an S-rank hunter, he is still lacking so many skills. Meanwhile, Mr. Song is walking down the street, thinking to himself that this raid is a D-rank dungeon. Even though he awakened as a hunter, no matter how good his swordsmanship is, it is just not enough to slay those monsters. Why on earth did a swordsman like me awaken as a mage-type hunter anyway? Family swordsmanship passed down for generations is completely useless in the dungeons. There has to be a reason for this. Suddenly, a figure walking past catches him completely off guard. He turns around and asks, "Excuse me, but are you Sung Jin-woo?" Jin-woo turns around, totally shocked to see Mr. Sung-chi-yul again. Mr. Song is stunned by Jin-woo's transformation. He looks absolutely nothing like his past self. Bro is literally a different person. He asks, "What happened to you?" But then he immediately apologizes, realizing he should not have brought up that traumatic day. But still, how on earth did Jin-woo's severed leg just grow back? Jin-woo just smiles and says when he woke up, it was already like that. Even he has no idea what happened. Mr. Song gasps in sheer disbelief and shouts, "That is seriously amazing. A young guy like you being disabled would have been tragic. What a massive relief." Jin-woo looks at Mr. Song's missing arm with a sad expression. Mr. Song quickly says, "Do not worry about that. Luckily, I had a few tricks up my sleeve to keep myself alive." Even though he heard the rumors that Jin-woo survived, seeing it with his own eyes is a whole different story. Jin-woo asks, "Did the association summon you here?" Mr. Song nods, and Jin-woo says he is here for the same reason. Mr. Song spots their old teammates and says, "Look, they are here too. Haha, what are the odds?" Literally every single survivor from that day is gathered here. Talk about fate. Ju-hee sees Jin-woo and freezes in shock. Their eyes meet, filled with unspoken emotions. Jin-woo then glances over at Sang-shik, who looks completely miserable. Beside him, Mr. Song is flooded with bitter memories of that horrible day. That coward ran away and abandoned everyone back then. He is definitely not thrilled to see them all alive, especially since he actually pointed a blade at Mr. Song to force him to be a sacrifice. What an absolute trash move. But honestly, Mr. Song left Jin-woo behind too, so he feels like he has no right to judge. Still, he never expected everyone to reunite like this. Ju-hee cannot hold back her emotions. Holding back tears, she asks Jin-woo, "Is that really you? You have changed so much, I barely recognized you." Jin-woo looks gently at Ju-hee and says, "Sorry, I am a bit late." Ju-hee tells him she tried everywhere to find him and asks, "How on earth did you get so tall?" She keeps asking, "Your leg must still be in really bad shape, right?" Your leg looks down at his legs and gasps in shock. "Wait, what happened to it?" "No way." Suddenly, a group of convicts steps out of a police van behind them, mocking them. "Well, aren't you guys cute? Are you guys filming a drama, or is this Hunter dating day?" Suddenly, another cold voice cuts in from behind. "Shut your mouths, you bastards. This is not a picnic." Ignoring the warning, one of the convicts creeps up on Ju-hee, saying, "Make sure you take real good care of us today, babe." Mr. Song snaps, "What the hell is going on here?" An association staff member runs over, apologizing for being late. "Are you Hunter Song Jin-woo and Hunter Song Chi-yul? Let's get the paperwork sorted out first." Mr. Song asks, "Hold on a second, what is the meaning of this?" She glances at the criminals walking toward the gate and explains, "They are convicts undergoing a rehabilitation program. They will be joining your dungeon raid today." Mr. Song yells, "Convicts? You cannot be serious. Are you telling us we have to enter a dungeon with literal criminals?" She explains further, even though they are criminals, they used to be hunters. It is pretty common for convicted hunters to do dungeon duty to get their sentences reduced. Mr. Song sighs, "Oh, great heavens." The staff member apologizes again, explaining that they are severely short-staffed on hunters in this area, so they had to resort to this solution. She assures them there is no need to worry, since Hunter Inspector Kang Tae-shik will be joining them. He is a B-rank beast, and since the rest are C ranks, it would take 10 C ranks just to match one B rank. But Jin-woo senses something is dead wrong. He quietly whispers to Ju-hee, advising her to back out of this raid right now. She asks, "But what about you, Jin-woo?" He replies, "I am definitely going in." Hearing this, Ju-hee says, "Then I am going too." After a brief wait, the group finally steps inside the dungeon. Honestly, this feels like destiny. Just before they head in, Kang Tae-shik unlocks the handcuffs on the convicts. He then approaches Mr. Song and says, "I am Kang Tae-shik from the surveillance department. I heard you complaining about the criminals earlier, so do not worry. I will keep a very close eye on them." Inspector Kang asks, "So who is the leader?" Mr. Song speaks up, "I will take charge of leading this raid." He looks around to see if anyone objects, but they all stay silent. Then he turns and bows deeply to Jin-woo, saying, "Thank you for giving me this chance." Jin-woo is completely shocked by his gesture. If 11 people died in that dungeon because of my failure, then those 6 who survived are only alive because of you. The biggest blame lies with me for failing to protect them. Bows his head on behalf of all the hunters Jin-woo saved. Then he turns to Mr. Kim, whose face is still completely gloomy, and Kim just mumbles, "Do whatever you want." Inside the dungeon, the criminals are absolutely shredding the monsters with pure brutality. You can tell they are loving every second of this sick power trip. Honestly, they are actually insanely strong. Every single strike is deadly, wiping out the mobs in seconds. Mr. Song watches them and mutters, "I cannot even tell who the real monsters are anymore." Out of nowhere, a monster sneaks up for a surprise attack, but Mr. Song just raises his hand and boom, a blast of fire incinerates it instantly. A few more rush in, but it is the exact same result as his raging flames completely swallow them up. Mr. Kim is stunned. Damn, Song Chi-yul is definitely no ordinary C-rank hunter. Mr. Song glances over and teases, "Hey Kim, for a swordsman, your swings are looking pretty weak." Mr. Kim grumbles, "You still talk like a leader, do not you?" Mr. Song tells everyone to cheer up. After all, every survivor from that double dungeon is gathered here today. He looks over at Jin-woo and asks, "Your skills have gotten way better, haven't they?" "Usually, you fight barehanded, so seeing you use a dagger today feels a bit different." Ju-hee chimes in, "Yeah, I did not even get a single chance to heal you. Have you been secretly taking martial arts classes or something?" Jin-woo just chuckles and replies, "Nah, I have just been doing some light exercise." Mr. Song reads the room and realizes Jin-woo has completely changed. Ju-hee thinks the same. Jin-woo is totally different from the guy she used to know. Not just his looks, but his whole aura is on a different level. Is this really the same weak Jin-woo she knew? As for Ju-hee, she is still struggling, paralyzed with fear even from simple goblins. That trauma is definitely still holding her back. It is sad, but if things keep going like this, she will definitely have to quit being a hunter for good. She is cooked. After clearing out all the mobs, they stand before 3 separate tunnels deep inside the cave. Kang Tae-shik suggests, "This dungeon is getting tricky, so we should split. It might be a bit risky, but it is the fastest way to clear this place." Says he will take the convicts down the right path. If anyone finds the boss room first, make sure to alert him immediately. Jin-woo's insane perception kicks in. Spotting the boss room, he tells Mr. Song to take the left path. The two powerhouses lock eyes for a second before splitting up. Jin-woo's like, the boss is right at the end of this road, and these weak goblins aren't giving any experience points anyway. He wants to take down the boss for some sweet loot, but more than that, he has a bad feeling about that sketchy guy. Meanwhile, at another cave entrance, Kang, that corrupt association investigator, asks his crew if they finished off the criminals. They laugh it off, bragging about how those weaklings didn't stand a single chance against them. Sure, these goblins have the brain power and strength of a toddler, but fighting them in packs is a straight-up headache. Then again, handing a weapon to a child is still extremely dangerous. Give a kid a weapon, and they can take down an adult. Honestly, with so many armed miners attacking people across the globe, there is zero difference between humans and monsters. They are all just straight-up trash. So, can you guys actually kill children? Little did those criminals know, they were looking straight at the Grim Reaper himself. Hang. Tae-shik drops a chilling line saying they are about to face 100 hungry children in this dungeon right now. The criminals freak out, screaming, "What the hell are you talking about? Kids in a dungeon? No way." But Kang just smiles and says, "Those kids are starving for your flesh. So tell me, can you actually kill them?" They laugh confidently, boasting that they can easily slaughter them all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mr. Kim tells his chubby friend that he is finally ready to drop to his knees and beg Jin-woo for forgiveness. He asks the guy if he feels any guilt at all for running away and leaving their comrade behind. As hunters, they cannot just act like nothing happened after abandoning a teammate like that. If they want to keep living as hunters, they need to learn how to swallow their pride and bow their heads, even if Jin-woo never forgives them. Even if he hates my guts, I still have to apologize. But as the two walk back, they witness a scene of pure horror. Investigator Tae-shik is brutally slaughtering the criminals. Cold eyes lock onto Mr. Kim's group, and he growls, "What is this? Why are you two showing up here?" Realizing he has been caught red-handed, he draws his daggers and walks toward Mr. Kim. So these two paths are connected, huh? With a clean slash, a criminal's head rolls off his shoulders as blood splatters everywhere. Casually mutters, "That means the boss is in the left room, saving me the trouble of searching. Looks like a change of plans is in order." On the other side, Jin-woo senses something is dead wrong as blood-curdling screams echo from the cave entrance. Feeling a massive wave of killing intent, he shouts, "Mr. Song, Ju-hee, we need to head back right now." They rush back, only for a dark figure to lunge straight at Ju-hee. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo blocks the strike barehanded. The assassin is shocked by Jin-woo's speed, while Jin-woo coldly asks, "What do you think you are doing?" Backing away, the assassin is sweating, thinking, what kind of insane strength is this? He looks at Jin-woo and says, "You actually blocked my strike. You have some crazy sharp senses." Sure, I wasn't ordered to kill the rest of you, but plans change. That B-rank healer is going to be a massive headache, so I'm taking her out first. But I guess I'll have to adjust things a bit. Ju-hee is completely terrified by Kang Tae-shik's actions. With bloodlust dripping from his eyes, the investigator sneers, I'm going to slaughter every single one of you just like the rest." Her song yells out, "Hold on! Why on earth would an association investigator do something like this?" Meanwhile, Jin-woo looks behind him and spots Mr. Kim gasping for air in the corner. Jin-woo screams, "Mr. Kim Sang-shik!" He desperately calls out to Ju-hee, begging her to heal him, his voice cracking with urgency. "Heal him, quick!" Ju-hee rushes over and activates her healing magic, but Mr. Kim weakly mutters, "It is no use, you cannot save me. Just stop, I've lost too much blood." Jin-woo screams, "You have to live. You promised your family you would make it back. You have to survive so I can keep hating you." Sobbing, Mr. Kim gasps, "I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I didn't want our final moment to be like this. I wanted to bow down and apologize to you properly. But if I bow my head right now, I'm going to die, Jin-woo. I'm so sorry, I am truly sorry." Faint, peaceful smile appears on Mr. Kim's face as he takes his very last breath. Jin-woo stands there in dead silence, absolutely furious. He growls, "Why did you kill him?" The assassin shrugs, "Who knows, maybe the monsters did it." Gates open and monsters slaughter hunters all the time. It is just a tragic accident. Honestly, a bunch of weak hunters getting massacred by goblins sounds like a perfect cover story. But I guess I will have to twist the story a bit. The dangerous criminals broke free, slaughtered everyone, and tried to escape. They even ambushed me while I was busy fighting the boss. But since I, Kang Tae-shik, am a B-rank hunter way out of their league, I easily took them down and became the sole survivor. What do you think? Sounds pretty convincing, right? Jin-woo is completely boiling with rage, ready to throw hands. But Mr. Song steps up and says, "No, Jin-woo, his opponent isn't you, it's me." Mr. Song knows the reality. He is just a C-rank mage, and going up against a B-rank assassin is pure suicide since he can't match that speed. Picking up the sword beside Mr. Kim's body, he whispers, "Let me borrow your blade for a bit." Assassins are notoriously squishy with trash defense. If I can land just one solid hit, it is game over for him. Brandishing the sword, Mr. Song confronts Kang Tae-shik, saying, "It has been a long time since I faced another human with a blade." He asks Ju-hee to buff his physical strength, and she quickly casts her magic on him, plans to close the distance so the assassin won't have room to dodge. Kang just laughs mockingly, asking, "What on earth is a mage like you trying to do?" Sure, giving a physical buff to a mage is usually useless, but right now Mr. Song is fighting as a swordsman. He knows he has to be fully aware of the massive gap in strength, stamina, and speed between him and this assassin. Pushing his body to protect Ju-hee is like mounting a supercar engine onto a bicycle and pedaling for dear life. It feels like climbing a steep, never-ending hill. If he loses control of his own pace for even a split second, he is cooked. Kang Tae-shik blurs forward, aiming a lethal slash at Mr. Song, but the old man manages to parry the strike. With a smug grin, Kang mockingly says, "Mages getting countered by assassins is just basic math. Picking up a sword was a nice try, but you are still just a squishy mage. Your physical strength isn't even D rank, so what difference is a weapon going to make?" Ignoring the trash talk, Mr. Song unleashes a decisive strike, slicing the evil assassin clean in half. But wait, plot twist, it was just an afterimage. Reappearing behind him, Kang admits Mr. Song's movements are surprisingly clean, noting that even with a buff, the old man clearly has years of sword training under his belt. Watching from the sidelines, Jin-woo realizes that for a split second, Mr. Song actually managed to keep up with the assassin's insane speed. As they clash, Mr. Song keeps pushing his limits, trying to find a way to move just a fraction faster to land a hit. Kang Tae-shik laughs arrogantly, praising his speed and precision. He sneers, honestly, ditching magic to pick up a sword was the smartest move you could have made. But too bad, this is where it ends. With a lightning-fast strike, the assassin slashes Mr. Song, sending blood spraying. If you had even a single brain cell, you'd understand why there isn't a single magic swordsman in the entire Hunter Association. Over there, Ju-hee is desperately trying to heal Mr. Song's wounds. That trash Kang Tae-shik notices her struggling and tries to slide in for the finish, but Mr. Song sneaks up from behind and strikes first. Who turns their back on a swordsman? Talk about underestimating me. Tae-shik is shocked for a split second, but he quickly spins around and blocks Mr. Song's attack head-on. Gets mad and snarls. Looks like this old man isn't just some random trash. Mr. Song fires back. It might sound crazy, but my disciple is literally an S rank. I might not match your speed, but my skills can. Suddenly, Tae-shik starts flashing around Mr. Song like crazy. But damn, everyone's power has a limit. Seriously think a mage could outrun an assassin? So naive. Tae-shik goes god mode and unleashes a flurry of blinding slashes, leaving Mr. Song screaming in pure agony. He keeps flexing, saying, "If it was anyone else, you might have had a shot. But my rank is on a whole different level, old man. No way a mage is keeping up with my speed." Seeing this, Ju-hee screams out Mr. Song. Meanwhile, that wicked assassin Kang Tae-shik just gives them a creepy grin. "That's right. Looks like you finally realized all your struggling is useless." He steps up to end Mr. Song, but the old man's eyes are locked in as he slams his hand onto the ground. Boom! A massive surge of fiery energy erupts right under Tae-shik, trapping him in a giant pillar of fire. Mr. Song is praying it worked, but plot twist, Tae-shik suddenly appears right behind him, an assassin acting like a swordsman to hide his spells, then dropping him mad right when I go for the kill. Honestly, not a bad strategy. Sly bastard. Just as Mr. Song is completely helpless, Tae-shik raises his dagger to finish the job. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo teleports in and blocks the strike, shocking everyone in the room. Tae-shik is furious, screaming, "You again? Who even are you? What is your rank anyway?" But Jin-woo's face is ice cold. Plung Jin-woo, E rank. Tae-shik gets on guard and backs off immediately. "An E rank? No way!" Mr. Song is totally stunned, Sung. "How is this even possible?" Killing intent flares up. "I don't care what weird power you have. No E-rank trash should be flexing this much strength. But looking at your reflexes, you're definitely not normal. Blocked my attacks twice now. Are you an assassin too? Wait, no. Have you been hiding your real power this entire time? Are you a fake hunter? No, you've known these guys for a while, so that's out. A fake hunter would never let witnesses live after flexing their true power like this. There's only one possible explanation. You've had a double awakening!" Hearing this, everyone's jaws literally hit the floor. Judging by their reactions, you probably just awakened recently, making you nothing but an inexperienced rookie. Since that is the case, as your high-ranking senior, let me teach you a little lesson. Jin-woo coldly asks him why he's being so brutal. Tae-shik just scoffs. "You mean those prison trash?" Jin-woo fires back, "I mean everyone here." Tae-shik laughs and says Jin-woo's face was terrifying just now, claiming he doesn't kill for fun. He then explains how he met a man at a cafe. Turns out that man's poor daughter was ruined by those criminal scumbags, so he paid Tae-shik to put them down. He actually tried to reject the job by raising his price sky high, but the dad agreed instantly. He claims that even though things got messy, he never wanted to hurt Jin-woo's squad. Jin-woo's crew promises to keep their mouths shut, he'll let them walk. But Jin-woo calls Cap, who knows if you're lying? Your face says you want to beat us to a pulp just to show who's boss. I'm not buying any of your trash. It is pretty hard to trust a guy who was literally just plotting a cover-up story for our deaths. Tae-shik stops talking and rushes Jin-woo in a flash. Clang, their daggers clash, and the killing intent in the room goes off the charts. Tae-shik is still cocky, saying, believe what you want, but you're all dying like bugs anyway. Jin-woo fires back, then I guess you're the pathetic one, because you're about to get packed up right here. He attacks Jin-woo like a madman, yelling, I don't know how many ranks you climbed since your E-rank days, but taking me down is not going to be that easy. Jin-woo swings, but damn, it is just an afterimage. Their speed is already way too fast for human eyes to track. Mr. Song is losing his mind, thinking, no way, is this really the same Sung Jin-woo I used to know? While attacking, the assassin keeps trash-talking, saying 3 billion won for such a tiny job. Who would have thought I'd run into a high-tier hunter like this? Right now, they're moving at the exact same speed. Tae-shik asks, is this really your top speed? Even if your eyes can track me, it's useless if your body can't keep up. Seeing this, Ju-hee casts a major speed buff on Jin-woo. Tae-shik realizes it's time to get serious. Now, every single strike is pure lethal. They clash all over the place, and while Jin-woo matches his speed and skills, he's still lacking in battle experience. And that gap is exactly what's going to get Jin-woo cooked. Suddenly, Tae-shik tries to cheap shot Ju-hee, but Mr. Song steps in and clutches up the block. Tae-shik catches Jin-woo off guard and lands a few slashes, but Jin-woo barely even flinches. Instead, his body starts radiating intense killing intent as an emergency quest suddenly triggers. The system just handed him a straight-up murder quest. Jin grips his dagger, eyes glowing with bloodlust. Here I come. The sheer pressure is so insane and Tae-shik gets spooked even though he's supposed to have the advantage. Jin-woo completely cracked. He bursts forward with insane speed, vanishing from sight and closing the distance on Tae-shik in a microsecond. They clash once again, totally neck and neck. Jin-woo admits he's actually learned a lot from this fight, especially the fact that trash talkers on the battlefield are completely useless. Speed skill activated. His speed surges by 30%, leaving Tae-shik completely flabbergasted that this guy can go even faster. Swish! Jin-woo grazes Tae-shik's face, and boom, the dagger's paralysis effect kicks in. The assassin realizes too late that Jin-woo's blade is laced with some crazy poison debuffs. Okay, now he's officially mad. The assassin decides to pull out his ultimate skill, completely vanishing into thin air. Seeing this for the first time, Jin-woo is shook. He can't sense the guy's presence at all. Tae-shik actually praises Jin-woo's sharp senses after he somehow manages to block a sudden strike, completely erasing his presence, scent, sound, and even his bloodlust. Only a select few elite assassins can actually pull off this broken skill. Plus, nobody even knows he has stealth, because anyone who saw it got packed up instantly. Since Jin-woo hasn't adapted yet, he gets absolutely wrecked, his Achilles tendon getting sliced clean open. He mocks him, saying it would heal in no time with direct treatment, but only weak basic heals can reach him from this far away. Ju-hee and Mr. Song try to rush over, but the assassin shuts them down instantly. He warns them to sit tight and not try any funny business, because they are next on his hit list. While trying to figure out a plan, the old man knows his skills aren't enough to actually help Jin-woo, but maybe, just maybe, he can buy enough time for Jin-woo to fully heal. That assassin Kang looks at Jin-woo with pure confidence, basically asking if he can even survive the next round of attacks with that absolutely broken body. He mocks Jin-woo, saying his speed is completely gone and his limping leg is going to take forever to heal. But Jin-woo just stares back coldly and says, "You talk too much." Next thing you know, Jin-woo triggers his status recovery, and his entire body starts glowing. No way, he heals instantly, leaving everyone completely speechless. The assassin is losing his mind. An offensive hunter who can also pocket heal himself? Is this guy even real? Jin-woo stands tall and casually says, relying on this has its limits, so I came up with a better solution. The assassin starts panicking, wondering how many times Jin-woo can spam that heal. This guy is way too dangerous. Meanwhile, Jin-woo feels his emotions going completely numb, realizing this trash Kang is not even worth getting angry over. Fang rushes in to attack, but Jin-woo reads every single move like a book. Finally, the guy realizes the sheer MC diff between them. He laughs and asks if Jin-woo is killed before, saying they are basically the same. Right then, Mr. Song finally understands where Jin-woo's terrifying change came from. When life and death are separated by a razor-thin line, a person's sheer resolve can completely flip their entire life in an instant. Jin-woo had to make some brutal choices, and it's clear his glow wasn't just physical. Kang finally realizes that a double awakening is the kind of broken power that rewrites all the rules of society. world, hunters operate under a different set of rules, totally free from law or morality, where the word of the strongest is the only law. Knowing this, he decides to go full god mode and unleash his maximum power. He blitzes Jin-woo with insane speed, but it does absolutely nothing. Kang knows his stealth skill hides him perfectly, but the second he attacks with heavy bloodlust, his presence gets leaked for a split second. Jin-woo is just waiting for that exact opening. Even though there's no way he can predict where the attack is coming from to throw off his rhythm. Suddenly, Jin-woo's eyes go savage. The system activates his bloodlust skill, dragging Kang into a pitch-black void. Pure darkness swallows Kang whole, showing the terrifying void inside Jin-woo. Out of nowhere, a dagger stabs straight through Kang Tae-shik. Hilt. Hunters see death 24/7, and they've taken countless lives because they are always dancing on the edge of life and death. They don't just fight monsters, they fight each other, slowly turn into perfect killing machines. You are the same, right? Surely you don't lump hunters and regular humans together? I'm dying because I lost. That's just the law of nature. But let me ask you one thing. What the hell are you, an assassin who can heal and cleanse debuffs? I've never heard of anything so broken in my life. Jin-woo calmly replies, honestly, I don't really know either. Before taking his last breath, Kang chuckles and says, people who talk too much are usually trash, but keeping too many secrets isn't great either. Now that you've killed me, there's no way you can hide your true power. Jin-woo tells him to think of him as a hunter who levels up after every single battle. He then asks Kang, how strong do you think I can actually get? Final breath, Kang mutters, your shadow is connected to the darkness, and you will become as deep and powerful as the abyss itself. Boom, quest complete, the system hands out the rewards. Jin-woo feels his power skyrocket, but at the same time it feels like a piece of his humanity fades away every time he gets stronger. Ju-hee and Mr. Song rush over to thank him. Without him, they would have been toast. Mr. Song asks what the next move is, and Jin-woo tells them to get out of there and report to the association. But first, they need to clear this gate. Song gasps, wait, Jin-woo, don't tell me you're about to solo the boss? Actually, never mind, I've seen what you can do, so I won't stand in your way. He wants to give the others a proper burial, it's just so tragic. Meanwhile, Jin-woo pulls his dagger out of Kang's body and finds a glowing stealth runestone. Break the stone, unlock the skill, easy money. Ju-hee and Mr. Song head out to report and promise to meet Jin-woo later. Jin-woo then turns to the surviving prisoner, telling him he knows he's still alive, so why the act? Were you planning to sneak away while no one was looking? Oh right, you can't speak. Kang Tae-shik really did a number on you. He sliced so clean he took out your vocal cords, probably wanted to give you the most painful death possible, while making sure you couldn't even scream for help. At this rate, you're going to bleed to death. If you had asked Ju-hee, you might have had a chance. The guy thinks he's finally getting saved, but plot twist, Jin-woo drags him straight into a room packed with golems. Jin-woo asks him if he still remembers the faces of his victims. This guy is even more of a trash than Kang Tae-shik, and there's no way Jin-woo is letting a monster like him walk free. A pack of vicious monsters lock eyes with the terrified prisoner. They swarm him and start crushing him to pieces, absolutely obliterating him in the most brutal way possible. Jin-woo effortlessly takes down the final boss. Meanwhile, on the outside, Song Chi-yul and Ju-hee explain the whole crazy situation. Realizing how insane and urgent the situation is, they immediately call the higher-ups, and a senior inspector quickly arrives on the scene. He walks up and asks, how long has it been since the dungeon was cleared? Staff replies, about 40 minutes. The inspector sighs, that leaves only 20 minutes. We've wasted too much time. Try to get the victims' bodies out of the dungeon within 8 minutes. If you can't, get back immediately. Wait, did the survivors actually clear the dungeon themselves? Paces around thinking, did Kang Tae-shik kill the other hunters while carrying out his hit job? If that's the case, he would have left the bodies behind. But closing the gate in such a rush means he's definitely hiding something. Totally shocked when he runs into Sung Jin-woo, mostly because he barely even recognizes him. He walks over to greet Jin-woo. Jin-woo also recognizes him as an inspector from the surveillance department. The man introduces himself as Woo Jin-chul, the chief of the monitoring division. He admits one of his own men caused massive trouble for Jin-woo. He promises to officially apologize once everything is sorted out, and guarantees the investigation team will handle the rest. Jin-woo thinks to himself, this is no time to flex. Back when I killed that B-rank hunter, I couldn't really gauge power levels, but this guy is on a whole different level. Speaking as a member of the monitoring division, he says, I have a few questions for you. Jin-woo realizes this guy is in a completely different league. He's an A-rank hunter, and with Jin-woo's current level, he's definitely cooked if they fight. Straight to the point, asking who killed Kang Tae-shik. Just as Jin-woo is thinking there's no way he can hide his double awakening anymore, plot twist! Mr. Song steps up and claims he was the one who took Kang Tae-shik down. Inspector Wu asks Mr. Song what his rank is. Bro casually replies he is just a C rank. The inspector is like, wait, then how did you take down a B rank? Mr. Song lies through his teeth saying he only pulled it off because of a B rank healer. Inspector smells cap but still asks Mr. Song to head to the station for some paperwork. As soon as they leave, Jin-woo pulls Mr. Song aside and asks why he covered for him. Mr. Song says Jin-woo must have a crazy good reason to hide his true power, but he warns him that this is not over and the association will keep digging. He says he can never repay Jin-woo after everything he did, but at least he can cover for him this once. Meanwhile, the inspector looks at Jin-woo and tells him straight up that there is no way an E rank should have been able to pack up a B rank like Kang Tae-shik. But if you are not careful, you are going to get cooked. Jin-woo has no clue what he means, so the inspector explains that in the massacre of Hwang Dong-suk's party, only Jin-woo and a D rank made it out alive. The real problem is that Hwang Dong-suk's younger brother, Hwang Dong-soo, is definitely going to hunt Jin-woo down for revenge. Jin-woo is shocked and asks if he is talking about the actual S-rank monster, Hwang Dong-soo. The inspector nods. He says he has no clue what really happened in that dungeon, but the only thing that matters is that Sung Jin-jizu somehow survived. Because he is an S-rank hunter, even the law cannot touch him. S-rank hunters are basically living gods, but at the same time, they are walking natural disasters. He warns Jin-woo to watch his back because he is about to be hunted by a literal demon that even monsters are terrified of. He even suggests that leaving the country with his family might not be a bad idea. 3 hours after the investigation, the CEO of Yoo-jin Group pulls some major strings to get them out. That is when Ju-hee calls Jin-woo over, holding up an E-rank crystal and asking if he remembers it. Two of them go for a walk together that night. Ju-hee looks at him and says he has changed so much, while she is still completely traumatized by that double dungeon incident. Gently comforts her, saying everyone processes trauma differently. She nods, admitting she is just too scared to be a hunter. She really tried to push through it, but it is just too hard. She says maybe if I were a strong B-rank healer, I could run A-rank or B-rank dungeons whenever I wanted, but I can only handle D and E rank dungeons. But then I met you, Jin-woo. I was always healing your constant injuries. To be honest, you got hurt so much it actually drove me crazy. Sometimes I seriously thought you were insane, but you always survived no matter how bad things got. Your eyes were always so full of life, like they were desperately screaming to see tomorrow. But I feel like I will not be seeing that look in your eyes anymore. She hands him the crystal. Jin-woo smiles and promises to take her out for a nice meal when he gets back from his next dungeon. Ju-hee tells him she is retiring as a hunter and moving back to her hometown in Busan. She tells Jin-woo to hit her up if he ever visits, and she will treat him to some amazing fresh sashimi. Jin-woo squeezes the crystal in his hand and smiles, saying if I go there, I am definitely taking you out on the date. She blushes with a bright smile, and they say their final goodbyes. The next morning, Jin-woo arrives at the dungeon gate to clear a boss, but he is instantly disappointed when he sees his party members. One guy is limping, another's a complete alcoholic, and one is literally a high school kid. Jin-woo whispers to Jin-ho, wait, high schoolers can get hunter license now. The girl overhears and snaps, kid. Excuse me, that is so rude. I am a fully licensed hunter, thank you very much. Jin-woo steps up and asks her, look, you are a high schooler. Have you ever actually been inside a dungeon? She quietly mutters, no. Jin-woo sighs and says it is fine. You do not need to follow me inside. Just wait out here. Only Jin-woo and Jin-ho are going in. Jin-ho explains to the group that they only hired them because 2 people are legally not allowed to enter a dungeon alone. By law, they need at least 10 people to open a C-rank dungeon. The crew is absolutely shocked that only 2 guys are going to clear a C-rank gate. One guy is in complete disbelief and asks, wait, we really get 3 million won just to sit out here and do nothing? Jin-ho nods and says, yep, it is a sweet deal. You do not have to lift a finger, just sit tight outside. But there is one catch. You cannot tell a single soul about what happens here. Keep your mouths shut, and I will pay you 10 times that amount. Meanwhile, Jin-woo looks at Jin-ho's ridiculous luxury gear and gets totally annoyed. He has no idea what bro is flexing. Jin-woo gives him a light smack on the head and tells him to take off that ridiculous pay-to-win armor. Bro really thought he was flexing. A moment later, they head inside the dungeon, though Jin-ho still wears his helmet just in case a rock falls on his head. People waiting outside still cannot believe these 2 are actually going to clear a C-rank dungeon. One of them asks, if they get wiped out in there, who is going to pay us? Another guy speaks up, saying he knows Jin-woo, and that bro is literally known as the weakest hunter in the world, while their leader is only a D rank. The drunk old man scoffs and says, what a bunch of arrogant brats. Kids these days love to flex, but they are just begging to get killed. But just a short while later, everyone's jaw drops when the 2 of them walk out completely untouched. At first, they assume the duo just chickened out and ran away, but then someone notices the gate starting to close and yells, wait, what? No way, did they actually defeat the boss already? Jin-woo casually asks Jin-ho where the next gate is. Jin-ho replies it is about 1 hour away and immediately orders the squad to pack up and move out. The same guy from earlier is losing his mind because they are jumping straight into another dungeon right after clearing a C rank. He has no idea who these two absolute monsters are. Meanwhile, over at the White Tiger Guild, an employee frantically screams, "Boss!" And you need to see this right now. The guild leader gasps in shock. Wait, 200 million won? No, someone actually dropped 2,500,000,000 won just to bide out the rights to C-rank dungeons. The employee nods and says yes, a mysterious team has been buying up every single C-rank gate in the area, leaving absolutely nothing for our low-rank recruits to train in. Normally, a gate only costs about 70 million won, and I even bid 100 million won to secure it, but they just casually threw down 2,500,000,000 won to snatch it away. After digging around, they find out the buyer is Yoo Jin-ho, the second son of the massive Yoo-jin group, and the guy party up with him is a double dungeon survivor named Sung Jin-woo. The guild leader instantly smells a golden opportunity. He immediately orders his team to drop everything they are doing and dig up every single piece of information on Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho right now. After digging through the association headquarters database, they realize that Sung Jin-woo has miraculously survived 3 massive, deadly incidents. First was the hidden double dungeon, and next was the mysterious death of Hwang Dong-suk's entire raid team. Third one was the recent massacre caused by a rogue high-ranking association inspector. On top of that, Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho have been working together ever since that second incident. The most critical detail is that Yoo Jin-ho is the son of the CEO of Eugene Construction. There are heavy rumors that Chairman Yoo Myung-han is currently scouting high-ranking hunters to build a brand new top-tier guild. If that is true, then it makes total sense why Yoo Jin-ho is spending this kind of insane money, trying to recruit highly skilled hunters. But wait, an E-rank like Sung Jin-woo is clearing C-rank dungeons at a cracked, lightning-fast speed. This can only mean one thing. Sung Jin-woo is actually him, and he has undergone a double awakening. Two of them discuss this crazy theory while walking, realizing that Sung Jin-woo must have double awakened. The boss nods, saying that is the only logical explanation. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way an E-rank trash hunter could suddenly become this OP and survive 3 deadly incidents in a row. Every single time disaster struck, almost everyone else died. There is literally no other explanation for how he is still breathing. According to the latest reports, a C-rank mage and a B-rank healer supposedly teamed up to take down a high-ranking surveillance inspector. But that makes absolutely zero sense. That inspector was a B-rank assassin, and magic is basically useless against a fast killer. Plus, as a veteran, he definitely would have target-locked the healer first. In reality, it was just a C-rank mage going solo against a B-rank assassin. There is only one logical explanation here. Someone else completely obliterated that surveillance hunter. Back in that dungeon, the only survivors were the B-rank healer, the C-rank mage, and an E-rank nobody named Sung Jin-woo. So yeah, there is only one prime suspect who could actually be him. But before his assistant can even finish, manager An Sang-min cuts him off, saying they are going to recruit this beast. The assistant is just left standing there speechless. The big boss personally scouting an E-rank? No way, something crazy is going on. Cut to inside the dungeon, where a pack of wolves is suddenly paralyzed with absolute terror. Why? Because Jin-woo has entered the chat. They charge him blindly, but it is completely useless. Jin-woo just casually swings his dagger and sweeps them all. One shot, done. Jin-ho is watching from the sidelines, totally mind-blown. He is thinking, was he hiding this much power all along? He is getting way stronger. Meanwhile, Jin-woo checks his system interface and notices he leveled up a bunch and unlocked some pretty wild skills. While chugging a mana potion, Jin-woo looks at the skill stone he looted from the assassin Kang Tae-shik, which contains his signature move. He hesitates to learn it, but this skill is way too OP compared to his other moves. Only issue? It drains crazy mana. Jin-woo did not plan on putting points into his intelligence stat, but it looks like he has no choice now. Seeing him distracted, an angry wolf lunges straight at him. Jin-woo casually aims his dagger at its vitals and solves it with 3 quick hits. Too easy. Boom. Another level up. Suddenly, a system alert pops up saying, "You have reached the required level." Jin-woo is left scratching his head, wondering what that even means. Out of nowhere, a prompt for a class change quest appears, asking if he wants to accept. Looking at his status screen, his class slot really is still empty. When the branch manager and his assistant arrive at the dungeon gate, they are absolutely speechless. Everyone is throwing a literal party outside, having the time of their lives like they are at an amusement park. Like, what the hell is going on here? Why is everyone just chilling outside the gate? A high school girl steps up and tells them, "Hey, this is a restricted area, you two know that?" The manager gets annoyed and says, "Kid, do not get in the way of adult business." The assistant chimes in too, "Yeah, there is an active dungeon gate right here. It is super dangerous." But she fires back that she is actually a hunter. Why are they treating her like a kid? The manager is surprised and asks, "Wait, you are actually part of this raid team?" She confirms, which is honestly hilarious, because they are not even entering the dungeon with their own party leader. Hearing this, the manager instantly thinks of Jin-woo. He is like, if my gut is right, this guy is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. I have to recruit him. Suddenly, someone shouts, "The party leader is coming out of the gate. Get ready to move." As Jin-woo walks out, he asks Jin-ho about tomorrow's schedule because he just remembered he has some major business to take care of. He needs his schedule completely cleared. Jin-ho had already booked a few dungeons for tomorrow, but says he can easily cancel them if something came up. Jin-woo asks if they really need to cancel, and Jin-ho explains that if you book a gate and do not enter within 2 days, it just automatically cancels itself. That takes a load off Jin-woo's mind. Right then, the manager steps up and greets him. "Hunter Jin-woo, it is an honor to meet you. I am the head of the 2nd Management Division of the White Tiger Guild." Cut to a coffee shop where they are sitting down. The manager goes, "Hunter, Reaper, Fiend, and us, White Tiger. I am sure you have heard of at least one of these major guilds." He brags that White Tiger is easily one of the top guilds in Korea, then cuts straight to the chase. With a dead serious look, he says they want to recruit Jin-woo, offering him double whatever the Yoo-jin group offered. Point. The guy's feeling incredibly confident about his offer. Jin-woo thinks, yeah, this would normally be a mind-blowing offer for an E-rank hunter. But instead of accepting that, he looks at the manager and casually asks, "What is the value of the building the White Tiger Guild currently owns?" The manager is totally caught off guard by this question, having absolutely no idea where this is going. Still, he answers that they only own a few floors, but it is worth about 50 billion won. Jin-woo then hits him with, "So, are you going to hand that building over to me?" The manager is completely lost now. But when Jin-woo drops the price tag, the guy literally screams, 30 billion won? He is totally shell-shocked, and everyone in the cafe is staring at him like he is crazy. Trying to compose himself, the manager sits back down. Jin-woo calmly explains the offer from Yoo-jin was a building worth 30 billion won. "If you are offering double, does that mean you are giving me the White Tiger building worth 50 billion won?" The manager's jaw completely drops. He thinks to himself, just how powerful is this guy that Yoo-jin offered him 30 billion won? Did they reevaluate his rank, or is he just bluffing because there is no way to verify it? Seeing his face, Jin-woo adds, "If you think I am bluffing, I can easily verify it for you." Honestly, Jin-woo thought the manager already knew about Jin-ho's deal when he made the offer, but it looks like he had no idea. Stuttering, the manager says, "A price that high is way out of my league. If you can give me some time, I can discuss this with the guild's higher-ups." Hearing this, Jin-woo stands up to leave, saying, "In that case, we have nothing left to talk about." The manager realizes he rushed into this too fast. He needs to dig up the details on Yoo-jin's offer, get approval from the board, and make the right move. Jin-woo walks away. He stops. "Oh, by the way, how did you get my info? Were you investigating me?" The moment the question drops, Jin-woo vanishes into thin air, leaving the manager completely stunned. Suddenly, a tiny cut appears on his cheek, making him break out in a cold sweat. Jin-woo's voice whispers from behind, "Do not turn around." The manager is too terrified to even breathe. Stealth. It all makes sense now. If he underwent a double awakening and can use stealth, then Yoo-jin's massive offer is not crazy at all. He is absolutely cracked. Shaking, the manager spills everything. He explains he did not mean to spy on him, but an assistant in the guild noticed someone clearing dungeons at speedrun velocity, which led them straight to Jin-woo. Continues. Plus, there were 3 major incidents inside the dungeon gates recently. I have no solid proof, but 3 times cannot be a coincidence. Since you had a double awakening, you gained high-rank abilities, which is how you survived those deadly traps. Jin must have realized your true power during the 2nd incident, and that is why he recruited you to complete his father's guild challenge. Connecting all those dots brought us to this exact conclusion, and that is why we are here. Hearing this, Jin-woo coldly asks, "How many people know about this?" The manager was shaking in his boots, swearing that only he and his assistant knew. Hearing this, Jin-woo figured it out. He was just too cracked at clearing dungeons, and now he was on their radar. Jin-woo told him straight up that he wanted this kept on the down low. The manager panicked. He was supposed to report everything to the guild master, but he definitely did not want to die. So, he promised to shut his colleague's mouth too. That finally put Jin-woo's mind at ease. He knew he caught the White Tiger Guild's attention by speedrunning those dungeons, but he had 0 plans to stop. The manager was sweating, saying, "The problem is, we are literally running out of low-level dungeons to train our rookies. We can't just throw them into high-rank dungeons. Jin-woo gave him a smug look and offered a deal. His team would sell 3 of the rank C gates they had already reserved. Of course, this special offer was a one-time thing. You do not want to miss this because rank C gates are going to be super hard to find soon. The manager was stunned, wondering if this guy was really a gate broker. Since gates did not just pop up in the city, they could train their rookies in other provinces. But the catch was, it might trigger a massive beef between the White Tiger Guild and other major guilds. After debating it, he finally agreed. Hearing this, Jin-woo slap-tipped them with a price of 300 million won per gate. The manager gasped. The maximum crystals we can get from a rank C dungeon is only 200 million won. If we buy it at your price, we will take a massive L. 300 million won is too steep for us. How about 200 million won? Jin-woo saw the bait was taken and agreed instantly, leaving the manager completely speechless. Shook hands on the deal for 3 rank C gates, and a cool 600 million won was instantly wired to Jin-woo's account. As Jin-woo was about to leave, he decided to drop a little gift. He told the manager to open wide, then poured a red potion down his throat. Right before his eyes, his facial wounds healed up instantly. The manager smiled, saying since Jin-woo had revealed both stealth and healing, he could assume they were on good terms. Jin-woo shot him a cold look, warning, "Only if you keep your mouth shut." Once the deal was done, his assistant Ki-chul rushed in to check on him. The manager looked at him and said, "Ki-chul, I think we just ran into someone way more dangerous than we could ever imagine." Outside, Jin-woo's phone buzzed. The money went through, exactly 600 million won, just like he requested. On the other end, Gino was hyped. "No way we made that much money off those leftover gates. Who did you sell them to?" Jin-woo chuckled, saying it was a business secret. A moment later, the assistant reported that there were still rank C gates available. He added yes, and they were all bid for under 10 million won. In fact, Gino's team didn't even reserve a single rank C gate today. "I think we got scammed." Gino's team had 0 plans to hit any dungeons tomorrow. The manager was sweating buckets after realizing Jin-woo just played him like a fiddle. "I failed to recruit him and got totally scammed. Does this mean he did this without caring if I exposed his identity?" Suddenly, a text from an unknown number popped up. "It's Sung Jin-woo. For this price, I will act like you never did that secret investigation on me." The manager finally got it. That money was basically a payout to bury the investigation. This guy is built different, seriously. His interest piqued even more. I never expected him to text me. He must have remembered my number from the business card. But, hey, that is more than enough. Now we have Sung Jin-woo's number. Our ultimate goal is still to recruit him. That was a fat stack of cash we dropped today. The guildmaster is probably going to kill me. Somewhere deep in the mountains, Jin-woo was warming up for his job change quest. Hyped up and grinning, he muttered, "All right, let's get it. Wonder what kind of monsters are waiting for me in there? At least this game is starting to feel real now." Inside the castle, Jin-woo immediately threw hands with the Steel Knights. He landed some heavy, precise hits on them, but they did 0 damage. And the funny thing is, these mobs weren't even that strong. Their only flex was high defense, but they had absolutely 0 skills. Do these metalheads not realize that being this heavy and slow makes them walking targets? Besides, Jin-woo was already used to tanky enemies whose armor made daggers useless. Jin-woo rushed in, grabbed one of the Steel Knights, and snapped its head off with one hand. Boom. The system popped up. "You have defeated a knight." Looking at the iron corpse, Jin-woo smirked. These mobs are trash in a one-on-one fight. Honestly, do these even count as monsters? They are basically moving targets. But if they start ganging up on me, it's going to be a real pain. He grabbed a torch and ventured deeper, scanning the area. Since it's pitch black, I will have to use this torch instead of a glowstone. This place feels exactly like an artificial dungeon. There's no escaping unless I clear it, which means I have to preserve my mana as much as possible. The worst part, my HP is going to slowly drain. To make matters worse, the system announced that potions in the store are disabled here. Even leveling up won't restore my health. It's over. Jin-woo thought to himself, stealth and murderous intent are fire, but they eat up way too much mana. If I knew this would happen, I would have dumped more points into intelligence. No escaping, no healing, and the difficulty is a complete mystery. This dungeon is high risk. I definitely cannot take this job change quest lightly. I have no clue if this is going to take hours or weeks. Not being able to recover my health is a huge L. Then it hit him. Did he even do his daily quest today? At first, he thought this whole thing would be a quick overnight run. Quest takes longer than 12 hours. He is going to end up as Centipede food again. No way. I need to get this job change done and smashed that daily quest. But as he walked, a thought crossed his mind. Last time, he had to run for his life. But if he faced that giant centipede right now, could he actually beat it? But first, he had to clear out these brainless tin cans who only relied on heavy armor. Ready for smoke, Jin-woo threw his torch to the ground and locked in. He channeled insane power into his fist and punched a knight, sending him flying into the one behind him. Before the other two could even process what happened, Jin-woo leaped into the air and stomped one straight into the ground. Using the momentum, he jumped and snapped the other one's neck. He was so broken he could literally crush him with one hand. Cutting them was out of the question. Jin-woo targeted the weak joints in their armor. After wiping the squad, he looted some solid gear, a leather pouch, and a high-grade knight's breastplate that cuts down incoming damage by 7%. Best part? Armor items don't even show on his body, keeping his look clean. Seriously, if anyone saw him wearing this, they would laugh their heads off. He wondered if it would even protect him like this. And finally, there was a leather pouch. That pouch had 30,000 gold, boosting his system balance to a massive 863,400 gold. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo feels a chill. Danger is close. Lunges for a stab, but boom, an invisible knight spawns right next to him. Wait, all of them are invisible? Before he can even process this, a massive fireball flies at him from behind. Dodges it in a flash and spots a mage. This trash is spamming fire magic invisibility and the exact same spells Hwang used. What is this, a mirror match? It is literally copying his last fight. Dodging left and right, Jin-woo realizes this place is way harder than he thought. With all these different monsters spawning, he has to customize his stats on the fly to counter each type. Strength for the knights, sense for the assassins, agility for the archers, and vitality for the mages. If his sense stat was too low, those stealthy assassins would have absolutely cooked him. Since he did not put many points into intelligence, his pool is low. He has to save every drop of mana and cannot just spam his skills like crazy. Jin-woo is getting exhausted. His fatigue meter is spiking. He needs to wrap this up fast. More monsters are closing in, and drawing this out means it is game over for him. He sneaks into a corner to catch his breath and lower his fatigue. But nope, an arrow flies straight at him. Jin-woo catches it barehanded. He looks over and sees a whole squad of archers. They are ready to fire, giving our boy zero time to rest. After surviving another chaotic round of fighting, Jin-woo secures more gold and a warm bottle of water. He takes a sip and sighs. He managed to level up a bit and grab some decent loot. With his fatigue finally dropping, he gears up to move to the next floor. Checking out his newly looted gear, Jin-woo pushes forward. Even though he leveled up, his system still cannot read the information behind this massive door. It is the boss room. Door creaks open. The moment Jin-woo steps inside, a freezing aura wraps around him, sending a shiver straight down his spine. Looking ahead, Jin-woo sees an empty throne. Then, out of the shadows, a towering knight holding a massive sword steps forward. His eyes and fingertips are glowing blood red. Jin-woo knows this feeling all too well. It feels exactly like the hidden boss back in the double dungeon. The sheer pressure radiating from this guy is insane. The knight slowly steps into the light. The blood-red commander, Igris. Jin-woo locks in immediately. He realizes this red knight is on a whole different level compared to the trash armor mobs he just fought. A lone knight guarding an empty throne. The red knight charges Jin-woo with a massive sword, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. Jin-woo barely reacts in time to dodge. Shockwave from the blade shatters everything around them, slicing stone pillars like butter. This monster is stupidly strong. Jin-woo grips his dagger and goes for a stab, but it does not even leave a scratch on his armor. The guy is a walking cheat code. Another vertical slash comes crashing down, forcing Jin-woo to jump back. Does not want to die right here. Jin-woo has to stay on his toes. He is completely on the defensive. Looking at this beast, Jin-woo thinks, damn, how is this guy so broken? The monster definitely has a strength stat over 80. His raw power easily outclasses mine, and his agility is insane too. Plus, his heavy armor completely blocks my dagger, meaning his defense is through the roof. Is there even a way to beat him? He is way stronger than expected. Jin-woo despawns his dagger. There is no way he can win using weapons against that armor. If he can't pierce that armor, weapons are useless anyway. Going hand to hand is his only shot, even if things are about to get real ugly. Seeing Jin-woo drop his weapons, the boss knight stands tall. He actually discards his own weapon too, like a true warrior. Jin-woo is shocked that the boss wants a fair fistfight. He asks, "Are you seriously looking down on me?" But out of nowhere, the knight blitzes him with insane speed, launching Jin-woo straight into the wall with a heavy blow. Before he can recover, the second strike is already coming. Jin-woo is completely overwhelmed, left with only blocking. Even though he blocked it, Jin-woo still loses a whopping 500 HP. If he was not wearing armor right now, the damage would have been fatal. He would not be walking out of this room alive. Taking a direct hit like that would be instant death. The boss is ridiculously strong even without his sword. Jin-woo is genuinely at a loss on how to counter this beast. Jin-woo charges back at the knight, telling himself that even if he loses in raw strength, he still has the speed advantage. The two powerhouses collide in a non-stop brawl. Heavy blows fly from both sides. But suddenly, Jin-woo takes a brutal punch to the face, spinning him around. The system warns that Jin-woo's health has dropped below 30%. Triggers a passive skill, cutting all incoming damage by 50%. Jin-woo realizes his defense just got a massive buff. There is still a clutch chance to win this. Suddenly, Jin-woo locks eyes with the knight, but before he can even react, the knight grabs him by the leg and throws a straight punch to his face, blasting him hundreds of meters away. Jin-woo crashes right onto the throne, spitting blood. The knight walks up, summoning his sword to finish Jin-woo off. But as the blade comes down, Jin-woo catches the sharp edge barehanded, thanks to his knight's gauntlets. Talk about clutch. He instantly summons his dagger and drives it deep into the knight's eye. Screaming in pain, the knight rips the dagger out, aiming to plunge it right back into Jin-woo. But Jin-woo uses his skill to recall the dagger straight back into his hand, and boom, he drives it directly into the knight's other eye. Unleashing a flurry of strikes on his weak spots, Jin-woo finishes the knight off with a massive headbutt. Finally, the knight collapses, and the system rings with a glorious notification. Jin-woo has defeated the blood-red commander Igris. You have leveled up. Gasping for air, Jin-woo looks at the fallen boss, unable to believe he won when he was completely outmatched in both skills and raw stats. Honestly, it was pure luck. One tiny slip-up and he would have been cooked. With this kind of insane power, Jin-woo realizes this monster could easily go toe-to-toe with S-rank hunter. Time for the best part. The loot. Defeating a high-tier boss like this means the rewards are bound to be absolutely cracked. Risking his life was totally worth it. The gold reward is a massive 1,500,000. On top of that, he gets an S-rank item, the Red Knight's helmet. Stats are fire. A 15% physical damage reduction is already insane, but it also adds 20 points to both strength and vitality. S-rank gear is just built different. He also gets a skill stone and a return stone. Jin-woo gets suspicious. This is clearly the boss room, so if a return stone dropped, could it be that the quest isn't over yet? Out of nowhere, a strange portal rips open, looking way sketchier than a normal dungeon gate. The system announces that the job change quest is about to begin. Jin-woo stares at it and smirks. I knew it. No way a system quest would end this easily. Countdown timer pops up. The system warns him, the longer you survive, the more points you get, unlocking a higher tier class. Good luck. The timer starts ticking down as Iron Knights slowly march out of the portals. Around Jin-woo entirely. Sensing their terrifying, monstrous pressure, he has no clue how many of these guys he can actually take down in his beaten-up state. All of them are as cracked as Igris, then Jin-woo is completely cooked. But since every second survived translates to more points, that countdown timer is literally everything. The longer he survives in there, the higher his chances of unlocking some crazy hidden class. More points mean better rewards, which is absolute fire for a class change quest. Right now, Jin-woo is sitting on 390 mana, but he needs 200 just to pop his stealth. That leaves him with only 190 mana to keep it active. Since it drains 1 mana per second, he can basically buy himself 3 minutes with this stealth play. Honestly, Jin-woo still has plenty of health and mana left to burn. He's gonna try to hold out for as long as possible. But plot twist, Jin-woo's stealth gets completely cancelled out by some random mage, catching our boy totally off guard. Turns out that mage can straight up see through his invisibility. Seeing their target, those knights charge in like absolute maniacs. They start spamming attacks, but Jin-woo is ready to throw hands and fights back even harder. Every single swing from those knights gets blocked. After trading blows for a bit, Jin-woo gets dead serious and pulls out his bloodlust skill, instantly slashing all the knights' stats by 50% for 1 whole minute. Talk about a major debuff. Popping bloodlust costs 100 mana, meaning this is basically Jin-woo's final run. He starts flipping through the battlefield like a menace, dropping knights left and right wherever he steps. Hundreds of soldiers keep swarming him, but Jin-woo is determined to take down as many as possible. But out of nowhere, they keep spawning from the gate at a crazy speed, making it impossible for him to clear them all. Health drops below 30%, instantly triggering his tenacity skill. It looks like Jin-woo seriously underestimated this mob. If this keeps up, he's gonna run completely out of options and won't be able to cast a single skill. Jin-woo starts hesitating about using the teleportation stone. Even though he has no idea what insane perks come with getting a class, the difficulty of this dungeon is just way too high for his current level. If he uses that stone now, it means giving up on this epic quest. But when he looks up at the timer, he's shocked to see that only 5 minutes have actually passed. He honestly can't believe it, so he decides to play it safe and use the teleportation stone to get out of there. But out of nowhere, a knight rushes in and smacks his hands, sending that tiny stone flying right out of his grip. Jin-woo goes rolling across the floor. Pissed off and covered in bruises, he slowly drags himself back up, glares at the knights, and says, "This cannot be how it ends." This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since I've been stuck at the very bottom of society for so damn long, I've always craved to reach the absolute peak of power. I know the pain of being the weakest person in the room better than anyone. What can a trash E rank even do? Even these dungeons, people only care about those who actually have the power to fight. All those bitter memories flash back, making Jin-woo absolutely explode with rage. He lets out a massive roar, charges straight down, and delivers a brutal blow that completely dents a knight's face. Every painful memory and the lingering terror of that double dungeon start tearing at his mind again. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps out of the darkness and asks, "Why do you never choose the safe path? Why are you always flirting with death? Just pure luck that a trash E-rank hunter like you managed to get this strong? Am I lying, Sung Jin-woo?" Turns out it is his past self, the ultimate demon in Jin-woo's mind. He has to conquer this fear. The ghost mocks him, saying it can't believe this buff, tall guy is actually him, because deep down he is still just a weakling. Back in reality, a soldier tries to sneak attack Jin-woo, but gets forcefully shoved back. The mobs keep swarming him in endless waves. He keeps struggling to fight back, but it honestly looks totally useless. A knight slams Jin-woo straight into the dirt, shattering the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, that inner demon keeps whispering in his head, "You still have a very long way to go. From now on, you will have to eliminate even more people, sacrificing and abandoning those behind you, including your own friends and family. In the end, you will only bring about your own destruction." Fading in and out of consciousness, Jin-woo sees a system notification pop up. "You failed to complete the quest, preparing to transport you to the penalty zone." That phantom copy of him leaves him with one last line. "They say luck is also a skill. It looks like letting you die here is too much of a waste, so see you around." Literally 1 second left before a knight's blade chops him in half, the system suddenly clutches up and teleports Jin-woo straight to the penalty zone. Bolger swings his sword down, but Jin-woo is already gone. He gets dropped right in the middle of a desert, a very familiar place from before. Jin-woo slowly sits up as memories of this place flood back. Thinking back, he actually forgot to finish his daily quest today, so running out of time was actually a total lifesaver. He honestly cannot believe he managed to survive that insane death trap. Jin-woo pulls up his system shop and starts browsing for recovery potions. After chugging one, his fatigue drops, but his HP bar doesn't budge at all. It looks like these basic potions won't heal you if you are critically injured. The only option left is to wait for his health to naturally regen. He still doesn't fully get how this class change dungeon works, but he wonders if leveling up here will actually top off his health bar. One more hit and he is probably cooked, but he's never felt this hype before. Now the big question is, where are the mobs he needs to farm for levels? But before he can even start looking, they creep up right behind him. And it's not just one, but 3 of them. They let out a wild roar, ready to pounce on Jin-woo, but our boy is already locked in and ready to rumble. Meanwhile, back at home, Jin-ah is looking at the clock, wondering why Jin-woo isn't back yet since it's getting super late. Jin-ah starts teasingly wondering if her brother finally got a girlfriend, but then she immediately laughs it off. There is absolutely no way her brother actually has a girl. She is just hoping he didn't forget about her school meeting tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, back in the penalty zone, our boy has already survived for over 3 hours, totally wiping out a whole swarm of giant centipedes. Jin-woo chugs another recovery potion and mutters, "Just as I thought, leveling up in this penalty zone completely restores my health bar. On top of that, since the shop is open, I can easily patch up the rest of my health with potions." He is down to his last 3 minutes before getting thrown back into the class change quest. I still have a little bit of time left to prep. Kasaka's Fang isn't going to cut it against those heavily armored knights, so I need to go all out with everything I've got. With that, Jin-woo pulls up his shop window. After scrolling through the list for a bit, he finally spots a weapon called the Night Killer. It costs a whopping 2,800,000 gold. Sure, it is super expensive, but this is going to be a total game changer. This B-rank dagger boasts a crazy 75 attack power. When fighting high armor targets, this baby deals an extra 25% bonus damage. To make sure he is ready to rumble, Jin-woo wraps some white bandages to tightly bind the dagger to his hand. This way, he won't have to worry about getting disarmed like when that knight smacked his hand and made him drop that tiny teleportation stone. Jin-woo stares ahead, his eyes filled with pure determination. There is no telling how this is going to go down, so he is just going to send it. Plus, Jin-woo still has the ruler's hand runestone, which he got after taking down that big red knight. He crushes the runestone, and the skill instantly unlocks. The system congratulates him on acquiring the ruler's hand, an active skill that costs 0 mana to use. Basically lets him control objects without even touching them. Reading the description, Jin-woo realizes this skill is super useful, and then it clicks that this is the exact same telekinesis move that Knight used earlier. As the timer ticks down, Jin-woo tells himself that this is his final shot. He feels like he has fully prepared everything to the absolute maximum. Now he just has to trust his luck and send it. The penalty quest ends, and Jin-woo gets warped right back into the class change dungeon. A massive army of knights, swarming like absolute ants, has been waiting right there for him this whole time, and a few of them immediately lock eyes on Jin-woo. They charge right at him, but this time things are different. Just a few slashes, and they are sliced right in half. Damn, that Night Killer dagger is absolutely broken. Fighting with a weapon is so much better than bare fists. But after slashing for a while, Jin-woo notices something weird. He literally wiped out an entire wave of knights, but his level did not even budge. Back in the penalty quest, taking down those 2 red knights actually gave him experience points. The system only said he could not heal from leveling up in this dungeon. It never said anything about 0 experience points. And even though those mages are casting some weird spells, they are not attacking Jin-woo directly. Only these meat shield knights are rushing him. So what are those mages chanting? Some kind of debuff curse? But Jin-woo does not feel any debuff on himself, meaning there is only one option left. It is summon magic. As time ticks away, more and more knights keep spawning, but no matter how many Jin-woo slaughters, his experience bar is stuck at 0. These are not normal monsters. They are summons, which is why they do not drop any experience points. And the real targets are the ones hiding in the back of the gate, those annoying mages. Jin-woo powers up and leaps straight into the middle of their formation, taking down a mage instantly. Just as he thought, these trash soldiers only move because of the mages. Jin-woo goes into stealth mode. The mages use a detection spell to find him, but plot twist, that is exactly what Jin-woo wanted so he could pinpoint their location. 5 mages left. Jin-woo spams Dagger Throw, Ruler's Hand to take them out from the shadows. He deletes them one by one. Now there are only 4 left, and Jin-woo's is about to wipe them off the map. Since he is spamming his skill, it levels up, making it strong enough to pull a heavy knight right toward him. Jin-woo charges forward, determined to shred these knights into ground beef. After a brutal fight, he wipes them all out, but out of nowhere, a sneaky knight tries to backstab him. Gritting through the pain, Jin-woo spins around and sends that rat straight to the afterlife with 1 slash. Furious, he uses Ruler's Hand to drag another mage right to him. Only 3 mages left. In desperation, they combine their magic to summon a gigantic knight to crush Jin-woo. Giant's destructive power is insane. The mages tried to sacrifice their numbers for sheer power, but they just left themselves wide open, making it way too easy for Jin-woo to take them out. After 4.5 hours, every single monster is dead. The system announces that the quest is complete, and it is time for Jin-woo to choose his class. Since he is a dagger main, assassin is the obvious choice. But out of nowhere, the system says it is analyzing his playstyle to assign him a class, catching Jin-woo completely off guard. Jin-woo thinks about how he dumped all his points into strength and agility. He will probably get warrior because of his high strength, or assassin because of his speed. Heck, maybe even a tanker since his vitality is decent. Definitely going to be one of those 3. And honestly, no matter what he gets, he is about to become insanely strong. Strange system notifications start flashing on the screen, like they are trying to tell him something. Suddenly, Jin-woo reads the words, Army of the Dead, and he completely freezes. Wait, is this really his class? Finally, the screen flashes. Jin-woo is assigned the Necromancer class. Seeing this, Jin-woo is stunned because he has put 0 points into his intelligence stat. As a magic-based subclass, a necromancer is basically a mage who commands death itself, manipulating the dead and leading an army of the undead. Jin-woo does not know if there are other necromancers among the hunters, but in games and novels, most summoner classes just let their summons do all the heavy lifting. But Jin-woo has been throwing hands since his days as an E-rank hunter. He has only used swords and daggers, and his skills are literally custom-tailored for an assassin. Why did the system not give him that class? Jin-woo takes a breath and reads over his new skills, Shadow Extraction and Shadow Storage. If there is any upside to this Necromancer class, it is exactly what the system says. Jin-woo can build his very own loyal army. But he thinks if these summons cannot level up, then all his grinding and stats might just go to waste. The system asks if Jin-woo wants to accept this class. Since he actually has a choice, he is about to reject it, but the system adds, Necromancer is a hidden class. Do you still wish to decline? This makes Jin-woo hesitate. Some hunters can cast massive shields while others can buff allies even though they are not healers. There are even rumors that the S-rank White Tiger Guildmaster Baek-Yoon-ho can transform into a beast. All of those hunters with unique abilities belong to giant guilds and hold massive power. So does a hidden class mean he gets cheat-like unique skills, just like those top-tier hunters? If he is the first one to ever unlock this Necromancer class, then it is a complete no-brainer. Jin-woo realizes that the skills those mages used earlier were just like a necromancer's. It is almost as if someone was giving him a tutorial on how the class works. Jin-woo has no idea who created this system, but damn, this is getting interesting. Plus, unlike those fragile mages, Jin-woo can actually fight up close. If a mage can handle close combat and command an army, that person could solo B rank, A rank, or even higher dungeons. In games, your summons power scales with your skill level and stats. That means his summons can actually get stronger. This is not just a solo leveling journey anymore. After weighing his options, Jin-woo finally locks in the Necromancer class. But wait, based on the massive score Jin-woo accumulated, he has a chance to promote to an even higher tier class. The system announces that since he beat the target time, bonus points are awarded. Since he did not use a return stone, more bonus points. Remaining health over 50%. Bonus points. Wiped out all enemies. Bonus points. His total score shattered the limit, and the system promotes him from a Necromancer to a Shadow Lord. Pure darkness starts swirling around Jin-woo. His stats skyrocket, and he unlocks the title, One Who Overcame Adversity. If he had not farmed those points, he would have been stuck as a basic necromancer. Suddenly, Jin-woo hears screams of pure agony. System prompts that shadow extraction can be cast on the fallen soldiers. Jin-woo realizes that shadow extraction is the key to turning dead bodies into his own summons. Necromancers are all about giving orders. The system prompts Jin-woo to choose a command phrase for the extraction. After a brief pause, Jin-woo says, "Arise, my army." Suddenly, the shadows of the fallen soldiers rise, leaving Jin-woo stunned. 27 infantry and 3 mages. He can summon 30 shadows, but he can only save 20 in his storage. What if he could extract the shadow of an S-rank hunter? Jin-woo looks over at the corpse of the Red Knight leader. If his shadow army can get its hands on an A-rank boss with insane skills, he will be unstoppable. Jin-woo decides to release 11 of the weakest ones. The system immediately warns him that shadows returned to the void can never be summoned again. Standing before the corpse of the blood-red commander, Igris, he commands Arise. A terrifying surge of raw power erupts, but the system drops a bombshell. Extraction failed. Jin-woo sighs. Only 2 more chances left. Man, this is definitely not going to be easy. Turns out, shadow extraction success depends on the target's stats and how long they've been dead. Bai is a straight-up boss, so his stats are absolutely cracked. Plus, it's already been 4 hours since he got taken down, so failing the summon is totally normal. With only 2 more chances left, Jin-woo tries again but gets another fail. He looks up at the empty throne, reaches his hand out to the knight, and says, "Stop protecting a throne for someone who abandoned you. Kneel before me. The one standing in front of you is the one you will serve." "Rise up, Blood-Red Commander." "Igris, it is the final pull, and no way." Jin-woo actually did it. Shadow starts at level 7. Since he is a Knight grade Shadow, he gets a custom name. Jin-woo titles him Igris. The system chimes in. Shadow extraction successful. Job change quest? Done. Our boy Jin-woo heads home completely exhausted. But just when he is about to pass out, his phone rings, ruining any hope of rest. It is his sister Jin-ah, waking him up to go to her parent-teacher conference. Jin-woo panics and asks, "Jin-ah, what time do I need to be there, sissus?" She says 5 o'clock and tells him to call when he arrives. Jin-woo starts getting ready, thinking he should dress to impress since he is meeting his sister's teacher. Jin-woo hits up a local bank to open an account and make a deposit. The teller is all smiles until she looks at the slip and sees the amount, 1.4 billion won. Talk about a major flex. Since he looks way too young for this kind of cash, she immediately asks what he does. Jin-woo casually says, "I am a hunter." The teller thinks, wow, people always say hunters make bank, but this guy is absolutely loaded. She immediately tries to pitch their exclusive VIP package, but he shuts it down. He is literally just there to drop off his cash and go. Over at Jin-ah's school, she looks at Jin-woo with a completely stunned face and asks, "Are you seriously my brother, Sung Jin-woo?" Jin-woo shows up looking like an absolute model and asks, "Is something wrong?" Jin-ah just walks up and says, "I had no idea a human being could change this much." Jin-woo defends himself, saying he is meeting her teacher, so did she expect him to wear a tracksuit and slides? Jin-ah rolls her eyes, but every single student around them, guy or girl, is totally starstruck by Jin-woo's cold main character visual. The high school girls are literally lining up to greet him as he walks by, and he just shyly waves back. Seeing how popular her brother is, Jin-ah immediately starts teasing him. She asks if he has a girlfriend, questions why he came home so late last night, and even offers to set him up with a cute student. Jin-woo pinches her cheek and tells her to stop teasing him. Once they hit the counseling room, Jin-ah's homeroom teacher looks up and asks, "Are you Jin-ah's older brother?" "Great to meet you. I am her homeroom teacher. I had no idea Jin-ah had such a handsome brother. Please take a seat." Jin-woo looks at her and thinks, even though I graduated from this school, this is actually my first time seeing this teacher. The teacher starts talking about Jin-ah's grades, telling him not to worry since she is a sweetheart and a model student. She then asks if Jin-woo knows that Jin-ah wants to get into medical school. her. Her grades are solid and her record is clean, so she can definitely make it. Just make sure not to put too much pressure on her. Jin-woo nods, letting her know he gets it. The teacher takes a sip of her coffee and asks, I heard you're a hunter. If Jin-ah ever awakens as a hunter, would you let her take on that job? Jin-woo is caught off guard, but his eyes turn dead serious as he responds, absolutely not. Hearing that, she breathes a sigh of relief. She explains that she asked because there is a student who wants to drop out after awakening their powers, and they've already stopped showing up to class. Keeps up, the school will have to take serious action. I mean, even if you become a hunter, shouldn't you at least get a high school diploma? Jin-woo asks what rank this student is. She replies that she thinks it is the absolute lowest. Hearing it is an E rank, Jin-woo instantly tenses up. An E rank? He knows that at that rank, she is basically cooked. The teacher asks Jin-woo for a favor. Since the student is Jin-ah's friend, could he talk to her and get her to at least finish high school? Jin-woo is surprised to hear the name Han Song-yi. Later that afternoon at school, Song-yi spots Jin-woo and asks, why are you here? Ignoring her question, Jin-woo asks, do they really hand out hunter licenses to kids these days? Song-yi fires back, if a minor awakens, there's literally no law saying we can't enter dungeons. Jin-woo asks if she's even set foot in a dungeon yet, guessing she's just an E rank. She looks at him and asks, wait, are you the hunter my teacher told me about? Jin-woo pulls out his phone and asks, are you friends with this girl? She looks in shock and says, wait, isn't that Jin-ah? No way, are you her brother? I actually visited you in the hospital once. If you're Jin-ah's brother, then it makes sense why you know my teacher. Jin-woo clears it up, saying they aren't exactly close friends or anything. Song-yi stands her ground, saying she doesn't care what the teacher told him. She's not coming back to school, and she's definitely not quitting the hunter life. Jin-woo asks, you're just an E rank, right? Normal attacks don't even scratch monsters. You need weapons forged with magic. But if you buy cheap weapons, they're going to break instantly, and replacing them means you'll barely make any profit. What's your plan? To fight them barehanded. Don't tell me you're dreaming of making it big just because of a little dungeon pocket change. Hearing this, she snaps back, telling Jin-woo that since he's also just an E rank, he has zero right to lecture her. Jin-woo just looks at her and sighs. She's incredibly stubborn, basically a mirror image of how he used to be. He calms her down, saying, relax. I have no intention of telling you to quit. He gets it. Some people won't accept reality until they face this cold, brutal world with their own eyes. Song-yi is caught off guard and asks, then why on earth are you here? Jin-woo smiles and says to turn you into a legendary hunter. Meanwhile, Hwang Dong-soo has officially touched down in Korea. The surveillance team is already on his tail to monitor his moves. Dong-soo sneers, what is the association's Woo Jin-chul doing all the way out here? Jin-chul calmly replies, this is standard procedure. Whenever an S-rank hunter enters Korea, a member of the surveillance team is sent to monitor them. Wearing a sinister grin, he steps right up to Jin-chul and mocks him. Is your monitoring division still playing dog for that old man, Chairman Go Gun-hee? I were you, I would have snapped his left arm already, making sure he's completely helpless without his right hand to control everything. Jin-chul completely ignores the trash talk and simply asks, how long are you planning to stay here? Offs, saying he has no plans to linger around. He will pack up and leave the second his business is wrapped up, so they can chill. Jin-chul fires back. Could the business of someone who abandoned his own country to move to America somehow be connected to E-rank hunter Sung Jin-woo and D-rank Yoo Jin-ho? Smirks, calling Jin-chul a classic surveillance guy for asking questions he already knows the answer to. Are you gonna stop me? You actually think you can? His face looks absolutely demonic. But Woo Jin-chul stays ice cold, saying he's just doing his job. Meanwhile, two random guys walking past them literally can't breathe because the pressure is just too heavy. Hwang Dong-soo acts all friendly, patting Inspector Woo on the shoulder. Bro even tries to recruit him into his guild, Scavenger. Woo stays silent, locked in his own thoughts. Sest-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo. His brother Hwang Dong-suk was suspected in multiple hunter murders, always cutting ties like a lizard dropping its tail to get away with it. And the only reason the cops couldn't touch him? His OPS-rank little brother. They really are blood brothers. Their disgusting lack of remorse after brutal killings is pure trash behavior. Meanwhile, near the White Tiger Guild, Sung Jin-woo is taking Han Song-yi to a dungeon. Sung Jin-woo greets the manager and his assistant. The manager smiles and says, I'm On Sang-min, manager of the second branch, and this is my assistant, Ki-chul. The assistant also recognizes the high school girl from earlier. Han Song-yi politely greets them back. The manager thinks to himself, is an E-rank really going to be completely useless? Then again, look at Sung Jin-woo. I shouldn't jump to conclusions too fast. The manager tells Jin-woo, I was honestly shocked when you called asking to join our new recruits training raid. Since it's a request from you, I approved it immediately. I already told the other hunters, so you don't have to worry about a thing. place gets so many gates that barely anyone lives here anymore. 80% of the residents have already left, and they say this whole area is about to shut down completely. The C-rank gate perfect for training just opened up here. It's past 9 o'clock. Some guy walks up and snaps, "Cut the small talk and let's move, we're not here for a picnic." Jin-woo doesn't recognize him and asks the manager who the guy is. The manager whispers, "He's an A-rank hunter we just recruited. He got offended when he heard I let you tag along, saying a dungeon is no place for games. His name is Kim Chul and he's a tanker. The strike squad has 1 A rank, 7 B ranks, and 4 C ranks, 12 people in total. Definitely overkill for A ranks and B ranks to raid a C rank gate. But they're all recruits who need to get some dungeon experience first." Jin-woo says, "An A rank and 7 B ranks? That's a bit much." But deep down, he knows if her first raid is this easy, it won't teach Han Song-yi a thing. He wants her to face reality and see the massive gap between her and real hunters, to realize just how helpless an E rank really is inside a dungeon. Han Song-yi innocently asks, "When are we going in?" The assistant smiles and says, "Since this raid is basically a walk in the park with Jin-woo here, just stand back and watch." Everyone is hyped and ready to dive in, but the moment they step through that portal, everything changes. Jin-woo gets a bad feeling, while the manager and assistant absolutely panic. They cannot believe their eyes, because this is a red gate. Right before getting sucked into the portal, Jin-woo yells to the manager, "Get the main force here right now." The manager is shaking, completely losing his mind. "This isn't something the main force can handle. I have to call the guildmaster." Over at White Tiger, S-rank guildmaster's Baek Yoon-ho gets the news. A red gate is a massive emergency. If it really is a red gate, he needs to get down there himself immediately. In the car, Hwang Dong-soo laughs at Inspector Woo's ride, saying it's okay but way below S-rank standards. "Driving like this, I could walk faster." Then he asks about his brother's funeral. Spectre replies, "We couldn't recover the body, so the funeral was held in secret. Do you want to visit the grave?" He snaps, "I don't care about dead guys. I only care about finishing what my brother started." When the inspector asks where they're going, Hwang Dong-soo smirks. "Isn't it obvious? The dungeons. I'll find that bastard in a dungeon. Dirty hunters are so easy to corner in there." The inspector asks, "How are you going to find him with thousands of gates in Korea?" He laughs. "It's the digital age. Don't sweat the small stuff. That trash E-rank Sung Jin-woo looks like he just stepped into a dungeon. What happens in a dungeon stays in a dungeon, you know that, right?" Hwang Dong-soo's face goes pure demon mode. "Even if I bury them alive in there, it's none of your business, Woo Jin-chul." Inside the red gate is a massive snow forest, and everyone is starting to lose their minds. Doesn't look like a normal dungeon at all. Suddenly, the gate behind them vanishes. Jin-woo looks around, unfazed. Did this portal just drop us into another world? Han Song-yi asks Jin-woo, "Is something bad happening?" Suddenly, an arrow flies straight at her, but Jin-woo reacts instantly, blocking the shot. Boom, another ice arrow hits another hunter right in the face, and he screams in pain. Ambush in the trees, it's them, the ice elves. The ice elves were right there, but even Jin-woo didn't sense them coming. Amateurs call them ice elves, but veterans who have faced them on the battlefield have a completely different name for them. And it's nothing like those pretty fairy tales. They call them Hyaki because of how they hunt down human prey. Outside, the White Tiger Guildmaster stares at the ceiling gate. "We're cooked. Wasn't this supposed to be a C-rank gate?" Guildmaster Baek asks, "Did anyone contact the Hunter Association?" The manager says he did, but those guys are playing dumb, insisting it's just a C-rank. Guildmaster is absolutely furious. He knows red gates only spawn in high-level dungeons. They claim the mana reading from the outside was only C rank, but that's a flat-out lie. The gate right in front of them is at least a B rank, and if they're unlucky, it's an A rank or higher. The manager asks, "Should we test it with a mana sensor?" The guildmaster snaps that it's useless. Since the gate turned red, the mana leaking out is totally off the charts anyway. There's absolutely no way to tell what rank this thing is. He asks how many people are trapped inside. The manager reports 12 people. He asks, "And how many high ranks?" The manager says 1 A rank Kim Chul, who's the team leader, and 7 B ranks. The manager is sweating bullets for the rookies. Terrified that this gate is easily a B rank or an A rank, unless it's the absolute worst case scenario, an S rank gate. The entire country is on red alert. A B rank gate takes at least 3 A ranks to clear, but an A rank gate, you need a whole S rank god or 10 A rank hunters just to survive. This gate is actually A rank. Everyone who just walked in is straight up cooked. If they get super lucky, maybe 2 or 3 B rank hunters make it out alive. Manager panics and spills the tea, admitting 2 people in that party aren't even from our guild. Hearing this, the guild master loses his mind and demands to know who they are. The manager goes, "Just a hunter I've been keeping an eye on lately." The guild master's face turns dead serious. "A hunter you're keeping an eye on?" "Yeah, this is getting real." "What's his rank, A rank or B rank?" The milkmiss with the gas. Wait, is he an S-rank powerhouse? The manager shakes his head again. Nope, he's just an E-rank. Inside, Jin-woo is scanning the goblins. Their eyes are sharp, and they already took down the 2 weakest hunters in the squad. 2 months ago, Jin-woo would have been their main target. Jin-woo gets so hyped, he straight up crushes the ice arrow from earlier. I'll put you guys down myself. Meanwhile, the squad leader sighs, yeah, I don't think they're throwing us a welcome party. I don't know how many of you get how bad this is, but we are inside a red gate. We're locked in. We can't escape unless we all die, or we clear this entire dungeon. Hearing this, everyone starts completely panicking. Jin-woo breaks it down. It's a special gate linked to another world. The moment we step inside, it seals shut and zero backup is coming for us. We can't get out unless we slay the boss or the dungeon decides to open. In other words, we are totally isolated. The leader steps up to flex, names Kim Chul, A-rank hunter. Now that we know this is a red gate, I'll be the one keeping you all alive. But I'm not promising everyone makes it out. We might have to wait ages for this dungeon to open up, and I can't guarantee you'll survive until then. The weakest red gate is at least B rank. Carrying this many people in a death trap like this is impossible, so I'm forming my own elite squad to clear this with me. Jin-woo is like, wait, what? The squad leader shows his true colors. If we stay here, we'll freeze to death or get ambushed. Even if no one follows, I'll clear this solo, so who's riding with me? Pen. He keeps recruiting the strongest fighters solely for his own squad. Seeing this, everyone scrambles to join him, knowing they actually have a shot at surviving if they stick with an A-rank hunter. One guy tries to join but gets pushed away for being too weak. Bro literally rejects anyone C-rank or below. One day inside a red gate is just 1 hour in the real world. In the worst case scenario, so it could take months to clear this dungeon or wait for it to open. So yeah, he's not carrying any dead weight. But everyone is stunned by how selfish this guy is. But to save face, he tells them they can still escape if he successfully defeats the boss. One girl in his squad thinks this is total trash, so she decides to switch sides. Bro doesn't even stop her. She walks over to Jin-woo and calls out Kim Chul. He didn't even care about those incoming arrows. Then she turns to Jin-woo. You're not actually an E-rank, are you? Meanwhile, on the outside, the manager tells his guildmaster, to gain Sung Jin-woo's trust, I hid his true identity. I am positive he went through a double awakening. The guildmaster is shocked. Are you absolutely sure about this? Isn't just your gut feeling, right? The manager goes silent. The guildmaster turns his gaze back to the red gate. Then all I can do is put my faith in Kim Chul. Suddenly, a voice booms from a distance. Kim Chul has got this covered. Turns out it's the Branch 1 manager, Ju Sung-chan. He adds, Kim Chul's training results are absolutely cracked. He didn't fall behind any of our regular force members in the strength test. Hearing this, Guildmaster Bake looks a whole lot more relieved. Branch 1 manager smirks. From the rumors I've heard, an E-rank might have double awakened. Isn't that what you said? Our Kim Chul is way more reliable than some rumored hunter. The manager is totally disgusted by this guy's bragging, thinking, we'll see who's right. As everyone leaves, a luxury car pulls up. Hwang Dong-soo's voice echoes from inside the car. I literally heard this was a C-rank gate. How did it suddenly turn into an A-rank gate? And why is the Honorable White Tiger Guildmaster standing here? Spotting Hwang Dong-soo, the Guildmaster is stunned. He asks what brings him back to Korea. Dong-soo doesn't even play nice, stating he's here to settle some business but didn't expect to run into them. Bake gets furious, powering up his mana and demands, a guy who should be in America is lurking in Korea to cause trouble on White Tiger territory. Dong-soo just scoffs. White Tiger territory? Did that absolute trash actually join the White Tiger Guild? Well, what were you thinking recruiting him? I'm talking about that E-rank punk. Guildmaster Bake asks, which E-rank are you even talking about? Snaps back, Sung Jin-woo, the guy who just entered that gate. Meanwhile inside, Jin-woo asks the girl, how are you guys so calm for rookies? She calmly replies, the very first thing we're taught is that literally anything can happen inside a dungeon, especially since Hunter Kim Chul received special training, destined to join the White Tiger's main force. Once they group up, the party split. Jin-woo's crew heads into the forest while the other group takes the opposite path. Kim Chul's squad mocks Jin-woo's group as they walk away, laughing at how stupid they are. Pointing at scratch marks on a tree, his lackey snickers. Man, they should have just waited here. The forest is literally the territory of ice bears. Thanks to some rookie E-rank, those innocent people are going to get slaughtered. Do you think that E-rank got some special training too? The squad leader laughs it off. No way, he's just a trash E-rank. But then he pauses. That group has a C rank and a B rank, yet he felt like Jin-woo was the actual leader. Whatever, they'll be dead soon anyway. Stops and raises his hammer. From here on, we prepare for battle. Outside, Hwang Dong-soo is still waiting for Jin-woo, thinking, did I seriously come all this way just to watch this guy get trapped in a red gate? Guess it's gonna be a while before I see Sung Jin-woo's face. Meanwhile, in the Red Gate, Kim Chul's team is battling massive ice bears. Everyone is hyped. He soloed all those ice bears by himself. What an absolute unit. Someone in the crowd cheers, harvest the meat, leave the organs. We're set on food, but little do they know their literal nightmare is about to begin. Kim Chul yells at everyone to cut the crap. No rest until they cross this forest. Bro really thinks they only survived because of him. In his mind, the other group is already bear food deep in the woods. Back with Jin-woo's group, the girl warns them not to push any further. Jin-woo is confused, but she points at giant claw marks on the trees, signaling ice bear territory. Going deeper is pure suicide, so they need to turn back before the bears show up. Jin-woo just smiles and asks, "So you're saying this place is crawling with ice bears?" She calmly nods, thinking it's a no-brainer to leave. But Jin-woo tells her that's exactly why they're heading inside. Still doesn't get it and tries to stop him. Jin-woo explains that if this is ice bear territory, they only have to worry about one monster type. And honestly, ice bears are way more chill than ice elves. Finally clicks for her. If the bears own this area, no stronger predators will be around. That means they won't run into any crazy high-tier monsters. Mind blown. Why didn't she think of that? Seeing how underdressed she is for the freezing cold, Jin-woo casually opens his system store to pull out warm gear for the whole squad. He tells them to put it on, saying it would be straight up embarrassing to freeze to death before even fighting a single monster. Jaw drops in shock. Spatial magic? Normal mages can only summon 1 or 2 items. To pull out this much gear, you have to be... Song-yi breaks the silence and asks, "Who are you, really?" Jin-woo gently pats her head and says, "Since I brought you into this mess, it's my job to keep you safe." That gets Song-yi blushing hard. But Jin-woo lays down the law. No more questions, and that goes for all of you. Don't ask me anything, and don't demand anything from me. While Jin-woo is talking to the group, a massive ice bear suddenly shows up in the distance. The wild, furious beast charges straight at them. Everyone panics, and one guy screams, "You said we only had to worry about ice bears. That thing is a high-rank monster." The girl panics and shouts, "Going into the woods was a massive mistake. I'll distract it. You guys run." She tries to step up, but Jin-woo stops her. He calmly says he's the one doing the hunting here. Everyone is sweating bullets, but Jin-woo is cool as ice. Switches his title from one who overcame adversity to Wolf Slayer, instantly boosting his damage against beasts by 40%. Bear swings a heavy blow. Dodged. Jin-woo drops down from above and lands one solid punch right on its head. Knocked out cold. Done. Outside, Hwang Dong-soo is getting grilled by Guildmaster Baek, but he doesn't give a damn. Baek tries to push him away, saying, "Whatever you're planning, this is a red gate. We're completely locked out. What's behind that gate isn't just a normal dungeon. It could be a burning desert at 60 degrees Celsius, a toxic jungle full of snakes, or a frozen wasteland. They have a much higher chance of dying than making it back alive." Hwang Dong-soo looks annoyed hearing this. Baek prays for Jin-woo's survival, completely clueless that the squad is inside having a literal barbecue party. Song-yi happily brags about how smart Jin-woo's sister is at school, but Jin-woo is like, please, at home she just eats, sleeps, and obsesses over fried chicken. Song-yi still can't believe it, but Jin-woo is like, trust me, even I didn't believe it at first, but it's the cold, hard truth. While everyone is chilling, Jin-woo suddenly gets up to leave. The girl asks where he's going, and he just says he needs to get some exercise to digest his food. Skips, his system penalizes him. Once he's warmed up, he gets a bit bored and decides to go hunt some more bears for fun. Jin-woo sizes up the bear pack, then summons his shadow army to clear them out. It's an absolute war between his shadow soldiers and the ice bears. Bears can't do anything against immortal soldiers. A high-tier shadow mage drops a fire spell, instantly melting several bears. Jin-woo watches from the sidelines, completely impressed. Damn, these shadow soldiers are broken. This regen speed is basically cheat codes, though it absolutely devours my mana. Then, the boss bear appears with a massive roar. It instantly blows away his shadow soldiers. The power gap is insane, and Jin-woo's mana is completely drained. Jin-woo orders Igris to step up. Every single strike from the Shadow Knight is a critical hit. Bear roars in pain but keeps charging. Igris lands the final blow, slicing its head clean off. Jin-woo thinks, if Igris used his sword like this back when we fought, I'd be dead. Jin-woo puts his hand on the giant bear and says, arise. The shadow awakens, and just like that, a whole army of ice bears is added to his shadow squad. Outside, Guildmaster Baek asks how many hours have passed. His staff says 3 hours, which is 3 whole days inside the dungeon. They wonder how many are still alive. Baek warns them, don't expect a walk in the park inside a red gate. Either burning under the sun, eaten alive by toxic bugs, or freezing to death. The weak will die first. Even if they survive the climate, finding food is next. They can eat monster meat, but this gate is too high tier. The C rank and lower hunters are probably already wiped out. Hwang Dong-soo sneers, so that E-rank Sung Jin-woo is probably dead too. Did I come all this way for nothing? Turns to leave, but stops dead in his tracks. Wait, you said Sung Jin-woo isn't even in this guild? How did he even get inside? The manager quickly lies he's an old acquaintance. He asked to join a C-rank dungeon raid, and I hesitated but let him tag along. Guildmaster realizes the manager is covering for Jin-woo, meaning spilling any info about him is a no-go. Besides, why does an S-rank like Hwang Dong-soo care about an E-rank? Hwang Dong-soo snaps, grabbing the manager by the neck. He sneers, saying he has a knack for sniffing secrets and this whole thing stinks. Before he can make the manager talk, Guildmaster Bake steps in, hands off. He's my guy. Massive energy explodes as a clash between two S-rank beasts is about to go down. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Chul is struggling hard against ice giants. There are just too many of them. His team is exhausted and some are already dead. Screams of pure agony echo through the air. This guy still can't believe he got completely folded and beaten like this. It's just too pathetic to accept. He's coping hard, thinking if only they had food. Like, is it really his fault they ran out of supplies? But out of nowhere, the hockey horde pulls up. An entire army of monsters ambushes their squad. Everyone is losing their minds and the screams of terror are getting louder and louder. One of their teammates gets straight up deleted, and Kim Chul can't take the pressure anymore, so he immediately books it into the forest. Deep in the woods, this trash captain is running for his life from the ice elves. And of course, he's constantly blaming everything else but himself, whining about the freezing cold and being starved for days. Bro literally thinks if these things hadn't happened, he wouldn't have caught this massive L. But then he stumbles upon another scene that leaves him completely jaw-dropped. Every single frost bear has been slaughtered. He used to wonder why there wasn't a single bear left in the forest. Even now, Kim Chul refuses to believe that Jin-woo's squad did this, because to him, they're all just low-rank trash. Figures it has to be the Hyaki from outside. Meanwhile, two S-rank hunters are still radiating pure, deadly bloodlust at each other. The atmosphere is so insanely heavy that both branch managers are shaking in their boots. Their attacks collide, and boom, everything around them looks ready to blow sky high. But out of nowhere, Inspector Woo steps in to put an end to this madness. Hwang Dong-soo acts all impressed by the inspector's move, but the inspector just says that if they hadn't dialed back their power in time, his arms would have been completely shattered. He admits he was actually the first one to suspect Jin-woo went through a double awakening, but after testing him with a high-grade magic power measuring device about 2 months ago, he was still just a measly E rank. Tragic that Hunter Hwang Dong-suk is dead, but there's no way Sung Jin-woo had the juice to take down that entire party by himself. Dong-soo just smirks, saying he already knows that if anyone set a trap, it could only be the Yoo Jin Corporation. Hearing this, the inspector replies, so then there's absolutely no reason for you to be obsessed with Hunter Sung Jin-woo anymore, right? But the guy just comes right out and says it. This is all just an excuse for him to commit murder. With that, he walks away because he's completely lost interest. On his way out, he doesn't forget to bark at the managers, asking if this is their first time seeing S-ranks throw hands. Manager An doesn't say a word, but silently thinks to himself that he what Jin-woo is capable of, so he will definitely make it back alive. Back inside the Red Gate, the captain finally stumbles out of the forest, only to see Jin-woo's crew chilling at camp, eating and drinking like kings. He literally cannot believe his own eyes. We're talking warm clothes, tents, daily essentials, and a massive supply of actual food. His hands weren't frozen solid. No, if he just had a full stomach, he would have easily wiped out the Hyaki. Kim Chul completely loses his mind and screams, "You absolute bastards! You pieces of trash! My team got wiped out because we lacked food and basic supplies. So how the hell do you guys have all of this?" When everyone stays silent, he barks again. "Why aren't you saying anything? Did your mouths get zipped shut? I don't think you all conspired together, so who's the mastermind hiding the food? I'll let this slide if the ringleader steps up and confesses right now." Non-stop ranting gets on Park Hee-jin's nerves. She's about to step up and give him a reality check, but Han Song-yi holds her back. Bro counts to 2, but still, nobody steps forward. Then he remembers Park Hee-jin willingly leaving his squad, realizing she must have known some inside secret. She left because she had zero faith in his survival skills and wanted to cut down on extra mouths to secure the food. The real culprit is you, Park Hee-jin. He counts to 3, but suddenly a hand comes out of nowhere and slaps him straight on the head. Count 4! No way, it's actually Jin-woo. The impact is so devastating that this rank hunter gets face straight into the dirt, flying some meters away. Talk about a satisfying face slap. Jin-woo looks down at him, saying, "Take a good look at who actually left their teammates to die. Not to mention, you literally brought a massive tail right behind you." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realizes what's up. Jin-woo turns toward the forest and shouts, "What are you waiting for? Drop the stealth already. With power that massive, trying to hide is totally useless. That spine-chilling pressure is definitely the dungeon boss. Everyone screams, ice elves, and how are there so many of them? There has to be more than 20. The lead Hyaki speaks up. There is only one useful one among all this trash. Hearing this makes Jin-woo's blood boil. He questions the Hyaki, completely shocking the monster because Jin-woo can actually understand its language. Jin-woo is also low-key surprised that he can communicate with them, which leaves everyone else absolutely stunned. The leader says he wants to introduce Jin-woo to someone, suggesting they might already know each other. Jin-woo immediately remembers. It's the exact guy who ambushed him a few days ago. The monster explains that this guy was the one who told them about an incredibly strong human, and he wants to fight you one-on-one. But before he can even finish his sentence, slash! Jin-woo slices the monster's head clean off a single strike, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. With a cold expression, Jin-woo asks, is there anything else he wanted to say? The monster goes quiet for a second, then lets out a sinister laugh. You are a very interesting one. Both of them clash with their daggers, marking the official start of the battle. Jin-woo thinks to himself, this guy is definitely no walk in the park. The monster slowly walks toward Jin-woo and says he has an offer. But first, he has a question for Jin-woo. Why is he hanging out with humans when he's clearly not a human himself? Jin-woo has absolutely no idea what he's talking about, making the monster laugh out loud. The beast says there's a voice constantly ringing in his head, commanding them to slaughter all humans. But when he looks at Jin-woo, that voice is completely silent. Jin-woo hears this and starts to think. A voice telling them to kill humans? That sounds suspiciously like the commands the system gives him. If that voice doesn't apply to him, it must be because he became a player thanks to the system. The monster says they don't even need to fight, since they also want to avoid pointless casualties, so if Jin-woo just hands over the humans behind him, he will spare his life. Deadpan expression. Jin-woo says he also has just one question. Who actually are they? Where do they come from? And why are they so obsessed with killing humans? Tries to answer, but some mysterious force seems to block him. Like a programmed robot, he just repeats the exact same words he said earlier. All of these bizarre events leave Jin-woo pretty confused. Is this guy dodging the question, or is something else going on? The monster asks if Jin-woo accepts the terms, but Jin-woo rejects him, forcing the beast to finally get serious. Standing in front of his army, he demands, how do you expect to stand against me and my warriors? Do you honestly think you can win all by yourself against an army this massive? Jin-woo just smirks and asks, an army? Who has the army here? Behind him, everyone is shaking with absolute terror at what happens next. Monsters. Out of nowhere, monsters start spawning. Park Hee-jin looks on in shock. There are pitch-black warriors and even black ice bears appearing. One guy standing right in front of a shadow warrior thinks in pure panic, no way, these are Sung Jin-woo's summons. The Hyaki dismisses it, calling it a cheap trick. Right after, both sides clash in a brutal, chaotic free-for-all. As the battle rages on, Park Hee-jin quickly starts evacuating the squad. Jin-woo reflects on the monster said, realizing that even though his army is massive, he can't keep them summoned forever. They might be immortal, but their numbers will slowly drain if they keep getting taken down over and over. Jin-woo leveled up his boys so they can handle the ice elves easily, but that boss guy? Total nightmare. Even if Jin-woo and Igris double-team him, winning is not guaranteed. Regular shadows are basically trash here. Jin-woo needs a heavier hitter. Suddenly, he locks eyes on Kim Chul body on the ground. Calls himself Baruka, and our boy says, call me Sung Jin-woo. He charges right at the high elf, but sneakily kicks a sword over to Kim Chul first. Cue the clash of titans, and they are trading absolute heat. Been ages since the boss felt this kind of hype. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo summons a mage shadow to blast a massive fireball right at the high elf. That buys Jin-woo some crucial seconds. Right then, the clown captain wakes up. Remembering what Jin-woo did, he loses his mind, grabs the sword, and charges to backstab Jin-woo. Prize. It is all part of the master plan. Jin-woo literally calls out, no way you guys go down that easily. Show yourselves already and stop wasting time. The high elf goes berserk, but there is someone even crazier creeping right behind Jin-woo. Just as predicted, Bro actually tried to sneak attack him. Jin-woo instantly spawns Igris. 1/. Kim Chul is instantly deleted. The elf is totally stunned by the play, but honestly, it changes nothing. Even after Kim Chul gets clapped, the elf keeps pressuring Jin-woo. But then Jin-woo drops the ultimate disrespect, calling Kim Chul's soul to rise. No way, this shadow is even beefier than the original guy. Jin-woo names his new tank Iron. The high elf scoffed, asking Jin-woo if he really thinks one extra trash mob is going to stop him. But Iron instantly triggers his taunt skill, completely baiting the boss to change targets. The elf teleports behind Iron with insane speed, but wait, Igris is already there waiting for him. Jin-woo says, if all three of us jump you, can you even dodge? Watching this, Song-yi asks Hee-jin if all hunters fight like absolute beasts. Hee-jin is terrified and says if this was normal, she would have never applied for a license. She has never seen or heard of anything this crazy. The three-man squad jumps the high elf and Jin-woo finally lands a solid hit on him. But it is not a fatal blow. The high elf starts trash-talking like crazy. Jin-woo leaps back to create space, coolly saying, "You really should not be talking smack right now. Look around you." The boss gets furious and screams, "You little punk, these shadow things will vanish the moment I take you out." Jin-woo just throws his weapon straight at him. Bro feels smug for a split second, until he realizes the dagger was just a distraction that zipped past his arm. Out of nowhere, Iron grabs the high elf from behind in a giant bear hug. The mages instantly drop a massive pillar of fire, roasting both Iron and the elf. The boss is absolutely livid and lets out a deafening roar, forcing Iron to disperse. Before he can even celebrate, Jin-woo comes out of stealth and digs a dagger right into his side. The boss holds Jin-woo's arm, talking big like, "Who do you think you are dealing with?" But plot twist, Iron fully regenerates and slashes the high elf hard. Talk about getting instant karma. That is what happens when you start flexing too early. The system notifications pop up. Dungeon boss defeated. You have leveled up. Even after the fight is over, this big goof Iron is still hyped up and almost chops Jin-woo in half. Seeing this, Jin-woo literally starts questioning his life choices. Iron looks at Igris but gets zero reaction, so he just turns to the Shadow Knights and starts celebrating the win with them. With everything cleared up, Jin-woo tells the group it is time to head home. The gate finally starts opening, and everyone is finally safe. Outside, the rescue team is stressed out because 3 hours have passed and there is still no signal. The manager tells the guild leader to go get some rest, but he refuses because his guild members are still trapped in there. Suddenly, there is some movement coming from the portal. Slowly opens, but the ones walking out are not the A-rank Kim Chul the guild leader expected. It is Hunter Park Hee-jin, Go Myung-hwan, Yoon Ki-jung, Sung Jin-woo, and Song-yi. Just as the manager expected, the gate finally vanishes. Everyone is asking what on earth happened to Kim Chul. Nobody can believe these are the only survivors left. Hee-jin confirms that yes, they are the only ones left. The guild leader is completely shocked that only low-rank hunters survived, and not a single A-rank made it out, except for one B-rank. Jin-woo is about to take Song-yi home, but guild leader Baek stops him, wanting to have a quick chat. Jin-woo just waves him off, showing he is way too tired for this. Tells Baek to go ask his own guild members. The guild leader grabs Jin-woo's shoulder and says, "This is not a request, I am Baek Yoon-ho, guild master of the White Tiger Guild." He basically threatens him, saying they lost 9 guild members in there. As the leader, he claims he has every right to get some answers. Jin-woo just glares at him and says, "So what? I literally saved the survivors. If you are the boss here, you should be thanking me first." Hearing those facts, Baek Yoon-ho is completely speechless and can only apologize and let them leave. Once Jin-woo walks away, Baek asks Hee-jin who that guy is and why he is so pressed. She says she has no clue, except that after killing the boss, he stood over the corpse shouting something 3 times. The manager cuts in quickly to prevent more leaks, saying he is probably just exhausted and is not actually a bad guy. But Baek snaps back that it is not the issue, asking why they have not scouted him yet. He turns around thinking, this guy has the confidence to look an S rank like me dead in the eye. I would probably lose an arm if we actually fought. Guild leader orders them to recruit Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho immediately. The manager promises to do his best, knowing Baek Yoon-ho is backing him 100% on this. They have to get him into the guild at all costs. Meanwhile, in the car, Jin-woo is super annoyed that his 3 shadow extraction attempts failed on such an overpowered boss. But at least he got Baruka Fire Dagger as loot. After dropping Song-yi off, he praises her for doing a great job. She waves goodbye and heads inside. Before going in, she calls out, "Thanks so much for today. See you in a bit." Jin-woo checks the time and realizes it is past midnight, and tomorrow he is hitting the dungeons with Jin-ho again. The next morning, Jin-ho is already hyped up and waiting right outside Jin-woo's house to pick him up, which completely surprises Jin-woo since he was planning to pick Jin-ho up instead. Once they are driving, Jin-woo says they need to pick up one more person. He calls Sung-yi to come down for a ride. Jin-ho is confused and asks, "Wait, is she the girl from the raid?" Jin-woo confirms it. Hearing this, Jin-ho is totally shocked. Bro literally has her number and talks to her so casually. He starts wondering if there is something going on between them. When they arrive, Jin-ho teasingly asks if he should start calling her sister-in-law. Jin-woo quickly shuts it down, explaining she is just his sister friend. But when Song-yi steps out, even Jin-woo is stunned. She is dressed up like a proper lady, which is a complete turnaround from her usual style. On the way, Jin-woo asks her if she got any sleep last night, and she happily replies that she could not sleep at all. Jin-woo tells her she must be exhausted and to get some rest in the car. Listening to this, Jin-ho's face completely changes. What does she mean she could not sleep, and why did she get home at 4 in the morning? Jin-ho looks back with pure panic and says, "Bro, Han Song-yi is not even 18 yet," but he instantly gives up because honestly, Jin-woo is definitely not a normal guy. Bro, we can't judge this guy by normal standards. After saying that, they all cheered, ready to wipe the dungeon clean. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, Jin-ho was completely losing his mind over Jin-woo's insane new skill. Honestly, bro didn't even know why he was there. I mean, even the crystal looting was handled by Jin-woo's shadow soldiers. Absolute peak laziness. Jin-woo looked around and figured they'd wrap this up by tomorrow. And just like he promised, the very next day, our boy cleared 19 dungeons for Jin-ho. Talk about a massive carry. Meanwhile, in the eastern United States, inside an A-rank gate, a hunter was shaking in his boots. His entire Vanguard team just got absolutely wiped out by some humanoid monster. And get this, they hadn't seen a single mob in the dungeon until now. He knew something felt off, but he never expected a terrifying monster like this to be waiting in the boss room. The magic power coming off this thing was literally CES rank level. No way, just how broken is this monster? James screamed in absolute terror, "Stop right there!" But the monster casually replied, "Relax, I did not kill them, I just knocked them out. Why did you guys suddenly attack me? I am not a monster, I am a human being." Too bad Hunter James couldn't understand a single word because, well, this is America, not Korea. The man kept saying he was Korean and just wanted to go home. Back at a local restaurant, Jin-ho was like, "Well, that makes 20 dungeons cleared." He apologized to Jin-woo, saying he wished he could have treated him to a fancier place. But Jin-woo just smiled and said he was only worried a wealthy heir wouldn't like the food here. Jin-woo then asked what Jin-ho planned to do next, now that their dungeon grind was officially over. Jin-ho said he just needed to handle some paperwork at the association to get his guildmaster license, and then he would take it straight to his dad. Jin-woo thought to himself that scoring a 30 billion won building was insane, but honestly, that was just a side reward. The main goal was always leveling up, and now that it was done, there was no reason to stick around. Jin-ho asked Jin-woo what his next move was. Staring at the key in his hand, Jin-woo said, "I am going to disappear for a bit. I have somewhere I need to go." Taking a sip of his drink, Jin-ho said, "If I ever became a nuisance, please tell me, bro. I do not want to be a burden to you anymore." Jin-woo realized the kid was completely misunderstanding him. So, Jin-woo looked at him and asked, "Hey, what am I to you anyway?" Jin-ho said dejectedly, "I have an older brother who is 10 years older than me, but he hates my guts, so we barely talk. But you saved my life and helped me so much. To me, you are my real big brother." Hearing this, Jin-woo was actually touched. His heart felt a bit warm. If Jin-ho truly saw him that way, then he would happily consider him a real little brother. Hearing that, Jin-ho instantly burst into tears. Bro was sobbing his eyes out and tried to hug Jin-woo. Jin-woo tried to back away, but the alcohol kicked in and Jin-ho lunged forward, crying all over him. As they were talking, the TV suddenly flashed a breaking news report about a horrific incident that happened during a rookie training session. Porters were absolutely bombarding Guildmaster Baek Yoon-ho with questions. He stated they had investigated the truth, and while the incident did happen, no outsiders were involved. With that, the Guildmaster quickly ended the press conference. Back at the White Tiger office, Baek was raging, cursing out the reporters for being absolute bloodhounds. Just then, a call came in from Min Byung-gu. He asked why Baek had turned off his phone, and the Guildmaster explained he was just trying to lay low until the media circus died down. Byung-gu joked, "Man, you look so cool on TV." Baek told him to stop messing around because he was in no mood for jokes. Byung-gu said, "Don't worry, it'll blow over. But check this out, here's some massive news. Japan secretly contacted the Korean Hunters Association about a week ago. After checking it out, things are way worse than they thought. It's going to break the internet in Korea soon." Baek was stunned to hear that the Japanese were asking to interview the hunters who survived the Jeju Island raid. Baek immediately locked in and told Byung-gu to give him the full details. Byung-gu explained that the S-rank gate opened on Jeju Island 4 years ago. After 3 failed raids, the government completely gave up on saving the island. For 4 years, that place has been crawling with giant ant monsters, and because of that, both of them were among the survivors of that nightmare. Baek agreed it was an absolute nightmare, but Byung-gu teased that a crazy plot twist was coming. Baek didn't get it. I mean, they are stuck on an island, so if we ignore them, we are fine, right? But Byung-gu dropped a bomb saying they can actually fly across the ocean. A winged ant was just spotted on the coast of Japan. Those bugs are evolving at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, at Jin-woo's house, Jin-ah complained that he's been going out a lot lately, and now he is leaving again. Jin-woo told her he'd be gone for about a week. Hearing this, she teased, "Who are you going with? Does my big bro finally have a girlfriend?" Little did she know, Jin-woo was already using his key to head back to the dungeon. Last time, Jin-woo barely beat Cerberus when it was 20 levels higher than him. but now his level is literally 3 times higher. Entering the first gate of the demon castle was a walk in the park. Suddenly, a new quest popped up: collect 10,000 demon souls. Jin-woo was hyped. It had been a minute since he got a quest like this, and the rewards were absolutely cracked. He would get extra stat points and even a free item of his choice from the shop. We are talking about items worth over 10 billion gold. If he clears this, they are his. But of course, insane rewards always mean an impossible difficulty level. At first, Jin-woo couldn't find a single monster, but then he realized this dungeon was a simulated environment. He was shocked to see it was a literal replica of the entire city of Seoul. Looking at the ruined city, Jin-woo realized that since the quest required 10,000 demon souls, there had to be at least 10,000 demons crawling around in here. Told his sister he'd be gone for a week, but was that even going to be enough time? Jin-woo tossed his backpack aside and got straight to business. Started absolutely shredding the mobs, easily wiping out 3 lower-grade demons in an instant. Grinding the quest while leveling up at the same time? Absolute win-win. It was a race against the clock. Meanwhile, Chairman Yoo was at a restaurant talking to his second son, Jin-ho, about running the Yoo Jin Guild. Jin-ho confidently confirmed his plan as his dad looked over his guild master license and dungeon records. Jin-ho was a bit surprised about the competition between him and his brother. He added, "As you know, Dad, hiring an outsider as guildmaster is just too risky." Chairman cut him off and said he wanted him to meet someone. Enter Hunter Go Myung-hwan, one of the survivors from the recent White Tiger Red Gate incident. Jin-ho was shocked to see a survivor who had been dodging the media standing right there. The chairman then told Myung-hwan to reveal who else was with him in that gate. Myung-hwan said there was a high school girl hunter and a guy named Sung Jin-woo. Jin-ho froze in shock, immediately asking who the high school girl was. He said her name was Han Song-yi, and they all survived purely because of Sung Jin-woo. Hearing this, everything clicked for Jin-ho. Now he finally understood why those two were so close. After hearing that hunter's story, Jin-ho realized he wasn't the only one who knew about Jin-woo's insane power anymore. Other people were catching on too. An Sang-min even told them they were strictly banned from leaking anything about Sung Jin-woo. He completely understood why the White Tiger Guild made that call. But right then his phone rang. It was a call from the chairman himself. Chairman told him that was enough. He turned to Jin-ho and said, "Son, you know I've been looking into high-tier hunters. I had to investigate that gate after hearing someone outside the White Tiger Guild carried the raid. But I never expected to find that exact name on your dungeon raid roster, Jin-ho." He continued, "You only got that raid license because of Hunter Sung Jin-woo. You do realize that, right?" Jin-ho could only admit it. He thought to himself, how was he any different from his brother? Both of them were just relying on outside help. Dad never planned on choosing him from the start. The old man calmly asked if Jin-ho had anything else to say. After a long silence, Jin-ho asked, "Father, are you going to hand over the Yoo Jin Guild to me?" Expected a flat-out no, but to his absolute shock, his dad actually agreed to give him the Yoo Jin Guild. He said, "Just like you said, letting an outsider run the guild as master is way too risky. So why take that risk when Jin-ho was standing right there?" Jin-ho admitted he tried to deceive him, but his dad dismissed it as a foolish confession in the middle of a negotiation. "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, can you pull him into our guild?" Jin-ho looked back with absolute determination, said, "I will do whatever it takes." Chairman thought to himself, there were 2 other elite hunters he wanted to scout. Cha Se-in from the Hunters Guild and Min Byung-gu, who was retired. Cha Se was currently stuck as the Vice Guild Master under Choi Jong-in, even though she was known as the ultimate weapon. I'll offer her the Guildmaster position, backed by unlimited financial support. Meanwhile, Min Byung-gu was still in peak condition and more than capable of dominating on the battlefield. Chose to retire after 3 failed raids on Jeju Island, but an ant corpse was just found on the coast of Japan. If a 4th Jeju Island raid team gets put together, I can definitely drag him into Yoo Jin. Will I recruit those 2 first, or will you secure Hunter Sung Jin-woo before me? Now this bet is going to be fun. While Jin-ho cleared out the monsters on the first floor, Jin-woo did some math. Usually, leveling up once required running 9 C-rank dungeons, but here he couldn't even level up after grinding for 4 hours straight. As his level skyrocketed, the required experience points scaled up too, meaning grinding was only going to get tougher. When he met Baek Yoon-ho, Jin-woo's power was already around S-rank. Yet even stronger, he couldn't afford to take baby steps. Clutching the permit in his hand, Jin-woo stared at the magic circle ahead, the portal leading straight up to the 2nd floor. Jin-woo summoned his ice bear minion to speed things up. Boom! A massive giant ice bear materialized out of thin air, looking exactly like a heavy tank. Jin-woo hopped onto the bear's back just as some huge monsters tried to block their path. But the ice bear leader didn't flinch. It charged forward like an absolute tank, obliterating and crushing everything in its way. Lee reached the magic circle near the tower. Meanwhile, over in Washington, D.C., high-ranking officials were watching the interrogation of a mysterious and through a one-way mirror. According to the interrogation, the guy was a Korean hunter. The official was baffled, asking, how did a Korean hunter enter a dungeon over there and somehow end up popping out here? Staff explained, he claims he was trapped inside a dungeon for 10 years, and our team found him right as he opened his eyes. It was an unprecedented incident. Not only did he walk out of an A-rank gate entirely alone, but our entire strike force was completely helpless against him. Dead serious. Look, he snapped. Why haven't you gathered more intel? They suspected this guy might actually be a monster that somehow possessed human memories. Without an S-rank hunter on site, Washington, D.C. could be in serious danger. Fortunately, after checking the scavenger guild, they found an S-rank hunter right here in the capital who was fluent in Korean. At the mention of a Korean-speaking hunter, the official immediately realized who it was. Hunter Hwang. The staff member confirmed he had just finished some business in Korea and was currently on his way back. The interrogation was scheduled to resume the next day. Meanwhile, Dong-soo was stomping off somewhere, looking absolutely furious. He was incredibly salty that he couldn't fight Jin-woo because he got locked out of that red gate. The leader asked for the man's name and the staff member replied, Hwang, a hunter from Korea. Cutting back to the demon castle, Jin-woo was busy wrecking bosses back-to-back to climb the tower. The monsters holding the entry permits spawned randomly on each floor, and you could only advance to the next level once you secured one. Tower had 100 floors, and every single floor was a completely different world. As time flew by, Jin-woo climbed the tower at an insane speed, and his ruler's hand's skill leveled up massively. Difficulty of the high-tier demons scaled exponentially, like the massive gap between an A-rank and an S-rank hunter. The real problem was, if there really were 100 floors, reaching the top in just 1 week was practically impossible. When he first obtained the Demon Castle key, Jin-woo was worried it might be an S-rank dungeon, but that anxiety completely vanished after a series of boring fights. Then, from this floor up to 748, 49, and finally 50, Jin-woo kept grinding, collecting a whopping 2,561 demon souls. On this floor, Jin-woo faced off against Vulcan the Avaricious, the ruler of the lower floors, along with his terrifying high-level minions. Jin-woo thought the boss looked a bit too cocky, so he decided it was time to teach him a lesson. Jin-woo summoned his shadow mages to charge up their power and blast them, then brought out Iron and Igris to speedrun the boss. The minions tried to act tough, but Jin-woo used his stealth skill to sit back and analyze the battlefield. Even though they were high-ranking demons, they couldn't do a damn thing against Jin-woo's upgraded shadow soldiers. Strength of his shadow soldiers scaled directly with Jin-woo's intelligence stat. Not to mention his max shadow count had also increased. Now, Jin-woo could easily regenerate his mana after making a ton of points into intelligence. The big boss still wasn't moving, so Jin-woo was about to step in and finish him off. But out of nowhere, the boss teleported right into his shadow army at insane speed, catching Jin-woo completely off guard. It was like a speed hack. With one massive swing of his mace, the entire shadow squad instantly vanished. Furious, Jin-woo dove down from above and rocked the boss with a devastating punch for dare touching his minions. The monster went flying for several kilometers, showing that Jin-woo might have gone a little too hard. But honestly, what did you expect when he dumped almost all his stat points into pure strength? After taking that heavy hit, the monster activated its rage skill, a permanent state that boosted all its stats by 50%. Skill was just like Cerberus's. Vulcan couldn't feel any pain now and was moving way faster. Jin-woo couldn't dodge in time, meaning he was about to take a direct hit. Sensing the danger, Iron chucked his shield over to Jin-woo. He snatched it out of the air and blocked Vulcan's incoming strike just in time. With his insane strength stat and this shield, Jin-woo came out completely unscathed, but he needed a way to counter the next attack. He had to lock in and read its movements. Second the boss left an opening, Jin-woo lunged upward, but it looked like a trap. Being airborne made it almost impossible to dodge the next move. In a major pinch, Jin-woo remembers his ruler's hand skill and pulls it out. Even though he can't knock this massive beast in, he uses the recoil to launch himself back. Absolute genius. To deal real damage with his dagger, he has to aim right for Vulcan's head. But jumping at its face in mid-air is super risky, so Jin-woo needs to completely lock its movement to guarantee a hit. No room for dodging. Looking around, Jin-woo spots a crumbling building about to collapse and instantly cooks up a plan. Baits the beast right toward the building, and it charges at insane speed. Jin-woo pops sprint, kicks off the building, and drops a surprise strike right on Vulcan. Moving that fast, the boss is cooked. It can't dodge this. Boom. The slash connects, and the beast screams in pure agony. Meanwhile, back at Jin-woo's apartment, Manager An and Hee-jin are looking all over for him. They find out Jin-woo went on a trip with a friend for about a week. Manager An asks how she knows this, and she says she is still in touch with Han Song-yi, the girl who was with Sung Jin-woo that day. She asked her because she is super close with Hunter Sung Jin-woo's little sister. They even checked Jin-woo's place, but it was a total bust. Manager An thinks something is seriously fishy. There is zero record of Jin-woo leaving South Korea, and his bank cards have not been touched at all. No withdrawals, nothing. Hee-jin is pretty shocked to hear this. Manager An says his entire job is to keep tabs on hunters, especially with the association's tracking system. The last place he was spotted was right in the middle of the city 5 days ago. He asks Hee-jin if that is not incredibly mysterious. Hee-jin innocently asks if Jin-woo might have been kidnapped. An just laughs it off and says that it's impossible. To kidnap Hunter Sung Jin-woo, you would need a force as crazy as China's special forces to even stand a chance. Park Hee-jin actually knows him best, but as of right now, Manager An has absolutely no clue where in the world Jin-woo is hiding. Clean. After taking down the boss, the loot drops are absolute fire. We are talking high-tier gear like the Monarch's earrings, the Orb of Avarice, Vulcan's horn, and a branch from the World Tree. These are all top-tier magic items, but Jin-woo can't even use them all. Still, he is not going to throw them away without knowing what they can do. They will definitely come in handy later. The earrings are a set item, so Jin-woo needs to keep farming monsters to get the full set bonus. Finally, this magic orb has an insane magic boost, but Jin-woo can't use it himself since he doesn't have magic skills, so he reluctantly puts it away. After thinking for a second, Jin-woo tells Igris to hold on. He hands the magic orb to one of his shadow mages and orders it to blast a building right in front of them. Tiny fireball shot from the small orb suddenly turns into a massive, colossal explosion. Boom! The entire building in front of them is shattered to pieces. The mage hands back the orb, and Jin-woo is amazed. Damn, he didn't realize the description never said he couldn't hand it to someone else. This thing is going to drive real mages absolutely crazy. Inside the Hunter headquarters in Washington, Hwang Dong-soo says he never expected such an interesting incident right when he stepped foot in the city. Truly fascinating. A monster speaking human language, and a Korean native at that. Sung Il-hwan states that he is not a monster. He says if they still doubt him, they can check his DNA, but Hwang Dong-soo just refuses. No matter what, they have to keep their guard up because he stepped right out of a gate. Since monsters can disguise themselves as humans, it would be much better if he cooperated. He says he is the one who decides if Sung Il-hwan is human or a demon. Hearing this, the old man agrees. Hwang Dong-soo then asks if he died in the dungeon. How did he survive in there for 10 years? Is he immortal? The old man denies it. Seeing this, Hwang Dong-soo asks again if anyone who dies in a dungeon can come back like him. He replies, if you are dead, how can you return? Let me ask you a question instead. How much do you really know about these gates and monsters? Hearing this, Hwang Dong-soo goes dead silent. The old man continues, the dungeons, gates, and monsters are just the opening act for the real war, and the most terrifying one among them just awakened not too long ago. Hwang Dong-soo asks what his real goal is, and who is the most terrifying one. The goal is to stop them, but the old man says he cannot speak about it. Hwang Dong-soo finds this pretty hilarious. The guy who claims he is going to stop the most terrifying entity can't even say who it is. He asks if it would not be much better to cooperate just a little. Old man slowly looks at him, speaking like a father lecturing a child. Numbers mean nothing to that being, and a bunch of small fry gathering together will only end up being used in the end. He says Hwang Dong-soo should know this well since he is pretty strong. Hearing this, Hwang Dong-soo gets a bit annoyed, feeling like he is being looked down on. He says, so it looks like you are the only one who can stop it. Then there is nothing left to negotiate. Checking the files, Hwang Dong-soo looks at him, noting he looks just like his profile picture if he got a haircut. But one thing, he does not seem to have aged at all, despite being in that dungeon for 10 years. He goes on about the old man's glory days as a hunter, reaping endless success. He could have made crazy money if he was active in this era. Now that there is a ranking system with his current rank, he could live without a single worry. All he has to do is adapt to the new times. Wife's name is Park Kyung-hae and they have 2 children. The son's name is… Reading this, he looks visibly shocked. He asks if he remembers his daughter's name. The old man replies, Sung Jin-ah, and his son, Sung Jin-woo. He asks what is wrong. Hearing this, the guy starts dripping with pure bloodlust. The old man also starts to get angry, demanding an answer. He asks, what if I do not answer? The old man replies, then I will have to use force. That Hwang Dong-soo hits the emergency alarm to alert everyone that this guy is a monster. Everyone who hears the alarm completely panics. Hwang Dong-soo says he just got back from South Korea and knows exactly what is going on with his son. He claims his son is dead. Hearing this, the old man looks completely shocked. Cut back to the demon castle. A massive horde of zombies is surrounding Jin-woo. High above, a demon lord is commanding his minions. Seeing this, Jin-woo has Igris and Iron charge forward to clear a shadow army charges, sparking a massive clash that absolutely obliterates the zombie horde. Jin-woo stands above them like a god of destruction, asking the Demon King if he is surprised by his power. Did not see this coming, did you? The Demon King just stares at Jin-woo, shaking so hard he can't even move. Jin-woo uses his Dagger Rush skill from above, instantly deleting the Demon King in one shot. What a complete fraud. The system alerts that you have defeated the Guide of Souls, Midas, and you received Echoing Forest Spring Water. You receive 200,000 EXP. The demon souls have been sealed in Midas's necklace, and you get 220 demon souls, leveling up twice. The magic of the demon Jin-woo just beat is insane, and it can control even more souls than he can. He really wants to turn it into a shadow soldier, but for some reason, he can't extract its shadow. Boss drops are all top-tier loot. Finally, Jin-woo is so close to completing his full set. That is a massive 5-level jump. Just one more boss and he will have the full set. But the quest is finally done, and Jin-woo has hit his absolute limit. Body is totally shot, and he cannot even move a muscle. Suddenly, the system pops up with 3 rewards, and first up, he gets to pick any item from the shop. After thinking it over, Jin-woo goes for the cursed box. Back then, he tried to double up on his daily quests, but the system did not give him any extra rewards. He got the key to this demon castle from the blessed box, which literally helped him farm levels and score some crazy rare items. No way he could just ignore it. Anyone would be dying to know what is inside that cursed box. Plot twist. The box opens, but it is just another key, and this one has 0 information on it. Well, Jin-woo just shrugs and tosses it into his inventory. Next up is his stat points, and finally, the recipe for the holy water of life. This means he can finally craft the cure. Meanwhile, back in Washington, the clash between Sung-il-hwan and Hwang Dong-soo is getting absolutely wild. Everything is turned to straight ash. 2 S-ranks throwing hands is no joke. It was a complete beatdown, and Hwang Dong-soo got absolutely wrecked. Talk about terrifying power. Later at the hospital, Jin-woo feels his heart break seeing his mother barely hanging on. But now that he has the recipe for the holy water of life, she is going to be saved very soon. Jin-woo has already secured the wood from the World Tree and the spring water from the Echoing Forest. All that is left is the pure blood of the Demon King. He has not found the final piece yet, but it is definitely on the 100th floor, probably guarded by the most broken boss. Once he clears the demon castle, he will have everything he needs. Just by running this place, Jin-woo has farmed 16 levels. He is literally on par with an S rank now, so there is absolutely nothing to fear. He promises his mom he is going to fix everything. Cut to the Korean Hunter Association headquarters, where everyone is glued to the news. States are in complete chaos over a massive explosion at their hunter bureau, and rumors are flying that 2 S ranks went to war. Assistant Hyun just sighs, saying hunters always bring trouble wherever they go. But then the girl next to him chimes in, saying a hunter just walked in. He glances over, whispering that some hunters just cannot accept reality and end up totally delusional. Long story short, they just have to foot the bill and reevaluate the guy. But when he reads the file, his jaw drops. He rushes outside to call President Baek, saying the exact hunter they discussed has actually shown up. The president sounds totally stressed. Hyun tells him, yes, he is here for a rank reevaluation. Meanwhile, in the testing room, the staff is calling the next group inside. Some overconfident guy waiting in line with Jin-woo starts playing therapist, telling everyone that while some might struggle, it is not that common. But if you manage to hit D rank or higher, those scouts over there might actually recruit you. He explains that they are from different guilds. Since small guilds are desperate for members, they camp out here waiting for fresh recruits to finish their tests. But honestly, it is best to avoid them. Those tiny guilds always bite off more than they can chew on high-level raids, and well, they end up completely wiped out. Jin-woo hears this and thinks, as solo hunters, they really do not have a choice. They cannot just sit back and leech experience from low-level raids, but they definitely do not have what it takes to survive high-difficulty dungeons either. Well, there was nobody scouting me back in my day. Just then, a guy walks out looking absolutely crushed, but the receptionist just smiles and calls the next person in. That same loudmouth turns to Jin-woo, telling him he is only anxious because he is setting his expectations way too high, and that getting anything above E rank is basically a walk in the park. Meanwhile, a chubby guy next to them is literally shaking, muttering about how joining a top guild could solve his debts and let him live happily with his daughter again. He is praying to hit C rank, and Jin-woo just looks at him, feeling a bit empathetic. Rank completely dictates your entire life in this world. A hunter's power is locked to their rank, no matter how hard they train their body or grind their swordsmanship. Hard work simply cannot close the massive gap of a rank difference. The pay gap is insane too. Even Sang-shik, with all his master-level swordsmanship, was helpless against Kang Tae-shik just because of that raw rank difference. Spent years hunting and could never break out of E rank myself. But just as Jin-woo is lost in thought, the overconfident guy who was hyping everyone up walks out looking completely defeated. Bro got E rank. The receptionist looks at the chubby guy, asking if he is feeling alright. Stammers that he is fine, just super nervous. He turns to Jin-woo and asks if he wants to go first. Jin-woo is totally cool with it and steps right on in. Hester asks for his name, and he says Sung Jin-woo. She checks her screen, sees his current E rank, and asks if he is here for a rank reevaluation. She secretly sighs, wondering why it is always the weak E ranks who demand a retest. Still following protocol, she tells Jin-woo to place his hand on the black crystal and wait. Jin-woo touches the crystal, and boom, his raw power literally breaks the system. The receptionist is totally confused, apologizes, and tries resetting it, but it just keeps showing error. She has never seen anything like this before. It just will not work. Suddenly, the assistant walks in and asks what is going on. What is this? Where is Sang-shik? Why are you holding down the fort by yourself? She explains he stepped out to the restroom. The assistant is on high alert, because if guild leader Baek Yoon-ho is making a fuss about this, something major is definitely going down. No way someone is getting a second reevaluation. That is insanely rare. Actually, about 3 months ago, the whole association went into a frenzy when some E-rank guy asked for a retest. Even the department director came down to inspect it, but it turned out to be a whole lot of nothing. The receptionist points at the screen, completely lost on why the error keeps popping up. The assistant looks over, instantly thinking it is just another delusional guy, throwing away money on a useless retest. But then, his jaw drops as it suddenly hits him. He spins around asking her how long she has been working here. She replies 6 months, nervously asking if she messed up. He thinks to himself, 6 months? This literal system break hasn't happened since Cha-Hyen's test 2 years ago. This is the first time since then, so no wonder a newbie wouldn't recognize it. Dead serious face. The assistant tells her it is fine and demands she get Sang-shik back here immediately. Terrified, she just stammers, "Yes, sir." He realizes he completely missed Jin-woo's terrifying presence, which explains why his criteria she's stuck. Shaking in his boots, he frantically whispers to the receptionist, "Hurry up and call the higher-ups. This is not a glitch. The machine literally cannot measure his power." Hearing those words, it finally clicks for her. This man right here is about to become the 10th S rank in the entire country. Yes, he is him. S-rank hunter Choi Jong-in is talking to Chief Woo Jin-chul about the Scavenger Guild's hunter, Hwang Dong-soo. He asks if that guy really had nothing to do with the Red Gate incident. The chief confirms it, saying Hwang Dong-soo actually wasn't involved, which was totally different from what Choi Jong-in expected. Chief Woo also assures him that Choi Jong-in is clean too. Jong-in replies, "So you must know who the insider was, right?" But Chief Woo says he didn't till the end, so he has no clue. Starts saying, "If I had to suspect someone," but then he just goes silent. Choi Jong-in laughs it off, saying Woo Jin-chul really never opens his mouth unless he is 100% sure of the facts. Like, I get it, but honestly, I'm way more curious about those flying ants anyway. Chief Woo replies, "We only found one dead body, so we can't confirm if they can actually fly to the mainland without dying." "No way. I'm sure the top guilds will make a move," Choi Jong-in replies, fully knowing the big guilds are going to team up for this. But then he notices Building B is looking a bit too noisy today. Chief Woo says he doesn't hear anything, but Choi Jong-in is like, "Guess I'm just being too sensitive." Chief looks over at the building and says some rookie hunter is probably throwing a tantrum over their rank, so he decides to go check. Choi Jong-in tags along. Right then, Chief Woo thinks to himself, this guy definitely noticed something. He's so polite I almost forgot what a monster he actually is. Meanwhile, inside Building B, the assistant says their machine literally can't measure Jin-woo's insane power. They ask him if he can come back in a few days for a re-evaluation since they need approval from the higher-ups. Everyone in the room is completely jaw-dropped. What did this guy just say? No way, he's definitely an S rank. I've only heard rumors, but this is the first time I'm seeing the 10th S rank hunter in real life. There's no way small guilds can even try to recruit him. But wait, isn't this a massive opportunity? That chubby guy who was literally shaking in his boots suddenly forgets all his fear and asks the staff to reevaluate him too. Just when everyone is losing their minds, it gets even crazier. South Korea's absolute strongest guild, Hunters, is arriving, and their boss, Choi Jong-in, walks right in. Nobody can figure out why the legendary ultimate soldier is actually here. Jin-woo locks eyes with Choi Jong-in and thinks, this guy is the ultimate fire magic user. With just one skill, he can easily vaporize an entire building. He's literally a walking weapon. Small guilds who still had a tiny bit of hope are now completely crushed seeing the leader of the Hunters Guild show up. Chief Woo still can't believe Sung Jin-woo is actually an S rank, while Master Choi is thinking, there's no way a guy like him would cause this much of a stir just because a machine couldn't read his rank. He's definitely the 10th one. We don't even need a machine to prove it. He's S rank for sure, and we definitely don't need to wait 3 days. He happily walks up to introduce himself and tries to recruit Jin-woo on the spot, but plot twist, Jin-woo completely ignores him. This massive face slap leaves Master Choi totally shook. Everyone watching is utterly stunned. Jin-woo just walks out because he still has 3 whole days before his re-evaluation, and he has way too much work to do. He needs to cook up that special medicine by rushing back to the Demon Castle. Choi turns to Chief Woo Jin-chul and asks, was I being a bit too pushy just now? With that, Choi Jong-in looks outside and smiles. He vanished without making a single sound. The guy is definitely a top-tier assassin. Joins the Hunters Guild, they won't just have 3 S-rank hunters, it'll launch them straight into the world's elite guilds. Just then, Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in lock eyes, both wondering why the heck the other is even there. Seeing Baek Yoon-ho's panicked face, Choi Jong-in immediately figures out that he knows something too. Looking at the distance between the White Tiger Guild and the Hunter Association, and seeing how hard he's panting, he must have transformed and sprinted all the way here. That explains it. Baek Yoon-ho knew about him from the very start. And with everything that went down here, could it be linked to that training incident with the White Tiger Guild, the mysterious savior? Choi Jong-in finally puts it together. Baek Yoon-ho let him go because he literally couldn't stop him. He's not someone you can easily tame. Meanwhile, Baek Yoon-ho thinks to himself, damn it, I'm too late. He feels like he's being targeted by a deadly predator. Then, out of nowhere, that chubby guy from earlier walks out looking absolutely thrilled, shouting, he's a C rank. He's actually just a C rank. At the hospital, Jin-woo looks at his mother with deep sadness. Watching her sleep, it feels like she could wake up at any second. Eternal slumber, a sleep you can never wake up from. It's a disease that came along with the dungeons. I will save you, Mom. Just wait for me a little longer. I need to get way stronger. If the mid-bosses are already this cracked, the final boss is going to absolutely wreck me. My level needs to go up as I climb higher. His thoughts are cut short when Chief Woo arrives. He asks, was it really you who cleared all those monsters in the double dungeon that day? Thanks for letting me know. Seems like my judgment was totally off. Jin-woo smiles and says, we meet again. Chief Woo Jin-chul then tells him, the main goal of the surveillance department is to deal with humans, not monsters. In other words, we watch and punish hunters who break the rules. Jin-woo replies, honestly, I'd rather not get involved with your department if I can help it. Jin-chul replies, our resistance is the only thing keeping hunters in check, even if that means literally nothing to an S-rank hunter. The chief then mentions someone sits to meet Jin-woo and asks if he can spare a moment. Chairman of the Hunter Association, Go-gun-hee, and he's waiting for you right now. Figure steps out of the shadows. A silver-haired old man smiles at Jin-woo. Hunter Sung Jin-woo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Go-gun-hee. Please have a seat. Jin-woo stares at the old man. Even though he's over 80, his physique is absolutely ripped like a pro wrestler. Not to mention he's a legendary S-rank hunter. The man is built different. Go-gun-hee congratulates Jin-woo on becoming an S-rank, but Jin-woo says he still wants to do the re-evaluation. Chairman calmly explains that a re-evaluation is completely pointless for him. A measuring device helps them analyze data, but it's not meant to measure power that's way beyond its limits. Even if we could read past the current limit, it still wouldn't be able to tell the difference between S rank and whatever lies beyond that. Jin-woo asks, then why even schedule a re-evaluation? The old man smiles and replies, just to buy some time so we could meet S-rank hunters like you before anyone else does. The Hunter Association doesn't have many top-tier talents like Woo Jin-chul. After all, who would want to join the association when the big guilds can offer them endless wealth and fame? Most people know every single name on the main raid teams of those massive guilds, but barely anyone knows our chief Woo Jin-chul, even though he's literally a top-tier ranker. That's why we use this little trick to meet outstanding hunters beforehand. That's the real reason behind the re-evaluation. Doesn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Go-gun-hee's organization isn't some shady business. They can't promise Jin-woo a mountain of cash, but they can definitely back him up in other ways. Drops a major truth bomb. The government does not run the country anymore. Hunters do. They are the ones shielding citizens from monsters, with the Hunter Association leading the pack. Chairman offers to hook Jin-woo up with the sweet spot in his ranks. But Jin-woo is just confused. Like, why is this big shot telling him all this? Instead of a straight answer, Go-gun-hee asks if he knows about the top 5 guilds. Apparently, those 5 massive pillars are what keep the entire country in balance. Jin-woo joins any of them. That balance collapses instantly, throwing South Korea into pure chaos. The law and the system are just way too weak to control hunters anyway. That is exactly why the association exists. Right then, Jin-woo realizes a chilling truth. Monsters are not the only threats. Some hunters are basically monsters themselves. Go-Gun-hee asks him for his final decision. Jin-woo stays quiet, locking in his thoughts because honestly it is not a bad deal at all. Anyone with the backing of Chairman Go-Gun-hee is practically guaranteed to succeed. From parliament and the government to the association and social media, this man's influence is everywhere. Jin-woo's instincts were right. This old guy is an absolute beast, and his stats prove it. Even after leveling up like crazy, Jin-woo is only just barely on par with him. Definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even though the association only ranks 6th in raw power compared to the massive guilds, its existence is absolutely vital. Chairman probably does not have much time left, which is why he is looking for a successor. But Jin-woo just stands up and says, "Sorry, I have to pass." That completely catches Go-Gun-hee off guard. He sighs, thinking to himself that he might have to pull out the checkbook after all. But Jin-woo's next words completely blow him away. All the guy wants to do is fight. The chairman asks in shock, "Wait, you actually just want to keep battling monsters?" Honestly, the association only controls rank D&E dungeons, the trash tier gates that the big guilds do not even bother looking at. If he joins the association, his growth will completely stall. Jin-woo knows he has to keep risking his life if he wants to keep getting stronger. Jin-woo straight up says his true home is inside the dungeons. Go-Gun-hee stares at him in sheer shock because, looking into Jin-woo's eyes, he knows the kid is not bluffing. Hearing this sends a massive jolt of excitement straight through Go-Gun-hee. It has been a hot minute since his heart beat this fast. Jin-woo mentions his little sister is home alone and politely asks to head out first, bringing their intense chat to an end. Before leaving, Jin-woo drops one last note for director Woo Jin-chul. His intuition was dead wrong, because Jin-woo was not the one who cleared out the double dungeon. Left alone, Go-Gun-hee is deep in thought. He mutters that when healers and recovery magic first appeared, he actually thought he could reverse aging and ditch his frail body. But reality hit hard. Recovery magic is completely useless against old age. Meanwhile, the top 5 guilds are farming power and growing stronger by the second. Their collective strength is already on par with the national military. The association is losing its grip, and pretty soon they will be completely obsolete. Director Woo Jin-chul chimed in, saying, "And the one holding the association together is you, Chief." With a heavy sigh, he replies, "Yeah, I always believed we needed to stay strong and survive." Tells director to clear his schedule for the rest of the day. Woo points out that he still has an important meeting with the minister. Go-Gun-hee snaps back, saying he does not want to ruin his good mood by seeing that annoying old geezer, then asks Woo if he wants to grab a drink. Woo asks if it is fine since he cannot handle his alcohol. Go-Gun-hee laughs it off, saying he would expect nothing less from him. He also wonders how much alcohol Sung Jin-woo can handle. Cut to the hospital, where Hwang Dong-soo wakes up in a cold sweat after having a nightmare about getting absolutely wrecked by Sung Il-hwan. Glaring at the director, he spits out, "What do you want with a loser? If you have something to say, spit it out and leave." The director is just here to ask one thing. Is that Sung Il-hwan guy really a monster? Hwang turns to him offended, asking if the director is implying he just beat up some random civilian. Director plays the footage of that day. He points out that he has never seen a monster save humans, then asks if Hwang still insists the guy is a monster. Frustrated, Hwang Dong-soo fires back, asking if he has ever seen a regular human step out of a gate. The guy is definitely a monster. Accepting the answer, the director heads out, telling Hwang to report back to the bureau once he recovers, since there's still paperwork to clear up. Hwang Dong-soo demands to know what happened to Sung Il-hwan. The director shrugs and says the guy completely vanished right after their fight. The bureau is tracking him down, but honestly, there is no way they are catching a guy who beat him to a pulp like that. Hwang Dong-soo grinds his teeth, remembering that humiliating beatdown. Sung Il-hwan had warned him to never set foot in South Korea again and to never touch his son, or else he would face a brutal death. The memory alone makes him boil with pure rage, his killing intent flaring up. If he just had the association's backup, there is no way he would have lost. Once he is fully healed, he plans to chop Sung Il-hwan to pieces. Back at home, Jin-woo is browsing through gear on the Hunter auction platform. It is a massive online and offline marketplace where hunters buy and sell crazy gear or rare items found in dungeons. Tens of thousands of hunters in the country, this auction site is the easiest way for them to trade high-end gear. For hunters, gear is basically an extension of their body. The better the armor, the higher their chances of survival. That is exactly why low-income rank D&E hunters usually run around naked. They simply cannot afford this expensive gear. But things change if they manage to sign with a guild. Jin-woo sighs at the prices, wondering why everything is so insanely expensive. The cost of top-tier gear is just ridiculous. Even if normal hunters dump their entire life savings, they still cannot afford it. Jin-woo thought his own savings would be enough, but nope, he is still short. Not only are fire-based attacks getting more common, but his upcoming raids on the higher floors are going to be absolutely brutal. Jin-woo needs high-tier defense stats to survive them. Since the system store does not have what he needs, his only option is to sell the Orb of Avarice to fund his shopping spree. Top-tier artifacts usually only boost magic power by 20 to 30%, but this orb literally doubles it, meaning it is going to sell for an absolute fortune. Since it is a legit item, he does not even have to deal with the sketchy black market. But there is a massive catch. How does a trash-tier rank E hunter explain having a legendary item like this? They would never buy his story. To avoid suspicion, Jin-woo keeps his weed until he officially gets his rank's license. But to speed things up, having a rank A raid on his record would be perfect. The issue is, no high-rank raid team would ever invite a rank E scrub. Just as he is about to give up, he spots a recruitment post that looks perfect. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Association office, Director Woo hands Jin-woo's file to Chairman Go-gun-hee. Looking at his photo from 4 years, he looks like a completely different person. The file shows his pathetic track record over the last 3 years, proving he was officially the weakest hunter in rank E. Chairman Go-gun-hee is like, this is straight up suicide. Is this kid a fake ranker? But Director Woo Jin-chul is like, nope, my sources say he's the real deal. Chairman points out that for 4 whole years, there was no sign of a double awakening. Even though the guy was constantly getting thrashed and injured, he just kept going back in. Director nods, knowing our boy Jin-woo was only doing all this to pay for his sick mom's medical bills. Honestly, the chairman is actually touched. Jin-woo stepped up, taking care of his little sister and sick mom, holding down the family after his dad went missing. Then Director Woo drops a mini plot twist. He tells the chairman that Jin-woo just joined a raid with the legendary Hunters Guild. The chairman is thinking, wait, did Jin-woo lie to me? Did he actually get tempted by a massive guild contract? But hold on, Director Woo clarifies that Jin-woo didn't join the elite strike force. He literally joined the mining crew instead. An E-rank hunter doing manual mining work? That makes 0 sense. Out at the dungeon site, the mining team leader looks at Jin-woo and asks, wait, are you seriously an E-rank? Jin-woo is just like, yep, that's me. The leader asks him a few basic questions about mining and fighting, then tells him to relax, saying as long as he works hard, he'll be totally fine. Jin-woo just stands back, scoping out the whole scene. Since high-ranked dungeons are absolutely massive, the main strike squad can't do everything themselves. That's why they divide and conquer. Strike force sweeps the monsters first, then the mining team extracts the rare mana crystals, and the harvesting teams the monster drops. These support crews only go in once the area is completely cleared. It takes a ton of manpower because electronic gear doesn't work inside dungeons. They have to do it the old-school way, even using pickaxes enchanted with magic. Is a high-stakes A-rank dungeon, and Jin-woo is hyped to see one up close. He's so glad he signed up for this gig. He knows that sooner or later, he'll be conquering places like this anyway. Meanwhile, deep inside, the Guildmaster Choi Jong-in tells his team they're behind schedule. Everyone has a schedule to keep, and dragging this out would hold up the other crews. He looks toward the shadows and yells for the monster to show itself, saying he's not a fan of bright rooms anyway. Boom, a massive flame ignites in his hand, growing into a giant fireball. He unleashes an insane explosive blast straight at the monster. Talk about an OP fire mage. Choi Jong-in shouts for the tanks to hold the line. Heavy shields slam down instantly, but then he casually jokes that he needs to dial it back, because if he burns them too much, there won't be any loot left to collect. We don't even know how deep this dungeon goes, but those first monsters are already straight up ashes. Tanks are looking at Choi Jong-in with pure hype and admiration. He smirks, telling them he'll keep them safe, adding a cheeky warning for the ladies to watch out for the burning smell. Back outside, the mining captain is getting impatient because the strike force is taking forever. The manager tries to calm him down, saying they're almost done, and it's all for safety, so just hang tight. Just waiting for them to clear the monsters, he says. But the captain is over it, grumbling that he's heard that exact line 3 times already. The assistant patiently plays peacemaker, explaining that a single missed monster could end them. He offers to buy drinks after the shift, and the captain finally gets the hint and chills out. Suddenly, a worker yells that the strike force is finally out, meaning it's go time. Jin-woo watches as the high-rank hunters walk past. But these guys are the strongest raid team in the entire country. Right there, Jin-woo spots the top-tier mage Choi Jong-in, and right next to him is the legendary S-rank Cha Hye-in. She looks so elegant, but her power is absolutely cracked. She's easily on par with Choi Jong-in, maybe even stronger, possibly matching Go-gun-hee himself. Out of nowhere, Cha-hae-in senses tingle. She feels a massive, insane presence nearby. For a second, she thinks Chairman Go-gun-hee is here, but then the presence completely vanishes into thin air. No way a super busy guy like the chairman would just be hanging around a random raid site. After a long wait, the mining crew finally gets the green light to move in. The leader notices Jin-woo spacing out and checks on him. Then they head deep into the gate. Inside this A-rank dungeon, the scale is just mind-blowing. Fun fact, a dungeon's rank isn't actually determined by how scary the monsters are, but by measuring the raw magical energy waves. Stronger the magic waves, the bigger the dungeon's layout. Size and mana output are all that matters. Then technically, even a nest of low-tier trash monsters could release enough energy to register as high rank. But let's be real, a dungeon full of weaklings will never match the raw energy of an actual A rank. At best, it'd be a B rank. An A rank dungeon is always packed with absolutely cracked monsters. Even the wind blowing through here feels heavy. That's not normal air. It's a wave of pure magic energy, probably leaking from the final boss. Meanwhile, some miners are gossiping about Jin-woo. Since he's officially just an E-rank trash, they don't trust him to pull his weight, wondering what the boss was thinking hiring him. Jin-woo just sighs. Being an E-rank means facing disrespect everywhere he goes. But whatever, it's not like he's planning to stay a miner for long anyway. Suddenly, this big beefy worker deliberately bumps into Jin-woo and barks, "Watch where you're going, kid. Get out of the way." But before he can even finish his threat, Jin-woo gives him a cold glare. Instantly, the big guy's legs turn to jelly and he starts shaking. Jin-woo casually walks away, leaving the guy paralyzed with fear, serious questioning if Jin-woo is actually an E-rank. Talk about a satisfying face slap. The grind continues. The attack force clears everything except the final boss, followed by the harvesting crew, and then the miners get to work. Once the monsters are down, the harvesters bag the corpses, and the miners extract the magic crystals to squeeze every bit of profit from the dungeon. Every single step of this process is crucial. Magic crystals and mana stones are highly valuable, and even high-grade monster carcasses are worth a fortune. Everything from high-rank beasts, their bones, hide, and meat gets repurposed into top-tier hunter gear. Not a single piece goes to waste. That's the massive difference between low and high-rank dungeons. Crazy how even dead monsters are a gold mine. They literally milk every single cent out of these dungeons. Once everything is mined, the strike force finally takes down the Vaadhis, closing the gate. To fully milk a high-rank dungeon, they have to execute these 4 phases flawlessly. The mining leader smiles and asks Jin-woo if his mind is blown seeing an A-rank dungeon for the first time. Jin-woo just replies that the monsters here are way bigger than he expected. Jin-woo asks if every monster besides the boss has been wiped out. The captain nods, spot on. Once the boss goes down, this whole dungeon shuts down for good. So the boss won't be taken down until the mining and collection teams wrap up their work. Jin-woo then asks the real question, what happens if this big boss actually steps out of its cave? Captain's like, yeah, that rarely happens, but if it does, we are all cooked. Then he asks Jin-woo if he's actually scared of these beasts. Jin-woo's just like, nah, not really. Bro has been doing this for 3 years with the Hunter Association and never had a single slip-up. But looking at the boss, he silently thinks, sometimes ignorance is absolute bliss. Even though the boss is fast asleep, its aura is so terrifyingly heavy that it makes everyone's skin crawl. Beast is way stronger than Vulcan and Metis. It is absolutely wild that Choi Jong-in and Cha Hai-in can just delete bosses like this. But then again, their raid team is insanely well organized. That is exactly why they can clean out a dungeon safely with 0 casualties. It is not just raw muscle, it is sheer skill and veteran experience from countless runs. Watching Jin-woo speedrun the mana crystal mining, one worker turns to the captain in absolute shock and asks, wait, is this guy really a rookie? Like, is he actually an E-rank? His speed and skill are totally cracked. The captain replies, of course I checked his license, man. I wouldn't just hire some random guy off the street without checking his papers first. But seeing Jin-woo mine like an absolute machine, they are left speechless. The leader can only praise Jin-woo as a straight-up natural-born miner. All right, it is lunchtime, let us go grab some food. He asks Jin-woo to tag along, but Jin-woo declines, saying he already ate. Hearing that, the rest of the crew packs up and heads out. Jin-woo smiles. Finally, he is all by himself. He cannot let this perfect opportunity slide. He only has 1 hour, so he needs to wrap this up fast and get back. Jin-woo stands right in front of the giant-type boss. With his current power level, taking this thing down is going to be light work. But his conscience kicks in. If he ends this boss, the dungeon will collapse, and the Hunters Guild will take a massive financial hit. Just as he is hesitating, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind him. What do you think you're doing? Cha-hae-in appears out of nowhere, stopping Jin-woo dead in his tracks. He quickly plays it cool and replies, oh, I just got lost. Cha-hae looks at him and says, "Are you with the mining team? The boss is right there. You need to stay away." Jin-woo steals a glance at her, thinking, okay, she is definitely built different. He didn't even sense her sneaking up on him. Cha-hae is slightly suspicious because she definitely saw him holding a weapon a second ago. She warns him to get out of there because if that boss wakes up, everyone is going to get obliterated. Jin-woo apologizes and starts to walk away. But as he passes her, Cha-hae senses something off and immediately calls out, "Wait, hold on a second." She leans in and literally sniffs him. Wait, there is absolutely no foul odor on him at all. Jin-woo sees her weird expression and asks what is up. She asks point blank, "Are you really a hunter?" Jin-woo just pulls out his hunter license to prove it. Seeing the card, she drops it and says, "Never mind, just be careful. This dungeon is huge." Watching his back as he walks away, she wonders, is it because his rank is so low that he doesn't have that awful hunter smell? In fact, he actually smells good. Back with the mining crew, Jin-woo mentions he wandered near the boss room and ran into Hunter Cha-hae. The workers are like, "Whoa, you're insanely lucky." Hardly anyone gets to talk to her. Hunter Cha patrols the area to make sure the boss doesn't escape, doing it even on her breaks. Talk about a dedicated queen. Jin-woo silently thinks. They can laugh because they haven't seen the beast up close. The raid team is sweating bullets precisely because they know just how dangerous that monster actually is. Another guy adds, "By the way, Hunter Cha has this thing where she can smell other hunters, and apparently we smell pretty bad to her. They say it's some unique physical condition, which is why she always covers her nose with a handkerchief." Sounds kind of rough, right? Imagine struggling to breathe just by standing near other hunters. That is when Jin-woo finally pieces together why she asked if he was a hunter. He recalls the Hiki Ice Elf incident and wonders, is it the exact same situation as before? No weird scent like other hunters, and no mysterious voice ordering monsters to take him out. It has to be because he is a player, a completely unique existence with exclusive system cheat codes outside the dungeon rules. At the end of the shift, the manager hands Jin-woo his pay, absolutely hyping him up for a job well done. He laughs, saying he honestly thought Jin-woo sneaked a mining machine inside after seeing him crush those mana crystals. Thanks to Jin-woo, they wrapped up 2 hours early. They didn't even expect to beat the collection team to the finish line. I have seen a lot of guys in this line of work, but you are a whole different breed. You are a straight-up mining god. With that, he offers Jin-woo a full-time spot on the crew with a fat paycheck. But Jin-woo politely turns him down, saying he already has another gig lined up. The manager understands and asks if he can at least show up tomorrow. Jin-woo thinks about it. Since his re-evaluation is still 2 days away, he might as well secure the bag for one more day. He's got a pretty good grasp on how dungeon raids work now. But wait, does the Hunters Guild have another major raid scheduled for tomorrow? Yup, another A-rank dungeon. But tomorrow, Team B is taking the wheel instead of Team A. He flexes that this is just how massive the Hunters Guild really is. They are the only guild in the country that can flex on 2 A-rank dungeons simultaneously. Jin-woo then asks where he will be stationed tomorrow. The manager tells him he made the right choice and promises to get him double pay tomorrow. Honestly, paying double for a guy who works like 5 people combined is an absolute steal anyway. Cut to a local diner. A girl sighs. "Look, I came all the way out here because you wanted to eat, but why pork belly of all things?" Jin-ho is offended. "Wait, are you seriously dissing pork belly? This is the legendary spot where my Hyung-nim and I bonded." She rolls her eyes and asks why Jin-woo would even come here now. By the way, this is Yoo Soo-hyun, Jin-ho's cousin. Jin-ho shares that the talk with his dad went surprisingly well. She is totally stunned, unable to believe Jin-ho is actually aiming to be a guild master. But Jin-ho confesses he absolutely needs his Hyung-nim's help to make it happen. Utun has no idea who this mysterious Hyung-nim is. Jin-ho, basically on the verge of tears, shoves his phone in her face. "Look at this! Just look! Hyung-nim ghosting me? He said he'd go off the grid for a bit, but it has been over a week. He used to ignore my calls for 3 or 4 days, but a whole week is just crazy." She looks at him, weirded out. "Is this guy even your friend?" Bro is definitely acting a bit too obsessed here. Over on the TV, a famous celebrity named Lee Min-sung is speaking. "Since my photo shoot isn't finished yet, I will have to postpone my rank evaluation." Jin-ho looks up at the screen. That guy is a massive star, and they are saying he is getting re-evaluated in 2 days. Soo-hyun scoffed, "Please, he is just doing this for clout. He already got tested as an A rank, and now he is just dragging out the drama. He is basically a total attention seeker who throws a tantrum whenever the spotlight isn't on him. Guy is a total ladies' man, always flirting with Soo-hyun's model co-workers. Honestly, he is way too good at this game, super calculated." Right before the evaluation, Soo-hyun literally snatches the phone from Jin-ho. She is like, "I'm calling this big bro of yours right now." And plot twist, the call actually goes through, so she hands it right back to him. Pelkant. On the other end, Jin-woo's like, "Yo, it's been a minute, huh?" Hearing his voice, Jin-ho is literally about to cry. He's like, "Big bro, you said you were just going away for a bit, but what have you even been doing?" Jin-woo just casually replies, "Oh, I was just clearing some dungeons. By the way, how is everything going with your dad? Is it going smoothly?" Jin-ho gets hyped and says, "That is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Are you free to meet up tomorrow?" Just like that, they lock in a plan to meet tomorrow evening. Cut to Cha-hae-in at her building. She calls up a mysterious contact, asking him to dig up dirt on some guy named Sung Jin-woo who joined the mining team today. She still can't buy the story that Jin-woo just casually stumbled into the boss room by accident. What if he's a spy from a rival guild? The whole thing is just giving her a massive headache. The guy on the phone is like, "Wait, that E-rank hunter from the association?" Cha-hae-in is shocked, like, "Hold on, you know him?" The guy stutters and drops a bomb, telling her that even their guild master Choi just asked him to look up the exact same guy. Cha-hae-in immediately asks, does he know why? He says he's not entirely sure, but he tried his best to dig. It turns out the association literally locked down this low-rank hunter's files. He has never seen this level of top-secret security for any hunter before. Hearing this, Cha-hae-in instantly knows something is seriously fishy. She flops onto her bed, completely puzzled. Why is Jin-woo so different from every other hunter? He is literally the first one who actually smells good to her. The next morning, Jin-woo arrives at the B-team mining site. Looking around, he gets a bit nostalgic about his old party. Those cozy memories actually put a smile on his face. The mining boss shouts, "Hey, you're eating with us today, and don't you dare tell me you already ate." Jin-woo realized he had forgotten this warm feeling for a while. The vibe here is honestly not bad at all. The mining crew finally wraps up their work. They are about to take a break and get ready for the afternoon shift. Out of nowhere, a guy from the strike force walks up and asks to borrow a hand because their porter no-showed today. The workers start whispering, "Wait, they want to grab one of us as a porter?" There are literally strong guys in the retrieval squad who can carry heavy stuff. Why are they asking us? The mining boss is not having it. He's like, "My crew just bust their backs for 3 hours straight to finish on time, and now you want one of them to carry gear? We are short-staffed as it is." He points out they finished 2 hours early, only because of young Sung here. But the strike force leader completely ignores him, turning to the crowd and asking if anyone wants to volunteer. Promises, "We will pay extra hazard pay once the raid is over." But honestly, no one in the mining crew is budging. The risk is just too high. The mining boss sighs and says, "Look, Leader Sun Ki-hoon, we hesitate to even enter a B-rank dungeon. Being a porter in an A-rank dungeon is just suicide for us. That place is definitely not for low-rank hunters. Sure, it's just carrying gear, but the risk is on a whole different level compared to mining. Most of us here are D-rank, and we even have some E-ranks. In there, one tiny scratch is enough to put us in a coffin. Do you really think anyone here is going to risk their life for a bit of extra pocket money?" The raid leader looks totally defeated. He's like, "So, no one?" But then, out of nowhere, Jin-woo raises his hand in the crowd and says, "I'll go." Everyone is absolutely jaw-dropped. An E-rank guy trying to walk into an A-rank dungeon? They're all like, "Yo, young Sung, what on earth are you thinking?" There are literal monsters in there. Why would you want to jump into that? You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't throw your life away like this. Jin-woo just smiles and reassures them, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not that reckless." Honestly, Jin-woo has his own plans. Even if it's just carrying gear, seeing an A-rank raid firsthand is the perfect way to study their moves. Plus, this is an A-rank dungeon we're talking about. The guy next to the raid leader chuckles and says, "This kid just started working with us yesterday. He has no idea what he's signing up for." The leader asks, "What's his rank anyway?" The guy replies, "He is just an E-rank. That is way too low, we need to find someone else." But plot twist, the raid leader actually decides to bring Jin-woo along anyway. They shake hands, introduce themselves, and brief Jin-woo on the plan. As they step into the dungeon, the leader notices something crazy. Jin-woo is carrying all that heavy gear like it's absolutely nothing. Jin-woo looks up at the massive gate and thinks, "Wow, this thing is huge." The leader asks, "So yesterday was your very first day on the job? Then this must be only your second time seeing an A-rank gate, right?" The gate looks massive, but they said the magical energy coming out of it is actually weaker than yesterday's. If it were too dangerous, they wouldn't let B-team handle it anyway. Jin-woo looks over the B-team. Honestly, if you don't count the S-ranks, there is barely any difference between these two raid teams. 11 A-rank hunters and 6 B-ranks. If this were any other guild, they wouldn't even dream of splitting their roster into 2 teams like this. The magic radiating from this gate is definitely weaker than yesterday's, so the association's scanners aren't wrong. But then why does Jin-woo get that same eerie chill he felt standing right in front of the red gate? He tells himself he is probably just overthinking. He's not even in the main raid squad, so he should just chill and not stress so much. As they step inside, a girl next to him reassures him not to worry. She's like, the leader and everyone else are top-tier hunters. Let's do this! Looking at her, Jin-woo can't help but think of Ju-hee. She's a B-rank healer, and if she hadn't been traumatized, she would have fit right in with a squad like this. In fact, the 6 B ranks here are basically on par with A-rank level anyway. The Hunters Guild really has some crazy depth to have 2 squads this strong. The girl smiles and says, our vanguard will handle all the fighting. As long as you stay right behind us, you won't have to worry about a single monster. There is an old saying in raids, if the mage gets hit, it is the tank's fault. Healer gets hit, it's the vanguard's fault. But if the porter gets hit, that's on the entire team. So as long as our strike force doesn't wipe, you are perfectly safe. Meanwhile, the raid leader is feeling the pressure. This is his very first time leading a squad. Pulls this off, he'll officially lock in his promotion to raid leader. Sure, he might not be on the level of Guildmaster Choi or Vice Guildmaster Cha, but he's still easily the strongest A rank in the entire guild. He is confident he can get this done. The second they reach the monster zone, everyone instantly draws their weapons and gets ready for battle. Attacking without even waiting for orders, their coordination actually catches Jin-woo off guard. But out of nowhere, 2 wolves leap straight out of the pitch-black darkness. Dungeon jackals howl, but the raid leader charges ahead and absolutely bodies both of those rabid wolves. Right after, the warriors and mages jump straight into the action. Their synergy is honestly top tier and super professional. But wait, something is seriously off. Why are these low-tier wolves even showing up inside an A-rank dungeon? Bit confused, Jin-woo asks the girl next to him and finds out these mobs are actually from a C-rank dungeon. Since they are way too weak and dead last in the food chain, they are usually the ones getting hunted. They can barely keep their numbers up because the stronger beasts just eat them for breakfast. These wolves cannot hunt a single thing in here, even as a pack, because they can't beat anyone. Surviving here is literally impossible for them. Jin-woo spots chain marks on their necks. Okay, so these are not wild wolves at all. Someone is actually taming them and using them as hunting hounds. Jin-woo realizes, wait, we are dealing with monsters smart enough to use hunting dogs to track us down. Whoever they are, this fight is going to be incredibly tough. Suddenly, Jin-woo's spider sense tingles. The real deal is finally coming. Right on cue, one of their warriors spots a horde of giant orcs heading their way. One of the orcs steps up, raises its massive arm, and hurls a deadly spear straight at the hunters. The leader blocks it with his shield, but no way. Just one hit, and his shield is already completely shattered. Before they can even react, 2 or 3 more orcs rush them, and the tank's taunt skills do absolutely nothing. They are going straight for the backline mages. The lantern mage casts a massive fire spell right at the giant orc, but it does absolutely 0 damage. Another mage quickly casts a binding spell to lock it down, but she can only hold it for 5 seconds max. The lantern mage clutches up and summons a fire guardian. He can only summon 2 of these at a time, and each is as strong as an A-rank hunter. But there is a huge catch. He can't cast anything else. This is his absolute trump card, and if his summons get hurt, his mana will be completely drained. The frontliners are totally losing ground now. The power gap is just too massive. The leader yells, "Group up in 3s." He never expected there to be 20 giant orcs waiting for them in this place. It was never supposed to be this bad based on the gate's initial scan. These giant orcs are not your average mobs. They are the absolute elites of the orc species. Every single one of them can go toe-to-toe with an A-rank hunter, and now there is a whole army of them. 22 giant orcs, to be exact. It is 17 of our guys against 22 of them. They are completely outnumbered, and giant orcs are definitely not something B-rankers can handle. Sure, their A-rank hunters are individually stronger than these beasts, but if all the B-rankers get wiped out, they are cooked. They have 0 options left, and casualties are starting to look unavoidable. People are getting torn up left and right, and the healers are desperately trying to keep everyone alive. The leader has no choice but to call for a retreat. But just as one of the mages is about to get crushed, Jin-woo stealths in out of nowhere and slits the orc's throat in a split second. The nearby healer is completely stunned, having no idea what just happened. Jin-woo is literally moving like the wind across the battlefield, and the leader suddenly notices the pressure is dropping. Dark shadow keeps flashing past the orcs, every single strike landing perfectly on their weak spots. A couple of orcs seem to sense Jin-woo, so he has to put them down fast. Jin-woo is actually quite impressed. These guys, including Sun Ki-hoon, are the elites handpicked by the Hunters Guild, basically the top-tier hunters in the country. It is not like Jin-woo does not trust them, but these giant orcs are just on another level. That healer girl was literally seconds away from getting crushed, so Jin-woo just couldn't sit back. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he leveled up. He is actually a bit surprised that just assisting in the fight still gives him experience. Jin-woo could easily farm more levels if he took out the rest of the orcs himself, but this raid is a massive project funded by the Hunters Guild, so this is the absolute limit of how much he can carry them. Once the dust settles, everyone is completely shocked that they actually won. They immediately start checking on each other to make sure everyone is alive. No one expected a whole horde of giant orcs to be waiting here, but thankfully there are 0 casualties. One of the mages glares at Jin-woo thinking, this guy must think we are complete idiots. There is no way stealth can fool high-level mages. Meanwhile, the healer reports to the leader that during the fight, one of the orcs was suddenly lifted into the air and sliced clean in half. Ki-hoon is confused and asks, are you saying someone used magic? The healer nods, yes, exactly. Ki-hoon immediately turns to Gina and asks if she did it. Gina looks annoyed and says, no way I can pull that off. She could only slow them down a bit with her binding spells. They do not even have any curse magic users in the party. Their squad is built purely for raw damage, so there are 0 assassins with them. The mage who suspected Jin-woo drops a major hint, saying if any outsider actually pulled that off, they had to be incredibly powerful. She figures Jin-woo must have a pretty good reason for hiding his insane power. The leader starts analyzing the situation too. The orcs were strong enough to wipe them out easily. Yet, halfway through the fight, they started acting incredibly weird. One of the warriors asks Ki-hoon if they should keep pushing forward. The rest of the team also begs the leader to pull the plug because it is just too risky. Song pats the leader's shoulder and says, look, now that we know there are so many orcs around, pushing forward is straight up suicide. We need at least 2 more healers and 3 mages with area effect skills to even stand a chance. I know this is your first time leading a raid, and it really sucks to call it quits like this. The leader goes silent. If he actually clears this, he will become the official leader of the main raid team, and he might never get a second chance at this. Watching from the side, Jin-woo knows this is an incredibly tough pill to swallow. In his position, literally anyone would want to risk it all and keep going. The leader is actually smart. Just as Jin-woo hoped, he makes the right call and orders a full retreat. Hearing those words, everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief. The leader smiles and says, I am not that crazy. They start heading back in high spirits, but out of nowhere, Ki-hoon suddenly commands everyone to freeze. Right in front of the exit gate, a massive high-level magic barrier is blocking the way. Everyone is completely shocked. Where did this even come from? The mages are going to need a lot of time to crack this barrier. They definitely made the right call to retreat, because clearing this dungeon with their current setup would have been impossible. The short-haired mage panics. Sis, hurry up. This spell is insanely tough to break. The magic waves radiating from it are so insane that even the hunters who can't normally sense mana can feel the pressure. This is a whole different level. Why did we not feel this insane mana when we were outside the gate? Is this some kind of barrier that completely hides its own energy? Just like that, it is a total wipeout. The mages are completely wrecked by curse magic, but the real nightmare is just getting started because a horde of giant orcs is creeping up, right behind them. Bro, their squad barely survived taking down 20 giant orcs earlier, and now 50 of them just spawned out of nowhere. Ki-hoon steps to the front, sweating bullets, and tells the squad that they are literally dead if they try to fight. Right now, the captain is praying for a miracle, wishing guild leader Choi Jong-in or even the vice leader Cha Hai-in would just show up and save them. One of the orcs roars right in Ki-hoon's face in gibberish. But then plot twist! Some weird magic glows on the orc, and it actually starts speaking human language. The monster introduces himself as Kargalgan, saying, I want to meet you humans. Everyone's jaws literally drop, because no way is a monster speaking fluent human language. They wonder if it is some high-level magic, but the cat-eared mage points out that this orc is just a puppet, and someone else is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The crew asks Captain Ki-hoon if he really believes this trash, saying it is definitely a trap and they should fight to the death right here. But Ki-hoon ignores them and asks Kargalgan if he was the one who set up this barrier. Boss brags that he did it, flexing that he is the high mage of the orcs and that his barrier magic is way too OP for mere humans to break. Ki-hoon tries to bait him to see if there is a bigger boss in there, but nope, this guy is definitely the final boss. Kargalgan gives them an ultimatum, either get slaughtered by the orc tribe or kneel and surrender. Ki-hoon clearly has a plan cooking in his head, so he actually chooses to surrender. The whole squad is absolutely stunned by his decision. The orc tells them to follow him. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is doing the math in his head, thinking that the boss room is going to be packed with giant orcs, making their survival chances basically 0. He wonders if the captain is trying to negotiate with the boss just to get everyone out of here alive. Ki-hoon is secretly stressing out because he has 0 options and is gambling everything on this one shot. He whispers to Jin-woo that once they get inside, they will launch a surprise attack on the boss, and even if they fail, it should disrupt the barrier. He tells Jin-woo that while they distract the monsters, Jin-woo needs to make a run for it and call the main raid team for backup. Jin-woo looks at him like, bro, by the time the main team gets here, you guys are cooked. Are you seriously planning a suicide mission just to take this boss down? Captain tells him that their main job is to close this gate, not to play it safe, which is why people pay them the big bucks to be here. The healer hands Jin-woo a personal item and begs him for a favor, asking him to deliver it to her family once he gets out of this dungeon alive. She tells him that this is not his fight, so please escape safely. Jin-woo takes the item but tells her he won't need to deliver it because they are all going to make it. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Cha-in is waiting with the crowd for the raid team to come back. She was actually looking for Jin-woo, and since he is nowhere to be found, she figures he probably quit his mining job. The mining team leader walks up and asks, Hunter Cha, aren't you off duty today? She quickly greets him and asks if Hunter Jin-woo showed up for work. When the leader tells her that Jin-woo went into the gate as a porter for the raid team, Cha-in is completely shocked and yells, "A porter? Are you saying he actually went inside the gate?" Stares at the massive portal, thinking an E-rank hunter volunteering to carry bags in an A-rank dungeon? We are not immortal. What on earth is this guy thinking? She remembers seeing him holding a weapon outside the boss room yesterday and realizes her eyes were not playing tricks on her. This guy is highly suspicious. That is it. Cha-in decides she is heading inside the gate. The mining leader asks if she needs to call the guild for backup, but she tells him it is just a personal matter and he doesn't need to worry. Right as she is about to step in, she realizes she didn't even bring her weapon because she had no plans of going into a dungeon today. She turns around and asks the workers if anyone has a weapon she can borrow. One of the workers hands her a pickaxe, leaving her completely helpless. She awkwardly asks the leader if they have anything else, like maybe a sword or a spear. The leader laughs, telling her she is kind of crazy to ask a mining crew for swords. She hands the pickaxe back, telling him she will be fine and will just go in empty-handed. She walks a few steps before the leader calls out, "Miss Cha, are you seriously going in there empty-handed?" Blushing hard, she reluctantly takes the pickaxe anyway and heads into the dungeon. The leader laughs, shouting that she made the right choice because nobody should go in there unarmed. She nods in thanks and steps through the portal. Back inside, Jin-woo's group finally arrives at the orc castle, and oh my god, there are literally hundreds of them waiting. The hunters are absolutely terrified. This is way worse than they ever imagined. This army of orcs ever breaks out, they would wipe a whole city off the map before backup could even arrive. But their only hope is to take down the boss right here. The guards are just standing there, so they wonder if they can sneak past them and strike the High Mage directly. Everyone knows the plan. The moment the captain gives the signal, they are going all in on that mage. Just then, the Orc Lord speaks up, asking, "Are you afraid of me, human?" Massive roar echoes through the hall, instantly paralyzing everyone with sheer panic. The mana pouring out of him is insane. Everyone is sweating bullets. This boss is on a whole different level. Compared to this monster, the raid team's own mages look like absolute trash. Captain Ki-hoon asks him why he even brought them here when his guards alone could have wiped them out in seconds. The Orc Lord laughs and says it is purely for entertainment. He is going to execute them one by one to put on a show for his army. But then he notices something, or rather someone, who feels completely different from the rest. Ki-hoon's spirit completely breaks, whispering, "Entertainment?" All their resolve and bravery was just a joke to these monsters 37. Instead of seeing them as worthy enemies, this boss treats their lives like cheap toys to be discarded the moment he gets bored 37. Captain screams at the top of his lungs, "Charge! Everyone attack now!" Ki-hoon charges forward, but the orc boss casually chants a spell, creating a massive ice shield that completely blocks his attack. Laughing at how foolish humans are, the boss uses a gravity spell to lift Ki-hoon into the air, then slams him violently onto the ground. He keeps ragdolling him over and over, leaving Ki-hoon severely injured while the team watches in absolute horror. Jin-woo has had enough of this and steps in to save Ki-hoon. Looking down at the barely breathing captain, Jin-woo says, "Since this dungeon was bought by your guild, my actions might cause some financial loss. But considering everyone in this room is about to get slaughtered, let me ask you one thing. Is it okay if I just wipe out every single monster in here?" An orc tries to sneak up on him, but Jin-woo casually uses Ruler's hand, blasting the monster away with telekinesis while Ki-hoon watches in absolute disbelief. Jin-woo asks him one more time, "So can I kill all of them?" Realizing they actually have a chance to survive, Ki-hoon literally begs Jin-woo to save them. The High Mage has absolutely no idea he is about to get completely wrecked. He smugly tells Jin-woo, "You're pretty strong for a human, but do you seriously think you can take on all of us?" And that is when Jin-woo prepares to unleash God mode. Time to absolutely demolish these guys. The boss is like, I have never seen anyone with magic power as insane as yours. Of course, he is smirking because duh, he is him. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is standing there looking straight up murderous. Honestly, this is completely unfair, and by unfair I mean for you. With that, Jin-woo summons his massive shadow army. Back outside the dungeon, an association car pulls up, leaving everyone totally confused. Why are the association hunters showing up now? What are they even investigating? Something is definitely going down. Out steps Director Woo. He stares at the gate thinking, why on earth is this guy working as a miner here? And not just for one day, but for 2 whole days. Sung Jin-woo is about to blow up as an S-rank hunter. He really needs to watch his back and realize people might be tracking him. Just then, the mining team leader walks over to ask what is up. What brings the big shot inspector from the association all the way out here? The director replies that they got a tip Sung Jin-woo is working at this site and asks where he is right now. Team leader is like, that kid again? Is there some kind of problem, sir? The worker who got glared at by Jin-woo earlier immediately chimes in, saying, I knew it! I bet he actually killed someone. When that freak stared me down, I literally thought I was going to get eaten alive. Just talking about it gives me goosebumps. The director ignores him and asks, who is inside the gate right now? The team leader tells him Jin-woo already went inside. The porter for today flaked, and since absolutely nobody else wanted to go in, he volunteered to be the porter and went right through. Director Woo is completely speechless. First this guy was mining and now he is carrying bags? That is wild. The team leader adds that he has no clue what is going on today, because even Hunter Cha-hae-in showed up looking for Jin-woo and went inside after him. Director can barely believe his ears. Meanwhile, that same worker is still trying to get an answer, asking, did Jin-woo really kill someone? Definitely looks the part. The director calmly tells him he will find out the truth tomorrow. But honestly, the other workers refuse to believe Jin-woo is a killer because the guy works his absolute tail off. Director Woo steps closer to the gate. The raw magic power radiating from it is so intense that his glasses literally shatter. Completely panics, thinking, oh my god, is this a joke? For a second, I felt like my entire body was about to get ripped to shreds. Pull out the energy measuring device, and the reading is so insanely high that this is basically an S-rank gate. Director Woo realizes that if the raid team went in expecting the original rank, they are absolutely cooked. It should be fine since 2 S-rank hunters are already in there, but they need to move in immediately. They rush into the dungeon only to find absolute devastation, with orc corpses littered all over the place. As they push forward, they cannot fathom how Ki-hoon's raid team managed to take down this many high orcs and survive. It just does not make sense. Meanwhile, Cha-hae-in is about to head inside, sensing the overwhelming power of the boss deep in the cavern. She knows for a fact that if things are this bad, Ki-hoon's squad has 0 chance of making it out alive. Boss looks at Jin-woo's summons and mocks him, asking if he really thinks this tiny group can take down his entire army. Jin-woo just tells him not to sleep on his soldiers because underestimating them is going to end badly. Jin-woo activates his Domain of the Monarch skill, giving all his shadow soldiers a massive 50% stat boost. This is the broken skill he unlocked after hitting level 70 in the Demon Castle. Because of that buff, his shadow soldiers are absolutely cracked. The mages in the raid team are completely stunned by Jin-woo's power. The guy who summoned the Fire Guardians is losing his mind, saying that summoning even 2 of them was supposed to be the absolute limit. The girl next to him is just as shocked, wondering how on earth a single human can hold such a ridiculous amount of mana. Boss orders his minions to wipe out Jin-woo's summons. Iron steps up and uses his taunt skill, but the enemy stats are way too high, making his roar completely fail. Iron swings his massive axe to kick off the fight, and Igris follows right behind, slicing through orcs like butter. The enemies keep rushing them, so Jin-woo jumps straight into the action, tearing through the orcs near him. Watching Jin-woo fight, the hunters are speechless at how clean his moves are, saying he looks even better than their Vice Guild leader. But Jin-woo is busy analyzing the battlefield, realizing that aside from Iron, Igris, and Tank, the rest of his Shadozo soldiers are struggling. They are getting destroyed multiple times just trying to take down a single orc. The enemy has them completely outnumbered, so Jin-woo needs to level the playing field, fast. The boss casts Hymn of the Dragon, wiping out a huge chunk of Jin-woo's shadow army. Sitting high on his throne, the boss starts trash-talking, but Jin-woo is not having it. He is actually pissed now, stating that as long as he has mana, his army will just keep regenerating. But the boss just laughs it off, saying, your mana is going to dry up eventually. You will completely run out of power before you can even touch my army. Jin-woo charges forward, and the boss screams, and you will die long before that happens. The High Orc casts Hymn of Protection, completely blocking and deflecting Jin-woo's strike. Ugly tells Jin-woo, "It is useless. The more time you waste on me, the faster your shadow army dies." Jin-woo just smiles and says he has a question. Since his own shadow soldiers are actually pretty cracked, why is the boss even worrying about him? Furious, the High Orc unleashes Hymn of Fire, instantly incinerating a massive portion of the battlefield. Jin-woo realizes this guy is even stronger than Vulcan or Metis. Those bosses could control thousands of undead, but their defense was super weak. Boss has insane magic and a crazy tight defense, plus hundreds of high orcs backing him up. This is a total mismatch, way different from his old class change quest. Jin-woo commands the system to open his inventory and pulls out a mana potion. Now he can just spam these potions with zero regrets. Jin-woo looks at the boss and says, "Honestly, I just did not want to survive on mana potions like they are meals. But since you are pushing it, I am going to end you right now. Get ready for a show, because I am about to show you what a real necromancer can do." Jin-woo delivers his iconic Arise command, and all the fallen High Orcs suddenly stand right back up as shadows, leaving the boss absolutely stunned. He demands to know how Jin-woo dares to turn his proud warriors into undead trash. Jin-woo just smirks and says, "You still have plenty of soldiers left, right? Well, they are all about to become my shadow soldiers very soon. Once I am done with them, you are next." The High Orc seems to sense something terrifying from Jin-woo, but suddenly he hits a major roadblock. The High Orc begins to question his own existence, wondering, why are we even here? Why is it that the moment we open our eyes, a whispering voice inside our heads constantly commands us to hunt down all humans? Shaking off the confusion, the boss roars to his minions, "Tear those shadow soldiers to absolute shreds and offer them up to me." Jin-woo just smiles, saying he will let his squad play around with the boss's minions. The battle is absolutely wild, and while Iron is acting like a total goofball, Igris is looking incredibly cool, slicing down enemies with every single swing. It is so satisfying to watch. Just as Iron is about to get blindsided, Tank charges in from behind, sending the orc flying, and the two shadow beasts even share a hilarious high-five gesture. Jin-woo shrugs, saying, "And here I thought these guys would at least keep my soldiers entertained, but turns out they are just weak." But honestly, our boy is flexing a bit too early. His mana is burning through like crazy, even with him chugging down multiple potions. If his mana hits zero, his entire army is going to vanish instantly. Boss is watching all of this in absolute shock. Over on the sidelines, the other hunters decide they cannot just stand there and do nothing. But the moment they try to help, the High Orc boss hits them with a chain of debuffs, using Hymn of Agony, Hymn of Frenzy, and Hymn of Blindness, making them feel like they are literally about to die. Basically tells them, "Since you guys are already trash, just sit back and be the audience, stop trying to feed. Don't you dare act all high and mighty in front of the great Kargalgan." This boss really spammed all his skills on Jin-woo, but bro didn't even take a single scratch. God mode on. Boss is literally shaking right now. "No way. How are you immune to all my curses?" Jin-woo just hits him with that smug smile and asks if he already forgot his own words. Bronze tier player trying to solo a challenger? Bro, you're cooked. Right after that, Jin-woo orders his mage to drop a massive fireball combo buffed by Orb of Avarice. The High Orc boss tries to shield himself with a Guardian Hymn, but his defense gets absolutely shattered. Cha-hai-in arrives at the scene and is completely mind-blown. She's like, "Wait, are all of these actually his summons? Even the most cracked summoner in the world can only control one or two beasts at a time, so what on earth is going on here?" Seeing Cha-hai-in, the raid team is hyped and starts calling her name. She immediately checks in to see if everyone is okay. Boss screams that Jin-woo's attacks won't work on him, and starts spamming his own spells like a total maniac. He's absolutely raging, but Jin-woo is just watching him like a literal clown doing a circus act. Talk about MC diff! Jin-woo casually mentions he doesn't have the best memories with giants, so seeing this guy is giving him a headache. Plus, at this point, Jin-woo's mana is running low. Boss tells Jin-woo not to get cocky, because he's about to play with him. He breathes out a massive energy blast right at Jin-woo, but guess what? Dodged easily. Boom. Jin-woo lands a critical hit. Being a giant just makes him a massive target. Like there's no way a squishy mage with zero support is blocking an assassin's elite skills. Right then, Director Woo Jin-chul rushes in and his jaw literally drops. Cha-hai-in explains to him that those insane beasts are actually Jin-woo's summons. Back to the action, Jin-woo keeps up the pressure. But knowing a simple dagger won't do fatal damage to a giant, he decides it's time to throw hands. Just straight up fisticuffs. Cha-hai-in is super confused. Not only does guild leader Choi know Jin-woo, but even the head of the monitoring division is on first-name terms with him. Director mentions he rushed over to help after detecting a crazy surge of magic energy, but looking at this scene, he definitely showed up for nothing. I mean, they've already seen Hunter Sung Jin-woo solo an A-rank dungeon before, but no matter how you look at him, he just seems like an ordinary guy. How does he have such broken summoning magic? is what Sung Jin-woo is truly capable of. Just how many shadows can this man actually summon? Cha Hae-in asks Director Woo who this guy really is and what he knows about him. Director Woo is like, well, I know a little bit, but just a tiny bit. Meanwhile, Jin-woo stands right in front of the boss, dropping some cold hard facts. The moment a mage loses their vanguard, their survival rate is literally 0. Boss is absolutely furious and refuses to accept defeat, but boom, one final heavy blow lands, completely obliterating him. Done. System notification. Dungeon boss defeated, you have leveled up. Jin-woo's like, sweet, boss is down and the rest of the high orcs are taken care of. Time to loot the boss, right? But then Jin-woo remembers this is the Hunters Guild's dungeon. Stealing their loot would make him look greedy, so instead he decides to just extract the shadow. Jin-woo places his hand on the boss's corpse and utters those legendary words. Arise, a wave of the dark man erupts, and the boss rises again with a brand new shadow body. Everyone watching is absolutely terrified. This high-tier orc boss is now kneeling like a loyal dog. Jin-woo smirks, look at you, way quieter now that you're my shadow. Up until now, Jin-woo only knew 3 shadow ranks, normal, elite, and knight. But this is his very first time unlocking an elite knight grade shadow. Is exactly what you get from an A-rank dungeon shadow. Jin-woo tries to think of a name. Since he can't remember its old one, he just names him Tusk. Man, having this orc army on his side is a massive cheat code. Now, Jin-woo's shadow storage limit is at 127. He decides to release the extra low-tier soldiers to free up space and keep only the strongest ones. Suddenly, Director Woo Jin-chul calls out to Jin-woo, giving him a bit of a jump, and Cha Hee-in is right there too. The director explains that he represents the association and is personally monitoring Sung Jin-woo, so this entire operation is strictly classified. We'll handle the exit and give you a full report. But please, keep what you saw here today a complete secret. The staff tell Jin-woo they'll sneak him out through a back exit to avoid any unwanted attention. You literally just flexed beyond S-rank power in a top guild's territory. We need to get you out of here quietly. The raid leader chimes in, saying that after seeing Jin-woo's true power, he won't say a word to anyone and won't even ask why a god-tier hunter volunteered to be a low-level porter. We only survived because of you, so thank you on behalf of the entire team. Jin-woo then hands the notebook back to Han Song-yi, teasing her. Hey, you survived this mess, so why don't you handle your own stuff from now on? The high schooler happily takes it, and they finally head out, leaving Vice Guild leader Cha Hae-in standing there alone. A short-haired mage innocently asks why the vice leader is carrying a pickaxe of all things. Cha Hae-in blushes hard and mumbles, do I really look that stupid? Anyway, skipping ahead to a restaurant, Jin-ho is anxiously waiting for Jin-woo to talk about a massive life-or-death decision. Jin-woo's final call is literally going to decide Jin-ho's entire future. After a bit, Jin-woo finally shows up, and Jin-ho is shocked, asking why his clothes are so messed up. Jin-woo casually shrugs, oh, just got back from a dungeon run, so I'm a bit dusty. Jin-ho is completely in awe. Like, of course, his boss has been secretly grinding dungeons this whole time. Classic. After sitting down, Jin-ho spills everything about how his negotiation with his wealthy dad went down. Jin-woo is like, wait, so while you were talking with your dad, Go Myung-hwan suddenly showed up and leaked everything that happened inside the Red Gate? Jin-ho nods, exactly. Even though Go Myung-hwan, the guy they saved, is a member of the White Tiger Guild, Jin-woo can only sigh. That guy really couldn't keep his mouth shut, could he? Jin-woo calmly asks, so, you need me to join so you can take over the Yoo-jin Guild? Hearing this, Jin-ho gets dead serious. Boss, I will drop everything and follow whatever you decide. If you say no, that is final for me. Jin-woo is left feeling a bit awkward after hearing that level of loyalty. Meanwhile, over at the Hunters Guild headquarters, Choi Jong-in is absolutely stunned. Wait, Sun Ki-hoon? Are you telling me Sung Jin-woo actually joined our raid? He was on the mining crew yesterday and worked as a low-tier porter today. Hunter Sun Ki-hoon admits he has no idea what's going through Jin-woo's head, but he's confident that bro wasn't there to sabotage their raid. Boss was way out of our league, and we were practically dead meat. But Hunter Sung Jin-woo, who was just watching the whole thing from the back as a porter, no choice but to step in. Choi Jong-in sighs. First the White Tiger Guild, and now our own elite hunters had to be saved by this guy. Choi Jong-in is left deep in thought. He can summon massive beasts, moves like a high-tier assassin, and can literally raise dead monsters to fight as his loyal soldiers. Choi Jong-in asks Ki-hoon, so we have never seen these abilities before. But what if this guy is hiding even more insane powers? If he is really that broken, who is actually stronger between the two of us? Ki-hoon avoids giving a straight answer and says, to cover up weaknesses during a raid, we usually split into specific roles. You got the DPS, the tank, and the support. If you are missing even one of these in the plan, the whole strike team is cooked. One guy's weakness is covered by another guy's strength. That is how it normally goes. But this guy is on a whole different level. Sir, can you solo a high-ranked dungeon by yourself? Hearing this, Choi Jong-in literally starts shaking. He is thinking, no way, is he really that cracked? If I got surrounded by dozens of monsters, even I would struggle to survive. Choi Jong-in admits, I can't do it. The title of Ultimatum Soldier suddenly sounds like a joke. Ki-hoon then tells him, Guild Leader Choi, I have no right to interfere with how the guild recruits. But that man Hunter Sung Jin-woo, can we please get him into our guild? The guild leader promises Ki-hoon he will do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, outside the Hunter Association, a horde of reporters are setting up their cameras, waiting for this guy named Lee Min-sung. He is sitting in his ride, looking out with a smug face, and tells his manager, look at all these people. Let me see the draft again. The manager hands him tomorrow's headline, and Min-sung reads it out loud. Lee Min-sung, the man who has it all, now awakens with power beyond humanity. Min-sung laughs, a bit cringe, but honestly, I don't hate it. But wait, plot twist. The reporters lose their minds when both Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in show up. Baek Yoon-ho is totally confused as to why there is such a massive crowd of paparazzi. A reporter yells out, are you two here to recruit Lee Min-sung? As one of Korea's top hunters, what do you think about him coming out of retirement from showbiz? What rank do you think he will get? Give us a statement. Baek Yoon-ho is completely dumbfounded. Like, what? Everyone is here just for this Lee Min-sung guy? Why are they even holding a press conference right in front of the association anyway? President Baek cold shoulders them, saying he is not here for him and has zero comments. Choi Jong-in also shuts them down, pointing out that Lee Min-sung already signed with the Reaper Guild and he is here for something else entirely. The crowd gets instantly disappointed because they thought they had a huge scoop. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in start bickering like absolute kids. Baek Yoon-ho smirks. Well, looks like both of us ended up getting saved by Jin-woo. Guild leader Choi agrees, saying that without Jin-woo, his strike team B would have been totally wiped out. He claims it is only right to recruit Jin-woo into his guild, no matter what it takes. Baek Yoon-ho claps back, saying his guild took heavy losses, so they need Jin-woo to back them up. Choi Jong-in is stunned and goes, what? You are asking an S-class hunter to be your backup? Bro, are you trying to start a literal war somewhere, or what? Who keep roasting each other for another 180 minutes until Lim Tae-gyu walks up. Wait, is that Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho? Yo, don't tell me you two are fighting over Lee Min-sung. The two furious guild leaders turn around and scream, we do not care about some trash celebrity named Lee Min-sung. He has absolutely no idea what is wrong with them. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung is inside his car, completely delusional, thinking, wow, even Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho are here? The nation's top guilds are literally fighting over me. Driver says, everything is set, let's start your first press conference. Lee Min-sung steps out, basking in the spotlight as the crowd of reporters starts spamming flash photos. Jin-woo is just standing in the back, totally lost. Did the media already sniff out my S-rank awakening? Nah, looks like they have no idea who I am yet. Keeps up, I won't even be able to get inside. So Jin-woo starts squeezing through the crowd to make a path. But then, Lee Min-sung's driver cuts him off and snaps. Hey, who do you think you are? Are you with the association? Can't you see the press conference? You can't just barge through. Jin-woo calmly replies that he has official business inside. The driver is still being a total clown, trying to push Jin-woo back. Lee Min-sung looks at Jin-woo and rolls his eyes, thinking, who is this random loser? My driver needs to get rid of him already. Suddenly, Chairman Go Gun-hee walks out and confronts the driver. Who gave you permission to turn him away? That man is my personal guest. Mr. Lee Min-sung, I hope you remember who actually granted you permission to stand here today. Lee Min-sung nervously replies, yes, of course. With that, the chairman personally welcomes Jin-woo inside. Min-sung is absolutely fuming, having no idea who this guy is to get a personal escort from the chairman. How dare this nobody ruin my big debut? He barks at his team. Find out who that punk is right now. Then he instantly switches back to his fake celeb smile for the cameras, saying, excuse me for a moment, I need to discuss today's schedule with the association. But as he tries to stroll inside, Director Woo Jin-chul and some massive guards completely block the entrance. The director cold-facedly says, another hunter is undergoing evaluation right now, and until it is finished at 11 o'clock, absolutely no one is allowed inside. Hearing this, Lee Min-sung's jaw literally drops. He checks his watch and sees there are still 30 minutes left. He tries to argue, hey, my rank evaluation is scheduled for 11, and all my reporters are out here. Just let me in. Chairman himself knows about this, so why are you still blocking me? Min-sung leans in and whispers, do you even know who I am, Director? But Woo Jin-chul doesn't flinch, responds, if your appointment is at 11, then you can enter at 11. Lee Min-sung gets triggered and plays his daddy card. Are you blind? Do you not know that my family's company, Eugene Construction, is your biggest sponsor? My dad is the vice president. You should be bowing to me after all the cash we donated to this place. Are you blind to all these cameras too? You dare embarrass me in public like this? Can you even handle the consequences? Jin-chul calmly replies, yes, I can. Min-sung snaps and screams, who do you think you are? Director Woo slowly slides his glasses down, stares right into the actor's eyes and asks, the real question is, can you handle the consequences, Mr. Lee Min-sung? Meanwhile, inside the association, Baek and Choi are already waiting in the lobby. The chairman chuckles, mentioning that these two actually showed up 1 hour early, just to wait for Jin-woo. I mean, he is the first S-class hunter to appear in 2 whole years. Choi Jong-in is visibly sweating, especially after witnessing just how insane Jin-woo's power actually is. An evaluator walks up, greets Jin-woo, and says, before we begin, we need to verify the nature of your magic. What exactly is your ability? Jin-woo casually summons a shadow warrior, leaving everyone in the room stunned. The evaluator gasps, wait, summon? Can you control undead soldiers? Chairman looks at Jin-woo and asks, Hunter Sung Jin-woo, are you saying this is the limit of your power? Jin-woo knows exactly what is up. With so many eyes on him, he is keeping his trump cards hidden for now. No more hiding his power. Jin-woo summons his entire shadow army, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. Over 100 soldiers just spawn right there. Talk about OP. The insane magic power radiating from Jin-woo straight up terrifies Baek Yoon-ho. It is not even close to their last meeting. Jin-woo completely diffs him now. Guild leader Baek, sweating, asks Jin-woo if he has a moment to talk. Jin-woo just shrugs and says he has got places to be. But Baek Yoon-ho warns him that if he were Jin-woo, he wouldn't walk out that way. Meanwhile, Choi Jong-in handles him over to Jin-ah. Jin-ah looks at the screen and gasps. No way, why is her brother all over the news? Flashback to 10 minutes ago, that trash Lee Min-sung is bragging to the reporters. Even if my evaluation isn't great and I get a low rank, I will still risk my life fighting monsters to repay all your love and support. No matter my rank, I will always protect this city as a hunter. The crowd is losing it. Wait, what? Isn't Lee Min-sung supposed to be retiring? Wait, regardless of your rank? Are you saying you would actually give up being Asia's #1 superstar just to be a hunter, even if you are low rank? Standing there listening to the crowd cheer, he feels so smug. It is all a massive lie. He already knows he scored an A rank. 2 years, he is going to bag a massive contract with the Reaper Guild. His entire future is perfectly set up, or so he thinks. Out of nowhere, the reporters get a breaking alert. South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter has just been registered. Everyone goes completely wild. Official site updates, and boom, there he is, the 10th S-rank. The crowd realizes the testing room doors are still locked, meaning this goddamn tier hunter is still inside. The media completely forgets about Lee Min-sung. They rush the doors, desperate for a scoop on the new S-rank. They are even whining to Association President Woo for keeping this a secret. Everyone's eyes are on Jin-woo now, totally ignoring Lee Min-sung. The superstar's ego is completely shattered. He is thinking, out of all the days, why did a damn S-rank have to show up today and ruin his moment? Min-sung tries to grab the reporter's attention, but they just brush him off, saying they will talk to him later. It is official now. Everyone knows Jin-woo is the country's 10th S-rank monster. The mining team leader sees the news and shouts, I knew it! Back when Jin-woo gave him that chilling glare, he already knew the guy was absolutely built different. But he still almost chokes on his drink. The news spreads like wildfire. Ju-hee, Mr. Song, and even Jin-ho's billionaire dad find out that Jin-woo is the new S-rank. The dad asks Jin-ho if he successfully recruited Jin-woo yet. Jin-ho bows his head, apologizing that he couldn't sign him. He explains his boss is starting his own guild and actually offered him the Vice Guild Master spot. Dad sighs and asks if Jin-ho even knows why he wanted to build the Yoo Jin Guild in the first place. Jin-ho guesses. For the money? His dad scoffs, please, if it was about money, I have already got more than enough. Do you really think I couldn't build a massive guild if I wanted to? Why would I deal with all this headache just to chase a few extra pennies? Explains that the guild is for their own survival. The power and influence of hunters are exploding. In some cases, their raw power can rival an entire nation. There are even hunters who transcend S-rank, known as national-level hunters, walking weapons of mass destruction. In some smaller nations, these guys basically rule like kings. The law and government can't protect us anymore. That is why we need to build our own circle of loyal, elite hunters. True loyalty can't be bought with cash or simple connections. But looking at you, it seems you have actually found someone like that. Son, you have passed my test. I am handing the Yoo Jin Guild over to you. Go build it and recruit powerful allies. Loyal hunters are worth way more than any amount of gold. Jin-ho is touched and thanks his dad, but then he drops a bombshell. He can't accept it. Why? Because he is already set on joining his boss Jin-woo's new guild. Back at the association, a massive swarm of reporters surrounds Jin-woo, firing questions left and right. Jin-woo is just standing there completely stunned, not saying us a single word. Baek Yoon-ho pats his shoulder and whispers, dealing with these vultures is exhausting. Follow me, I know a secret exit. But wait, plot twist. Jin-woo just vanishes into thin air right before his eyes. Baek Yoon-ho is left completely speechless. Even Choi Jong-in is shook, asking, "A Majd-class hunter moving like that?" Baek Yoon-ho can't believe it. Even with his beast-like reflexes, his eyes couldn't track Jin-woo's speed. He knew the kid had gotten stronger, but this is on a whole other level. That insane movement speed and the sheer magic power radiating from the testing room earlier. Jin-woo is leagues ahead of where he used to be. Sung Jin-woo is currently on a level that completely eclipses both of them. He only reawakened recently. There is no way a normal hunter could level up this fast. Unless he is not a double awakener. He is a hunter who can literally level up. Meanwhile, across the globe in Washington, Hwang Dong-soo stares at the news, absolutely shocked that Jin-woo is still breathing. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is busy trying to auction off his magic orb. The shop owner tells him that appraising a relic of this caliber is going to take some time. He admits he has never seen a blood-red orb like this. It literally amplifies magic power by 100%. That is absolutely broken. Bist, Bean, usually master crafters, have to pour their blood, sweat, and tears just to make a 50% buff orb. If Choi Jong-in saw this, he would throw his entire fortune at it. When asked where he found it, Jin-woo casually says he just picked it up in a dungeon, flexing hard. The owner then asks if he wants to check out some of the top-tier gear in their auction catalog. He offers to secure Jin-woo a sweet discount. Jin-woo decides to browse. He needs to speedrun the Demon Castle as fast as possible to grab the Holy Water of Life. He needs gear to survive the blazing heat of the Demon Castle. He asks the owner if they have any high-grade fire-resistant armor. Anything with high fire defense works. The owner smiles and says, "Those aren't your typical items. Elemental resistance gear is insanely rare and expensive, so they never sell it online. But luckily, fire resistance is the most common element, so they do have some premium stuff in stock." He invites Jin-woo to follow him to the back. They enter a high-security vault filled with rows of legendary-grade armor. The owner asks if any of these catch his eye. Jin-woo looks around and asks, "Is this place really safe? You are just keeping these crazy powerful artifacts behind normal glass cases. Where is the high-tech security?" The owner chuckles, explaining the glass is magically reinforced. Even an A-rank hunter throwing a full power punch wouldn't leave a scratch. Seeing Jin-woo's skeptical look, he tells him to go ahead and give it a shot. Jin-woo can actually shatter the glass. He can keep whatever is inside for free. Suddenly, Jin-woo's eyes glow with a deadly light. A terrifying, crushing aura erupts around him, instantly making the shop owner's face go pale. Just as Jin-woo winds up his fist to obliterate the glass, the owner panics and stops him, screaming that he was just joking. Jin-woo actually breaks this. High-ranking hunters are gonna swarm this place. Like, this auction house has some crazy security contracts with top-tier hunters. The owner just stares at Jin-woo, completely stunned. Like, is this guy really a mage-class hunter? How is his raw power this cracked? Then Jin-woo casually asks, "Yo, do you have any daggers I can check out?" The boss goes, "Of course." Right away, a staff member steps up, introducing himself as the weapons expert, and leads the way, saying, "Right this way, sir." Back at the counter, the owner is staring at the glass case in absolute shock, trying to figure out what just happened. No way, did he actually crack the glass without even touching it? Meanwhile, Jin-woo picks up a dagger and asks, "How much for this?" Staff says, "That will be 30 million won." Jin-woo holds it, thinking to himself, "Hold up, this thing is way worse than my Night Killer, so why is it so damn expensive?" Stats are basically the same, and Kasaka's Venom Fang is easily way better. Jin-woo pulls out his own dagger and asks, "So, how much would this one go for?" The praiser picks it up, totally mind-blown. He goes, "Wow, I have never seen a pattern like this. This could easily fetch over 100 million won." Jin-woo is low-key shocked. Like, bro bought that dagger from the system shop for just 28 million gold. Him Sang-shik's sword with only 10 attack power was already worth 3 million won, but Jin-woo's spare gear is literally worth hundreds of millions. Talk about a massive flex. If he can flip system shop gear for this much cash, Jin-woo does not even need to sell the Orb of Avarice anymore. Meanwhile, over at Guildmaster Baek's office, the big boss is still losing his mind over Jin-woo. See, when Baek goes into his beast mode, his eyes can accurately scan anyone's true power level. Back in the Red Gate, Jin-woo was definitely weaker than him, but now, with this insane growth, Jin-woo could easily start his own guild without needing anyone else. Like, the nation's top guilds are nothing compared to him now. This guy keeps scaling up, he is going to be the absolute #1 in no time. Choi Jong-in and Baek are honestly just wasting their breath trying to recruit him. It is over for them. Right outside Jin-woo's apartment, Chief An is shouting with pure main character energy, saying, "Guildmaster Baek might be trying to recruit Jin-woo, but I am not giving up. If I can just get one more chance to talk to him, I know I can do it." All his staff are hyping him up, but his assistant is low-key worried, asking, "Sir, do you really think Jin-woo is going to meet us with all these reporters camping out here?" Chief is determined, saying, "Then we camp out here too." Inside, Jin-ah peeks out the window and seeing the massive horde of reporters, she literally slumps to the floor in pure panic. Jin-woo casually tells her he is just going down to tell them to scram, but Jin-ah immediately stops her brother, screaming, "No way, don't do that. Appa, if you do, the internet will literally drag you to hell. Trying to fight off the press is only going to make things worse." Jin-woo is just standing there, utterly confused, wondering what the hell he even did to deserve this. While Jin-ah is still lecturing him, suddenly, there is a loud knock on the door. Jin-woo's face instantly goes dark. He is like, "Seriously, now they are knocking on our front door? That is it. I am going to have a word with them." Jin-ah tries to hold him back, but Jin-woo is fed up and yanks the door open, ready to yell, "Hey, listen up, you guys," but his voice instantly cuts off. Standing right there is Jin-ho, crying his absolute eyes out. He sobs, "Big bro, my dad kicked me out." Jin-woo is dumbfounded, and after asking what happened, he finally gets the picture. Turns out that luxury mansion Jin-ho was flexing and belonged to his dad, which is why he is begging Jin-woo to let him crash at his place for a bit. Jin-ah runs over and asks, "Who is that?" But Jin-woo is just like, "No clue, never seen him in my life," and straight up shuts the door, leaving poor Jin-ho outside sobbing. Absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Jin-ho's mom asks his dad, "Hey, weren't you a bit too harsh on Jin-ho?" But the dad is cold, saying no, the kid needed this reality check. If he wants to stand on his own 2 feet, he has to do everything himself, just like his big bro said. But as soon as he finishes his sentence, he suddenly stops, looks at his wife, and completely collapses. That night, Jin-woo looks at Jin-ah, wondering who is going to protect her when he is gone. So he summons a few Shadow Knights and wonders, are these guys strong enough to solo an A-rank hunter? Pinned. Wait, didn't Tusk have 4 high orc bodyguards? Why are there only 3 here? Then he remembers, oh yeah, he totally forgot to summon the last one because it got stuck in the ceiling. Classic. He orders 2 of his shadow guards to stay hidden and protect Jin-ah. Next, he deploys his other soldiers to patrol and secure the entire neighborhood. Standing on top of a building, Jin-woo tells his shadows, "From now on, you guys are the guardians of this neighborhood. Stay low, don't let anyone spot you, now get to work." Cut to the next day, Jin-woo is in the car asking Jin-ho, "Yo, did you sleep okay last night?" Jin-ho happily nods, saying the motel actually has some solid amenities. Jin-woo tells him, "Just hang in there until we can find a proper office space for you." Jin-woo is still a bit skeptical, but since Jin-ho literally turned down becoming the leader of Yujin Guild just to follow him, Jin-woo figures he shouldn't troll the guy too much. After all, he is the reason Jin-ho walked away from that sweet deal. Jin-ho then asks, "Big bro, what kind of business are we even starting that made you buy a whole building so fast?" But before he can even get an answer, Jin-woo has already vanished into thin air. Now Jin-woo is standing right in front of the demon castle. He is fully geared up, and his new items are going to shield him from the insane heat. The cloak of wind and that nameless ring with water attributes he sniped from the auction house. His prep is absolutely top tier. Steps inside, the system triggers a new quest. Regular quest, collect Demon Souls Part 2, defeat the Demon King Baran and harvest his soul. Rewards are insane. First, a top-tier runestone, second 30 bonus stat points, and third, a hidden reward. Jin-woo smirks, realizing the rewards are getting way better the deeper he goes. From shadow extraction to shadow storage and the Monarch's domain, his class-specific skills have been straight-up broken. Floor 76 is finally unlocked, and Jin-woo steps right in. Tusk steps up, and combining his power with the Orb of Avarice, he absolutely obliterates every single monster on the floor. The sheer, terrifying magic power radiating from him even catches Jin-woo off guard. With that magic orb, Tusk is back to prime strength, just like before he became a shadow. Oh, and the size of the orb actually scales to fit its user. Cool detail. Over at the hospital, the doctor tells Jin-ho's dad that he has been out cold for 2 straight days. The dad is stunned, asking, "Was I really that exhausted? Did the tests show anything?" Doctor asks, "Is anyone in your family a hunter or recently awakened?" He gets super confused. Then the doctor drops a bombshell. "Have you ever heard of the eternal slumber? It is a coma you never wake up from. Not only can you not wake up, but your life force literally drains away day by day. The only way to keep your patients alive is by hooking them up to machines powered by magic stones." Disease started popping up after the dungeons appeared, and it is a straight death sentence for anyone who cannot afford the crazy expensive life support. It always starts the same way. Patients just feel super tired, fall asleep, and then they are cooked. Sorts of this eternal slumber is closely linked to magic energy, and as normal humans, there is absolutely nothing they can do to fight it. Can't handle mana at all. Turns out, eternal slumber only triggers after being around mana for too long, so he has to stay far away from magic beasts, mana crystals, or anyone with magical power. Talk about a death sentence. He asks, "How do I even spot the symptoms when they start? There has to be some kind of fix with today's technology, right?" Doctor asks, is anyone in your family a hunter right now? Hearing this, he instantly realized he was cooked. With magic taking over society, escaping mana was literally impossible. Am I really just going to take this L? Me, Yoo Myung-han, failing? No shot. I'm not giving up without a fight. There is no way I'm dying here, right? Meanwhile, over on Jeju Island, those crazy mutant ants actually survived. The island's patrol team is doing their rounds when an old man greets them. He asks, how's the patrol going? Is that a new guy next to you? The young guard replies, yes, sir, he just joined. Turns to the rookie mage next to him and says, even though we don't see crazy stuff too often, patrol every day and try to remember the locals' faces. But seriously, if a gate pops up on an isolated island like this, we are absolutely screwed. It is over for all of us if a dungeon break happens here, mostly because we detect it way too late. That's why our priority is to track any gate immediately using mana detection, then call the big league hunters from the mainland. But even then, it'll take them 3 days to reach us. In other words, if you are wondering what we do while waiting for backups, we basically just pray and search to see if any more gates spawn during those 3 days. Since we're the only 2 hunters in this village, and we are just D rank and E rank, we literally have zero business trying to clear the gate ourselves. But as they're talking, the worst case scenario happens. A bipedal ant appears out of nowhere, leaving them absolutely stunned. Back in the Demon Tower, Jin-woo is absolutely clearing mobs. His Shadow Soldier limit and storage went way up after boosting his intelligence stat. But the absolute worst part? He can't shadow extract any of these demons. What a scam. Jin-woo realizes that moving around in one giant group is a major waste of time. He needs to manage them way better. After plotting his next move, Jin-woo commands his Shadow Army to split into 6 squads, led by Igris Iron Tank High Orc A and High Orc B. He gives them 2 rules. Number 1, stay in your squads and wipe out any enemy in your path, and number 2, alert him the second you find a library pass. With that, they salute and disperse. Galaxy Brain Strat is going to speed up the entry pass drops. Right now, Jin-woo's main goal is to speedrun his way to the top floor. Jin-woo barely sent his soldiers out and the XP is already rolling in. This passive farming is too broken. Now he can just chill, wander around, and enjoy the free level ups. His shadow soldiers are clashing with high-tier demons. Jin-woo has to constantly spam his mana recovery. A few days later, Tank already leveled up 10 times since they last met. It's not just Jin-woo getting cracked, his soldiers are leveling up too. This squad hunting method is incredibly OP. Just 20 more floors until he hits floor 80, which is way faster than he expected. Joke. It only took him 2 days to climb 80 floors, but this factory doesn't seem to have any passes. He wonders if there's a strong boss hiding somewhere else. Suddenly, Jin-woo's mana takes a massive hit. Looks like his shadows are getting overwhelmed, so he has no choice but to recall them. The next day, they get hit with back-to-back ambushes, forcing him to recall his fallen soldiers again. Even High Orc Squad B and Igris' squad got jumped. Jin-woo figures there must be some high-level troops patrolling this floor. But what's weird is they completely ignored Tusk's squad right next to Igris and ambushed High Orc Squad A instead. Are these demons actually smart enough to avoid Tusk because he's too strong? If they are actively picking fights they can win, it means these monsters actually have high IQ and can spot the weak links. Since they already ambushed High Orc Squad B, Tank Squad is definitely next. Jin-woo stands by his soldiers, waiting for the trap. Sure enough, a group of high-tier demons arrives, featuring 1 noble demon and 3 demon knights. Without warning, one of the knights lunges forward and shreds Tank's squad. Just 1 slash and the Shadow Bears are completely wiped. No wonder their regen speed couldn't keep up. Suddenly, Jin-woo steps out of the shadows. 1 knight charges at him, but Jin-woo treats him like a literal punching bag. Another knight rushes in, but before he can even blink, Jin-woo runs him through and sends him straight to the lobby. Jin-woo looks at the commanders and says, I was wondering what a demon looks like when it is absolutely terrified, but now I know. Having no other choice, the demon desperately fights back, aiming for lethal strikes. Jin-woo analyzes the power scaling in his head. Low-tier demons are around D rank, mid-tier are C rank, high-tier are A rank, ancient demons are A+ rank, while noble demons or mini-bosses are S rank. That basically maps out the power scaling of this demon tower. Jin-woo walks up and grabs the noble demon by the face with his bare hands, forcing them to surrender in pure terror. But Jin-woo is skeptical. How are these monsters speaking human language? Jin-woo rips off the demon's mask to find out she's actually a girl. The demon immediately apologizes to Jin-woo, begging him to spare her life. Jin-woo is like, you just jumped my squad and now you're saying sorry? She stammers, I made a massive mistake, but our clan is tasked with protecting this territory. We couldn't just stand by and let strangers do whatever they want. She hesitates. I mean, let someone run wild and squash other demons like ants. Spare me. Jin-woo asks, are you stupid? You're begging for mercy from the guy who literally just deleted your comrades. She replies, as knights, their duty is to protect their lord. I'm sure the other knights would just be happy that I'm safe. Jin-woo is stunned. He has never seen a demon this selfish before. Genuinely doesn't want to slice her up since she looks so human. Sensing an opening, the girl tries to catch him off guard and go for the kill, but Jin-woo is way ahead of her. Tusk steps in from behind to protect his master, turns to her and asks, what do you think you're doing? Realizing she salute wrong guy, she bows her head, begging for mercy and promising to do whatever Jin-woo wants. Jin-woo says, the entry pass, can you get it? The demon girl replies, the pass is being kept safe by my clan. If you can escort me back home safely, I can get it for you. Jin-woo finally gets why he couldn't find any passes despite clearing so many mobs. It was gate-kept by her clan the entire time. Demon Girl knows exactly where the next floor's pass is hidden. She'll show Jin-woo, but only if he promises to spare her and her clan. Jin-woo finds the offer tempting, but he's still highly suspicious. Jin-woo gets right in her face, making her blush, but then he unleashes a terrifying wave of mana that has her sweating bullets. She stammers. I'm not lying. Jin-woo tells her, if you can deliver the pass, I'll leave quietly. But first, who even are you? Back on the island. Jeju Island is officially in hell. That mutant ant that survived? Yeah, it's currently on a massive rampage, absolutely shredding innocent people left and right. The whole place is a straight-up horror movie. Cut back to the Demon Tower. The Demon Girl introduces herself as Lady Isel, the oldest daughter of the Roder clan leader. But right when she's about to drop some major lore about her clan, she suddenly shuts up. Jin-woo has no idea what'll go down if he gets too blunt with a monster, but he shoots his shot anyway. He asks her if she hears some creepy voice in her head constantly screaming to kill humans. Isel looks completely clueless and says hope, but they actually hear a totally different voice telling them to protect their home. Jin-woo realizes these dungeon beasts have a completely different coding than the ones in the regular gates. Gate monsters are programmed to wipe out humanity, but these dungeon beasts, they are just here to guard the tower. Begs the question, is Jin-woo the one acting like a gate monster here? He asks her when this mental radio station started broadcasting. Isel says it all began the moment they woke up here, which totally catches him off guard. Hold up, if they woke up here, they must have lived somewhere else before. This is the ultimate clue to cracking the system's secrets. Jin-woo immediately grills Isel on where her actual hometown is. She innocently tells him they used to live in the demon realm, but before they knew it, they got locked in this tower. Jin-woo keeps digging, asking what they even did back in their old world. Drops a bomb, saying they were gearing up for war, making alliances to survive a massive battle. Jin-woo is super confused and asks, wait, a battle? Against who? She says it was a war against an absolute god-tier enemy, forcing all demon clans to team up. But right as she's about to leak the final boss, the system steps in and mutes her. Access denied. You have exceeded your authorized information limit. Jin-woo is so annoyed. Like, seriously? First Baruka, and now this? The system is straight up gatekeeping the lore. Proves talking to her is the key to uncovering the truth. Leveling up, dungeons, quests, rewards, and penalties. Literally everything is running on game logic. So it makes total sense if these demons are just NPCs programmed for a game. Jin-woo asks who the enemy is anyway, but when Isel tries to force the words out, the system literally knocks her unconscious. Damn, the system is working overtime to cover this guy's tracks. If this enemy is so broken they can manipulate the system and affect Earth, and they're the ones the demons fought, then that's the ultimate clue. Back on Jeju Island, things are looking absolutely grim. That mutant ant has practically wiped out almost every single person left on the island. One healer drops his guard for a split second, and boom, he's erased. The E-rank hunters are too weak to even react, getting one-shotted instantly. Once of them off, the ant tactically targets the healers first, then hunts down the weakest survivors. Monster actually knows a long fight works against it. The surviving hunter realizes with sheer terror that this thing isn't just a brainless beast, it's highly intelligent. Over at the Hunters Association, they are watching this horrific slaughter unfold live through a dashcam feed from a nearby car. The director briefs the room, explaining that these mutant ants can completely overrun and wipe out an entire area within a single day. They were first spotted on a small island, and they always migrate as soon as they finish a slaughter. Backup was sent as fast as possible, but by the time they arrived, there was literally nothing left. The entire zone was completely erased. Body count is high, with 4 E ranks, 1 D rank, and even a C rank manager down. The only reason they finally took that single mutant ant out was because an A rank hunter stepped in to carry. Death toll in that village after just one attack is 294, and they had to dispatch 108 hunters just to deal with it. These mutant ants can fly, they have insane senses, and they'll run away the second they feel threatened. Japanese Hunter Association warned them that even their massive deployment wasn't enough. Japan has one of the most cracked hunter systems in all of Asia, and yet they still got absolutely demolished. Those mutant ants cross the sea and fly over to Korea were completely cooked. Korea has way too many islands, and there's no way they can monitor all of them. Chairman points out that the island they just hit is 150 kilometers away from Jeju. If these ants can fly that far, they won't just hit coastal areas. They could literally reach Mokpo in no time. That means if they catch a different wind, they could land on Jindo Island or Wando County next. Honestly, these things are behaving more like killer wasps than ants. Korea doesn't have the insane manpower Japan does to guard every single island. And sending a couple of low-rank hunters to protect them? Bro, that's literally just sends them to be free snacks. And everyone is sweating bullets, wondering who on earth can bail Korea out of this nightmare. Big nations like China and Russia have their hands full protecting their own massive borders. And the United States? They instantly said nope the second the S-rank gate opened. Talk about a massive headache. Suddenly, Director Woo pulls Chairman Go Gun-hee aside. He admits he kept a secret during the main meeting, but someone has been hitting up his line, and it's none other than Hwang Dong-soo from the Scavenger Guild. Hwang Dong-soo claims he wants to help with the upcoming Jeju Island raid, but the chairman is too smart for that. He instantly sniffs out the trap. Dong-soo's real target is obviously our boy, Sung Jin-woo. Chairman asks Woo what they're going to do about it. Woo explains that because of his past beef with Baek Yoon-ho during the Red Gate incident, they already tried to block Dong-soo's entry visa. But here's the plot twist. Hwang Dong-soo isn't the only one trying to get in. A national-level hunter is also making moves. Right on cue, we see a massive absolute unit of a man with a long lion-like blonde mane, walking with insane presence as he prepares to meet Chairman Go Gun-hee. Back inside the demon tower, Isol finally wakes up and looks at Jin-woo, completely dazed, asking him when she even passed out. Jin-woo skips the small talk and just says, "Looks like you demons aren't exactly best friends." He points to a pile of defeated monsters and mentions they tried to jump her. Isol is completely shocked. She's like, "Wait, did you actually guard me while I was asleep?" She bows and thanks him, explaining that low-tier brainless demons don't view intelligent demons as their own kind at all. Jin-woo gets straight to the point and asks if the next floor pass is far. The two of them head straight into the demon castle, where Isil asks a guard where her dad is. The guard tells her the king is currently relaxing at the lady's palace. The guard asks her who the sketchy-looking guy behind her is. Isil immediately tells him he's a VIP guest, and they better treat him with absolute respect, before leading Jin-woo straight to her dad. Dad instantly loses his mind and screams at Isol, asking why on earth she brought this guy here. Isol tries to say he's a guest, but her dad cuts her off, yelling, "What kind of guest brings a whole freaking army into someone's house?" Panics, asking Isol if she's blind to the countless shadow soldiers hiding right inside his shadow. He glares at Jin-woo, asking how he dares to bring an entire army into his royal palace. The royal knights immediately surround Jin-woo, pointing their swords right at him like they're ready to put him down. But our boy Jin-woo stays cold as ice, calmly telling the king that he promised Isol he'd leave peacefully if they just hand over the next floor pass. King stares at Jin-woo, sweating bullets. He starts putting the pieces together, wondering if this is the absolute monster who's been slaughtering every demon in the tower on his way up. Even though they are nobility, the Radir clan is easily one of the weakest among the 20 demon noble houses. He's heard rumors that this kid soloed Vulcan and Mitus, so there's absolutely no way his clan survives if they throw hands. He quickly swallows his pride and asks if Jin-woo only wants the pass. Jin-woo smirked and said, "There's actually one more thing." He pats Asil on the shoulder and says he wants her too. Bro just wants her as a tour guide because she knows where the keys are, but her dad's mind goes straight to a completely different place. Dinner table, he asks Jin-woo if all he really needs is the entry pass and a guide. Inside, he is dying of embarrassment having to make a deal with a human, but he knows this freak is the big boss of those pitch-black soldiers, and there is no way he can fight him. So he asks Jin-woo, "You won't put my daughter in danger, right?" Jin-woo sighs. Even a demon actually cares about his daughter? He replies, "I won't, I promise." Hearing that, the demon finally relaxes and hands over the pass. Jin-woo holds the paper in his hands. Wait, does he have to take passes from every single clan from now on? He turns to Isol and asks, "Shall we head out right now?" System notifications pop up. A noble demon has requested to join the party. Party members can use the magic teleportation gate, and experience points will be split based on contribution. Hearing this, Jin-woo tells Isol that if a fight breaks out, she has to promise to stay out of it. He will handle everything. Isol hears this handsome hunk wanting to protect her, and her heart completely melts. On the way, Jin-woo asks Isol if she is cool with not riding her horse. She says only party members can enter the magic teleportation circle, so she couldn't bring it along. Sure, Lord Jin-woo, please wait a second. This is the favorite wine of the Garsh clan leader. My dad actually prepared gifts for every single clan leader. He asks her, why did he do that? She gently explains that if they give it to them, negotiations will go much smoother. Hearing this, Jin-woo asks Essel if she is on good terms with the Garsh clan leader, that they would even give her a chance? She says not really. In the past, the clans always fought for high rankings in the demon world, but none of them are actually hostile towards each other. Hearing this, Jin-woo cuts her off. All right, you just stay.
Yep.
Here, I will go. Won't take long. The narrator says it only takes a few minutes for the flames to erupt. From the Garsh clan castle, scene cuts to the Hunter Association. A huge, towering man is meeting with Chairman Go-gun-hee. He remarks that the chairman speaks English super fluently. But I'm sure you didn't mishear. That's South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter, Sung Jin-woo. Or do you seriously have no idea where he is right now for some reason? Chief Woo says he is highly elusive, so their surveillance department is doing its absolute best to locate him. The guy is like, how can I even believe you, Chief? Chief Woo replies that the Hunter Association isn't stupid enough to lie to a national-level hunter. The man smiles and says, I get it. Oh, by the way, I heard our Hwang Dong-soo went to South Korea and caused some trouble, didn't he? He is an S-rank hunter, so we don't really have a place to just keep him locked up or let him wander around. Hearing this, the chairman thinks to himself, our Hwang Dong-soo? The guy talks as if Hwang Dong-soo is already completely out of America's hands. He goes on, well, Sung Jin-woo is only part of it, but I also came here to ask the Korean Hunter Association to deny entry to Hwang Dong-soo. But looks like you've already handled that, right? The chairman replies, yes, you are correct. The man shakes hands with the chairman, saying he'll be back if there's anything else. Standing in front of that giant, the chairman feels like a little kid next to him, even though he is already an old man. Blonde-haired man says he knows Korea suffered a lot from the Jeju Island incident, which is why he came. He wanted to help, but he is just too busy, which sucks. But of course, it'd be a different story if Korea hired him. Chief Woo asks if they can have someone from the surveillance department tag along. He waves them off, saying do whatever you want, but make sure today's conversation doesn't leak out. Chairman turns to the chief and asks, Chief Woo Jin-chul, what do you think about that delusional guy's Jeju Island raid plan? Don't worry, Chairman, because Japan has already confirmed everything. A top-tier hunter from a major Japanese guild is visiting Korea today. Cut to the Demon Castle. The absolutely wrecked scene shows Jin-woo completely wiping the floor with the entire Garsh demon clan. Total MC diff. The system awards Jin-woo way more EXP for slaying high-tier demons, allowing him to rank up shadow soldiers when they level up. The soldiers are now requesting a promotion, and the system prompts, do you approve of the promotion request? Jin-woo immediately hits accept. A massive surge of magical power surrounds the soldiers. The Knight Igris has been promoted from Knight rank to Elite Knight, and from Elite Knight he ascends to Royal Knight. Soldiers at this rank or higher can now be named. Jin-woo names him Igris. Now covered in a completely different, epic aura, he is basically on par with an S-rank hunter. Isol asks Jin-woo if he has any idea how many demon clans he is about to wipe off the map. Jin-woo says he's cleared 89 floors, so not counting her clan, probably 9. Isol warns him that from the 90th floor onward, every single floor is heavily guarded by a high-tier noble demon clan. They are on a whole different level in the alliance, but if you can somehow convince them, they will hand over the passes just like my clan did. Jin-woo smiles. If I were weaker than your clan, would you have negotiated? Hearing this, Isol has a total reality check. Jin-woo turns to leave. You mentioned there's always a fight for the top rankings among the demon clans, right? Well, I will make the Radiru clan the sole survivor here. Isol reveals her clan's name is Radiru. Boss Jin-woo, why did you spare my clan? Jin-woo goes full bad boy mode and says, because I like you. Hearing this makes Isol blush crazy red. But thinking about family and kids, Jin-woo laughs to himself. I was just joking, just like Gino. How do I always end up getting along with clumsy people like this? Just like Isol said, the difficulty spikes like crazy from the 90th floor up. The magic beast levels and the strength of every single soldier in their army are on a totally different scale compared to the lower floors. Then, even though Jin-woo's intelligence stat has increased, it's barely keeping up with his insane mana consumption. That's because his shadow soldiers are constantly regenerating after being destroyed. But that doesn't mean it's impossible for him to blast past the 90th floor with just a bit of luck. The 4th-ranked Pathos clan, 5th-ranked Ricado clan are both completely wiped out. Jin-woo's train of thought is cut off when Isol asks him, is there anyone else out there as insanely strong as you, boss? Jin-woo replies, maybe 2 people. He thinks to himself, Go-gun-hee and Cha-hae-in, I can feel that they are way stronger than other S-ranks. Based on her raw energy, Cha-hae-in easily outclasses the legendary Choi Jong-in, who's known as the ultimate soldier. In other words, there's a massive gap even among ETS ranks. Plus, since S-rank hunters couldn't be accurately measured before, their power is likely on a whole different level compared to lower ranks. Honestly, I might still be ranked below Chairman Go-Gun-hee right now. But maybe now, once I clear the highest floor, things will be totally different. Jin-woo turns to Isol and says, "Go back to your floor. I will handle things on my own from here." Hearing this, Isol is caught off guard. She hasn't even been able to help him for very long. Jin-woo pats her shoulder, thinking, what an interesting girl, but this is the end. He tells her, "You've done great up to now. Thank you." Jin-woo is only doing this because he doesn't want her in danger, but she speaks up, "No, I want to go with you. I want to see how your battle ends." Seeing her resolve, Jin-woo gives in, and the two of them head up to the 98th floor. Meanwhile, back in the real world at the international airport, S-rank hunter Goto Ryuji is walking out with his assistant. He asks her, "What's all this noise about?" Hey, a hunter's sixth sense is screaming. There is someone absolutely cracked at this airport right now. The girl asks in pure shock, "Wait, stronger than Goto-san?" He does not answer right away. He pauses thinking, no, there is no way. Someone that OP cannot be in a place like this. Out of nowhere, a young guy rushes up to Goto, apologizing because the crowd is insane. Goto just brushes it off and asks, "No worries, did anyone else arrive at the airport?" The guy says a hunter from America just landed in Korea for some personal business, so there is nothing to worry about. Goto's mind starts racing. A hunter from the US? Why would they show up now of all times? Meanwhile, in Chairman Go-Gun-hee's office, the chairman is eyeing Goto. This guy is the only hunter in Asia who can actually match Liu Jigong. Goto Ryuji is just built different. Right now, Japan has 21 S-rank hunters, and 11 of them are stacked in the Draw Sword Guild. Unlike Korea's system with 5 rival guilds, this one guild holds all the power over there. It is no secret that the Draw Sword Guild is the biggest in Asia right after China's. The girl introduces herself to Chairman Go as Hanakawa, acting as the translator. She will translate for Goto. She says, "Because of the disasters over the past few days, we decided we cannot just let the Jeju Island situation slide any longer. That is why we are offering full support to Korea. To put it simply, that is why we are here. What if we team up and build an elite hunter alliance?" Chairman asks calmly, "So you are saying you can build a strike force to raid the ants' territory?" Goto nods, exactly. But the chairman is skeptical. "I know Japan's got top-tier hunters, but raiding Jeju Island is still way too dangerous." Goto insists that for an S-rank gate, they need a solid plan. Then, the assistant hands the chairman the data they gathered on the ants. Turns out, every single ant is as strong as a top A-rank hunter, but they have one massive fatal flaw: their lifespan. Ants only live for 1 year. If we take out the queen, the rest of the horde will die off naturally in a year, and Jeju Island will finally be free of them. Chairman Go thinks to himself, killing the queen basically clears the whole island. But how are we supposed to reach her without dealing with thousands of soldier ants first? He looks thoughtful and says, "I seriously doubt those ants are just going to let their queen die." Goto speaks up. "Of course, we will break through their defense of thousands of ants, but everything changes once we draw them out of their tunnels." One of the staff asks, "Is that even possible? We already failed 3 times before." Goto looks serious. During the previous 3 Korean raids on Jeju Island, the ants always left their tunnels to swarm the hunters. Staff member gasps, "No way." The translator replies, "Our mana detection technology proved this. You can check the details in the files." Goto drops a bombshell. 10 out of 11 S-rank hunters in my guild, including myself, will join this upcoming Jeju Island raid. We will draw all the aggro and gather the ants, leaving the Korean hunters to assassinate the queen. The staff starts whispering in shock. 10 S-ranks, including Goto Ryuji? Chairman Go keeps his cool. If 10 S-ranks distract the ants, only the queen and a few guards will be left in the nest. Goto adds, "Our S-ranks will split into small groups and attack from all sides. The ants will swarm to defend, leaving the queen completely wide open. The Korean hunters will fly in by helicopter, take out the queen, and escape the exact same way." Chairman Go-Gun-hee knows it sounds solid, but why is Drawsword so eager to help? And they are leaving 1 S-rank behind. Meanwhile, Goto is plotting. Every national-level hunter is recorded when clearing rank gates. If he sees my flex now, clearing Jeju Island will hype my rep even more. A stage where a national-level hunter can shine is perfect to draw a Japanese powerhouse into the spotlight. And for an S-rank gate, sending 10 ranks keeps things safe. With low risk, there is no way Korea can say no. It might not be the most honorable play, but it won't hurt my shot at that national-level title. Chairman Go is shaken. Compared to Japan, Korea only has 8 S-ranks, including himself and the retired Min Byung-gu. That means only 6 can actually fight. Speaks calmly. This strategy will not work with just Korean hunters. He is worried. Can they actually take down an S-rank boss like the Ant Queen? Even possible. Well, if it is Sung Jin-woo, the guy who solos A-rank bosses, it is a done deal. But will Jin-woo cooperate with other S-ranks? The ants are evolving too fast. They could develop wings at any second. They cannot wait any longer. Chairman Go tells them he gets it and will finalize the plan after reviewing the files. Cut to the 100th floor of the demon castle. Jin-woo is now level 93. He and Isil are staring down a massive dragon, and riding on its back is the demon king Baran, radiating an insane aura. Even Jin-woo is not sure if he can win this one. Elsil is sweating bullets. It is so sharp and bloodthirsty. This is her first time seeing the demon king Baran. Isil tremble. Jin-woo realizes just how terrifying Baran's aura is. Fighting a flying monster is going to be a headache. Jin-woo looks at the dragon Kaiselin, realizing it is totally different from Isil's mount. It is not a demon, which means monster mounts are different. Jin-woo realizes if it is not a demon, he can extract its shadow. Suddenly, Demon King Baran unleashes his army of hell skill. Gates start popping out of the ground one after another, summoning a horde of demon warriors. Thousands of demons surround Jin-woo, soldiers and generals, all at least A rank with over 100 elite commanders. Jin-woo looks at Isil. I can spot over 1,000 demons in an instant. Is this finally it? Isil is completely lost on what to do. Out of nowhere, the monsters swarm Jin-woo like they want to eat him alive, but he just stands his ground, waiting for the perfect moment. Just as they are about to touch him, Jin-woo triggers Monarch's domain. Instantly, his shadow army rises from the ground, absolutely demolishing the demon horde. Watching this go down, Isil was absolutely shook by Jin-woo's actual power. He is literally built different. Those trash demons refused to back down, rushing in wave after wave. But Jin-woo's shadow army was just getting warmed up. Igris and Tusk teamed up and started wiping them out like it was nothing. The whole fight looked like a straight-up showcase, and Isil was completely starstruck. She thought she had seen him fight before, but nope, this was his real god mode strength. But Baran, the Demon King, was still the absolute boss here, and since Jin-woo was the invader, he had to be eliminated. Honestly, she had no idea which side to root for anymore. Suddenly, the Demon King Baran raised his sword and summoned pure lightning. And this was not some basic spark, it was a massive area of effect magic that could stun anyone in its path. Jin-woo threw his cloak over Elsil to protect her. He knew he had to shut down that magic immediately, or else his shadow soldiers would get wiped and his mana would hit 0. With insane speed, Jin-woo dashed straight at the dragon to rip its wings off, but Baran stepped in and blocked him with his sword. Just one swing, Baran sent Jin-woo flying 100 meters away. And he was not done yet, he immediately fired a massive beam of magic energy straight at our boy. Dodged, just in time. That attack was ridiculously fast, and Jin-woo knew he could not take a direct hit because it would shred his cloak to pieces. Seeing the danger, Tusk cast his Hymn of Fire to counter Baran's attack, saving Jin-woo's life. He even managed to take down that dragon, bringing the fight back to a level playing field. Jin-woo stood right in front of the terrifying Demon King and flexed. Finally, you came down. I was getting pretty tired of looking up at you. And just like that, the clash between the two kings was on. You know what is crazy? Some of his most broken skills do not even cost mana. Ruler's Authority and Shadow Extraction are exactly like that. Ruler's Authority lets him manipulate physical objects based on their weight, and the best part is, it is absolutely free to use, no mana needed. Same goes for Shadow Extraction. Summoning his stored shadow soldiers does not cost any mana. But here is the thing, when they get destroyed in battle, they have to consume his mana to regenerate. Jin-woo runs out of mana, those soldiers will just fade back into his shadow. That is why pumping points into his intelligence stat was so important to boost his max mana. But even if his strength and mana were infinite, what secret is actually hiding inside each of these shadow soldiers? Fallen soldiers cannot regenerate automatically. It takes a massive chunk of mana to bring them back. When Baran unleashed another insane lightning attack, Tusk immediately threw up his Hymn of Protection. Jin-woo's mana was steadily draining, and the enemy was not giving it any breathing room to recover. The higher the rank of the soldier, the more mana it takes to rebuild them. But Bro was not about to ask for help. He was going to finish this fight before his mana completely dried up. Iron charged forward to strike Baran, but got impaled by his sword and vanished instantly. Igris tried to sneak an attack from behind, but Baran read him like a book, countered his blow, and shut him down. Seeing an opening, Jin-woo teleported above for a strike, but Baran blocked it. The Demon King grabbed Jin-woo by the head, but Iron and Igris immediately jumped back in to break his grip. Seizing the opening, Jin-woo drove his dagger straight into the Demon King's chest, dealing a massive, painful blow. Igris pinned Baran's hand with his sword to lock him down, but Baran let out a deafening roar that literally blasted away all nearby soldiers. That insane shockwave almost completely shredded Jin-woo's cloak. The boss summoned 2 massive, glowing daggers, and Jin-woo did the exact same. 2 dual dagger monsters clashed, ripping into each other like feral beasts. Baran used his raw strength advantage to push Jin-woo back, Our boy struggled to block, but then he activated his Vital Strike skill to counter. Realizing he was losing the Dagger duel, the Demon King played dirty, opening his stinky mouth to unleash a skill that put Jin-woo in a tight spot. He barely managed to parry the attack, but the force knocked both daggers right out of his hands. Baran did not waste a second, relentlessly beating down on Jin-woo with terrifying power. Bro was literally hacking at this point. His mana was not even dropping. It was actually going up. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow to Jin-woo, Isol threw a dagger straight at his head, completely throwing him off and making him furious. Seeing his chance, Jin-woo channeled every bit of his strength, combining it with Ruler's authority to slam a devastating blow straight into Baron's neck, taking his head and clean off. Boom, done. Them popped up, announcing that Jin-woo defeated the boss Demon King Baran and secured his soul. Quest cleared. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground and told Isol to let her dad know that the Radists clan is now running the show. She just looked at him innocently and said, "Boss Jin-woo, our clan's name is actually Radir." Shadow Army was busy looting magic stones and gear from the fallen demons. They grabbed the Demon King's ring, the Demon King's longsword, the Demon King's daggers, Baran's 2 horns, and the Demon King's purified blood. Thanks to the Demon King's ring, Jin-woo finally unlocked all the hidden stats on his gear set. Talk about a massive power-up. But forget the gear. This was the real prize, the Demon King's purified blood. Combined with the other rare items Jin-woo had gathered, he could finally craft the holy water of life. The system notified him that the success rate and the amount crafted would depend entirely on his intelligence stat. As the crafting countdown started, Jin-woo muttered to himself, "Success rate and quantity depend on my intelligence stat? If I had known this sooner, I would have dumped all my points into intelligence." Isol, curious as ever, asked, "Are you talking about your crafting skill?" "I am sure it will be a success because you are the boss, Jin-woo." And boom, he successfully crafted the holy water of life, getting a total of 6 bottles. He only used a bit of the Demon King's blood, but his echoing forest spring water was completely gone. So it only needed an exact amount. And now he finally had the miracle cure in his hands. He was still a bit skeptical if this stuff could actually cure his mother's illness, but he wanted to head to the hospital immediately to try it. Right then, Iron dragged the dragon's corpse over, and Jin-woo praised him for being so sharp. Touched by the gesture, Jin-woo placed his hand on the dragon and shouted, "Arise!" Isol was completely dumbfounded as a massive shadow dragon emerged from the ground. While he could not extract the shadow of demons, it seemed Kaisel was a special exception. Jin-woo thought about what to name his new dragon buddy and decided on Kaisel. As the majestic beast stood tall, Isol mentioned that with Kaisel, they could fly back to the Reader clan in no time. Jin-woo also wondered if he wanted to leave the demon castle, would he have to go all the way back down to the first floor? He really wanted to get out of here as fast as possible. Isol smiled and said they would throw a massive feast, promising her dad would be thrilled. But honestly, Jin-woo was not really paying attention to that. Instead, he was focusing on his clearing rewards, which included a high-tier skill called Shadow Exchange. Jin-woo crushed the runestone and unlocked the new ability. Skill allows the user to swap places with a selected shadow soldier, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Reading the description, Jin-woo could barely believe it. No matter where his shadow soldier was, he could instantly teleport directly to its location. This is absolutely crack! Straight-up teleportation. Jin-woo turns to Isol and tells her she did an absolute fire job, but he has to apologize for leaving Isol to head back to her tribe alone. It is way too far just to return for a reward. Jin-woo says they will meet again if fate allows. Then he activates his swap skill and vanishes right before her eyes, leaving her totally ghosted and a little disappointed. Jin-woo returns to his neighborhood, summons Kaisel, and flies straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Association, Director Woo is presenting a crazy video sent from Japan. It was captured by Japan's satellite magic cameras, collecting data from raids 1, 2, and 3. Just like Godot predicted, all the ants have definitely left their nest, leaving only the Ant Queen and her bodyguards. Plot twist, every single time these ants show up, they are completely different. That proves they are evolving with every single generation, and their life cycle is only about 1 year. The chairman is still a bit worried about those bodyguard ants, but then again, high-rank dungeons always have guard beasts. He asks the room, what if those ants return to the nest way earlier than we planned? Director Woo says they are going to use a jamming signal. The ants probably communicate through some special wavelength, and Godot plans to scramble their brains with this jammer. Chairman nods, then we only have to deal with the queen and her guards. But suddenly, Chairman Go-Gun-hee freezes and looks outside. The director asks what is wrong, and he replies, "Did you not feel that just now? That insane tank wavelength can be felt from miles away. What on earth is going on?" Over at Baek's office, he and Byung-gu are talking about hitting up Jin-woo. Out of nowhere, Baek asks Byung-gu if he felt that crazy energy. Shrugs, hey, I might be retired, but my S-rank senses are still active. Baek is still confused, but Byung-gu laughs it off, saying Choi Jong-in and Cha Hai-in are probably just chewing out their guild members or something. Shrug and keep drinking. Byung-gu tells Baek he needs to smile more or he is going to age like milk. Taking another sip, Byung-gu asks Baek if he wants to hear another funny story. Baek thinks to himself, Min Byung-gu has a seriously twisted sense of humor. He is one of the very few S-rank hunters who managed to retire with all his limbs still attached. People always search up how much cash an S-rank can make. But looking around, this guy is not flexing any wealth at all. Baek's thoughts are cut short when Byung-gu asks, hey big bro, are you seriously going to do this? Baek nods, yeah. Byung-gu looks down completely depressed and says, but you saw how Yoon Seok died. Baek sighs, that is exactly why I need you with me. Just let those ants roam free, all of Korea is cooked. Byung-gu scoffs and teases him, since when did you become such a patriot? Baek gets completely serious, saying he just wants to do something to heal the pain of his past. Byung-gu loses it and screams, no way! I refuse! I am never going back! If you came here to convince me, then save your breath. But Baek set him off. No, I just wanted to see you. I did not know if I would ever get the chance to see you again. Byung-gu calms down and tries to change the subject, saying he is studying for a certification exam. His whole plan is just to live as a normal citizen. Do you know Yoo Jin Group is scout top-tier hunters to build their own guild? They even hit me up to be their guild leader. Ever since I retired, I have been getting endless sweet deals thrown at me. But honestly, what is the point of going back to those bloody battlefields? That is why I am taking this exam. Do you think I have what it takes to study Korean history? Baek pours him another drink and asks, why Korean history? He smiles and says, well, I am a huge fan of historical dramas. Baek can only laugh, man, you are one weird dude. But Byung-gu sighs, it is just a normal wish. He thinks it would be beautiful if wars only existed in history books. Hearing this, Baek Yoon-ho goes dead silent, lost in thought. He realizes that is right. He is just a normal guy, and hunters are just regular people too. Wait, why am I only realizing this now? Most hunters do not actually hate fighting monsters, especially the healers. But instead of throwing hands, they would much rather just save lives. Hey, maybe they only fight because they got awakened. Getting a headache from all the thinking, Baek drops it and keeps drinking with Byung-gu until sunrise. Over at the hospital, Jin-woo sneaks into his mom's room like a straight-up ninja. He looks at the potion and wonders, if I use this, will it actually cure her? What if she cannot even swallow this holy water of life? And even if she does, is it a guaranteed cure? But then again, he has seen the system pull off absolute miracles that nobody would ever believe. All of this is thanks to the system. How else could a trash E-rank like him make it this far? He just has to trust it one more time. Jin-woo's hand shakes as he pops the lid off the holy water. He gently lifts his mom's head and, with a trembling hand, helps her drink every last drop. All Jin-woo wants is to wash his mom's hair when she wakes up to make up for a mistake he made as a kid. Suddenly, color starts returning to her face, and she looks completely revitalized. But she is still not fully awake. Jin-woo is on the edge of his seat, desperately waiting for her to open her eyes. She is the sole reason he kept grinding to get stronger. He begs her to wake up, and just as he is losing hope, a shadow moves behind him, and his mom actually sits up in bed. She looks at her son and softly asks, how long have I been asleep? Jin-woo is stunned. He chokes out the words, it has been 4 years. His entire body is shaking with pure emotion. She asks, how is Jin-ah? Is she doing well? Jin-woo nods, she is doing great. A warm smile spreads across her face as she says, thank you, my son. You kept your promise. You have grown so much. Hearing those words, Jin-woo completely loses it. Tears stream down the face of this absolute god mode warrior. At the end of the day, no matter how broken he is still just a human who loves his mom. Back in the chief of medicine's office, the doctor runs in to report some wild news. The patient's family is demanding an immediate discharge. What do we do? The chief refuses instantly, saying her body cannot possibly be stable after being comatose for 4 years, and she probably cannot even walk yet. Doctor stammers. But that is the thing, she is completely fine. It is like she was never even afflicted by the eternal sleep for 4 years. She is walking around like nothing happened. The chief is absolutely speechless. You are telling me she woke up in perfect health after sleeping for 4 years straight? The doctor asks, maybe our life support machines are just built different? Chief shakes his head. Even if that is true, we cannot let her leave. This is a medical miracle we have to show the world. The doctor sighs. I try to explain that to the family, but the son is not a normal person. Chief of medicine was totally confused until a doctor leaned in and whispered, Sir, have you heard of Sung Jin-woo, the 10th S-rank hunter? Yes, she is his mother. Hearing that, he was speechless. Bro really said, well, we definitely can't keep a perfectly healthy patient in the hospital, so let her get discharged right now. Meanwhile, Jin-ah got the news and rushed straight to the hospital. She happily hugged her mom. Her mother looked at her and said, "My daughter has grown up so much." Jin-ah was sobbing like a child, holding her mother tight. Watching them, Jin-woo knew all his hard work wasn't in vain, as if he had gone through absolute hell just to get this ultimate reward. But as a hunter, he started wondering if he had distanced himself too much. He felt uneasy having his phone switched off the entire time he was clearing the demon castle. And man, the missed calls were piling up. He figured if it was anything important, they would just call back. Jin-woo browsed the internet for a second and saw an article about his shadow mount, Kaisel. Out of nowhere, an unknown number calls, and it is none other than Chairman Go Gun-hee on the line. Getting a direct call from the big boss himself, Jin-woo immediately asks what's going on. Hearing this, the chairman apologizes for calling out of the blue. Jin-woo asks again if something happened, and the chairman says, "You really haven't seen the news yet, have you? How about I drop by your place to explain?" Jin-woo politely declines and says he will meet him at the Hunter Association instead. Once there, Chairman Go Gun-hee drops a bombshell. In 4 days, they are heading to Jeju Island to wipe out those ants once and for all. And we also need your help, Hunter Sung Jin-woo. We want to reclaim Jeju Island. Will you join us? Thinking of his newly awakened mother, Jin-woo hesitates. Sensing his hesitation, the chairman chuckles and says, "Haha, you're as sharp as I thought. What, did you feel that massive energy too? I'm sure even an ordinary person has heard the name of Japan's strongest hunter at least once. Yep, that's Ryuji Goto. Do you want to go take a look?" Inside the training hall, Baek and Ma Dong-wook are having a sparring session. Ma Dong-wook uses his martial arts skills to lock down Baek Yoon-ho's attack. Spins him around like a toy. Ma Dong-wook jokes, "Master Baek, a young guy like you should be way stronger than this." Baek smiles and replies, "I'm no master, Master Ma." That, they clash again like absolute beasts, and their leaking mana is literally shaking the room. The chairman notes that it's extremely rare this many S-rank hunters gathered in one place. That massive magic Jin-woo felt earlier was actually radiating from them. Jin-woo asks, "Is Hunter Baek Yoon-ho actually getting pushed back?" Chairman calmly replies, "If Baek Yoon-ho went all out, Ma Dong-wook wouldn't stand a chance." Just then, Choi Jong-in walks up with a smile, saying, "Hey there, long time no see, Hunter Sung Jin-woo." Jin-woo asks, "You said Baek Yoon-ho isn't using his full power, but why would he hold back when Hunter Ma is clearly a beast?" Choi Jong-in explains that with so many eyes on him, Baek has to hold back because the White Tiger Guildmaster literally turns into a monster when he gets serious. Jin-woo realizes those rumors were actually true. Choi Jong then points out the Japanese S-rank crew who just arrived, including Ippei Azawa, Maru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, Kanai Tawada, Tatsumi Fujishima Kei, Akari Shimizu, Ryuji Goto, and the rest of Japan's elite S-ranks. Mari Yoshida asks her interpreter, "Who is that guy?" She replies, "That's Hunter Sung Jin-woo." Became S-rank. Goto stares at Jin-woo and thinks to himself, is he an assassin type? He is doing his best to mask that monstrous energy, but there is no way he can hide it from me. Definitely a top-tier assassin. Hearing this, the translator turns to Goto and says, "Actually, Jin-woo is registered as a mage, Goto-san." Goto is completely stunned. "A mage? No freaking way." The translator nods, "Yep, they already made that info public." Over on the side, Hunter Lim nudges Cha-hae in and says, "Look over there. Isn't that Hunter Sung Jin-woo, the guy who totally ruined our Lee Min-sung's big debut press conference?" Cha-hae-in glances over at Jin-woo, lost in thought, whispering Sung Sun Jin-woo. No wonder the scent in the air changed. It must be because of him. Mari also turns to Kei and whispers about Jin-woo, the 10th S-rank hunter of South Korea. Kei just scoffs and asks, "Why are you talking about him?" Honestly, being surrounded by all these S-rank hunters makes me want to throw up. Glancing over at Cha-hae-in, Kei thinks, looks like someone else has a super sensitive nose like mine. But if a simple handkerchief is enough to block out the stench for her, then she's definitely a few leagues below me. Would she think I'm picking a fight if I walk up to her? Man, if only I spoke Korean. Meanwhile, the clash between Baek and Ma is still going strong. As the tension fills the room, the translator and Goto watch from the sidelines. She mutters, "Well, looks like Korea's top hunters aren't really putting on much of a show." Goto just shrugs it off. She goes on, after watching Goto-san clear countless high-rank dungeons, no other rank out there could ever impress me. He replies, "That's not entirely true. There is a pretty strong hunter over there." Goto looks at Cha-hae-in, thinking her name is Cha-hae-in, right? She and Go Gun-hee are probably the only ones who can actually stand on equal footing with our top-tier hunters. Suddenly, a guy steps up and snaps, "Hey, lady translator, what did you just say? Did you just call Korean hunters trash? You think we wouldn't catch that just because you're speaking Japanese? I literally took Japanese in high school, you know?" Hearing this, his sidekick immediately hypes him up. "I knew you'd catch that, boss." Translator is startled and asks, "Who even are you?" Hearing her ask for his name, the sidekick starts flexing. This right here is the master of the Knights Guild, the legendary Park Jong-soo. The translator is just left blinking, honestly because she's never heard of him in her entire life. The sidekick keeps yapping. "Well, our boss is an A rank, not an S rank, so of course you wouldn't know. But the Knights Guild is still easily one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, and we have the highest number of A rank hunters of any guild." The translator smirks and asks, "Oh, so a Korean A-rank hunter is going to Jeju Island too? Wait, I thought only S-rank hunters were allowed to go?" Ryuji Goto is getting annoyed and asks Hanakawa what they're bickering about. The sidekick keeps boasting our boss is a key member of the defense force, which is literally just as crucial. Translator rolls her eyes and says, "Pfft, basically, just a bench warmer. We'd never let an A-rank participate in such a high-stakes mission." Odo sighs and tells her, "Hanakawa, cut it out." Park Jong-soo decides to walk away, saying, "Forget it, she's just a translator, she doesn't know any better." But her bait worked perfectly. She turns back and taunts him. "Oh, wanna bet? I'm Hanakawa, an A-rank hunter from Japan. Don't tell me you can't even beat a hunter who works as a simple translator." Pure tension in the air, he fires back. "You wanna go right now? Lady, you really shouldn't underestimate us." She keeps mocking him. "Oh, unless you're actually just a support hunter?" Jin-woo watches this play out, realizing that a Korean and a Japanese A-rank are about to throw down. Choi Jong-in smiles and says, "Well, this looks like it's going to be fun." Hunter Park Jong-soo suggests some rules so they don't end up beating each other to a pulp. He says, "The rules are simple. First one to grab the other's wrist wins. If I catch your hand, you lose." Hearing this, she immediately put her guard up. If she throws a swing and gets caught, it is game over, so she can't just attack blindly. She is like, "Wait, are these rules some kind of mind game? And what kind of goofy defensive stance is that anyway?" Bro confidently fires back, "Don't worry, I won't even need my hands to catch you." Now the poor translator is sweating bullets. She is thinking, this guy must be insanely confident in his speed. Right after the match starts and Hanakawa charges at Park Jong-soo with lightning-fast speed. But he literally dodges every single one of her attacks. He is moving so fast he leaves behind afterimages. Seeing an opening, Hanakawa prepares to throw a finishing blow to end the match. But out of nowhere, Park Jong-soo deflects her attack. Bro strikes a total bad boy pose, standing on one leg, and flexes that he wasn't even trying, that was just a light nudge. But come on, surely you know that, right? Hanakawa is incredibly salty and snaps back, "Sorry, I don't speak your local dialect." And honestly, standing like that isn't as cool as you think, especially when your pants are ripped right down there. Park Jong-soo looks down, absolutely shocked. While he is totally distracted, Hanakawa lunges in to end the match once and for all. But Park Jong-soo still catches her hand effortlessly. "Too slow, Hanakawa. You usually just hide behind tanks, don't you? Plus you have zero experience when it comes to fighting actual humans. Things are different in Korea. Even if you don't want to, there are times you're forced to fight other humans, and in the worst case scenario, you have to eliminate them. You are going to suffer if you don't realize this. Unlike monsters, humans don't move in simple, predictable patterns. If I had a knife in my hand, your throat would have been slit by now, instead of just getting her hand caught." Goto watches the whole thing and goes, "Now that's what I call an interesting match." Then he turns to Hanakawa, telling her to translate and propose using this to build mutual trust. "We actually have a proposal for everyone. How about a little sparring match between S-rank hunters with some special rules?" Hearing this, Chairman Go knows they just want to test their skills and agrees, but suggests leaving out the mages and support types since they'd make things way too complicated. Then Bake adds another rule. Whoever manages to touch the opponent's back or knock them down wins, and instead of a one-on-one, let's make it a team match. In other words, it doesn't matter who you end up facing. What do you say? Goto thinks to himself, if that's the case, whichever team drops a member first is going to be on the defensive. But if we only need to land and touch, the assassin class has a massive advantage. In the end, Goto accepts the challenge. For the lineup, hunters back Yoon-ho, Ma Dong-wook, Cha-haeun, and Lim Tae-gyu will represent Korea. And who is representing Japan? Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kanai Ottawa. As the match is about to kick off, Jin-woo figures out that Goto Ryuji won't be joining the fight, because he's just going to stand back and analyze both sides. Even before the fight started, they already measured each other's power levels, and they already know how strong Baek and Ma Dong-wook are. Let the combat begin. Ma Dong-wook starts off with an absolute flex of pure power, getting his opponents fired up. The insane pressure radiating from both sides literally makes the air in the room vibrate. Two absolute tanks who only care about brute force clash like they've been starving for a fight. Meanwhile, Lim gets ambushed by another hunter at high speed, but Bro was already prepared for it. He immediately uses his skills to back off and keep his distance. A magic arrow grazes the blonde guy's face, which seriously ticks him off. The battle is turning into an absolute war zone. But meanwhile, Chairman Go is low-key crying inside over his headquarters' expensive facilities. This place was built and reinforced using the highest-grade magic stones on the market. Normal hunters wouldn't even be able to scratch these walls, but in just a few seconds, these S-rank monsters are going to absolutely wreck the place. Opponents are the peak of S ranks, the strongest of the strong, so they have to stay sharp. This guy isn't just going to grab their hands, it looks like he wants to snap them in half. Assassin guy instantly sees through the trick and mocks Bake, saying, "Who said I was going to follow the rules and only aim for hands and backs anyway? Only the strongest get to survive." Just as Bake seems to be in a tight spot, the other hunter suddenly freezes, catching Bake completely off guard. Bro definitely felt an overwhelming amount of bloodlust coming from this direction. The long-haired assassin is low-key crying inside, thinking, "God damn it, I'm getting anxious again. Maybe I'm really not built to be a hunter." Meanwhile, Bake looks at him and starts wondering. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Kumamoto. I can't tell if this guy is some genius tactician making split-second choices, or just a total coward who's completely bricking it. Doesn't even seem that strong, so was what happened earlier just a fluke? It looks like Godo is just using this guy to test our limits. I hope he's ready for what's coming next. If you're going to treat me like a lab rat, then I guess it's time to get just a little bit serious. As soon as Kumamoto sees the look in Bake's eyes shift, he instantly panics. It's absolutely terrifying, and he wants out of here right now. Bake charges at him like a wild beast. "You're honestly way weaker than I thought. What a disappointment. You'd think a double awakening would have made you one of the top-tier S ranks." While delivering the beatdown, Bake starts lecturing him on life lessons. Up in the stands, some random A-rank hunter gasps, "Oh my god, are these guys even human? They're pure monsters." My match earlier literally looks like a kid's game compared to what these guys are doing. But his hype man Junior is like, "No way, you were looking absolutely clean, big bro." Battle reaches its climax as Ma Dong-wook gets knocked out. Bro says, "This is literally the first time I've ever tasted dirt like this." Right after, Lim gets pinned hard against the wall with his hands locked. Bake looks at the situation and sighs at his teammates. He looks at his opponents and asks, "All right, who's next? Did you guys seriously think fighting me would be easier than dealing with Cha-Hyen? You guys are massively underestimating us." Meanwhile, Cha-Hyen is absolutely cooking that short-haired girl. The girl originally thought Cha-Hyen was just fast, but that's not even the half of it. She has zero predictable patterns. Everyone calls Cha-Hyen the dancer. She got that nickname because her fluid movements make it look like she's literally dancing. She finishes off her opponents in the blink of an eye, but because she gets so embarrassed by the name, her guildmaster actually banned everyone from using it. So because of that ban, barely anyone knows about her nickname. After completely cornering her opponent, Cha-Hyen instantly teleports right behind her, ending it with a clean, flawless touch on her back. Without wasting any time, she rushes over to back up Baek Yoon-ho. But out of nowhere, that blonde assassin tries a dirty sneak attack on her. Tries to sneak attack Cha-Hyen, but she counters him and unleashes a barrage of slaps straight to his face. Everyone watching from the sidelines is absolutely stunned. It literally looked like a machine gun. "Bro, how many times did you just slap him? 10? No way, it had to be at least 14 times. Taking that many hits in a split second, there's no way he could have blocked it." That insane combo completely triggers Kumamoto. He starts losing his mind, and the guys on the sidelines mention that when this psycho gets mad, his entire personality completely flips. It's not even a personality change, he just completely loses his sanity. Ishida adds that he won't even remember anything once the match is over, and with a wild personality like that, he is definitely not built for these kinds of official matches. Skill lets him dish out some seriously dangerous attacks. He could easily hit his own team by mistake. At the very least, Bro can solo a B-rank gate all by himself. But if he had not jumped into those crazy A-rank raids, there is no way he would have double awakened into an absolute S-rank beast. Godo turns to his translator and says, "If anyone on the Korean team gets seriously hurt, stop him immediately. I am just trying to test their limits here." Translator immediately drops some real advice. "If you actually want to stop him, you better do it right now. I do not think we can pay for the absolute disaster we are about to cause." Kumamoto completely loses his mind, standing in front of Cha-Hyen with pure murderous energy. But right when he tries to strike her, boom! Jin-woo drops down from nowhere and cleanly blocks the hit. Talk about an absolute hero saves the beauty moment. So clean, Jin-woo is like, "Chill out, bro, it is just a friendly match." "You seem way too pressed, hope you do not mind me cutting in." Hearing this, Kumamoto completely loses his mind and screams, "You piece of trash." Before he can even finish talking trash, Jin-woo slams him straight into the dirt like a cop busting a criminal. Seeing this, Goto looks at Hanekawa and asks, "Are you absolutely sure this guy is a mage-type hunter?" With a completely serious face, she confirms, yes, that is what is written on his official profile. Hearing that, Goto decides he needs to see it for himself. Meanwhile, Jin-woo pins down the raging Kumamoto and casually tells Cha-ha-in that the Korean team should probably just forfeit this match. The Japanese hunter sparring with Baek agrees, saying it looks like Hunter Baek Yoon-ho thinks so. Baek lets out a heavy sigh, thinking, honestly, the gap in power is just too massive. Even if I go full beast mode, it might not change a thing. Suddenly, Goto's and his translator Hanekawa walk right up to him. Goto asks, "Is your name Sung Jin-woo? How about we go one-on-one?" Jin-woo stares back at Goto with those hungry, battle-ready eyes. With the insane pressure the guy is radiating, Jin-woo does not even need a translator to know what he wants. Bro basically wants to test how strong I really am. No idea what he is scheming, but honestly, this is perfect. It is the perfect chance to test how much I have leveled up after clearing the demon castle. Goto notices Jin-woo smirking and thinks, is this kid seriously mocking me? Hanekawa tells Goto that Sung Jin-woo has accepted the challenge under one condition. He wants Goto to fight with every single bit of his power. Hearing that, Goto Ryuji's face goes completely serious. Is this kid for real? Meanwhile, Cha-ha-in and Lim can tell this is about to get extremely hype. Goto thinks, interesting, but whatever. We have an S-rank healer right here, so nobody is going to die. After a moment, he agrees to Jin-woo's terms and shouts, Shimizu, get ready to heal if we need it. Then he points straight at Jin-soo's face like a cocky teenager and says, and make sure to heal this kid too. Ma Dong-wook watches in awe. So that is the famous 10th as a rank hunter of Korea, huh? I can feel an insane amount of power coming off him. No way he is actually going toe-to-toe with Goto. Cha-ha-in starts getting worried for Jin-woo. He should be fine, but then again, this is the guy who single-handedly cleared an entire ranked dungeon packed with hundreds of high orcs. Baek asks Cha-ha-in if she is doing okay since there are so many hunters gathered here. Cha-ha-in replies, well, I cannot hold my nose forever. Hey, are you close with Sung Jin-woo too? Baek says, yeah, we go back a bit. Cha-ha-in innocently asks, then why did you not stop them? Baek looks over at the arena and says, I could have, but that is Goto over there. Do you not feel how insanely hyped this match is? There is no way I am stopping this. Baek thinks with pure excitement, if Sung Jin-woo can actually keep growing infinitely stronger, he might be even more broken than the last time we met. But before Jin-woo can even say start, Goto instantly lunges with a surprise attack. The attack blasts a massive shockwave everywhere, but Jin-woo easily dodges it like it is nothing. Goto is completely stunned, wondering how on earth he missed. Goto glares at Jin-woo, thinking, a mage? His speed is insane and his movements are completely silent. You can fool everyone else, but you cannot fool me. I am going to expose your real class, and this match is not ending until I do. With that, Goto gets into stance to unleash another strike. Jin-woo has to admit, Goto is on a completely different level compared to other S-rank hunters. The guy is insanely strong, but his attacks are still perfectly readable. Jin-woo literally smirks while dodging, making Goto absolutely salty. The Korean hunters watch in panic, asking if they should stop them because Goto-san is clearly playing for keeps now. Another Korean hunter mutters, this is terrifying. I can barely even see their movements. Ma Dong-wook is amazed. Sung Jin-woo is holding his ground incredibly well. There are not many people who can dodge every single strike from Japan's strongest hunter. Cha-ha-in realizes what is actually happening. He is not just defending, he is dodging Goto's attacks to intentionally bait him into going all out. Just then, Choi Jong-in walks in and watches the match with deep curiosity. Goto is struggling hard just to land a single hit on Jin-woo. As the fight heats up, Goto gets so frustrated that he decides to just end the kid's life right here. Detecting the sudden surge of bloodlust, the system immediately alerts Jin-woo, warning him that an opponent with murderous intent is closing in. Knowing that if the system issues an urgent quest to kill Goto, it will be a major headache, Jin-woo decides to shut it down. He grabs Goto's arm, flexing a ridiculous amount of raw strength that completely stuns the Japanese hunter. Instead of grabbing his wrist, Jin-woo casually catches the very tip of Goto's hand. Goto is absolutely furious and snaps, do you think this is a joke? Jin-woo flashes a cold, victorious smirk and says, what are you talking about? The moment I caught your hand, it was already over. Though I guess you did not want it to end like this, did you? Just as their murderous auras clash and they are about to go all out, they are suddenly stopped. Baek tells Jin-woo, let it go, he still has to lead the Japanese team in a few days. We cannot be held responsible if he gets seriously injured here. Baek yells over to Hanekawa, this sparring match has gone way too far. We are wrapping up today's training session right now. Baek Yoon-ho turns to Jin-woo and asks, did I step in at the right time? Jin-woo lets out a sigh and says, yeah, I am good. Ma Dong-wook smiles with pure satisfaction. Not only did you go toe-to-toe with Godo, but you even left a clean scratch on his cheek. You are seriously something else. He pats Jin-woo on the shoulder and adds, and damn, your body is like steel. What an absolute tank. My guild has way too many mages, but we are starving for a frontline fighter. Master Sung, if you are still a free agent, why don't you come join us? Choi Jong-in yells down from the stands with a smirk. Master Ma, you do realize Sung Jin-woo is officially registered as a mage, right? Jin-woo can only stand there and sigh. But now, Jin-woo knows the exact power level of every hunter in the room, and he has also realized one more thing. Go Gun-hee, Choi Jong-in, Cha Hae-in, Baek Yoon-ho, and Evie, literally all S-rank hunters, but none of them could even sense Jin-woo's shadow soldiers hiding right in their own shadows. Not even Godo, which is absolutely wild. Jin-woo then calls Chairman Go Gun-hee over to ask him a question. Earlier, did you ask if I was joining the Jeju Island raid? Jin-woo's words completely catch the chairman off guard. Meanwhile, Godo Ryuji is literally dripping in cold sweat after that insane clash. Cut to Baek Yoon-ho, who is lost in deep thought. Like, is this even real? He still can't process the fact that this guy just keeps getting stronger over time. Just how broken can he get? Trying to recruit him is useless now, but there are still plenty of ways to stay on his good side. With his hand slightly shaking, he pulls up his phone to check the Jeju Island raid roster. Plot twist. Hunter Sung Jin-woo is nowhere to be found on the list. Meanwhile, back in his waiting room, Godo is on the phone with a guy named Sugimoto, warning him that Korea actually has some insanely strong hunters. The Vice Guild leader just laughs it off, saying, haha, no way they're on your level, bro. But Godo is like, I'm honestly not so sure about that anymore. The Vice Guild leader asks for his name, and Godo replies, Sung Jin-woo, he is a newly reawakened S-rank hunter. The Vice Guild leader mentions that Jin-woo isn't even on the raid roster. Hearing this, Godo is completely stunned. Wait, what do you mean? He's not on the list. Sugimoto gets a bit embarrassed and says he probably just missed it or made a mistake. But after checking the Korean hunter list again, there is Choi Jong-in, Ma Dong-wook, Cha Hae-in, Lim Tae-gyu, and Min Byung-gyu. These 6 hunters are joining us for the raid, but Sung Jin-woo is definitely not on it. The Vice Guild leader is confused too, because there is no way Chairman Go Gun-hee would make such a stupid mistake. But hey, the raid team already has 16 members, so they should be totally fine, right? Godo says he'll call him back later. Meanwhile, as the reap begins over at Mount Halasan, an eerie voice echoes across the island. We must leave this island, there's nothing left to eat. Our children are eating each other, there is no more food here. We can't go on like this, we need stronger warriors. We need the ultimate warrior to lead this kingdom. For our kingdom, we will make them feel true terror. Then, out of nowhere, a giant egg begins to crack, and a creepy hand reaches out. A monster ant with absolutely terrifying power is born, instantly releasing a wave of pure, overwhelming magic. Back at Jin-woo's apartment, he is hanging out with his mom. Coming home to a messy house makes Jin-woo a bit annoyed, but his mom is just pure smiles and happiness. Been 4 years since I last cleaned the house. Do you guys want to help me out? Jin-woo smiles and nods, and the family starts cleaning together. As she cleans, she sighs, this place is getting pretty old, huh? Jin-woo replies, well, yeah, we've lived here since we were kids, Mom. Suddenly, her voice drops. Jin-woo, while I was asleep, did you ever hear any news about your father? Jin-woo goes quiet for a long moment before saying, no, nothing. Inside, his heart sinks. He wonders what his mom would even say if he told her he became a hunter just like his dad. There is a reason his mom refuses to move, even though he is making more money now than anyone could ever dream of. The only reason they're still here, paying rent month after month, is because she is still waiting for his dad, who went missing years ago. She still holds on to the hope that he'll find his way back to this very apartment. This is where she still has her family. Meanwhile, news channels are broadcasting updates on the Jeju Island raid. It turns out, these mutant ants are continuously breeding and replacing the older generation. Every time a new generation of ants is born, they dominate the previous one. Because of this, we've concluded that they are actively evolving. The images you're seeing are generations 1 and 2 of their evolutionary process. In the beginning, they could only crawl on the ground. They were just giant ants. And here, this taken this when they evolved stage 3. This ant army can now walk on 2 legs and is incredibly fast. Their heads have shrunk and they're using their front legs like arms. In just 2 years, their mutation has been absolutely terrifying. Photo was captured recently. This single ant caused severe damage in Japan. They are highly alert to humans, and now they've even grown wings on their backs. 2 men on stage ask the host, so you're saying they can fly now? The host replies, exactly. This joint raid between Japan and Korea might literally be our very last chance to wipe them out. The man adds, now I get it. Any hunter would probably turn tail and run if they ran into monsters like these. Wait, even a retired hunter is joining the raid this time, so why isn't Sung Jin-woo on the roster? Guess even if he became an S rank, a trash E rank is always going to be an E rank at heart. Haha! Online trolls are absolutely roasting Jin-woo, but as he scrolls through the comments on his phone, he literally couldn't care less. Suddenly, Jin-woo gets a call from Jin-ho. Jin-woo asks, "Are you still staying at that hotel?" But Jin-ho says he already moved out. Thanks to his mom, he tells Jin-woo he managed to secure a sweet spot for their guild office, and asks him to swing by and check it out. Jin-woo is a bit confused. Jin-ho explains, "Bro, if we're starting a guild, we definitely need an office." Jin-woo thinks the place is way too huge for just the two of them. Jin-ho replies, "We need a guild leader, a vice leader, and an administrator. It takes at least 3 people to form a guild." Hearing this, Jin-woo immediately has the perfect person in mind for the job. Jin-ho adds, "Oh, and someone wants to meet you. He's a foreigner who speaks English. He said to contact him as soon as you can, and that he'll be staying at this address until September 17th. Mid-conversation, Jin-woo senses something and immediately teleports away. The sudden move scares the life out of Jin-ho, especially when a Shadow Knight suddenly spawns in Jin-woo's place. Over in a deserted alley, a massive thug is holding a knife to a girl's throat, threatening her. The poor girl is begging for her life, but this trash has absolutely no intention of letting her go. Out of nowhere, Jin-woo appears right behind him, completely catching the thug off guard. Jin-woo calmly asks why the hell he's doing this. Thug turns around with a psycho grin. "Are you seriously trying to lecture me right now? You want a reason? Fine, I'll give you a reason." Charges at Jin-woo with his knife, but bro is shocked to find that no matter how many times he stabs, Jin-woo's body is literally solid as stone. Jin-woo easily snatches the knife and slashes the thug a few times, making him scream in absolute agony. He then looks at the girl and says, "You should head home now. As for you, turn yourself in before midnight if you want to live." Jin-woo summons an orc soldier to watch over him, giving a chilling order: if he doesn't turn himself in by midnight, end him. Jin-woo walks away, hoping the guy survives, because he is honestly not sure if his own patience would last as long as those 2 orcs. The next day, near the shores of Jeju Island, a fleet of helicopters is already carrying the hunters straight into the danger zone. Godo is having a major reality check right now. Remembering his fight with Jin-woo, all he could feel was the terrifying chill of literal death. He is in total denial, trying to convince himself that maybe he is just getting weak. Meanwhile, off the coasts of China, Taiwan, and right near Jeju Island, massive battleships packed with heavy weapons are fully locked and loaded, ready for absolute war. The Knight's guild leader tells everyone to lock in and keep their heads straight. If they show even a sliver of fear, those crazy ants will sniff it out and instantly turn them into dinner. Clueless rookie still has absolutely no idea what to do, but the guild leader just shrugs it off, hyping them up by saying their combat style is literally built to handle any chaotic situation that gets thrown at them. He says they are going to erase these bugs without a single second thought. Hearing that, the rookie gets totally hyped up. Meanwhile, Ma Dong-wook just walks away with a pretty suspicious-looking smile, tells them, "Alright, I am leaving you guys on defense duty." The female vice master, looking super annoyed, asks what she is supposed to do. He just tells her the defensive squad basically just sits back and chills. She complains that she literally has 0 things to do, so he suggests that since there are so many guilds gathered today, as the vice leader, she should just order everyone to run some drills while they wait. With that, Ma Dong-wook tells her to keep everything under control. Over on the other side, Guild Master Lim is sweating bullets after finding out that Min Byung-gu actually joined the raid. He demands they drag him back because the guy is way too valuable to lose, and if he refuses to leave, then tell him to find a spot and hide like his life depends on it. Meanwhile, the association is calling in every single remaining hunter from other guilds to head down south. And of course, that clout chaser Min-sung is still using this massive crisis just to flex and get famous. The energy here is absolutely insane. Hunters from all over the place are pulling up. Even the retired old teamers and the guys who failed their reawakening are showing up to help. And we are talking about 5,000 people gathered in one place, and that is only 1/10 of the entire country's awakened population. Up in the chopper, a cameraman is streaming live, giving the world a front row seat as the hunters introduce themselves one by one. This raid is going live on national television. They do not have to worry about looking bad. The broadcast has a 10-second delay so the editors can quickly cut out any embarrassing moments. Baek turns to Ma Dong-wook, totally confused about why President Go Gun-hee would let a regular cameraman tag along into a literal death zone. Ma Dong-wook just smiles and says their job is to protect everyone, but when it comes to the cameraman, the dude is pretty much on his own. But the cameraman is super chill about it, telling them not to worry. He is like, "Look, I might look average, but I am actually an A-rank hunter myself." Honestly, there are a bunch of licensed hunters who realize the dungeon life just isn't for them, so they choose a normal day job instead. This cameraman is exactly one of those guys. He is used to filming in dangerous spots and has survived plenty of sketchy dungeon situations before. But as he is talking, his hands start shaking, because where they are heading is on a whole different level of danger. Ma Dong-wook comforts him, saying the president called him out here because there is no way this plan is going to fail. That finally calms his nerves. Ma Dong-wook turns to Baek, noting that this is probably the first time normal people will get to watch an S-rank raid live. Honestly, probably the last time, too. After failing 3 times, everyone is absolutely desperate for revenge for Jeju Island. They have to make sure they get the win this time. Baek gets real quiet. If they mess up this time, South Korea is literally cooked. The country desperately needs a hero right now. Lost in his thoughts, Baek glances over at Ma Dong-wook. Baek mentions he is actually surprised his little bro showed up. Min Byung-gu snaps back, saying he only came because he knows Baek would be the first one to die without proper healing. Baek always rushes in headfirst like a maniac. That is the exact reason he has to be here. Baek gets super salty hearing this and immediately gets defensive. Like, excuse me, why would I rush in first? Right then, Cha-hae cuts in and asks if he has contacted Sung Jin-woo yet. Baek is totally caught off guard and says no, wondering why she even cares. Cha-hae gets all awkward and just mumbles that it is nothing. Right after, they finally set off, stepping right into the absolute danger zone of the ants on Jeju Island. Meanwhile, Godo and 2 other hunters step onto the island to scout. The city in front of them is completely ruined, looking like a straight-up ghost town. There are corpses everywhere, and it looks like they even started cannibalizing each other. They get on the comms, and Godo gives the green light to start the war. Suddenly, 4 massive beams of pure power shoot straight up into the sky. Up in the plains, Gold members instantly feel that insane, abnormal surge of mana. The ants feel that massive mana spike and start swarming out in terrifying numbers. Choi Jong-in opens the fight with an epic flame spear, instantly deleting 3 of those bugs. But since these bugs have been evolving, they barely even flinch. Seeing this, Choi Jong-in does not hesitate and summons a colossal fireball, launching it straight into the swarm. It looks like they have evolved some insane magic resistance on par with A-rank dungeon bosses. Realizing what is happening, he jumps straight out of the plane. He free falls from the aircraft looking incredibly badass, leaving everyone absolutely speechless as he drops down to scout the area. Best part, his magic actually scales up the more enemies he faces. Choi Jong-in starts spamming his skills, absolutely wiping the floor with those bugs. These ants are literally nothing to a beast like Choi Jong-in. Standing down there amidst the chaos, he tells the rest of the team to move in. Ma Dong-wook warns everyone that if they mess up, they will get trapped in the nest and completely wiped out. The Japanese team can only distract the swarm and buy them 1 hour. In that narrow window, they have to take down the queen ant. He tells them to prepare for anything so they do not get caught off guard. Let's go. Over on the second DDH 1884 battleship, a young officer orders to activate the frequency jammer. The device blasts a massive wave of energy, completely trapping the island. Just like that, the ants completely lose their connection to the queen. Meanwhile, the Japanese hunter squad is absolutely tearing it up out there. A blonde girl holding a massive hammer asks the guy with glasses if they are going to clear the entire island before the Koreans even reach the queen. He confidently smirks, saying it is highly possible. Then he asks where Kenzo is. The blonde girl rolls her eyes, explaining that he is just running around ripping wings off flying ants like a literal child. Just like always, Team C and Team D are operating with cheat code efficiency. But when they look up toward the nest, they spot some crazy fireworks-like flashes of light. One of the Japanese assassins murmurs that it is probably Choi Jong-in's signature skill. He wonders out loud whose element would win if his ice went head-to-head with Choi's fire. Deep inside the nest, the Korean hunters are staring at a bunch of split paths, completely unsure which way to go. Choi steps up, deciding to expand his fire prison to keep the incoming hordes at bay, trapping those ants down there so they can't even get past anymore. But first, he activates his skill to scout the path ahead. Flames move like they are alive, automatically spreading straight into the ant tunnels. Baek asks Choi what he is doing, and Choi explains that these pathways are basically a giant maze. One wrong turn and they are either completely lost or sent straight back to spawn. He is trying to pinpoint the queen ant's location, somewhere safe from all these wild explosions. Spot a dead zone with 0 signal, and boom, they know that's their path. Baek is hyping him up, saying Choi Jong-in is actually cracked. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is still out here jogging to finish his daily system quest. He looks at the completely empty streets and realizes normally this place is packed, but today everyone is staying indoors. Figures the raid has already kicked off. The S-rank hunters from Korea and Japan are on the move, and they are easily the strongest carries around. There is really no reason for him to watch the raid anyway. Even without him, they will easily clear it, as long as nothing weird happens. Cut to inside the dungeon, and the Korean squad is absolutely breezing through. One sniper is like, first time seeing these bugs. Are they queen guards or what? Either way, they are straight trash. Baek takes a look at the ants and tells Byung-gu that their eyes are completely shriveled up. He guesses they evolved just to live in and protect these dark tunnels. They are not even hard to kill. Unless they run into the royal guards, these bugs cannot stop them at all. Byung-gu asks Baek if the queen is actually here, pointing out how history is full of kings abandoning their kingdoms to run away. Baek is just like, bro, they are literally ants. They do not have that kind of brain. Plus, this is an island, so they are trapped with nowhere to run anyway. Meanwhile, the cameraman is setting up his gear to capture some legendary live footage for the stream. They walk a bit further and stumble upon a total nightmare. There are literally tens of thousands of ant eggs piled up in front of them. Is the hatching room, meaning the queen is close. Choi Jong-in does not care who is guarding this nursery. He is about to roast them all. Cha Hae-in tells Choi to hold on because there is a massive egg sitting over there. Byung-gu is shocked too, staring at this giant ant egg and suspecting it might be the egg of a royal guard. Baek tells him to lock in on taking down the queen first and stop getting distracted. Outside, the girl looks at Kenzo and tells him he looks absolutely busted. Snaps back, saying these bugs are annoying as hell and clearly have a brain since they keep changing up their attacks. He took down around 30 of them but ended up taking hits to his shoulder and hip. The orange-haired girl starts teasing him, asking if he wants a heal, but it comes with a price. Kenzo is like, stop playing around and just heal me already. She smiles and says she wants something that is not money. He is completely confused, since she is already way richer than him anyway. As the ants keep swarming, Kenzo turns to talk to her, but out of nowhere, something slices her head clean off, leaving everyone completely frozen. Before the other two can even process what just happened, it blitzes them and takes their heads off in a single swipe. The last guy tries to pop his skills and fight back, but it is not even close. In less than a minute, the entire place goes dead silent. Inside the dungeon, the Korean squad is starting to feel the pressure against the Royal Guard ants. Ma Dong-wook is shocked by how strong they are, but at the end of the day, the hunters still diff them in raw combat skill. One ant tries to sneak Master Ma from behind, but Cha Hae-in slides in and instantly sends it to the Shadow Realm. Her moves are clean and dangerous. Every single swing of her blade is a literal one-shot. Master Ma points out these guys are on a whole different level compared to the outside mobs. Luckily, they are not outnumbered. Byung-gu tells everyone to relax because he's got their backs. Baek teases him, saying it is a miracle he is not acting like a coward today. Byung-gu fires back, telling the boss to look at his own basic mistakes first. Then, drops a heavy blow to finish off an ant, laughing as he reminds him that if you only smash their heads, their bodies will keep moving for another 10 minutes. You have to take out their limbs to fully shut them down. Things are starting to get sweaty. They haven't even reached the queen's chamber yet, and they're already running into royal guards, even if they are just the older generation. Baek realizes his guess was right. These are first-generation ants that got demoted and kicked out of the queen's guard squad. From here on, they're going to run into second-generation ants. Byung-gu confidently smirks, saying it is time to hook everyone up with some buffs. He opens his summon book and drops the necessary gear and buffs on the hunters around him. Everyone feels an instant power surge. These buffs aren't just for show. They allow them to take on multiple monsters at once and still win. At this rate, they can easily clear 10 mobs each. Byung-gu boasts that his fighting power is basically A rank, so he can easily help clean up the rest. Baek releases a heavy wave of killing intent, asking if he is actually serious. He tells him they are not letting their healer get his hands dirty. The buffs are more than enough, so he needs to sit back and play support. Outside, 2 Japanese hunters are complaining about having to check on Team C. They lost comms with them and have no idea what those guys are doing. Looking around, they can tell a heavy fight went down here. After clearing a few ants, the silver-haired guy is clueless about where the team went. But suddenly, one of them spots Fujishima's glasses lying on the ground. Their hands start shaking, and the silver-haired guy can't even hold it in anymore, throwing up right by a tree. Doesn't say a word, completely paralyzed. He has never smelled anything this foul in his entire life. The sheer amount of bloodlust coming from the nearby forest is absolutely insane. Tae quickly fires off his ice skills into the woods, but in the end he gets instantly sent to the Shadow Realm by a pair of razor-sharp claws. Side, the squad complains that these mobs are wasting too much time, but Choi is like, relax. We literally cleared them in 5 minutes. Baek is watching Cha Hae-in go absolutely beast mode with Byung-gu's buffs. She is literally doubling his kill count, and he is low-key salty about it. They have been in the dungeon for 15 minutes, leaving them with only about 30 minutes left on the clock. Ma Dong-wook is sweating over the queen fight, while Cha Hye-in can already sense their presence nearby. Baek pops his literal map hack skill to scout ahead. He feels the queen chilling deep inside the cave, the sit sitting at the very back with 8 royal guards protecting her. Having map hacks is honestly so broken. Those guard ants are basically S-rank level, but with Cha Hye-in on their side, she can easily diff them. While he buys her some time, Ma Dong-wook, the ultimate tanker, steps up. He Hunter Cha, I will hold off the queen, you handle the rest. Then, Choi Jong-in unleashes a skill so crazy a massive fire dragon appears. He flexes, saying he usually holds back his power, but today he is going all out and dumping every bit of his remaining mana. A massive fire dragon starts swirling around Choi Jong-in. But a guard ant tries to jump him, but our sniper limb snipes it out of the air to cover Jong-in. Meanwhile, Baek realizes it is time to stop holding back, and he pops his ultimate beast transformation. Giant Beast officially enters the field, tearing through the ants like a predator starving for its prey. Cha Hye-in is shocked, seeing her guild leader like this. Baek lets out a roar, sounding like a toxic gamer who just clutched a match. Not wanting to be outdone, Cha Hye-in buffs her sword, slamming it into the ground and shattering the earth. Seeing this, Ma Dong-wook uses his taunt skill to draw the queen's attention. Cameraman is in absolute shock as the real battle begins. The viewership spikes to 80%, so he zooms in closer to give everyone a front row seat. Byung-gu immediately stops this stupid move, warning him that they are in an S-rank boss room, and nobody can guarantee his survival. Byung-gu radiates such an insane aura that the cameraman is left stunned, thinking, wait, aren't healers supposed to be trash at fighting? But this guy looks way stronger than an A-rank like me. Meanwhile, in a quiet home, an old woman asks her husband if he wants to watch the hunters fight, but he grumpily says he does not care. She begs him to stop being so stubborn, saying the news reports, this could be the year they finally wipe out those ants. Snaps back, saying they always say that, and he is done caring. She softly reminds him that they are the only ones who can avenge their son, adding, whatever, I am watching, even if the world ends today. Talk about a bitter old man. On the screen, the broadcast shows the hunters clashing with the ants. The commentators are losing their minds calling the match, while next door, neighbors are screaming to cheer the hunters on. Everyone from ordinary citizens to powerful awakeners are glued to their screens, praying for a happy ending. Life across the country comes to a total standstill. When the old lady yells out that all the guard ants are down, the old man gets so hyped he can barely contain himself. It's their 4th raid. They better succeed this time, right? The host shouts that only the queen is left, and killing her means a total victory. The live stream hits a record-breaking 85% global viewership. The hunters throw everything they have at the queen. Baek tells everyone to stay calm because without her guards, she is basically free exp. Plot twist. The queen spits out a toxic cloud that slows them down. Byung-gu steps up, casting his healing spell to clear the debuff. He even takes a moment to taunt the queen, making her absolutely furious. Choi Jong-in tells everyone to back up as he prepares to incinerate her. The overwhelming flames erupt, and Baek thinks the queen is completely cooked. With his years of battle experience, he knows this is it. Queen shrieks in pure agony, and victory is right there. But suddenly she lets out a devastating roar, releasing a massive wave of mana that dispels Jong-in's spell. She was calling for backup, and that roar fried their jammer signals. The ant swarm is rushing back, and even after taking down the queen, the team wonders if they actually cleared this S-rank dungeon. Terrifying truth is, the entire swarm got the signal, and is heading back to the nest. Panic sets in as they wonder why the Japanese hunters failed to block them. Right then, Choi Jong-in notices his fire barrier has been shattered. An insanely powerful ant walks into the dungeon, catching everyone off guard. It lets out a screech that makes every S-rank hunter shiver, radiating an absolute god mode aura. Cha Hye-in senses its terrifying presence, and the sheer pressure is suffocating. Bipedal ant with a human-like figure appears, bringing an unbelievable level of pressure. This is no ordinary monster, even its footsteps spread pure terror. The monster glides right past Ma Dong-wook to the dead queen, and seeing her corpse, it is absolutely furious. Blinks behind Cha Hye-in, delivering a brutal blow to her ribs that causes bone-shattering pain. Just one strike, Cha Hye-in is sent flying yards away. Next is Ma Dong-wook. In a split second, both of his arms are severed. The scene is pure horror. Baek charges in with rage but gets blitzed instantly. Before guild leader Choi can even cast a spell, he gets stabbed right through the chest, leaving him in agonizing pain. Lim tries to snipe the ant from a distance, but the monster is just too cracked, catching his magic arrow with a single hand. It gives him a chilling look and punches him straight into the cliff. Suddenly, Ma strikes from behind, forcing the ant to block, feeling confident with healer Byung-gu backing him up. Byung-gu uses his stealth skill to slip away from its sight, and even though he has to stand completely still, it is a smart trade for a healer. And even if the monster wants him dead, it has no idea where he is hiding. Ma Dong-wook tries to keep pressure, but the ant grabs him by the leg and spins him like a rag doll. It then locks its deadly gaze right on Byung-gu. It looks like his stealth was completely useless. Baek senses the danger and screams a warning, but it is too late. Byung-gu gets impaled right through the chest. Baek screams in agony as his friend gets turned into a donut. Everyone is in absolute shock. That ant is like the Grim Reaper, slowly closing in on them. Furious, Baek charges in to save Byung-gu, but the ant catches him by the throat. Baek loses all his power and reverts back to his human form. The ant finally speaks, telling them they are too weak and asking who their king is, but none of them can even find the words to answer. Sensing an insane power outside, the ant mistakes it for their king. It drops Baek, teleports out of the room, and everyone realizes it is heading straight for Goto. Meanwhile, the rest of the ant swarm is slowly flooding back into the nest. Outside, the Japanese hunters, completely lost touch with Team C and D. Goto, tries to play it cool, saying it is probably just a bad signal since they wouldn't just ghost them. Team B, come in. The girl on the other end is like, relax, we are still breathing. Goto asks if they can't reach Team C and D either. She confirms it. Yeah, we only have contact with Team A now. You want us to go look for them? Goto tells her not to bother since he is already on the move to find them. He says, wrap up on your end and we will regroup later. Just then, Chairman Matsumoto calls Goto up with some news. Cut to the Chinese coast, where a warship captain is asking for updates on the Japanese raid team. The captain says they are probably trying to flex and push Goto Ryuji to national level. The staff member is like, yep, because every national level hunter has cleared at least one S-rank gate, but Goto hasn't bagged one yet. Puts on his hat and scoffs, saying there is no way Goto Ryuji can pull this off solo. Staff member is kinda shocked. The captain confidently says, you will see the massive diff in power once you lay eyes on Liu Zhigong. The staff smiles. Man, you really are his biggest fanboy, aren't you? He laughs. Call it what you want, but either way, this raid is a massive gamble for both sides. Back to Goto, who suddenly goes dead silent looking at what is in front of him. He slowly mutters, well, looks like we have got casualties. Chairman is shocked. Casualties already? Weren't they just dealing with fodder ants? Goto cold-heartedly replies, they died because they were weak. No need to stress over it, sir. Chairman agrees. As long as we have you, Goto, the others are expendable. By the way, is the Korean team still handling the Ant Queen? Goto reports back. Looks like the signal jammer glitched out earlier, so all the ants rushed back to the nest. I'm a bit worried, but the final outcome won't change. Chairman asks, what are the odds of the Korean team making it out? Goto chuckles and says, based on their stats, they have 0% chance of survival. Hearing this, the chairman takes a slow puff of his cigarette. Perfect. We will just spin the story that Japan did everything we could, but because the Korean team choked, we had to pull back. He continues, such a shame Goto's national level dream went down the drain. That is how we will write the headlines. Either way, our real plan to wipe out all the S-rank Korean hunters is officially a success. Tell everyone to pull out. Goto turns to his remaining teammates and says, let's fall back. We will grab their bodies on the way. But hold on, instant karma just walked into the room. The orange-haired girl next to them gets absolutely erased in a split second. Goto immediately takes his stance and shouts, leave this to me. Minoru, fall back and regroup with Team B. If this bug is as strong as it looks, you will only get in my way. With a face full of pure bloodlust, Goto glares at the ant and growls, you are blocking my path, trash. The ant tilts its head and asks, are you the king? Goto flexes, yeah, I am the king. Hearing this, the ant gets absolutely hyped and unleashes an insane wave of raw magical energy, paralyzing everyone around and sending shivers down Goto's spine. Terrifying feeling. Goto had felt it once before, but he can't remember when. And just like that, before he can even throw a single attack, his head literally rolls off his shoulders. Talk about getting completely cooked. Inside the cave, the hunters are barely hanging on, relying entirely on Choi Jong-in's remaining fire magic to keep the baby ants at bay. They scream at him to put more power into it. Choi yells back that if he does, he will burn up all the remaining oxygen in this cave. Everyone is on their last legs and heavily injured, even though Byung-gu did his best to keep them alive. Just when they thought it was game over, a dark night suddenly rises straight out of their shadows. Sensing the danger from afar, Jin-woo finally triggers his shadow exchange. The cameraman is shaking like crazy, regretting that he didn't talk to his dad more before this raid. An ant lunges at the soldier, but boom! A sword instantly pulls hit straight through the skull. The goat Igris has entered the chat. Over at the live broadcast station, everyone is losing their minds seeing how just one ant is about to wipe out all the S-rank hunters. Like, how on earth did things pull a whole 360-degree turn? The staff member yells to the boss that the hotline is literally blowing up and about to crash. Boss is totally stressed and has no idea what to do. But with a tense face, he spots something on the monitor and points out that some mysterious figures are starting to show up on screen. When the boss walks over to take a closer look, his jaw literally drops at what he is seeing. Staff panic yells, "But boss, if we keep broadcasting this, all the dirty secrets we covered up will be totally exposed. If this blows back on us, we are done." But the boss is past the point of caring about public opinion. Station already got shut down once anyway, so it is not like things can get any worse. Nothing is going to stop them now. He slams his desk and roars, "I don't care about the consequences. Keep the cameras rolling." Oh my god, this scene on screen is so hype, guys. The entire fate of humanity is now resting on the shoulders of one man, the ultimate cheat code hunter, Jin-woo. Over here, Jin-woo commands Iron to unleash a massive roar to debuff the ant's combat power. Jin-woo then draws his newly acquired Demon King's daggers, blitzes through the crowd, and with one single clean slash, slices those ants right in half. Now we get the full, glorious shot of Jin-woo's entire shadow army, and man, it is absolutely majestic. Ma Dong-wook is just standing there dazed, having no idea who this god-level summoner is that just saved their lives. Baek recognizes him and quickly reassures him, "Master Ma, breathe, we are saved, he is finally here." Jin-woo and his shadow soldiers are absolutely shredding through the enemies to speed up the raid. In a mind-blowing flex, Jin-woo extracts the shadows of the dead ants and commands them to turn on their own kind, leaving the cameraman completely speechless. Suddenly, the boss screams through the cameraman's headset, "Hey, are you still alive? Get closer and get a better angle, hurry. The entire country is watching this live." The cameraman's eyes go wide as saucers. I don't know how to explain this, boss, but the ants are literally killing each other. Jin-woo gathers the survivors and pulls out a high-grade healing potion from his system inventory. Even though it is technically a system item, he hands it over to heal them up. The moment they drink it, their fatal wounds literally start closing up in seconds. Ma Dong-wook looks worried and asks, "Wait, why isn't Hunter Cha waking up?" Jin-woo replies with a grim expression, "She is in critical condition. Regular healing potions won't cut it." Jin-woo then tells the remaining hunters to clear out of the cave immediately so he can unleash his true power and start the real battle. Right on cue, that monstrous boss ant enters the cave, radiating an insane, suffocating bloodlust. It stops right in front of Jin-woo and Ma Dong-wook, asking, "Is there a king among you?" Baek is absolutely terrified just looking at it. He suddenly realizes that if this monster is back here, it means Godo has already been completely cooked. Jin-woo steps forward like an absolute god and tells Master Ma, "Keep a close eye on her. If anything happens to her, I'm holding you personally responsible." The ant steps up to Jin-woo and asks, "Are you the king of the humans?" Jin-woo just scoffs. "Oh, look at that, a talking bug." The ant flashes back to Godo's face and tells Jin-woo that the energy radiating off him is on a completely different level of scary. Then it lets out a deafening screech like some toxic kid throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, 5 minutes ago, everyone back home, including Mr. Song and Ju-hee, were watching the broadcast when the signal suddenly cut out, leaving everyone super frustrated that the stream went dark right at the climax. TV anchor jumps back on screen, announcing they are resuming the broadcast after a major update from headquarters. Got word that Hunter Min Byung-gu did not make it, and the rest of the raid team is missing in action. But wait, plot twist! An unidentified hunter just crashed the party. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going live again. Meanwhile, the Japanese Hunter Association president is absolutely losing his mind because their top guy, Godo, just got completely folded by a talking ant. Matsumoto, the association president, screams at his assistant, "Where is that monster now?" Shaking in his boots, the assistant replies that it is heading back to the queen ant. What about the Korean team? Are they dead? The assistant confirms they are still breathing, and get this. A massive surge of insane power just showed up to face the monsters. Hearing this, Matsumoto is super salty. He slams the table like he owns the place and screams, "Turn on the Korean broadcast right now." Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jin-ah asks her mom what she is doing. Kyung-hae apologizes for the noise, saying the TV is acting up, so she does what any classic parent does, slaps the side of it to make it work. Spoiler, it did not work. Jin-jina then asks, "Mom, where is Jin-woo right now?" Her mom replies he just went out, saying he had some business to take care of. By the way, how do you turn this thing on? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Jin-ah's head. She quickly shuts the door and runs straight to her room, leaving her mom completely clueless. Jin-ah locks herself in her room, whips out her phone, and her jaw literally drops at what is happening on her screen. President Go Gun-hee is hyped out of his mind, screaming, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, bro, why is the old man so energized?" The ant lets out a deafening screech right in Jin-woo's face. But our boy Jin-woo does not even flinch. The ground literally shatters from the raw magical pressure. Choi and Baek can feel it. This is a whole new level of terrifying power. The ant really thought it did something, flexing and screeching. "You are too weak. You are not the king." But everyone is stunned. Jin-woo is completely untouched, just standing there like he is him. Spitting out a bit of blood, Jin-woo activates ruler's authority. Boom! Insane magic pulls the ant straight toward him. Jin-woo throws a massive punch, sending that bug flying 100 meters, smashing through solid rock. Hunter Lim and the cameraman are completely speechless. Ma Dong-wook turns to Choi and Baek, asking, "Is this guy seriously supposed to be a mage class?" Furious, the ant charges Jin-woo at insane speeds. Jin-woo realizes its body is incredibly tanky, probably thanks to that thick exoskeleton. The bug swings, but Jin-woo blocks it effortlessly. Battle kicks into overdrive, and Jin-woo is absolutely dominating. The sheer pressure is so insane that the poor cameraman is shaking like a leaf. This level of magic would literally knock out anyone below A rank. Jin-woo keeps raining down heavy-duty punches, cracking the ant's armor bit by bit. This bug never in a million years thought it would be on the receiving end of a beatdown. Totally mind-blown by Jin-woo's God mode power, their attacks clash, forcing them both back. But Jin-woo gives him zero breathing room, instantly pressing the advantage and rushing right back in. He lands a brutal blow straight to its gut. But the ant plays dirty, shooting out its tongue like a blade, grazing Jin-woo's cheek and leaving a small cut. That tongue blade was laced with deadly poison, and it is already entering Jin-woo's system. This toxin is straight up lethal. This mixes with the other toxins in Jin-woo's body, it could be a wrap. Seeing Jin-woo bleeding, the ant starts flexing again, screeching, "Die!" Cutting to the outside of the island, a female hunter asks, "Minoru Sugimoto just reached out. What is the situation over there?" Frantically replies, "We cannot beat that thing. Even with S-rank power, that monster is just built different. Human strength alone cannot touch it." Totally broken, crying like a baby. Seeing him lose his mind, she shoves him to the ground, yelling, "Get a grip! You are useless. We are in deep trouble now, damn it." Back to the fight, Jin-woo stands right back up and grabs the ant's arm. He powers up and socks it straight in the face to shut its mouth. Jokes on the bug, Jin-woo's passive instantly clears the poison. Jin-woo can actually sense the ant's thoughts, and it is definitely sweating bullets right now. But Jin-woo is not trying to drag this out either. He needs to wrap this up, fast. Jin-woo drops down from above with a brutal kick, but the ant vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing but a massive crater in the ground. The ant realizes Jin-woo has the physical edge, so trying to outmuscle him is a bad idea. Its true win condition is speed. It shrinks its body down, dumping all its stats into raw speed. Both absolute powerhouses are heading into the final round, going all out. But the ant definitely underestimated who it is dealing with. Dodged. Jin-woo drives his dagger straight into the ant, but the armor is too tough, deflecting the blade. That's when the bug realizes Jin-woo is not just keeping up, he is actually faster. Jin-woo knows this trash-tier bug is completely outclassed. His armor is cracked, exposing a major weak point. This is the perfect opening for a finishing blow. Jin-woo activates Critical Slash, which is now upgraded to max level Mutilate. Seeing its life flash before its eyes, the ant tries to run, but bro, it is not that easy. Jin-woo rains down hundreds of slashes, absolutely shredding the bug. Realizing it is totally outmatched, it screeches to summon its entire army to swarm Jin-woo. What now, puny human? Jin-woo just smiles and drops the iconic word "ariz." Suddenly, two massive armies clash. Jin-woo summons Tusk but gives a strict warning. If you scratch even a single hair on the other hunters, you are never coming back. Tusk nods, completely locked in. He unleashes Hymn of the Burning Flame, a massive wave of fire wiping out the ants and literally blasting right through the mountain. Ma Dong-wook realizes Jin-woo is not just some average summoner. Honestly, he is like a god-tier king born into this world. The ant watches this happen, completely unable to believe its eyes. The ant tries to heal using Byung-goo's recovery magic. Jin-woo already figured this out because he saw the monster absorbing the skills of everyone it slaughtered. The ant tries to fly away, but Jin-woo yanks it back with ruler's authority. It screeches in pure agony as Jin-woo unleashes Mutilate, ending this bug once and for all. Baek screams out, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, Cha-Hyen is dying." Jin-woo realizes he wasted too much time playing with his food. He needs a top-tier healer right now. Shadow extraction is never a guaranteed thing. Even if he flies her out on Kaisel, she will be gone before they make it. Jin-woo gets an idea, turning to the cameraman and asking him to cut the feed for a second. Giving him a dead serious, threatening stare, he says, "If you do not shut it off, I will smash it myself." Jin-woo then barks out an order, "Everyone, find Hunter Min Byung-goo's body right now." Baek is stunned. Suddenly, a high orc shadow carries Min Byung-goo's body over. His head was already eaten, so Jin-woo is not even sure if this is going to work. Baek asks, "Jin-woo, what are you doing?" Jin-woo ignores him and shouts, "Arise." But the system alert pops up, shadow extraction has failed. Tries a second time, but it fails again. It looks like Byung-goo is... Jin-woo didn't even want to summon him back. Messing with the dead feels like a crime, but a life is on the line. Jin-woo locks in and yells, "Arise." Baek completely loses it and screams, Sung Jin-woo, what are you doing to Min Byung-goo's body? Is your real power controlling souls? Even Choi Jong-in and Ma Dong-wook are absolutely shook. Min Byung-goo stands over Cha Hae-in and starts spamming his healing skills. Jin-woo just watches quietly, thinking, man, this guy really is a good soul. He's actually healing Cha Hae-in on his own free will, not even because I told him to. What a wholesome guy. Meanwhile, Baek is clenching his jaw, realizing that Shizeru isn't the real Min Byung-goo anymore. The cameraman is completely stunned. Like, wait, he can summon the dead? What in the world? I'm literally speechless. So this is why he told me to cut the cameras. Choi Jong-in finally realizes that the more Jin-woo fights, the stronger he gets. The scaling is so insane, he can't even fathom where his limit is. Baek Yoon-ho pats Jin-woo on the shoulder, saying, I know you have got a lot of crazy battles ahead of you, and honestly, Byung-goo's healing would be a massive cheat code for you. But in real life, Byung-goo absolutely hated fighting. Please, don't force him to fight anymore. Jin-woo thinks to himself, this is the second time Baek grabbed my shoulder, but unlike before, this time it is a genuine plea. Honestly, I feel the same way. Jin-woo touches Min Byung-goo and commands, cancel shadow extraction. A collective sigh of relief sweeps over everyone as they smile. Min Byung-goo's shadow slowly fades into light. Back at the shore, the crowd starts cheering. The hunters are coming out. Jin-woo tells Baek he is staying behind to handle some unfinished business. It is not over yet. I am going to clear the area and wipe out the rest of the ants before they can regroup. Suddenly, Kaizel, a massive shadow dragon, appears. Jin-woo looks absolutely majestic. Everywhere Kaizel glides, the ants get completely obliterated. Meanwhile, on a Japanese warship, a blonde hunter is traumatized, shaking as he describes the monster. He has never seen anything that terrifying. Goto-san got absolutely folded by that thing. There was zero chance we could win that raid. No hunter on Earth could ever beat that thing. But the inspector cuts in. You can relax now. The Jeju Island raid is officially over. That monster is dead. Hearing this, the guy completely loses his mind. No way, that is impossible. The inspector replies, we just got the official report from the Korean command. There is no mistake. Spectre says he did not expect Korea to have such a powerhouse, though he is probably still weaker than Goto-san. Wait, is this guy for real? Bro really thinks the dead guy is stronger than the monster slayer? Make it make sense. Battleships lock and load, ready for action. But honestly, they are not even needed, because Jin-woo's shadow army is already inside, relentlessly sweeping the island and spawn-killing the remaining ants. Jin-woo starts organizing his inventory and suddenly realizes he completely forgot about a massive, oversized greatsword he had sitting in storage. Jin-woo casually spins the giant sword a dozen times before unleashing a devastating slash. Meanwhile, on TV, the footage of Jin-woo absolutely wrecking the is playing. David, the director of the Hunter Bureau, is glued to the screen. He looks over at his assistant, who immediately chimes in. A hunter who can command hundreds of summons at once is extremely rare. It is basically a cheat code. He is way too talented to be wasted in a small country like South Korea. The director agrees and asks, what kind of info do we have on him? Remember that crazy dungeon break at the Hunter Bureau a few months ago? The one involving Sung-il Hwan? He was captured alive by hunters inside an A-rank gate in the eastern US. Other nations still have absolutely zero clue about Sung Jin-woo. They don't even know his name yet. Is our golden ticket. The director takes in the situation and slowly replies, but he is a completely different story compared to Hwang Dong-soo. South Korea is a longtime ally. Poaching their S-rank hunter is basically stabbing them in the back. But honestly, for a guy this cracked, isn't it worth the risk? He glances at his assistant. Can you make this happen? The assistant replies, we can definitely try. Cut back to Jin-woo, casually slinging that massive sword over his shoulder like a straight-up boss. After defeating the Ant King, Jin-woo finally hits level 100. He looks down at the ant's corpse, and the dark aura radiating from it is even more insane than before. He locks eyes and says, arise! Suddenly, everything goes pitch black. Wait, what is going on? Even he has no idea what is happening. But then, the dark shadows slowly clear out, and everything goes back to normal. Some flashes a notification, shadow extraction successful. A satisfied smirk grows on Jin-woo's face as he looks at the ant, saying, man, for a second there, I really thought I botched the extraction. Level 1, General Grade. The ant immediately drops to one knee before Jin-woo. This is the General rank, a tier he has never even seen before. Rank is way higher than any of Jin-woo's current shadow soldiers, which means this beast is absolutely broken. Honestly, seeing how strong it was, this makes total sense. Jin-woo is about to turn around to extract the queen ant when a voice suddenly calls out from behind, my liege. Jin-woo freezes on the spot, completely taken aback. Bestow a name upon me. Jin-woo stares at the ant, thinking, wait, so this guy is also completely bound to absolute loyalty now? Curious, Jin-woo asks how it can speak. The ant replies, I've always known how to speak. Jin-woo is a bit skeptical. Just because it could speak in its past life, it can still speak as a shadow? But wait, that does not add up. Iron was literally a human, and he can't speak a word. Min Byung-gu and Tusk are the same. The only actual difference here is their rank. Does that mean my shadow soldiers can talk once they hit this tier? Jin-woo looks at him. You do realize I am the one who killed you, right? Are you actually going to follow me with absolute loyalty? The ant replies with absolute conviction. I did not die, my liege. I was reborn through your majestic power. I can feel this intense joy surging through my entire body. Please, my liege, grant me a name. Jin-woo thinks. Calling him ant is way too basic. He needs a proper name to set him apart from the other ant minions. Suddenly, the name of the famous author who wrote the novel Ants flashes in his mind. Bear, I shall call you Bear. Thank you, my liege. Jin-woo then turns his gaze to the Queen Ant. All right, now it is your turn. Arise. The commander-grade Queen Ant rises, but suddenly Jin-woo feels his connection with the minor ants dropping. Confused, Jin-woo turns to Bear for answers. Bear explains, my liege, the Queen's only capability is controlling the swarm. So that means the command of the entire swarm is now handed over to her? Bear nods, yes, that is exactly it, my liege. But Jin-woo frowns, her energy is way too weak for her rank. Why is that? Bar explains that since all her energy went into laying eggs, now that she's a shadow, she has lost her reproduction abilities. So basically you are telling me she can't even fight? Jin-woo sighs. Yeah, makes sense. There can only be one king of the jungle. Cancel shadow extraction. Over by the side, the Shadow Knights are busy gathering mana crystals when Jin-woo orders them to stop. Crystals need to stay here to help rebuild Jeju Island. We cannot just take everything. Grabbing the loot from Bear's corpse is more than enough. Now, let's deal with the rest of the ants buzzing around out there. Can I seriously wipe them all out with this army? Guess I'll just have to do my best. Beru drops the update. Since the ants lost their leader, they're flying around like crazy. Jin-woo asks him how many ants are actually left. Beru replies 8,700 troops, sire. Before the raid, the remaining count was around 4,000. Hearing this, Jin-woo just sighs. Bro thought they cleared almost all of them, but nope, there's still a whole swarm left. Jin-woo turns to Beru. If it were you, could you wipe them all out? Just say the word. Your Majesty. Outside, the defense line is bracing for the first wave. Special forces and hunters are teaming up to push back the swarm. One hunter shouts out, the ants are heading north. They're already clashing with the Knights Guild. We're next. Everyone, charge! The hunters absolutely lose it when they see how massive the swarm is. Min-sung is literally shaking in a corner, crying, how am I supposed to even fight those monsters? Another hunter looks at him and starts trash-talking. Imagine being an A rank just to be this useless. Holy crap, the ants are hitting the shore. They are moving insanely fast. But out of nowhere, a flash of light streaks across and slices the ants clean in half. Absolutely cracked. 2 more days to clear out the rest of the swarm. They've even popped up in the East China Sea. The ants are invading the mainland now, and the warship captain hasn't slept for 2 straight days. Everyone is waiting for his orders, but it looks like their local hero wants to flex instead. A dual sword-wielding guy is standing right at the bow of the ship. Looks like a crowd. Time to sleep at the bottom of the ocean. He draws his 2 swords, aura absolutely blazing, and unleashes 2 massive slashes that turn the ants into sky-high fireworks. That's OP. Ugh, these small fries are too easy. If only Godo had fought Sung Jin-woo and survived, that would have been a real show. Meanwhile, in a certain room, a blonde assistant walks in. What do you think, boss? There is only one link between Hwang and Sung Jin-woo. Hwang's brother Dong-suk was probably taken out by Jin-woo. Thomas says, so we're talking about revenge? Long story short, that's what's going down, right? But after this, getting to meet Sung Jin-woo is gonna be tough. Honestly, I really want to see what he's about too. But what a bummer. Now, this beast of a man is none other than Thomas Andre, Guildmaster of Scavenger in the United States. The blonde assistant asks, what are you going to do if they end up throwing hands? Laura, are you playing dumb with me? Hwang is a Scavenger member, and Scavenger is mine. I'm not letting anyone lay a finger on what's mine, not even the US government, period. Night 3 of the Jeju Island raid. The military and the Knights Guild from Yeongnam are on the scene, gathering magic crystals. While keeping an eye out for looters, one hunter sighs, man, some people are just born under a bad star. Bai trained like crazy with dreams of getting an Olympic gold medal, starving himself to drop weight classes. He went through pure hell in training. He was literally 1 step away from making the Olympic team. So close to making his dream a reality. Even passed his doping tests with 0 issues. The night before the big match, he slept like a baby. Everything was perfect. But then, out of nowhere, he awakens. Boom! The energy detector picks up his mana. Just like that, his athletic career was over. Wait, is that your actual life story, boss? Dude had to trash his dream, but then he found a new one. Building the #1 guild in Korea. No littering, boss. I knew you were him. Look at those high-grade magic stones. If we swipe these, our guild is easily hitting the #1 spot. The girl next to him immediately calls him out. Dude, have some morals. Well, since this area is cleared out, let's just grab them. I don't sense any mana nearby anyway. Wait, there's still one left. He swings his sword and one-shots the ant. Pretty clean, right? Though if they ran into Beru, they'd be cooked. He starts flexing. Yeah, we're totally fine. Even if a few more show up, we got this covered. Suddenly, their jaws drop. Who are you? A guy dressed like a caveman literally just spawns in front of them. The dude is absolutely jacked. But Jeju is off-limits to everyone except the association and the military. The hunter yells, "Identify yourself right now." Bull soldier raises his gun to shoot, but the hunter stops him since the guy looks human. Then the caveman starts speaking some gibberish nobody can understand, basically saying, "Go ahead, shoot me, bro." Since the guy isn't speaking human, the hunter wonders, is he actually a monster? But before anyone can react, someone snaps their fingers and everyone on the field goes instant sleep mode. Beastman turns and asks, "What are you doing?" The elf guy replies, "We shouldn't alert the prey, I just put them to sleep. Did you make sure to double check?" I'm positive that was his power. The elf is confused about why that guy is helping humans, literally a bunch of smelly insects. If that lady saw this, she'd lose her mind. The hunt goes on as scheduled, no changes. Then the two snap their fingers to summon a gate. The beastman senses that guy is here and wonders if they should just jump him right now. Hidden. The elf says he'll just leave this place for that guy to deal with. Ah, so you just want to dodge the drama, huh? Think whatever you want. Then he steps into the gate. The beastman stands there for a second, thinking, what a coward! But honestly, he's right, better not alert the prey. He summons a gate and heads out too. Meanwhile, reporters are swarming the hunters' funerals. After the Jeju Island raid, the whole world is celebrating. This was his first major raid after hitting S rank. The online forums are literally blowing up talking about Jin-woo. Everyone's debating if he is already a national level hunter. But for real, this is only the beginning. The entire internet is talking about the raid, and the hype is exploding around one single name, Sung Jin-woo. Even with all the hype, he still gets some haters criticizing him, even though the losses were minimal thanks to the backup support. But tragedy is always part of the job. Jin-woo looks solemn as the fallen hunters' families break down in tears. Bake stands there and says, I always believed a single hero couldn't carry a whole war on his back, you know? But seeing how things turned out, I guess I was dead wrong. Keep your head high, Hunter. You are the only one who can end this tragedy. Over on the side, Cha Hye-in is low-key staring at Jin-woo. When he catches her, she immediately blushes. Out of the 4,801 hunters who joined the Jeju Island raid, 727 normal hunters, 64 awakened, and 32 civilians lost their lives. Still a painful toll. But this raid actually had the lowest casualties compared to the last 4 attempts. The association chairman approaches Jin-woo. So you're planning to start your own guild, Hunter Sung Jin-woo? S-rank hunters don't need any special permits to form a guild. All it takes is one call to the Hunter Association, and we'll handle the rest. Yeah. Jin-woo figured this was the perfect chance to see what S-rank perks are all about. Then the chairman was like, I'm kind of worried here. Did you leave some kind of barrier back on Jeju Island? Jin-woo was caught completely off guard. The chairman explained that some crazy stuff went down right after everyone cleared out and they started recovering the magic stones. We're talking A-rank and B-rank hunters, even some guys from the Knights Guild. I'm only asking because I thought you might have forgotten to tear down some barrier you made. Jin-woo cut him off. No, I didn't do anything like that. So, what did they say? Slowly replied, they don't remember a single thing before they got there. Honestly, we have no clue if they got hit by some magic or what. Jin-woo's mind immediately went, wait, did some of those ants survive? Suddenly, a security guard rushed over and whispered something to the chairman, making him leave in a massive hurry. Jin-woo realized his exit was probably blocked. And yup, right on cue, some foreign guy walked up to greet him. He introduced himself as a senior manager from the US Hunter Bureau, telling Jin-woo, you can just call me Adam. I actually dropped by your office, but tracking you down was basically impossible, so please excuse me for cornering you in a place like this. Then Jin-woo remembered Jin mentioning some foreign guy was looking for him. Why do you want to see me? Adam got dead serious and said there were a few things Jin-woo needed to know. Said, you probably don't know this, but no nation or institution has the kind of intel we do. Jin-woo was confused and asked why he was sharing this classified stuff with him. Adam explained that normally, only he would handle this, but Jin-woo's insane performance during the Jeju Island raid completely blew the deputy director away, so he insisted on a face-to-face. That's a super rare move. Fill you in on the rest. Adam then asked, I've got a car waiting nearby. Would you like to meet him? Jin-woo hopped in but said, I don't even know if your intel is legit. I'll hit you up after I think it over. Oh, and before I forget, when you're negotiating, The better your cards are, the less you should hide them. Have you ever heard of an awakened who can literally upgrade other awakened beings? A short drive later, they arrived. The deputy director, Michael Connor, was already there waiting to greet Jin-woo. He didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Slapped a stack of U.S. immigration papers onto the table. Usually, these take 1 to 2 years to process, but for Hunter Sung Jin-woo, they bypassed all the rules. Just say the word, and you'll become a U.S. citizen faster than subscribing to the B-Koi channel. Jin-woo completely ignored the offer and cut to the chase. I'm only here because Adam said you have the intel I need. Is it actually possible to upgrade someone's skills? Michael Connor smirked. To be honest with you, the person with that exact power is right here. He turned to his assistant and ordered, escort Madame Selner in. A woman walked into the room and Jin-woo immediately felt something off about her. Connor smugly bragged. She's the only person on Earth who can force an awakened to break past their limits. Meet Norma Selner. Jin-woo watched her closely, feeling an aura that was completely different from any normal awakened. Connor then said, Madame Selner, please explain your ability to Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Madame Selner looked at Jin-woo and asked, You don't believe me, do you? Every single hunter has that exact same doubt at first, but in the end, they have no choice but to cling to this hope. She stepped closer to Jin-woo as she spoke. As you already know, every awakened has a hard limit they can never surpass. Unless you experience a double awakening, climbing to a higher rank is impossible. That's basic knowledge for every hunter. Jin-woo was still a bit skeptical though, but then she dropped a bomb, saying she could break those limits. I can boost someone's power in 3 stages. I'm not sure if I should call it a forced double awakening or just pushing their potential to the absolute max. Adam smiled and chimed in. What she's saying is 100% true, but every time she uses this power, she has to rest for a long time. That's why only a select few awakened get this insane buff every year. Jin-woo's mind went, wait, so I'm one of those lucky few? This is legit. That's an absolutely broken ability. Jin-woo asked how it worked. Madame Selner explained it varies from person to person, but once they complete stage 3, they'll feel at least 20 to 30% stronger than before. Right then, everything clicked. Jin-woo finally understood why Hwang Dong-soo betrayed his own country for the US, even though everyone back home hated his guts. I mean, who could say no to a massive buff like that? Any hunter would drop to their knees for this. Connor added, if the world found out about her power, it would cause chaos. That's why she's strictly on our side. Protect her at all costs, and pay her an insane amount of money. Madame Selner helps our top-tier hunters reach the next level, and her ability is our gift to you. Jin-woo kept his cool and said, this sounds way more like a business deal than a gift. Adam chimed in, if you join the US as one of our hunters, we guarantee you'll be at the very top of the list for this buff. Plus, to sweeten the deal, we've even prepared a high-ranked dungeon of your choice. No rush, though. Today, we're just here to help you take that first step. Jin-woo was actually caught off guard. Madame Selner smiled. Like we said, this is just a free sample. Connor stared straight at him. Exactly. So are you down to unlock your true potential? No catch? Connor laughed. Just think of it as a free trial, Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Hearing that, Jin-woo figured there was no harm in giving it a shot. Madame Selner grabbed his hand and said, look closely into my eyes. This is the first step. Watching them, Connor smirked to himself. Perfect. He fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He's acting all cold and calculated now, but once he gets a taste of stage 1, he'll be begging us for more. Actually, if he gets impatient, he might just sign the contract on the spot. Even Ryuji Goto, who was aiming for national level, failed on Jeju Island. Yet, it wiped out the entire place solo with a broken power nobody has ever seen before. I can't even imagine where his ceiling is. Madame Selner slowly peered into Jin-woo's consciousness, but inside it was a pitch-black abyss of pure darkness. Looking at the terrifying force resting inside him, she started sweating bullets. Her eyes snapped open in absolute terror. Seeing her panic, the guards immediately raised their guns at Jin-woo. Adam lost it and screamed, "Stop! Put those down! Are you guys out of your minds? Do you have any idea who you're pointing those at? You absolute idiots." The head guard was completely speechless. Adam kept yelling, "If you actually care, go check on her right now." He quickly apologized to Jin-woo, saying his agents were totally out of line. Jin-woo was just sitting there, slightly confused by the sudden chaos. Adam glared at the security team, his voice dripping with anger. If you pull a stunt like this in front of Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigong, we're all dead meat. Do you understand? The head guard started shaking, breaking into a cold sweat. Connor rushed over to check on Madame Selner. She was trembling in pure terror, her face completely pale as if she'd just stared straight into the face of death itself. Connor slowly turned back to look at Jin-woo, completely stunned. Lady Selner is not looking good right now. We will call you back later, Adam. Just make sure you escort Hunter Sung Jin-woo home safely. He then turns to Selner, asking what the hell just happened. Selner's arms are literally shaking as she stammers. He's He is a king, a god-tier incredibly powerful king. Hearing this, everyone there is completely stunned. So he is on the same level as a national level hunter? Honestly, even Selner is unsure. She has never seen anything this insane in her life. He is a king, sure, but he is completely built different from the rest. When I stared at him, he stared right back into my soul. That was not Hunter Sung Jin-woo, it was the endless darkness inside of him. It looked straight at me, and guys, his power has absolutely no limits. He is completely broken. Meanwhile, over at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, Chairman Go is looking all deep in thought. He sighs, realizing he just lost Hunter Byung-gu. Actually, scratch that, the man had already retired, so he was not technically a hunter anymore. But, man, talk about a noble sacrifice. Even now, the chairman's heart is still heavy after that brutal raid, knowing things will not just end with a single sacrifice. Suddenly, his phone rings. The chairman picks up and gets some wild news. A B-rank gate just spawned right in the middle of the street. A B-rank gate means a mid-tier raid team has zero chance of clearing it. Knowing this, the chairman says he will contact a major guild right away. But wait, did they say right in the middle of the street? The chairman suddenly freezes. Wait, is not Hunter Sung Jin-woo currently nearby? Meanwhile, Jin-woo is chilling in the car, thinking about what just went down. Lady Selner definitely saw something, but what exactly? Could it be the traces of the system? She suddenly panicked out of nowhere, her eyes completely filled with pure terror. Honestly, I do not think she will ever have the courage to meet me again. While stuck in a massive traffic jam, Jin-woo suddenly gets a call from Chairman Go. The chairman tells him a gate just popped up right in the middle of the road nearby, causing a crazy traffic jam that looks like rush hour in Vietnam, guys. He asks if Jin-woo can take care of it, but Jin-woo playfully replies with a bit of sarcasm, "What if they think I am too weak and do not let me in?" Hearing this, the chairman bursts out laughing. "Haha, don't worry, my boy, I got your back. Now go ahead and tear that dungeon apart with zero worries. Anyway, thank you for... Well, I just wanted to say thank you." Back at the gate, authorities are desperately trying to control the traffic. TV reporters are already on the scene, hyping up the news. An association staff member spots Jin-woo walking up and quickly stops him, yelling, "Hey, hold on a second. You cannot just walk in here without permission." But as she gets a closer look, her jaw drops when she realizes this is the S-rank legend himself, Sung Jin-woo. Everyone around instantly loses their minds, screaming, "Yo, it is Sung Jin-woo." Looks like he is here to clear the gate. Even so, the staff lady still hesitates to let him through because there is no official word from the higher-ups yet. Plus, even if they had permission, they cannot just let Jin-woo go solo. Seeing this, Jin-woo literally calls the chairman to snitch on her, saying, "Yo, I am at the site, but we have a tiny situation here." He then hands the phone to the staff lady, who is totally confused about who is on the line. Jin-woo casually says, "Oh, it is nothing. Just a random, forgetful old man." Suddenly, the chairman's voice booms through the speaker. "Hello, this is the association president speaking." She panics and quickly takes the call. Jin-woo just smirks, asks if he is good to go, and immediately heads inside the gate. She is so salty that she literally curses him, saying whoever watches without subscribing to Baekoi's channel is going to get absolutely destroyed. And guess what? The moment Jin-woo steps inside, the gate instantly flashes blood red. Talk about a massive jinx, guys. Jin-woo steps inside and instantly realizes he is trapped in a red gate. The exit snaps shut, and yep, we are officially in deep trouble, guys. Thinking about his mother, Jin-woo's mind is a little messy right now. But then a warm smile appears on his face. Honestly, a mother's love is the ultimate comfort. Seriously, is his mom some hidden triple S-rank support or what? Just thinking about her gives him a massive power boost with insane visual effects. His shadow army immediately charges into battle, while Jin-woo just stands there watching his minions do all the heavy lifting. He might as well be scrolling through YouTube to watch some hype reviews of his own channel. A hunter is born to hunt. But remember, monsters are not the only enemies out there. A hunter always has to watch their back so they do not end up becoming the prey. The tables can turn in a split second, which is why real hunters never ever let their guard down, even after hundreds or thousands of successful raids. The hunt never truly ends. It is time to lock on to the next target, because no one is planning on stopping anytime soon. Just like that, after 11 chapters, Season 1 officially wraps up. Massive thanks to everyone for always supporting the Baekoi Review channel. Now jumping straight into Season 2, we find our boy Jin-woo back in action. While clearing a dungeon, he runs straight into some otherworldly entities again. One of them stares him down with a gaze that literally screams death. No running away this time. Talk about a smooth entrance. Like a fragment of light, another figure steps out of the shadows. "Yo, why are you here? I came to give you some crucial intel about the Eastern lands. The Eastern territories ruled by the Shadow Sovereign. Did not I already hand that place over to you?" He replies, "Legia is ruling the southern land, so I will handle that area. But what about the Shadow Sovereign? If we strike a deal, it should not be an issue." Plus, I have got some highly interesting news for you. Fragment of light is actually active in that territory. Hearing this, the elf flashes a sly, wicked grin. Fascinating. Did you seriously come all the way here just to tell me that? He asks, what is your move? The elf quickly replies, if you want, I am down to make a compromise since it looks like you are already hooked. There is no way some random kid should possess the power of the fragment, but I am seriously wondering why he left those traces. It looks like he is planning to get in our way. Over in the small eastern territory, Sung-il-wan suddenly steps up and asks, so those guys are targeting Korea? If that is the case, what is your play? The other guy just dismisses it, saying, I seriously do not have time to play games with him. Strong enough to keep up, then let him follow. Sung-il-hwan immediately launches an attack at the group, declaring, I am not backing down without a fight. Meanwhile, inside the Red Gate, the bloodthirsty monster chief stares down Jin-woo, snarling, is it you? Are you the trash that slaughtered our brothers? You managed to make it all the way here and can even speak our language. But this place is going to be your grave. He keeps talking trash, boasting about how they have set up an ambush all around. But Jin-woo casually replies, who said I was alone? Started flexing way too early, buddy. Arise. On command, Jin-woo's entire shadow army emerges from the forest, instantly deleting the surrounding monsters. Now, where did your little ambush go? The boss looks around in absolute shock, holding nothing but the decapitated head of his own subordinate. Screams in total panic and desperation, you bastard. Jin-woo's face is cold as ice as he thinks. Talk trash, get smacked. His shadow army immediately swarms the brutal monsters, and the battle is over in the blink of an eye. Two beast monsters charge at Jin-woo while the chief roars, you arrogant bastard. But before he can even finish his sentence, Beru and Igris slice his arms clean off. The dude instantly drops to his knees in pure agony. Standing right in front of him is Tusk, holding the Orb of Avarice. Tusk activates his giant skill, slamming the chief's face straight into the dirt. Jin-woo steps into his field of vision and says, from now on, you answer my questions. Play nice and it will hurt less. But cut to a moment later, and the chief is already a lifeless corpse on the ground. And right on cue, the system intervenes again. Jin-woo pulls out a mysterious key from his inventory, muttering, sooner or later I will find out exactly what this key unlocks. Thanks to that cursed random box, the player just hit level 100. Requirements met, let's go. Part of the key's info is finally unlocked, pointing straight to the Cartenon Temple. You can use the key at the temple. The location will drop in a bit. The Cartenon Temple, a place he can never forget even if he tried, the infamous double dungeon. The system is calling him back to where it all started. But he's not that weak loser anymore. If this was rigged from the start, and whatever is waiting for him there, well, it better get ready to catch these hands. Meanwhile, Jin-ho is going absolutely wild online, throwing Hans in the comment section with random haters trying to slander Jin-woo. Dude is absolutely fuming. I'm going to sue every single one of you trash, and don't even think about begging for mercy when you're cooked. Whew. Another day of doing absolutely nothing, but at least I took down those haters trying to ruin my boss. Out of nowhere, Jin-woo walks up and says, you've been working hard, huh? Boss, is everything okay? He quickly replies, yes, boss, but why are you flexing this fancy outfit? Jin-woo just pulls out a bag of magic stones and says, I just cleared a dungeon on my way here. You said we needed funds to start the guild, right? Jin-ho screams, no way are these high-grade magic stones? Did you just solo a high-rank gate? Bro, you're literally built different. With this, we don't even have to worry about paying our members. But boss, did you forget? I told you we still need one more member to officially register the guild. Jin-woo finally remembers. To start a guild, they need a master, a vice master, and an administrator. Even if they just need someone to fill the slot, they should pick just someone trustworthy since they will be working together for a long time. Jin-ho gets super serious, boss. We have a major emergency right now. Have you decided on our guild name yet? Jin-woo is just confused. Wait, I have to do that? Jin-ho snaps and yells, of course, it's the most important thing ever. If you don't do it, who will? We combine our last names, we get Yu Sung. What do you think? But if you don't like my name first, we can do Sung Yu or maybe Woo Woo Jin, or even Jin Jin is pretty fire. Jin-woo cuts him off. How about solo? Since we're basically a solo guild anyway. Jin-ho is completely speechless. Dude is deeply disappointed. Turns out his god-tier boss is actually terrible at naming things. Guess he's human after all. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and Jin-woo rushes to open it. This Hunter Sung Jin-woo's office? Yes, it is. Who's calling? Then it hits him. It's actually Hunter Cha-in. Jin-woo walks over and asks, what brings you here, Hunter Cha? She stutters, well, I want to join your guild. They sit down and he asks, you want to join my guild? Cha-in gets dead serious. I told you, I want to join your guild. Jin-woo is completely baffled. Wait, what is going on here? Why would she want that? Jin-woo asks, did the association president ask you to do this? Cha-in is taken aback. What? Why on earth would he do that? Jin-woo presses further, or did Hunter Choi-jong-in kick you out? guy is so paranoid, guys. Cha Hai-in replies, no, that's not it at all. Then why? Why do you want to join our solo guild? Cha Hai-in's jaw literally drops when she hears the name. Solo guild? Is that really the name? I agreed on this name with my vice master. Is there a problem with it? Hearing this, Jin-ho screams, boss, did you really just lock in the name Solo? What about my input? Jin-woo plays dumb and says, well, you didn't say anything, so I thought we were cool with it. Jin-woo thinks to himself, no, I need to chill. This crazy situation is throwing off my judgment. Her heartbeat, breathing, eye contact, everything is completely natural. She's not Cap. But then, why does she actually want to join Solo Guild? Jin-woo asks, you've been awakened for less than 2 years, so you must still be under contract with the Hunters Guild, right? She quickly replies, I can easily pay the contract termination fee. Jin-woo is mind-blown. She's seriously willing to pay a massive fine just to join his guild? He continues, our guild doesn't have the budget to pay a high-rank salary that matches your insane power level. Cha Hai-in replies, that's totally fine. You guys don't even have to pay me. Bro has that ultimate riz, he doesn't even have to try and girls are lining up. But seriously, why is she pushing so hard to join when this place is way below her level? Cha Hai-in is super embarrassed. I don't really know how to explain it. She thinks to herself, no way, if I tell him the truth, he'll think I'm totally crazy. But he's literally the first hunter she's met who doesn't have that awful hunter smell. Ever since then, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Like, how many shadow soldiers can he actually summon? Plus, he completely crashed Lee Min-sung's press conference. He probably got a ton of hate for that. But deep down, he's a true S-rank hunter and actually seems like a really good guy. Even with the Jeju Island raid coming up, Cha Hai-in's mind is completely occupied by Jin-woo. She tries to act like she doesn't care, but no matter what she does, he's the only highlight in her entire world. Flashing back to when she first woke up in the helicopter, President Go Gun-hee told her, we're heading back right now, and we'll get you to a hospital the moment we land. Cha Hai-in suddenly asks, Hunter Sung Jin-woo came for me, didn't he? When the president nods, her face turns bright red. It wasn't a dream. She was literally at death's door this time. No, she was actually brought back from the dead. What would have happened if she didn't make it? Back to reality, Hunter Cha is dying of embarrassment. She can't just tell him she wants him to protect her forever. Her face is literally red as a tomato, and steam is practically coming out of her ears. Talk about a major crush. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is just standing there completely clueless. What is she doing? Does she have some top-secret personal reason? Why is she being so quiet? A million questions are running through Jin-woo's head. Are you really not gonna tell me the truth? Cha Hai-in blushes and says, well, I just want a comfortable life. Is that such a bad thing? Hearing this, the two boys start overthinking. No way, Basas. She probably had a rough time over at the Hunters Guild and just wanted an escape. Hunter Cha is only 22 or 23, but she's already carrying the weight of being an S-rank on her shoulders. That Jeju Island battle must have traumatized her big time. Well, if that's the case, our guild actually has an entrance exam. Cha Hai-in is surprised. Wait, what? Your recruitment post didn't say anything about a test. Jin-woo quickly covers. Jin-ho, go grab us some drinks and snacks. Jin-ho scrambles. On it, boss. Cha Hai-in gets serious, so what's this test about? Seeing how locked in she is, Jin-woo is actually surprised. Is she actually for real? He says, you'll need to beat the opponent I choose for you. Cha Hai-in sighs. Do you really think a simple test like that can stop me? Hunter Sung, what's the challenge? Jin-woo says deadpan. I'll find an opponent that can match your level. She nods, deal. Dart. Jin-woo replies, right now, we can use the Hunter Association's training facility. But then he realizes, wait, that place is actually pretty far from here. He wanted to test if they could teleport together using Shadow Exchange. With that thought, he turned to Cha Hai-in. You don't need to walk all the way there, there's an easier way. It's a bit awkward, but you're cool with it, right? He suddenly pulled Cha Hai-in into his arms. Shadow Exchange. Talk about a Riz Master! Yoo Jin-ho walked into the room, but the two of them had already vanished. Instead, a high orc was just chilling there, snatching the plate of pastries and stuffing its face, leaving Jin-ho completely speechless. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association training room, boom, they arrived. Cha Hai-in's jaw dropped. How on earth did you do that? Jin-woo just stared back at her. I knew it, my theory was right. Shadow Exchange is basically like a gate, which means I can actually warp space and bring other people along. The entrance opens up on the ground, and the target destination is the exit. And of course, the exact coordinate is wherever my shadow soldiers are stationed. Even with the 3-hour cooldown, I can still create these gates using my skill. If I wanted to, I could literally warp to the other side of the earth. Let's get it. Cha spoke up. Oh wait, I just realized I forgot my weapon. Jin-woo teased that pickaxe. Cha Hai-in blushed. No, my real weapon. Jin-woo smiled. Just kidding. Cha Hai-in swiped her hunter card to enter the armory to borrow some gear. It wasn't top-tier stuff, but it was perfect for training. She walked out with a longsword. I'm ready. Jin-woo asked, you sure you are good? That's not your usual sword. It probably doesn't feel right in your hand. She replied, the weapon doesn't really matter. I think you should join in too, instead of just standing back and watching me fight your summons. Jin-woo thought, is she for real? Honestly, summoning just 3 or 4 shadow soldiers would be absolute overkill. Right on cue, Igris appeared. This summon of mine is my best swordsman. Cha Hyen asked what the win and loss conditions were. Jin-woo replied, if my summon is defeated, you win, but I'll have Hunter Cha surrendering in no time. Jin-woo told her this was his strongest summon, but Beru was too dangerous and definitely not needed yet, so taking it slow was the play. Meanwhile, Cha Hyen's eyes filled with pure determination. Seeing this, even Jin-woo was startled. Wait, can you hold on a second? Okay, Jin-woo summoned a sword and handed it to Igris. Let's do this. And the fight was on. Opened with a massive slash, destroying everything in its path. Cha Hyen barely dodged it. Insane speed. Any normal hunter would be instant dead meat from just a graze. Cha Hyen started to counterattack. Meanwhile, in his office, Chairman Go Gun-hee sensed something unusual. I don't recall anyone booking the training hall today. He called his assistant. Can you stream the training room camera feed to my monitor? The assistant replied, right away, sir. Seeing those two, the chairman instantly understood. Well, I definitely didn't see this coming. He then told his assistant, turn off all the cameras in the training room. We have some testing to do today. The shockwaves from their battle were so insane that things in the chairman's office actually shattered. Hunter Cha asked Jin-woo, this Black Knight isn't your strongest summon, is it? Didn't you say you'd bring out your strongest? Summon him. Jin-woo warned her she could get hurt, but Cha Hae-in stood her ground. I really want to face him one more time. Jin-woo was taken aback. Hunter Cha mentioned she had seen him in the videos. Left with no choice, Jin-woo summoned Beru and asked one last time, are you sure about this? Standing next to Beru, Jin-woo thought to himself, even though shadow soldiers aren't as powerful as when they were alive, Beru's current strength is still enough to completely destroy almost any hunter. In a real fight, Cha Hai-in's chances of winning would be. Beru suddenly interrupted his thoughts. My noble king, what are your orders? Jin-woo turned to Beru and ordered him to subdue Hunter Cha without hurting her. Having received his orders, Beru lunged forward, his sheer aura shattering all the lights around them. Cha Hai-in stood there frozen in shock. Did Hunter Sung actually fight a monster like this? Jin-woo added a final warning. If she gets hurt, you're cooked. Seeing the Ant King look distracted, Cha Hai-in knew this was her chance. But out of nowhere, Beru had already appeared right behind her. Damn, not that attack again. Cha Hai-in furiously swung her sword backward. You think I'll fall for the same trick twice? She thought she landed a hit, but Beru effortlessly blocked it with one hand. Beru thought the king's order is to defeat her without causing harm. If I just crush her spirit and show her the massive gap between us, she'll give up in no time. Too easy. Cha Hai-in unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Beru dodged every single one with ease. She was stunned, he barely even moved, yet he completely shut down her swordsmanship. Beru closed the distance and let out a terrifying screech, forcing her back. Sensing the match was over, Jin-woo asked if she was satisfied. Sweat dripped down her face. Not yet, I can still go. Bro, she is down bad for him, there's no saving her. Jin-woo was slightly taken aback. What on earth is Hunter Cha thinking? She's clearly not stupid enough to keep fighting when the power gap is this massive. Beru isn't like the other shadow soldiers. Despite his high intelligence, he is still a bloodthirsty monster at his core. Right now, I can clearly feel his bloodlust leaking out. If she accidentally triggers him, things are going to get ugly real fast. Beru hissed. Here is my final warning. One look in our eyes is enough to tell who is the prey and who is the predator. Prey defying its predator is completely unforgivable. His razor-sharp claws were inches away from touching Hunter Cha, forcing her to desperately dodge backward. She activated her ultimate skill, Sword Dance, thrusting directly at Beru, but her blade instantly shattered in half. Cha Hai-in thought, I have to rely on that. I only have enough mana to use it once, but it has to be enough. That was Cha Hai-in's ultimate move, Sword of Light. A blinding beam of light pierced straight through Beru. Jin-woo realized things had gone too far. Damn it! At that exact moment, Beru completely tuned out the king's orders. Since birth, Beru had only ever known absolute obedience to the queen. Once he ignores orders and fights on pure instinct, absolutely nothing can stop him from obliterating his enemy. Beru had completely lost control, his eyes glowing with rage. This creature is the enemy. Jin-woo furiously roared, Stop! He lunged forward and grabbed Beru's hand. The match is over. Beru froze for a second, then stepped back. Jin-woo rushed to check on Cha Hai-in, but she said she was fine. Beru fell to his knees, trembling. My noble king, please have mercy on this lowly servant. Jin-woo was completely speechless, looking at him. He turned and asked Cha Hai-in softly, Why did you push yourself so hard? If it was just to join the guild, you didn't have to risk your life like this. Cha Hyen remains quiet, so Jin-woo speaks up, saying this is just a test for a guild that does not even have a name yet. He says it is really not worth risking her life like this, asking what her real reason is for going this far, and if she is still not going to talk. Cha Hyen looks completely silent and deep in thought. Jin-woo is also hurting inside. Like, what is the reason? Is it because she likes him? Hearing this, Cha Hyen is totally shocked, wondering how Jin-woo even found out. Since she stays quiet, Jin-woo thinks he guessed wrong, but plot twist, Cha Hyen actually admits it, saying she likes him. Cut to the United States Federal Hunter Bureau headquarters, where Adam lets out a huge sigh. He says he is too embarrassed to even show his face, but the director replies that he did not come here to listen to apologies, demanding to know what happened. Adam explains that Lady Selner analyzed Sung Jin-woo's potential, and he is basically a monarch. Hearing this, the boss is totally stunned, asking if she means Hunter Sung is as overpowered as a national-level hunter. She tells them to let her explain that all hunters are connected to an unknown source, borrowing power from it. She says she can feel the exact tunnel connecting the hunter to that power source on the other side. The energy from that source is too insane. Whatever she sees on the other side is like a blinding sun, a light that completely overloads all human senses. People like that are called kings, but him. And at this point, her body starts trembling. He does not even have a tunnel. She says when she looked into Hunter Sung's eyes, the deep darkness in him stared right back at her like an evil god looking down at some lowly insect. Darkness? David is completely lost, asking if she means Hunter Sung Jin-woo is actually some villain. She quickly explains that good, evil, or whatever his nature is has absolutely nothing to do with it. She is just talking about where his broken power actually comes from. Hunter Sung Jin-woo does not borrow power from anywhere. Strength does not come from another world. Hunter Sung's God mode power literally comes from deep inside himself. That power is not restricted by any tunnel. Adam looks at Lady Selner with total disbelief, asking if this means his power has zero limits. She nods, confirming it. Seeing how shaken she is, David pats her shoulder to comfort her, telling Lady Selner she did a great job. He then turns to Adam, telling him to follow him to basement level 24. He says if they cannot recruit him using Lady Selner, they have to find another way to bring him over, asking if Adam remembers the very first S-rank gate. Adam replies, of course. How could anyone forget that dungeon break that completely destroyed most of Western America? Back then, America had to beg for help from the absolute best hunters in the world, but only the 5 strongest actually survived. After that, America awarded those 5 hunters the national level title, basically giving them the same power and influence as an entire country. The eternal flame of the fire dragon Kamish, an absolute monster with terrifying power, was so cracked that it killed dozens of high-ranking hunters all on its own. 2 of them walk inside room 24. To pay for the nightmare it caused, it left behind a gift before dying. Adam turns to him and asks if he really means that. Exactly. And as the door slowly slides open, he tells him to look at the mana crystal harvested from the corpse of the fire dragon Kamish. It has been 8 years since S-rank gate was successfully closed, but sadly, none of the national level hunters are mages. Mana crystal has been sitting in this freezing basement for way too long, just waiting for a worthy master. And maybe Kamish will give this beautiful country one more extremely valuable gift. Back at Jin-woo's apartment, inside the bathroom, Jin-woo looks at himself in the mirror and is amazed. Thanks to the system, he has grown taller, his body is looking completely shredded, and he is actually looking handsome enough to turn heads on the street. Oh man, he has a girl now and he is flexing like crazy. Is this all because of that status recovery buff? It heals every single injury on his body. All his physical weaknesses are just gone. He asks Jin-ah how she thinks her brother looks, but she is busy scrolling on her phone, asking what? Like, does he look like a handsome, stylish gentleman? Hearing this, she is totally confused, asking where he gets all that confidence. Because to her, he is still just her annoying brother. Jin-woo starts messing up her hair, telling her to give an objective review. She tells him to stop playing around before he gets his leg broken. He asks if she forgot her brother is a literal S-rank hunter and jokes about how she can study with a brain like that. Jin-ah gets mad, arguing that her grades are the top of the entire school, but Jin-woo yells back that it was only a mock exam. He then mentions he is planning to start a guild. Still texting, she asks if everyone will call him master from now on. He says if things go smoothly, yes, and asks how she likes the name solo play. After hearing that, she is totally speechless. Like, what is that? Why would he pick a cringe guild name like that? Jin-woo just smiles, asking if it is really that weird. Jin-ah points out that his power is literally summoning shadow soldiers, so he is not even fighting alone anyway. He admits that is a good point, wondering what name would actually fit. Just Ah-jin, saying Ah represents herself and Jin represents rising up. Jin-woo asks if she just reversed her own name, but she says it sounds pretty good anyway. Meanwhile, Cha-hae-in is rolling around on her bed, face completely red. She screams, "Oh my god," she was totally thinking the same thing. That was basically a confession. If that was the case, there were other ways to do it, so why did she have to join his guild? Thinking back to what Jin-woo said makes her so embarrassed, and she is sure he is going to think she is some weird girl. She tells herself he saved her life, so it is normal for her to care about him. Right, exactly. But wait, no, how is that even normal? No, this is bad, it is over. Her face is practically smoking right now. She tells herself she was only saved because of Hunter Min Byung-goo's healing power anyway. That is when she remembers what Hunter Min Byung-goo warned her while she was unconscious, begging her to tell Sung Jin-woo to be extremely careful with his own power. At that moment, Cha-hae-in realized she had actually met the spirit of Hunter Min Byung-goo. Over at the Knights Guild, a voice calls out to the boss, saying the association staff are refusing to give them a permit to raid the gate that appeared yesterday because the magic energy readings are off the charts. Guildmaster asks if he means that gate is an S rank. The staff member replies no, it is an A rank, but the numbers they measured are basically bordering on S rank territory. Damn it, one tiny slip-up and the hunters are cooked. Staff member agrees, saying if it was an S rank from the start, they could just ignore it, but since it is an A rank, it is way more complicated. If the public finds out that the Knights Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, cannot even handle an A rank gate, Guildmaster sighs with a worried look, saying the problem is that normal people think everything besides S rank is basically the same. He points out that if they pass on this gate, other guilds will just jump in and take it immediately. The Guildmaster snaps back, asking what he is trying to say. Bong Wook, huh? Bro really thought I'd just hand over a gate in our Knights Guild territory? Wow, you're way too naive, kid. But once they got serious and looked at the facts, our numbers and A-rank hunters are easily top tier. We're not losing to any guild out there. The only issue, we're missing ultimate S-rank trump card. The assistant chimed in, "Boss, why don't we just team up with another guild?" Well, too bad every other guild wants to solo this and take all the credit. There's zero reason for them to share the loot. But then, the assistant smirked with pure confidence. What if it's not a guild? How about we team up with an individual? Jong Yi Rim, an A-rank healer, the guild leader. This dungeon is basically on the verge of becoming an S-rank gate. No solo hunter is built like that. But right as the words left his mouth, he froze. Yi Rim smirked. Looks like you finally realized, huh? Exactly. She was talking about none other than Sung Jin-woo. Teaming up with other guilds would just make them look weak. But if they team up with him, it's a massive flex that will boost the Knights Guild's reputation to the moon. Plus, with him on the team, the raid party is guaranteed to survive. Bo, what has Sung Jin-woo been up to lately? An employee replied, word on the street is he just casually cleared a random gate that spawned in the middle of the road. And after that, he completely went off the grid. Boss, should I try to hunt down his phone number? But the guild leader wasn't having it. Put that phone away. A massive deal like this cannot be handled over a simple call. We're going straight to his office to show some respect. Meanwhile, back at the office, Jin-woo was asking Jin-ho about what to name their new guild. Jin-ho had a sweat drop moment but happily agreed, saying any name works, as long as it isn't solo something. All right, it's settled then. Now we just need one more founding member to make it official. By the way, boss, what's the deal with Hunter Cha-hae-in from yesterday? Jin-woo casually replied, I don't think she's a good fit. She's not what I'm looking for. Jin-ho's jaw dropped. An S-rank hunter who is young, beautiful, and insanely strong, and you're just gonna reject her like that, boss? Out of all the applicants, literally nobody is better than Hunter Cha. He then asked, okay, so what kind of person are you actually looking for? Jin-woo calmly said, just someone who has a hunter license and doesn't care about guild business at all. But they absolutely must be trustworthy. Jin-ho thought that was a tough ask since almost nobody fits that description. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jin-woo opened it, asking, yes, how can I help you? Only to see 3 members of the Knights Guild standing right there. Good morning, I am Park Jong-soo, leader of the Knights Guild. Soon they were seated at the table. Park handed Jin-woo the file on a near S-rank gate that had popped up in their territory. Usually, the size of a gate doesn't tell the whole story, but the association's readings show an absolutely insane amount of magical energy leaking out of this new portal. Wait, is that an S-rank gate? The guild leader quickly answered, we can't say for sure, but it's easily the biggest gate Busan has ever seen. Jin-woo thought to himself, Busan, huh? It's been a minute since I had some fresh sashimi there. Bro is literally about to raid a deadly dungeon, and he's thinking about food. Legend behavior. The guild leader continued. You've probably seen the news. But we're having a nightmare of a time getting a raid permit from the association, because our guild doesn't have an S-rank hunter on the roster. Honestly, we get why the association is stressed. But if you team up with us for this raid, they'll have absolutely zero excuses to deny our permit. assistant was internally begging Jin-woo to sign the deal. The guild leader added, "Of course, we're gonna pay you handsomely for your help, Hunter Sung Jin-woo." Normally, when a major guild raids a dungeon, a top-tier A-rank hunter gets around 10% of the total dungeon loot. But for this run, we're willing to offer you a massive 20%. Jin-woo calmly looked up and said, 50-50. Wait, what? The guild leader's jaw hit the floor. Jin-woo explained, "You need to look at this as a business deal between two guilds, not just hiring a freelancer. If you can agree to that, I'm down to help. Oh, by the way, I'm currently setting up my own guild, the Jin Guild." The leader tried to negotiate. "How about 40-60? Jin-woo just gestured. "The door is right behind you. If you don't like it, you can leave." Damn, Jin-woo is an absolute savage at business. When you're OP, you make the rules. The guild leader sweated, thinking this kid is so young, yet he's completely dominating the room. Finally gave in and agreed to the 50-50 split. But on one condition, you have to handle the boss monster. Deal, Jin-woo nodded. They shook hands and locked it in. That gate has been active for too long now. At the latest, the raid has to start tomorrow. You can head down to Busan with us today to get prep. Jin-woo politely declined and said he'd meet them tomorrow since he still had some loose ends to tie up. "Don't worry, I'll be there right on time." Just then, Yoon-tae swore he saw the guild leader's shadow twitch. The guild leader chuckled. "Yoon-tae, did you have a few beers before coming here or what?" Suddenly, Jin-woo's phone started buzzing. Who could that be? "Excuse me, I'll be right back." Stepping outside, Jin-woo saw it was a call from his mom. Jin-woo was shocked that she finally got herself a phone. She happily told him she just bought it and immediately wanted to hear her son's voice. Hearing her sounding so healthy warmed his heart. Jin-woo promised they'd go out for a nice dinner tonight. Fast forward to the next day. Right in front of that A-rank gate, the entire raid team was geared up and ready to roll. But Jin-woo was nowhere to be found. The guild leader was sweating bullets, terrified that Jin-woo would ghost them. Damn it, we only have 5 minutes before we have to move out. Meanwhile, Jin-woo was literally still chillin' at home, worrying if his little sister Jin-ah took her umbrella to school. Absolute priorities, right? But then he activated his shadow exchange skill. Over at Jin-ah's school, 3 boys were walking down the hallway. "Bro, this is straight up slave labor. Why is the art teacher making us do his job anyway? Seriously, how many plaster statues do we even have to move? I think there are 6 of them, and carrying them back and forth is a total pain. Let's just carry 4 at once and get this over with. By the way, how long has it been since anyone cleaned this place?" The room was a complete disaster zone, basically the school's abandoned storeroom. Suddenly, one of the boys froze, his face turning pale. What is that? "It's a gate." The other boy just laughed. "Bro, why are you losing your mind? A gate has already been cleared. It's completely harmless. Even regular people can walk right inside because there's absolutely nothing left. This portal has probably been open for a whole week anyway." The other kid looked skeptical. "But are we really just gonna ignore it? What if nobody actually cleared it and it was only discovered just now?" Right at that exact moment, the gate began to crack. Such a massive, terrifying hand reached out and grabbed the boy's head. He was cooked. Shaking in pure terror, the kid screamed. Jin-suk was completely helpless, his face turning pale as a ghost. "Help me, hurry!" But suddenly, the whole place went dead silent, leaving nothing but the sound of blood dripping. A monster creeping out of the gate crushed his head like a grape. Just like that, those 3 guys were instantly into street pizza. It is completely over for them. Flatlined. 0 signs of life. Some beasts are just born predators, and even if they are dumb as bricks, their hunting instincts are still way ahead of any human. These high orcs are absolutely foaming at the mouth for fresh meat. But the wild thing is, this is just their scouting party. They are suppressing their wild urges to focus on the mission first. For a whole week, they have been lurking in the shadows. They do not even need to actively search because their hyper-tuned senses can pick up everything around them. But there is so much fresh meat up there. This entire school complex is like a buffet inside a fortress. Let us hunt first. You go call the rest of the boys. Once they clear out the humans and set up camp, the real game begins. Plot twist. These high orcs can actually talk and have a high IQ. They are planning to wipe out everyone starting right here. The students have 0 clue how cooked they are until a blood-curdling scream echoes through the halls. Boom! A massive axe swings down toward a terrified couple. Meanwhile, cutting back to the giant gate, Jin-woo is standing there looking at it, and damn, this thing is way bigger than he expected. Over here we have the collection team, and on the other side is the mining crew. The Vanguard attack force is stacked with 13 A-rank hunters and 2 B-rank hunters. Since when did the Knights Guild have so many A-ranks? No wonder they are famous for having the most A-rank hunters in the country. The moment they spot Jin-woo, they immediately swarm him like a celebrity, shouting, "Appa!" That Jeju Island battle was absolutely insane. How on earth do you summon those shadow soldiers? What is your max limit? Are you carrying us in today's raid? Luckily, the healer steps in to save him from the awkwardness. Hey, stop putting Hunter-sung on the spot. I am Jung Yi-rim, your main healer for today. Honestly, she is pretty cute. She jokes that while the others can do whatever, the raid leader and the main healer definitely need to stay on the same page. Jin-woo turns to the guild leader asking, "Did you not explain things to them yet?" The leader panics. "Oh right, I will do that right now. I am Park Jong-soo, and I will be leading the raid today." The guild members are instantly like, "Wait, you again? We have the literal goat Sung Jin-woo here. Why are you leading?" Bro is getting roasted by his own team. The leader tries to save face. Hunter Sung Jin-woo will be guarding our rear. But Yoon-tae steps up with some major ego. "Excuse me, but we are not some weak, helpless hunters who need a babysitter." Hunter Sung, do you really think we are that weak? Am I right, guys? Meanwhile, the guy standing behind him is absolutely jaw-dropped at this kid's pure audacity. Bro is begging to be humbled. Talk about a rookie mistake. The guild leader quickly laughs it off. Haha, our guild has a lot of energetic and, well, passionate members like him. He might be a bit rude, but he does not mean any harm. Jin-woo just rolls with it and keeps quiet. With that, the leader rallies the squad to move in. All right, everyone, gear up. Let us move out. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association hotline, an operator receives a call from a terrified high school girl. She is crying uncontrollably, sobbing, "Please help, they are at my school. There are monsters everywhere." The operator instantly panics. "Wait, outside? Is this a dungeon break? Where are you?" The girl whispers, "I am hiding in the bathroom. I was with my friends, but they are all gone. Do you know how many of them there are? Are they close to you?" The girl is completely losing it, crying that she does not know. All she can hear are terrifying roars. "There are so many of them. Am I going to die?" The operator tries to keep her calm. "Hold on, okay? The hunters are already on their way. The hunters will never let anything happen to you. You need to stay calm and stay hidden, okay?" The girl asks, "Is that true? Am I really going to make it out alive?" But the operator asks her what the monsters look like. The girl says she has seen them on the news before, but she cannot remember the name. The operator tells her to just describe what they look like. What do they look like? The girl stammers. They look like big, ugly humans with horrifying faces, and their skin is green. Green skin? The operator's heart drops. Wait, is it an orc? The girl cries, "Yes, I think that is what they are called." And right at that moment, a massive orc approaches, stands right outside her bathroom stall. "Oh no, she is cooked. Run, you need to run right now. They can smell your scent, but it is already too late." The line erupts into a horrific scream. "Please, no, help me, I do not want to die." Then dead silence. Back at the school, absolute chaos has broken out. Terrified students are huddling in corners, while others make a desperate run for the exit. One girl hesitates, wanting to help the others inside, but her friend grabs her arm and drags her away. The hunters will save them. "We have to go." Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty orcs are getting frustrated because half of their prey just escaped. But the leader grunts. "It does not matter. There is still plenty of meat left, and all the exits are blocked. Go upstairs and slaughter every last one of them." Meanwhile, in one of the classrooms, a group of guys are barricading the door with desks and chairs. But with one swing, an orc easily smashes the door to pieces. The kids scream in terror as the beast stares at them like sitting ducks. One student panics and tries to make a break for it, but gets an axe straight to the head. Instant game over. Suddenly, one of the minions shouts, "Boss, there is a human with magic power here." The leader barks, "Kill them first." Jin-ah and Song-yi are shivering in the middle of the crowd. Jin-ah desperately prays, "Please, Jin-woo, where are you?" Song-yi tries to play the hero and steps forward to hold them off. Jin-ha grabs her back, crying, "No, don't. Are you crazy? Get back here." The high orcs spot them. One points at Song-yi. "Is that the one?" The other shakes his head. "No, the one with the massive mana pool is the girl right next to her." Lunges forward to slice Jin-ah in half. But hold up, bro. It is not that easy. Out of nowhere, Jin-woo's shadow orc appears and catches the blade with his bare hand. Boom! A massive counterpunch sends the high orc flying across the room, and the hype does not stop there. Several more shadow orcs summon in, forming an absolute wall of defense to protect the kids. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the Knights Guild and Jin-woo are currently clearing mobs. The guild leader suddenly screams, "Double-headed ogres incoming! Watch out, everyone!" The massive beasts charge into the corridor, roaring like crazy. They swing their heavy weapons, but guild leader Park steps up and blocks the impact like a boss. He roars, "Yoon-tae, now!" Yoon-tae unsheathes the sword, leads the charge, screaming, "Let us show them what we are made of, team, attack!" The ogress howl in agony under the pressure. The Knights Guild is definitely not playing around. They might not have an S rank, but their teamwork is cracked. The two mages execute a flawless lightning and fire combo to burn them to a crisp, roasting a whole ogre right off the bat. Park is standing there sweating like, yeah, this is gonna be rough. No kidding, this dungeon is definitely no joke. A two-headed ogre right at the entrance? Insane. You know what they call these two-headed ogres? Gravekeepers. Yep, normally these guys are the final boss. But finding one right at the entrance, that means a massive army of undead is definitely waiting for them inside. Looking at the sheer numbers, Yoon-tae freaks out and yells, "Bro, do not jinx us like that." What now? Do they just charge in and attack? Suddenly, the hunters notice something weird. The monsters are just staring at them and then running for their lives. And wait, since when do monsters just stare and run away instead of attacking? It is like they are running from something even worse. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is just standing in the back looking totally disappointed. Super hyped because this was a special A-rank dungeon. But then, out of nowhere, Jin-woo senses something off. Dead serious face, Jin-woo tells President Park, "Something came up, I gotta dip right now." Park is completely baffled. "Wait, what? If Hunter Sung leaves, we are absolutely cooked in here. You know how dangerous this place is." Jin-woo sighs, "Look, this is an emergency. But don't worry, I will call a reliable friend to back you guys up. From this moment on, he will handle everything for you." And just like that, everyone is left completely speechless by what happens next. Boom! Burr appears. Everyone is panicking. Wait, is not that the monstrous ant from Jeju Island? Jin-woo is just, "Great, since you already know him, I do not need to explain anything. He will be guarding you from now on." Jin-woo then turns to Bear and commands, "Protect the humans." Burr instantly asks, "And what about anything that is not human, my lord?" Jin-woo shrugs, "Do whatever you want with them." Hearing this, Burr lets out an absolutely terrifying roar. Yoon-tae is shaking in his boots. "Are you serious? You want us to clear a dungeon with that monster?" Park is like, "Bro, stop embarrassing us, shut up." But wait, plot twist. Jin-woo summons a whole squad of shadow ants. Jin-woo is chill. "These guys will help you out. Is 20 of them enough?" The president frantically tries to stop him. "Hold on, Hunter Sung, you are really just gonna dump us with these monsters and bounce." Jin-woo gives them the coldest, most terrifying glare ever. "Well, if you want, I can always recall my shadow soldiers right now, but having them protect you is better than nothing, right?" Everyone instantly folds. Yes, totally, you are absolutely right." Jin-woo checks his system. The cooldown for Shadow Exchange is still at 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 16 seconds. Sensing trouble, he takes off like a literal god, leaving the 2 Night Guild members standing there absolutely clueless. Bro, he really left. What do we do now? Just stand still while I figure this out. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is outside the dungeon, sprinting like crazy. Jin-woo's shadow soldiers are constantly pinging him. He gets a bad feeling. A bunch of undead try to block his path, but bad news for them, they just messed with the wrong guy. Jin-woo roars, "Get out of my way." But then he gets a pleasant surprise. Since his class is a necromancer, he can literally dominate and control these undead monsters too. Summons Kaiser. The massive, terrifying dragon emerges from the shadows. Jin-woo hops on and flies straight into the sky, leaving everyone below with their jaws on the floor. "Yo, look up, it is Hunter Sung Jin-woo." High up in the air, he commands, "Kaiser, get to Jin-ah as fast as possible." Meanwhile, the enemy High Orcs are getting absolutely wrecked by Jin-woo's red High Orc shadows. The high schoolers watching this are completely mind-blown. One enemy High Orc gets grabbed by the head, shaking and screaming in pure terror. The students are completely lost. Wait, are those monsters actually saving us? Are they protecting us? Jin-ah wonders, "Is my brother here?" But one of the shadow High Orcs stops her, pointing toward the outside. Gate cracks completely open, revealing a massive High Orc sitting on a throne. This is definitely the boss. He boasts that all seals have been broken. "I am the chieftain of the Red Blade clan, Groktar. From this moment on, I will slaughter anyone who dares stand in my way." Soldier reports, "Chieftain Groktar, some High Orcs are actually helping the humans." He is confused. "High Orcs? How many of them?" "Just 3, sire." He grinds his teeth in rage. "The great warriors of our clan cannot even handle 3 lousy High Orcs? Useless trash. Lead the way. The hunt starts now." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the shadow ants are absolutely tearing through the undead, leaving the hunters completely shook. Some hunters are so terrified they want to escape, just imagining what would happen if those monster ants turned on them. But the president is thinking, "We can't stop the raid now. If we chicken out, how am I going to face the media?" "Exactly, I'm not going to cancel a raid just because I'm scared of some summons. Let's go." But before he can even look cool, Burr pops up and scares him half to death. Talk about a jump scare. "All right, let's move." Burr slips the shadow soldiers right into Hunter Park's shadow and turns to leave, which totally panics the guy. Yoon-tae runs up to check on him. Park plays it cool. "I'm fine, let's go." But as they start moving, they suddenly stumble upon the severed head of a Death Knight. Everyone is absolutely mind-blown. Jin-woo summons literally wiped out a high-tier magic beast in a split second. They are insanely broken. Park grins and asks, "You guys know how much a high-grade mana crystal is worth, right? So anyone still wants to leave?" He thought they'd be shaking with fear like him, but nope, they already ditched him and ran ahead. Yoon-tae yells back excitedly, "Hurry up, boss, or you are gonna get left behind." Back at the school, Jin-woo's shadow high orcs are fighting like beasts to protect the kids. Meanwhile, the enemy green orcs are chanting like a bunch of lunatics. Groktar! Groktar! Groktar steps up, flexing his tattoos, which represent all the lives he has taken. He sneers. Looks like you have killed a lot of my brothers, but your little streak ends here. You weak high orcs are nothing but entertainment to me. He launches a devastating strike, but boom, one of the shadow high orcs actually blocks it. Furious, he powers up and slices the shadow high orc completely in half. But within 2 seconds, it fully regenerates. Groktar is shook. What is this? Some kind of dark magic? No matter how many times you regenerate, I will kill you 100,000 times. But in his head, a voice is painfully echoing, screaming, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He grunts. The longer this goes on, the more annoying this voice gets. I need to wrap this up fast. Summons are powered by a spell. I just need to take out the caster. He locks eyes on Jin-ah. It's her. Grab that girl, kill her, and these high orcs are done. Keep attacking. Pin them down. The enemy onslaught gets absolutely brutal, but the shadow soldiers keep getting crushed and instantly reviving. Talk about broken. Just as Groktar grabbed Jin-ah, squeezing her head in pure agony, he suddenly let her go. Why? Because he felt a wave of mana so terrifying it stopped him cold. Made him literally shake. Jin-woo had arrived. Sang-yi rushed to help Jin-ah up while Groktar ordered his underlings to back off. Kaisel crashed straight into the building. Jin-woo stepped forward and patted his sister's head. Everything is fine now, he said. But, man, the mana pouring off him was absolutely terrifying. While Groktar was busy bragging about being the chief of the Red Blade tribe, Jin-woo pointed straight at his face and told him to shut up and wait his turn. Jin-ah immediately threw herself into Jin-woo's arms, crying, "Brother!" Jin-woo held her close to comfort her, saying, "Everything is fine now, sorry I am late." He then turned to the others and asked, "Are the students okay?" They quickly answered, "Yes." "What about Sang-yi?" She nodded, yes. But inside she was thinking, he looks so terrifying. Seeing Jin-ah's red, tear-stained face, Jin-woo's anger completely boiled over. His eyes locked a death glare onto those high orcs. Hazel, take care of Jin-ah. As for the rest of you, get these students out of here right now. The high orcs were sweating. One of them yelled, "I told you guys not to move." That was when Groktar realized all those shadow soldiers from earlier belonged to Jin-woo. He asked who the heck Jin-woo was and how he could understand their language. Seeing that Jin-woo had zero intention of answering, he screamed, "Get him!" The high orcs charged like crazy, but Jin-woo easily deflected every single blow. He grabbed one guy by the hand, dragging him as he screamed in pain. Then, with a single stomp, he completely obliterated him. He sent that trash straight to the afterlife. 2 more stepped up and got the exact same tragic treatment. The rest screamed and charged, but to Jin-woo, they were nothing but tiny ants. With his hands covered in blood, Jin-woo walked toward the chief like the Grim Reaper himself. The chief could only stutter in sheer terror. "You, who are you?" Jin-woo activated Ruler's hand again. Looking at the lifeless bodies of the students, his rage boiled over. Why? Why are you monsters so obsessed with slaughtering humans? Jin-woo squeezed even tighter. Struggling to breathe, the chief choked out, the voice, "There is a voice in my head. It keeps telling us to kill humans." "Then what about me?" Jin-woo asked. "Do you hear that voice telling you to kill me too?" Terrified, the chief begged, "Please, spare my life." Jin-woo squeezed tighter. "I asked you a question. When you look at me, do you hear that voice?" "Spare me, please," the chief cried out. Jin-woo slowly summoned his dagger. "What is wrong? I guess it does not really matter to you whether I am human or not. I will forgive you, but do not think for a second you are leaving here alive." Then, with a clean slash, everything went dead silent. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the healer was tugging on a cloak with one of the ants. "Oh my god, do you have any idea how valuable this is? Vampire loot is insanely expensive." She tried to yank it away, but the ant accidentally hurt her. Beru immediately stepped in, stopped the ant, and healed her on the spot. The healer was completely shocked. Since when could a summon heal even better than her? Just then, the inner gates of the dungeon opened, and an arch-lich emerged with a massive mana crystal embedded in its chest. One of the hunters panicked. "Oh my god, the boss is an arch-lich. That is way worse than fighting 10 Death Knights at once." Among high-rank monsters, the arch-lich is legendary, especially after one of them completely wiped out the Hwang Guild, which was a top guild in China. That failed raid caused a massive dungeon break. Luckily, the world-class hunter Liu Jigong arrived just in time to stop the disaster. Ever since then, nobody expects an A-rank team to handle an arch-lich on their own. Yoon anxiously asked, "What do we do now?" "They are coming from behind," Park screamed in a panic. "Crap, the monsters the ants did not finish eating are reviving. Block the door, quick!" The healer quickly cast her pure shield. The leader was completely cornered with no way out. "Man, we really cannot do this without Hunter Sung." The healer screamed, "Boss, I can only hold this for 5 minutes." The leader cursed under his breath, but suddenly, a dark shadow stepped forward. Beru stood right in front of them. Even the arch-lich looked shaken when it saw Beru. Are you the Shadow Army? Why is the king's army attacking me? Beru just cackled. We were chosen by the king. You were not. The Archlich panicked. That is impossible. I will ask the king myself. But there was no time for that. Beru lunged forward and ripped something straight out of its chest. Still talking when you are about to die. Beru pulled a massive mana crystal right out of the Archlich's body. Screamed in pure agony. No, this cannot be. A blue light flared as the monster dissolved into dust and the entire undead army collapsed. Beru let out a massive roar to celebrate the win. Park stood there, absolutely speechless. He knew the summon was strong, but he never expected it to be this broken. Yoon chimed in. Man, if that is the case, Hunter Sung Jin-woo does not even need to enter the dungeons himself. He can just send his shadow soldiers and they will completely clean out the dungeon for him. Park was deep in thought. Sure, summoning all these shadow soldiers must use up tons of mana, so he probably cannot bring them all out at once. But even if he only uses half of them, based on what I have seen, he could easily wipe out any guild he wanted in a heartbeat. Yoon asked, Boss, what if we merge our guild with Hunter Sung's? Park turned and snapped. Kid, calling it a merger sounds a bit off. You should call it a strategic partnership. The ultimate combination of the strongest hunter and the Knights Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in Korea. Now that is how you pitch it. Yoon hesitated. I was just kidding. But are you actually serious, boss? Honestly, looking at how OP he is, does Hunter Sung even need us? Hearing that, Park got annoyed. You idiot. No matter how broken Hunter Sung is, he still cannot break the system's rules. Yoon was confused. Think about it. Even if he can clear dungeons with his summons, he still cannot get raid permits if he does not meet the minimum headcount requirement. Having enough hunters on the roster is mandatory. You are a hunter too. How could you forget that, Yoon? Finally realized. Oh right, Hunter Sung's raw power combined with our massive roster? That is a match made in heaven. Exactly. Ha 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 ha. But if we do that, will not we just be piggybacking on his success? Why worry? Park smiled confidently. All we have to do is get in line early, cut to the school where rescue teams and police were tending to the injured students while recovering the bodies of those who did not make it. A frantic mother was trying to rush inside because her son was still nowhere to be found. She kept pushing past the police, desperate to find her boy. Meanwhile, in his car, Chairman Go received the report that 213 students had successfully made it out alive. He said with a heavy heart that if things had gone right, those 10 students would have been rescued successfully. But the rest did not escape in time, and this place became their grave. Honestly, this disaster was already bound to happen. Over the last 6 months, the number of dungeons appearing in Seoul has absolutely skyrocketed, and the same thing is happening globally. Dungeons are popping up exponentially worldwide. On top of that, the number of people lining up to get their awakening status checked is getting crazy high. More monsters in the dungeons means we need more hunters to keep them in check. It is a massive power struggle. Delicate balance. Jin-woo looked deep in thought, feeling like a massive shift was about to happen. He glanced at the president and spoke up. So, what are you really trying to tell me? The president replied, Japan, the United States, China, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, Germany, even the Middle East, they are all begging to meet you. Hunter Sung, Jin-woo, I bet you have already had some unofficial visits from them, haven't you? He sighed and continued, honestly, the association has no right to stop this. We can only protect your classified information if you ask us to. Everything comes down to your choice, Hunter Sung Jin-woo. But I have a bad feeling that if you leave, our country won't survive this new era. Anyway, we are here. This is the hospital where your sister is staying. Hunter Sung Jin-woo, I will give you absolutely anything you need within my power. If I do that, will you stay? The president looked more and more stressed out. He rubbed his temples in frustration. We only had 10 S-rank hunters to begin with, and we have already lost 3 of them. 2 were slaughtered by monsters, and 1 packed up and left for the United States. The association cannot afford to lose another S-rank. We will do whatever it takes. So tell me, Jin-woo, what is your play? He went silent for a moment before dropping a bomb. I want to solo high-rank dungeons from now on. Will you bend the rules for me? President was stunned. You want to bypass the minimum party size rule for raids? Jin-woo just nodded. Exactly. He explained that the rule is there to protect reckless hunters from going solo and getting absolutely wrecked. But as he said that, a sudden realization hit him. Stared at Jin-woo. Wait, is that why you are building Guild? Jin-woo nodded. Yup, is that going to be a problem? The president said it would be tough, but definitely not impossible. Leave that to me, he promised. Meanwhile, at a filming set, the director told a woman named Soo-hyun, great job today. She smiled back, thanking him for his hard work too. Turns out, this is Jin-ho's cousin. Back on his end, Jin-ho was calling her, Yo sis, do you want to join my guild? Instead of letting Dad force you to be his guild's poster girl, just sign up with me and enjoy your freedom. Isn't that way better? Confused, she asked. A guild? What are you even talking about? By the way, Jin-hee is back in Korea, did you know? He replied, of course I know what my own sister is up to, but that is not important right now. I literally need one more founding member to start this thing. She scoffed. Jin-ho, are you seriously asking me to join a guild that doesn't even exist yet? Are you getting scammed by some random dude? Jin-ho just laughed. Ha, if you found out who that random dude is, you would absolutely lose your mind. Cut to Jin-woo's office. Jin-ho had dragged his cousin right there. Jin-woo looked at them, confused, and asked, is this the perfect candidate you were talking about? Jin-ho proudly introduced her. This is Yoo Soo-hyun, my cousin. Don't let her looks fool you, she is actually an A-rank hunter. Taking off her mask, she gasped, oh my god, I am actually seeing the legendary Sung Jin-woo in real life. Talk about being a total fangirl, which is wild considering she is literally a famous celebrity. She continued, Hunter Sung Jin-woo, you are absolutely insane, especially when you crashed Lee Min-sung's press conference. Jin-ho looked at Soo-hyun, totally annoyed, and asked, is it really that shocking to you? Jin-woo started thinking, Jin-ho is a D rank, but his cousin is an A rank. Is awakening somehow genetic? Makes sense, since my dad was a hunter too. Snapping out of it, Jin-woo asked Soo-hyun if Jin-ho had explained everything to her. She replied, yup, I heard your guild needs one more founding member, right? Jin-woo made sure she got the memo. If you join, you will be all over the news. Are you cool with that? She shrugged casually. Hey, still better than dealing with Yoo Jin-sung. Jin-woo had no idea who that was, so Jin-ho chimed in. That is her older brother. Jin-woo nodded in realization. Ah, the guy you said has a trash personality? Soo-hyun laughed. Wow, guess his bad reputation precedes him. Oh, by the way, can we take a quick selfie? I want to post it on Lotus. Somewhere else, someone was absolutely losing their mind. What on earth is this? Allowing shadow soldiers to count as raid members? Who came up with this trash rule? Hunter Sung Jin-woo just started his guild, and suddenly this rule pops up? If this isn't blatant favoritism, then what is? The Hunter Association is supposed to be fair, but you are giving him God mode privileges. Explain yourself. The president didn't even deny it, calmly saying, yes, this is special treatment. Let me ask everyone in this room one simple question. If a dungeon break happens and you have to deploy a raid team, would you send 20 A rank hunters, or would you send Sung Jin-woo solo? Which one would you choose? By the way, Representative Nam Jong-wook, didn't you recently move near the Hunters Guild? Posed on the spot, the politician turned pale and choked on his drink. The president smirked and pressed on. Mind telling us why you moved to an area where property is 10 times more expensive? The man stammered, completely speechless. The president went in for the face slap. You wanted to keep yourself safe in this crazy world, didn't you? Normal citizens feel the exact same way. Anyone with money wants to live in a safe zone. Countless global guilds are trying to recruit Sung Jin-woo, so should we just sit back and watch him leave South Korea? Or do you want him to pull a Hwang Dong-soo and abandon his homeland for the United States? This special treatment is a no-brainer. Let me ask you this. When an S-rank gate opens in this country, who else is cracked enough to step up and save your lives? Meanwhile, Cha Hye-in saw Soo-hyun taking a siffy with her crush and was literally shaking with jealousy. Our boy is so cooked. Cut to a dungeon entrance. Jin-ho yelled out, Boss, I have never seen a dungeon this massive before. Jin-woo stood there thinking, Bro, if you saw the Wangsimni dungeon, you would completely lose your mind. Let's move. Cameras were flashing like crazy as the media surrounded them. Reporters were shouting, Hunter Sung Jin-woo, look over here. Give us a comment before the first official Ajin Guild raid. Why did you name your guild Ajin? And what is your relationship with your founding member, Soo-hyun? Chief Woo calls Jin-woo over. Jin-woo is slightly surprised to see him. Chief Woo Jin-chul, I thought my info was supposed to be classified. You really need to be more careful with what gets posted on Lotus. Jin-woo feels a bit awkward. No way. One single photo gets leaked and now he is a whole celebrity. Our boy promises to be way more careful next time. Jin-ho pipes up, but boss, aren't you going to call the mining or excavation teams? There is no way I can handle all this heavy lifting by myself. Jin-woo just smiles and tells him his shadow soldiers have it covered. Chief Woo pulls out his mana meter and completely loses his mind. Oh my god, every single shadow soldier is B rank or higher. This is way too cracked for just an A rank dungeon raid. He realizes those national level troublemakers are actually brainless for trying to mess with this guy. He hands the device back to his staff and confirms the inspection is officially done. Explains, actually the chairman sent me here to supervise and protect Hunter Sung's raid. Wait, protect him? That sounds extremely cap, but okay. Just for today, can I tag along as a raid member or supervisor? Jin-woo shrugs and says he is totally chill with it, though he is worried the chief might not be able to handle the heat. Chief Woo is confused at first, but literally seconds later, face turns pale. An A-rank Naga monster! An absolute war is breaking out between two massive armies right before his eyes. Sounds of absolute carnage echo through the dungeon as Jin-woo's shadow army completely dominates the battlefield. God mode is officially on. Beasts are absolute nightmares that would make veteran physical and mage hunters sweat. But the shadow soldiers, they are literally slicing through them like butter. Absolute MC diff. Chief Woo's jaw literally hits the floor in sheer terror, especially when he looks at this one summon. No way, it is casting lightning magic perfectly. That is high-level magic only elite mage-class hunters can pull off. Every single swing of its sword, massive lightning strikes explode. Igris is just casually farming kills right in front of a speechless Chief Woo. Chief Woo realizes this summon is easily beyond A rank. If he had to go 1 versus 1 against this beast, he would be completely cooked. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is annoyed, casually kicking a giant ant away. Hey, I literally told you guys to stop eating the monsters. Do you have any idea how much these bodies sell for? And the rest of you, stop slacking off. Get to mining those mana crystals right now. Let's go. Chief Woo is left thinking. A single guy who can raid dungeons, harvest bodies, and mine minerals all by himself. Calling him a one-man army is an absolute understatement. He looks at Jin-woo and admits, yeah, I finally get why the chairman wanted me to come along and see this with my own eyes. Jin-woo orders his shadows. Everyone except the mining team dismiss. Chief Woo is bewildered. Wait, why are you dismissing your soldiers now? Your summons could literally cheese this boss easily. Jin-woo pulls out his twin daggers and replies, if I rely too much on my shadows, I will lose my edge in battle. Talk about flexing. Jin-woo activates his skill, launching himself high of the giant Naga monster at blinding speed. Right before the stunned chief's eyes, Jin-woo lands a massive, devastating slash right on its face. System alerts him, you have defeated the dungeon boss. Just one hit and the boss is absolutely deleted. Your job-specific skill levels have increased. All his skills level up, reducing his shadow exchange cooldown by 1 whole hour. 1 level equals 1 hour off. If he keeps leveling this up, no matter where he is on Earth, he can instantly teleport to protect his mom and Jin-ah if they are in danger. Now that is OP. Keep in mind, those Naga scales are supposed to be as tough as high-grade steel armor. But under his daggers, it was shredded like paper. While the chief is still recovering from the shock, Jin-woo casually stands next to the corpse and utters those legendary words, arise. Successfully extracts it. Level 13. Its power is just as insane as when it was alive. But wait, why is it so tiny? Usually, shadow soldiers stay the same size or get even bigger. Despite its size, its magic power is absolutely off the charts. If we are talking raw mana, this guy is easily on par with Tusk. Turns out it can change back to its giant size whenever it wants. Long story short, Jin-woo just scored another fire soldier. He names him Jima. From now on, your name is Jima. Jin-ho stands there fanboying, so this is how my boss makes his summons. He really is the GOAT. Suddenly, the cave starts shaking violently, and Jin-ho yells that they need to evacuate immediately. The moment they step outside, the reporters are absolutely flabbergasted, eyes wide open. Look over there. Isn't that Hunter Sung's son? Seriously just solo clear an A-rank dungeon. How is he this fast? Get the cameras rolling. Hunter Sung, please look this way. In an instant, the reporters completely swarm them. Chief Woo can only sigh in absolute exhaustion. It seems the media is way too hyped about our first raid. Did they really have to make such a big scene? Back at the office, Chairman Go asks him, Chief Woo, you tag-teamed with them in the raid, right? Was it really so wild that even a seasoned veteran like you looks completely traumatized? Chief Woo breaks out in cold sweat and replies, Sir, that was not a raid, it was a literal massacre. Seeing the chief looks completely shook, the chairman decides to let it go. Promises the chief to go home and rest. Sitting in his room, the chief is still overthinking. Clearing dungeons, harvesting loot, mining crystals. You can't even call this a one-man raid team anymore. He is literally a one-man guild. He is a whole guild in a single body. The chairman smiles, knowing he definitely bet on the right horse. Entire power dynamic of Korean hunters. No, the whole world is about to be completely flipped upside down. Meanwhile, over in Tokyo, Japan, a massive giant red geet suddenly tears open the sky. Everyone on the streets is frozen in fear, staring up at the sky. Just looking at its insane size, this dungeon is an absolute beast. Top heads of Draw Sword, Dark Demon, Overlord, and even Snow Mountain are in an emergency meeting. We have gathered all the top guild masters of Japan here. Things are officially getting out of hand. Someone in the crowd gasps in shock. Look, over there! It is the vice leader of Draw Sword, Sugimoto Reiji, along with their elite lineup of S-rank hunters. The idiot, he's not the vice leader anymore, he is the new guild master. Including Goto Ryuji back on Jeju Island, we lost a total of 7 S-rank hunters, didn't we? I heard he was just Matsumoto's lapdog. They used to monopolize all the S-ranks, but now Draw Sword is totally cooked. This is our chance to claim the #1 spot in Japan. Before they can even finish their trash talk, every single S-rank hunter throws them a death stare filled with pure rage. Scared out of their minds, the opportunists quickly run away. Those bootlickers really thought they could step up just because Godo is gone. What absolute trash. Rumor has it that Dark Demon is planning to merge with Snow Mountain. That would give them 4 Angst rank hunters, matching our numbers. Do they seriously think a cheap merger is going to make them #1 in Japan? What a joke. Merging won't solve their real problems anyway. Another guy fumes. Why is the Hunter Association dead silent? An S-rank gate literally just spawned in the middle of Tokyo, and they haven't said a single word. Seriously, what are we supposed to do if this thing breaks? Another leader chimes in. We are way too short on S-rank hunters to clear this S-rank gate, unless we request backup from hunters in other nations. An old guy with a blind eye calls out the prime minister, telling him to stop gathering the top guild leaders just to ask boring questions. He saw the Jeju Island gate, so he should already know how bad it is going to get. Then this blonde guy steps up and asks if anyone actually has a real plan instead of just pointing fingers. What if they just hire Thomas Andre? But the guy next to him gets totally annoyed and snaps back, asking if the country even has the cash to rent a god-tier hunter like Thomas. Plus, with gates popping up exponentially all over the world, almost no country is willing to send backup anymore. They are all in defense mode. The leader hears this and says he does not know how many hunters can actually handle an S-rank gate. But there is one guy who will do literally anything for money, Yuri Orlov. He thinks they should definitely hire him. Cut to Jin-woo driving down the road. Our boy just hit level 101, which means the Cartenon temple is finally unlocked. Exclusive skill for level 101 just got buffed too. Now Jin-woo is super curious about what crazy stuff is waiting for him at level 102. He thinks about how Jin-ho has been handling all the chores alone as a loyal vice leader, which is great, but maybe they need to hire some actual staff. Suddenly, Jin-woo spots Cha-hye-in walking by, but she gets super flustered and runs away. Jin-woo uses his insane speed to catch up to her in a flash and asks why she is running away. He knows she was heading to his office. Caught red-handed, Cha-hye-in nervously asks why his car is still in the parking lot. Jin-woo realizes he used his shadow exchange skill, so of course he could not take his car with him. She awkwardly asks if he is free. Jin-woo is totally confused. Meanwhile, Cha-hye-in is crying inside, wondering why he took a picture with Yoo Soo-hyun instead of her. Like, an S rank is totally better than an A ranks, so are they dating or what? But then she gets serious and tells him that Hunter Min Byung-gu left a message about his shadows. Hearing this, Jin-woo is shook. He tells her to hold on and head up to the office to talk. They turn on the lights and Hae-in notices the place is empty. Jin-woo says the vice leader is still working at the gate site. Hae-in's eyes go wide as she realizes she is totally alone with Jin-woo. Jin-woo pours some coffee and asks how Min Byung-gu was even able to leave a message for him through her. She says she heard his voice that day. He told her to warn Jin-woo to be extremely careful because some mysterious force is pulling him from the dark. He said that even though he was summoned and kept his mind, he felt himself slowly turning into a mindless slave. The scary part is he felt completely happy about it, which made it even more terrifying. Hae-in did not fully get it back then, but Byung-gu insisted that Jin-woo's power is too massive and scary, so he absolutely had to know. He told her to remember that Jin-woo's true army is waiting inside the dungeon. Hearing this, Jin-woo is locked in deep thought. He has to uncover the true nature of his powers. Finding this out is way more important than just leveling up. Cut to Jin-ho stuffing his face, saying this whole situation reminds him of the C-rank dungeons they cleared back in the day. Jin-woo gets annoyed and tells him to finish chewing first. Then Jin-ho asks if his shadow soldiers can actually move and act on their own. Like, since they are busy eating, couldn't Jin-woo just summon them to do all his chores? Jin-woo immediately shuts him down, saying no way. He secretly thinks to himself that if his shadows are too far away, his experience points will literally tank. But he just points at his shadows and says if he does not watch them, they might go wild. Jin-ho asks if his sister is doing okay after that terrifying incident. Jin-woo sadly replies she still needs some time to recover. He left his strongest shadow soldiers to guard her, so she is safe. But speaking of which, he decides to check in on them. Jin-woo closes his eyes to sync up with his shadow's vision. His level 2 sensory sharing skill is honestly so broken. He looks through its eyes and sees a literal commander rank shadow. It is Beru, just casually chilling and watching TV while his sister is fast asleep. Talk about a weird babysitter. Guy has been addicted to TV ever since he started using weird slang. Is he really into dramas? Meanwhile, his mom is out grocery shopping. Guildmasters Bake and Choi are bickering. And as for Cha-hye-in, her hot scene pops up right in his vision. Hae-in is literally taking a bath. Jin-woo instantly turns red. Jin-ho looks at him and asks if he is sleeping. Super embarrassed, Jin-woo looks away and thinks he definitely needs to apologize to her. Jin-ho then asks if he has heard the latest big news. An S-rank gate just spawned in Shinjuku, Japan, and it has been growing for 3 days. They are trying to recruit foreign hunters, so did they hit him up yet? Jin-woo is surprised at how fast time flies. He says they did call, but he is busy with something way more urgent. Holding the mysterious key, he wonders if this system invitation has the answers. Who or what is he really? Is it finally time to find out? Just 1 day left, and he is going to find the truth no matter what. He leaves, telling Jin-ho it is time to get up and get to work. Over in America, this guy named Yuri Orlov flexes that he is the #1 mercenary. He read the files from the Draw Sword Guild and says evacuating the city was the only smart move. Since they are short on pros, Japan can only bring in 6 S-rank hunters, right? Guildmaster agrees, explaining that every guild has to leave 1 S-rank behind just in case any random A-rank gates show up. They plan to send 4 and leave 1. Yuri scoffed and told them that is garbage. With that weak defense, there is no way they can protect their country. He demands $3.6 billion up front and $10 million for every single day after. Pay up, and he will lock down that gate right on schedule. But hearing that insane price tag, the guy literally screams, $10 million a day? Yuri just keeps his smug face. He says paying $3.6 billion to save a whole nation is a steal. It is not like he is asking for 36 trillion. Compared to Thomas Andre, he is basically a discount. One guy asks the translator if she speaks Russian and what this drunk is even rambling about. She says she does not really get it, but it is definitely nothing good. Yuri casually asks them what's the move. $10 million a day keeps the whole country alive. Are they seriously going to let their nation burn over some spare change? Bursts out laughing, basically telling them they want a free ride. If they do not want to pay up, they can go kick rocks. The guildmaster gets furious and asks if he actually has the skills to back up his big mouth. Bugly replies that obviously he does. Hiring him is way better than relying on those weakling hunters. Why are they even hesitating? Meanwhile, 2 other hunters are fuming, asking if this guy is just talking trash. Even without understanding him, they can feel the disrespect. But without even getting up, Yuri uses his insane mana to completely freeze both of them in place. That is absolutely terrifying. Old guy is talking mad trash, saying if he doesn't give the green light, none of them can take a single step. Go ahead and try to walk. Their faces are filled with pure terror. How is he literally trapping our S-rank hunter like this? Damn, this suffocating feeling is insane. Still grinning like a villain. I will handle this S-rank dungeon, and I will even throw in the monster corpses as a bonus for you guys. Talk about a win-win deal, President Sai said. I have verified your abilities, but with that kind of insane price tag, I am not sure if the government will actually accept it. Right now, trusting him might be their only choice. Meanwhile, Jin-woo is getting ready to head out. His mom looks at him worriedly and asks, "Son, I do not need to worry about you, right?" "Yeah, I just have a meeting to get to." Clutching the key in his hand, Jin-woo has that look of pure determination in his eyes. He is ready to uncover the real truth. System alerts him that the gate is located right at a school. But plot twist, 2 gates suddenly spawn at the exact same time. 2 staff members are chatting, saying it is a relief the students are on break, or things would be totally out of control. Suddenly, Jin-woo pulls up. A staff member steps up to stop him, but realizing who it is, she freezes in her tracks. He asks her, "How long has this gate been active?" She replies, "It has been 3 days already." He grits his teeth. Damn, he got played! The system only said the info was made public, not that the gate was just opening now. No way, it has been open for 3 whole days already. As he walks, Jin-woo estimates it is about a C-rank gate, right? The rank is not that high. He asks her, "Have the other hunters already gone inside?" She tells him they went in 2 hours ago. Hearing this, Jin-woo immediately commands, "Tell them to stop right now." Staff member is confused and says, "But the readings say it is only a C-rank gate." Jin-woo snaps. That raid team in there is in extreme danger. They do not stop. They are all cooked. Leaving everyone in utter shock, Jin-woo charges straight in. "I am going to bring the raid team back out." Inside the dungeon, the hunters are standing right in front of the Cartenon temple gate, trying to figure out how to open it. Suddenly, Jin-woo walks up from behind and yells, "It is a trap!" One of them asks who the heck he is, and he tells them he is a survivor of the double dungeon. Hearing this, they start putting 2 and 2 together. "Wait, are you Sung Jin-woo?" "No way, it is actually the S-rank hunter Sung Jin-woo." Jin-woo warns them, "This place is extremely dangerous. I am taking over, so you guys need to back off." Grabbing the door handle, Jin-woo realizes it will not budge. There is magic sealing it shut. The system sounds off. Cartenon Temple is currently locked. Please use your key to open it. Jin-woo pulls out the key thinking, this is different from last time, so that is why I needed the key. The hunters behind him are completely shocked. He literally just opened the door that none of them could even scratch. But the raid leader steps up trying to flex his rights. This dungeon was bought by the Courage Guild strike team, so we are the ones who have the rights to clear it. No right to kick us out. The rest of the guild joins in, yelling, yeah, so what if you are an S rank? Seeing how stubborn they are, Jin-woo just shrugs, I am not going to stop you. If anyone wants to go in, feel free. The leader confidently struts right inside. Instantly, the system alerts him. This user does not possess the key. Second he steps in, the temple rejects the intruder. Out of nowhere, a massive stone knight swings its sword straight at the leader. He is about to get sliced in half, but Jin-woo clutches up and saves him. The impact is so insane it leaves a massive crater in the ground. Jin-woo turns to the leader and says, the inside is crawling with monsters like that. Do you still want to go in? Listen to me carefully. Get outside right now and contact the association. Tell them the double dungeon has appeared. The gate finally slams shut. One by one, the torches flare up, revealing the exact same terrifying room from his past. Nothing has changed. I am finally back, but this time I am completely different. I can feel it clearly. Now, these stone statues are not alive, they are just puppets. And there is only one person in this room who can control this magic. It is you. Are you going to stay silent? Answer me. Suddenly, the statue holding the commandments flashes a creepy, wicked smile at Jin-woo, its eyes glowing. You have finally arrived. Meanwhile, outside, the press is shouting Yuri Orlov's name. They are interviewing him about how he plans to block the S-rank gate, and he boasts he only needs one method. I will draw a massive magic circle around the gate, pour my mana into it, and boom, absolutely nothing inside that gate will be able to escape. The reporters go wild with more questions. He explains that the barrier is maintained by absorbing surrounding mana. If they place a massive amount of mana stones around Tokyo, the magic circle will suck it right up, basically like jump-starting a car. Once the barrier is active, it will absorb mana and turn into an absolute fortress. That is how I am going to save you. So make sure you remember the name of your savior. Back at the association, Chairman Go and Director Woo are watching the live broadcast. He has no idea if Yuri Orlov can actually hold off an S-rank gate, but one thing is certain. If that guy fails, everyone is cooked. With a sigh, he turns to Director Woo and asks, how has Hunter Sung Jin-woo been doing lately? The director checks the tracker map and replies, Jin-woo is currently at a gate in Seoul. Since it is right in the White Tiger Guild's territory, I will make sure they do not clash. Chairman chuckles. A solo player running a tiny guild yet rivaling a massive organization. That is honestly crazy. As they are talking, Director Woo's phone suddenly rings, so he excuses himself to take the call. The chairman also heads out to take care of some personal business. On the other end of the line, someone urgently reports that an incident has broken out at the school from before. Orcs have spawned. Director immediately asks for a status update. They report that the original gate is fine, but a brand new gate just appeared right next to it, a double dungeon. And to make things crazier, Seung Jin-woo has already gone inside. Back inside the double dungeon, the statue literally smashes the commandment tablet to pieces. It welcomes Jin-woo, saying he finally made it. Staring at the shattered rook, Jin-woo mutters, so the commandments on that tablet did not mean a thing. Statue replies, oh, they did, but right now, none of that matters. Jin-woo stands his ground and asks, you are the one who summoned me here, right? Exactly. It grins mysteriously. Jin-woo asks if it is some kind of magic beast, but the statue laughs, telling him he is asking the wrong question. It is not about who I am, but who you are. Now, let us begin your final test. If you can survive this till the very end, I will tell you everything. That will be your reward. Jin-woo prepares to summon his shadow soldiers to kick off the fight, but the statue instantly blocks him. The system sounds off. Exclusive skills are restricted for the final test. Statue sneers, I only want to test you, and you alone. I have zero interest in your little lackeys. Door is completely locked down. Jin-woo is totally on his own for this test, and to make things worse, every single one of his skills is locked. So he has to go old school. No skills, no problem. He is throwing hands. With just his raw strength, he is smashing these stone knights to pieces. Talk about a major flex. They are dropping like flies, one by one. An archer tries to snipe him from the back, but Jin-woo has insane reflexes. He spots him, pulls out his dagger, and slices that trash in half. In no time, Jin-woo clears almost the entire room. Even the creator is shook by his insane combat power. Bro is doing all this with just a human body. Talk about a massive glow-up. Jin-woo gets faster and stronger with every hit. He easily matches their speed now and starts deleting them like it is nothing. The boss hypes him up but says the test is almost over. Then he summons the guy sitting on the throne. This is the biggest, baddest stone statue in the room. Time to bow down to your god. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Association headquarters, the president of the Japanese Association is casually throwing away their rights to the magic stones on Jeju Island. Our chairman is completely stunned. He asks, why the serious face? But wait, there is a catch. Instead of the stones, they want to hire Sung Jin-woo. Chairman just laughs it off with a smug smile. Too bad, he is a solo player and does not belong to any guild, but the Japanese leader says he already knows that. But without the association, they cannot even get his number. They are not asking the association to beg him either. They just want a chance to negotiate a deal with him. Chairman locks in. Are they really throwing away that much cash just for a meeting? Makes sense though, since they lost Goto Ryuji, they do not have the power to stop an S-class gate anymore. But hey, looking at the insane payout for renting out Sung Jin-woo, this actually sounds like a sweet deal. After thinking it over, he nods and agrees. Suddenly, the chairman drops a bomb. I want to speak without a translator. The Japanese leader is shocked. Wait, you speak Japanese? The chairman looks him dead in the eye. He says his dad had a shop in Japan back in the day, so he picked up a few things. Then he drops the hammer. President Matsumoto, if you are planning to play dirty, you better stop right now. Matsumoto acts clueless and asks, what do you mean by that? But our chairman is a total savage. He says, I heard you have been picking fights with the Draw Sword Guild, am I right? Matsumoto completely loses his cool. He slams the table, stands up, and screams, how on earth do you know that? The chairman casually replies, oh, I have my ways. Apparently, the Draw Sword Guild rejected all funding from the Japanese Association. Rumor has it they are only taking money directly from the government now. Draw Sword used to be nothing but a puppet for the Japanese Association. Back then, Goto Ryuji was the only one who could pull all those S-rank hunters together. But now, it is a total mess. With Draw Sword out of the picture, all the other guilds are at each other's throats. Your control over them is completely gone, isn't it? If you fail to clear this gate, every single bit of blame is going to land right on your head. President Matsumoto. Your hands are incredibly dirty. Goto was a national-level hero, and you are the one responsible for his disappearance from the Draw Sword Guild. You failed to control your own guilds, and you got caught red-handed in your dirty schemes. Matsumoto is completely speechless. He is cooked. Every single word is like a chain locking him down. There's absolutely no way out. We found the black box in the radio transmitter that Goto's team used. Did you seriously think I would not find out? Chairman Go's friendly face completely vanishes. The insane aura radiating from him has Matsumoto shaking in his boots. Go does not care about the magic stones. But if he leaks this to the public, the entire country and the association will get dragged through the mud for his shady tricks. Stops talking and literally crushes the device into dust with his bare hand. The pressure is so insane that the table beneath it completely shatters. But he is not going to do that. He is not heartless. There is no way he would let one man's stupid mistake drag all of Asia into absolute danger. Seriously need to thank Sung Jin-woo for this. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jin-woo is still putting in work, absolutely destroying the Stone Army. They keep swarming him in endless waves. Suddenly, the giant boss gears up for a massive strike. No time to dodge, so Jin-woo activates Ruler's Hand, pulls 2 Stone Knights right in front of him to block the boss's attack. With his current stats, taking a direct hit from that monster would literally end his run right there. Yeah, he has to take down the leader first. Jin-woo goes full speed, charging straight at the boss. The giant tries to stomp him, but misses completely. A flash of blue light pierces through the dust, catching the boss off guard. Jin-woo launches himself upward, but the beast swings again. Jin-woo uses Ruler's Hand to pull himself into the monster's blind spot, dodging the hit perfectly. The skill got a slight buff, but it feels insanely overpowered now. Power spike is so huge that even Jin-woo is shocked. If he can level the skill up even more, it is going to be absolutely broken. Landing right on the monster's shoulder, Jin-woo pulls out his dual daggers and unleashes a flurry of strikes. But guess what? It barely scratches the boss's face. Giant gives him this smug, evil grin. Realizing his daggers are not doing jack, Jin-woo decides to go caveman style and starts throwing bare-knuckle punches. Targets the cracks on its stone skin, unloading a barrage of heavy punches, punch after punch until he lands a massive blow that shatters half of its face. Talk about satisfying. System creator just laughs, saying he cannot believe Jin-woo is treating his masterpiece like trash. But Jin-woo does not care. He channels his entire level 103 power into one final punch. Boom. The boss is completely knocked out. 3 more stone soldiers try to jump him, but Jin-woo just uses his Ruler's Hand and instantly shuts them down. MC Diff is real. Looking at the absolute graveyard around him, even Jin-woo has to admit that this intense fight just pushed his combat skills to a whole new level. The creator starts clapping like a proud dad, laughing. Jin-woo stares him down and tells him to keep his promise. But the creator just grins and says, "Who said the test is over? I am still standing." Suddenly, an emergency quest notification pops up. The creator says he is the final boss, and Jin-woo has exactly 10 minutes to take him down. Timer starts ticking. Jin-woo stays cool and asks, "Who are you anyway?" The guy smiles and says, "What a dumb question, but fine, I will tell you. I am the creator of the system. You happen now?" Meanwhile, outside the gate, Director Woo arrives with 7 of the association's top-tier hunters. They have no idea if they can even help Jin-woo, but they are gearing up for the worst. The moment the director steps near the gate, the insane pressure makes him break into a cold sweat. He stutters. What on earth is that? Can't you guys feel this terrifying storm of mana? He turns to his squad and asks if there are any major guilds nearby prepped for a raid. Someone replies, the Hunters Guild is already on standby. Wait, a raid? But what about the 2 S-rank hunters? Another voice chimed in. Both Hunter Choi and Hunter Cha are literally waiting to jump in. Send an emergency backup request to the Hunters Guild right now. Dude is out here gritting his teeth, thinking, Hunter Sung Jin-woo, who the heck are you? Meanwhile, inside, our boy Jin-woo is standing face to face with the 6-winged architect of the system itself. Those 6 wings instantly morph into 6 arms and the guy just vanishes, leaving Jin-woo completely shook. In a literal blink of an eye, all 6 arms launch a crazy assault, but Jin-woo somehow blocks every single one. But the boss is just too massive and insanely strong, easily yeeting Jin-woo back several meters. Jin-woo takes a direct hit and gets slammed straight into the wall, eyes rolling back as he almost blackouts. Bro's cooked. But since his main character energy is off the charts, Jin-woo gets back up in less than a second and keeps the pressure on. The system designer attacks again, thinking he's got him this time. Spoiler alert, Jin-woo completely shuts down his attack. Now both of them are straight up throwing hands. But get this, guys, it is literally 2 arms against 6 arms. Boss gets pushed back a few meters and starts laughing like a psychopath, saying, I never expected to have this much fun fighting a mere human. In my entire existence, I never thought a human could actually keep up with me. This is too good. Meanwhile, Jin-woo's calculating, wait, he dragged me here the moment I hit level 101. That must mean I actually have what it takes to beat him now. Crazy strong, but he's not totally unbeatable. Hey, system architect, I still have a ton of questions for you. Why on earth did you build the system? And why did you pick me as the player? What is actually happening to this world? Boss lunges at him, mocking. Sure, but do you really think killing me will give you the answers you want? Jin-woo realizes taking him on head-to-head up close is a bad move, so he activates ruler's authority to strike from a distance. But the architect is built different. He literally copies the exact same skill right back. So much for long-range attacks. That plan is officially ruined. Boss then uses his 6 arms to grab weapons right out of the Stone Knight's hands. Now he's fully loaded. Brandishing all those weapons, he tells Jin-woo that whether he lives or dies, the answer is already set in stone. Everything was predetermined from the exact moment he designed it all. Jin-woo can't believe his ears. You actually designed all of this? How could you even grant me this kind of power? The boss casually drops a truth bomb. He wasn't the one who chose Jin-woo. In fact, he was totally against it. He claims he just built and runs the whole thing, and that the system's sole purpose is to train a player. He starts flexing about how his design is absolutely flawless. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking down. Only 6 minutes left. Jin-woo has no choice but to go all in on close combat. In the time he has left, he has to unleash 100% of his power. The boss charges forward, swinging all 6 weapons in a wild, chaotic frenzy. But Jin-woo is cracked. He's dodging everything, and out of nowhere, he feels this insane surge of energy like his body is fully regenerating on the fly. Jin-woo's absolute determination takes over. Swords, spears, axes, hammers, daggers. He can feel every single movement in slow motion. The creator is completely mind-blown as Jin-woo effortlessly parries and counters every single swing. Jin-woo's speed keeps ramping up until he's basically a blur, slicing off the architect's arms one by one. Even with his arms chopped off, the boss is still talking trash, bragging that this body is just a fake clone so he doesn't feel any pain. But in this exact moment, it finally clicks for him why that person chose Jin-woo in the first place. It's because of the perfect fusion. Time is literally running out. Refusing to accept defeat, the boss throws a massive tantrum, screaming in rage before summoning every single stone soldier left standing to jump Jin-woo. The clock is down to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Jin-woo goes absolute god mode, boosting his speed to the absolute limit to shred through the Stone Knights. But bad luck strikes. One of them lands a hit, sending him flying across the room. He crashes right in front of a shield-bearing knight that apparently can't attack. Annoyed, Jin-woo just casually smashes its head to pieces with one hand to blow off some steam. After a few rapid-fire exchanges in under a minute, Jin-woo has his dagger pressed right against that creepy system guy's neck. Bro finally has to admit he's completely taken the L. Points a finger at Jin-woo and says, the answer is already inside you. Jin-woo is just standing there, totally confused. Boss offers to let him see the truth hidden deep within his memory, and Jin-woo agrees to take a look. Once the data successfully restores, the entire world around Jin-woo completely warps. Suddenly, Jin-woo is standing in a totally alien wasteland. Down below is an endless ocean of dungeon monsters, so massive that even Jin-woo can't help but gasp, oh my god! sheer scale of this monster army is unreal, and all of them are staring straight up at the sky. Jin-woo looks up too, and is completely stunned to see dozens of massive gates ripping open in the sky. With a dark purple sky and endless monsters, this is definitely not Earth. There are ice elves, high goblins, orcs, you name it. If this horde ever made it through to our world, humanity would be instantly wiped out. But plot twist, they aren't fighting humans. Shatter open, and an endless army of winged silver warriors descends. The monsters actually team up to fight back against this holy silver army. Deafening clash of weapons and shattering armor echoes everywhere. Pretty soon, battle cries turn into agonizing screams, and the entire battlefield gets drenched in blood. Silver warriors are just too OP. But right when it looks like the monsters are done for, the fallen beasts and warriors on the ground suddenly start rising back up, one by one. Jin-woo immediately recognizes this power. It's the Monarch's domain and shadow extraction. This means the guy leading them is none other than the Shadow Monarch, commanding an immortal army with the ruler's hand. Every single broken skill Jin-woo has comes directly from this absolute legend. The Shadow's Monarcher. Wherever he walks, pure destruction follows. Cut back to reality outside the double dungeon gate. Choi Jong-in, Cha-hae-in, and Director Woo have finally arrived. Director Woo stands outside trying to sense the mana, and his face instantly goes pale. This isn't Hunter Sung's power at all. Then whose the heck is it? This is the double dungeon after all. He's here to see if the insane rumors are actually true. Plus, he's got a debt to repay to Hunter Sung. But why would Jin-woo come back to this nightmare? There's no way he can call this a coincidence. The moment the massive doors swing open, Hunter Choi's jaw drops. What the hell? Where even are we? The director is literally sweating bullets, stammering. They're actually here. The stone statues are real. System architect spots them and scowls. What is this? I don't remember inviting any humans. Seeing a giant stone statue actually talk has everyone completely terrified. That monster? Talking? Does it actually understand human speech? The boss just flashes a creepy, sinister grin and says, "Shut your mouths. You are going to wake up the king." That's when they finally notice Jin-woo standing there completely frozen and scream, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, what are you doing? Get out of there." Before they can even react, the architect lunges forward to slice them up. "You strong humans will make perfect sacrifices for our king." Meanwhile, Jin-woo is still completely lost in his vision, watching the ultimate battle unfold. Shadow Monarch is leading his unstoppable army into a massive war, clashing against the demon clans of Ricardo, Phaedos, Rokon, Igris, and Isil's Radir clan right beside them. Guild leader Choi screams at the healer to patch up Ma Dong-wook right now. He tells everyone else to pool their power because the enemy is closing in fast. Right then, the system creator controls the god statue to blast Choi's squad. Bro literally says, "I will give you a chance to witness the reborn king, but only if you can smash all of my puppets first. That is the only way to prove you can actually survive this." Choi sees the monster charging up an attack and screams, "Get down now." Boom! A laser beams out from those eyes, vaporizing everything in its path and ripping the ground wide open. Choi barely dodges the blast before rushing in to attack the statue head-on. He yells at the team to strike while the beast is distracted. Director Woo puts everything he has into a massive punch straight to the knight statue's face. But guess what? 0 damage. Bro did not even scratch it. Seeing his punch fail, he backs off to let Choi unleash his fire magic, but it is totally useless. Fire does absolutely nothing to this thing. Talk about broken defense and insane magic resistance. Woo yells to Cha-hae-in that his taunt skill is completely useless here. Cha-hae-in is totally helpless too because these monsters are just too strong to control. Everyone is completely cooked. They literally have 0 options left except for one wild gamble. They have to wake up Hunter Sung-woo. Choi Jong-in has no idea what will happen next, but this is the only shot they have to snap him out of it. Fires his magic, but suddenly a shadow flashes by and grabs Choi. It is that damn system creator. He rages and screams, "How dare you disturb the slumber of the king?" But before he can crush Choi, 3 other hunters slam him right in the gut, pushing him back. They scream at Cha-hae-in to wake up Hunter Sung while they hold this creep off. Meanwhile, back in the dream world, Jin-woo is watching the insane war between the beasts and the Shadow Army. Even when the Shadow soldiers get torn to shreds, they just keep resurrecting. They are literally unkillable. Jin-woo realizes that if he were in their shoes, that spell would have absolutely obliterated him. This power is just too cracked. Suddenly, the demon clans and monsters swarm out of 2 massive gates, ripping the Shadow soldiers apart without a second thought. This is supposed to be a war between monsters and those silver soldiers. Why are they fighting each other? This means the Shadow Army is not on the monsters' side at all. Plot twist. Is this some kind of civil war? Shadow Monarch walks up to the Demon King and demands, "We could have ended the war today, so why did you choose to betray me?" Clinging to his last breath, the Demon King sneers, "What a waste. I was so close to ending you." Furious, the Shadow Monarch roars, I asked you why. But the Demon King just bursts out laughing, haha, those wings. Hearing that, the Monarch completely loses his cool. He uses ruler's authority and literally crushes the guy's head like a grape. That is when Jin-woo realizes he is actually inside the Monarch's body, and the enemy in front of him is none other than the Demon King, Baran. Jin-woo is totally lost. He has no idea what is happening, but his body now has two beating hearts. Suddenly, his eyes glow with a different light as the silver soldiers appear in the sky. System suddenly chimes in. Memory playback complete. The architect lets out a creepy smirk and says, you are actually pretty interesting for a human. Let us see you try to break out of my system design now. Cha-hae-in steps up and unleashes her sword dance. Yes, let us go. But after just a few exchanges, the architect lands a heavy hit on her. Cha-hae-in stumbles back in pure pain. The creep just mocks her, saying my system can predict and counter every single outcome. Tiny struggles like this will never break his master code. From the very moment they stepped into this room, they were already out of options. Cha-hae-in strikes him one last time and rushes straight toward Jin-woo to wake him up. The architect lunges after her, but she dodges it flawlessly. Dodge that? Slick, but by the rules of this room, nobody gets to leave alive. You are just a human escorted by the shadow soldiers of the king. How did you even find this place? And what is your relationship with Sung Jin-woo? She gasps out. Friends! We are friends! We came here to save Hunter Sung Jin-woo! He grins like a psycho. Is this the king's will? Very well. I will show you some mercy today. One of the greatest kings is about to descend. I will grant you the ultimate honor of witnessing this moment. But as for the rest of these humans, they all die here. But out of nowhere, Jin-woo suddenly opens his eyes. He steps up and lands a massive, satisfying punch right to the architect's face, shattering it. Jin-woo looks down at him and asks coldly, what did you do to my body? Everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief seeing Jin-woo is finally back. Looking like absolute royalty, Jin-woo steps right onto the creep's face. The architect shrieks in pure panic. You are not the king! Why is it you and not him? How on earth can you possess the black heart and still keep your own mind? Black heart? Hearing this, Jin-woo gets a bit confused. Is this insane magical power coming from this second heart? Just then, the system chimes in. Demon Hunter title requirements met. The memory of slaying Demon King Birkin has been fully restored. Infinite Power has recognized the player as its master. Effect plus 100,000 magic points. Watching the guy's terrified reaction, Jin-woo is now absolutely certain of two things. First, the black heart was not his creation. Second, it was never meant to benefit me in the first place. This restored data is not the final answer. I still have not heard the whole story. Jin-woo glares down with pure murder in his eyes and asks, you said you were against choosing me as the player, right? So tell me, what exactly is a player and what did you plan to do to me? Bro is completely speechless. He stammers out, do you really think the other monarchs will just leave us alone, Shadow Monarch? Jin-woo does not care. He reaches into the inventory, summons his daggers, and presses them against the guy's face. He cold mutes him, saying, answer my question. The architect just laughs like a maniac. Haha, this is completely beyond my calculations. I am starting to see exactly why he chose you. The other hunters are totally confused. Those stone statues that were frozen like statues a second ago are honestly starting to move again. He cackles. Haha, if you kill me now, absolutely nothing can stop them. So do you still dare to take my life? Jin-woo just smirked and said, well, what if I just kill you first and then wipe out every single one of your little dolls? Now the guy is actually sweating. He stammers. If you kill me, the creator of the system, you will... Jin-woo just smiles. I will probably go back to being a useless E-rank hunter, right? I have always wondered if the system would crash and burn if its creator disappeared. The architect screams in rage. If that is the case, I will force you even if I have to. Then, a notification pops up. System administrator access blocked. The guy is completely dumbfounded. Jin-woo just smiles coldly and says, that is right, I've been asking myself that very question for a long time. I used your own system and took over this bug-ridden piece of trash you designed. The architect screams in sheer helpless terror, but it is over. With one single blow, Jin-woo sends him straight to hell. Just before breathing his last, he gasps out that this is not a prediction, it is a prophecy. When the towering pillars of fire pierce the sky, you will face an unavoidable death. Jin-woo just looks back at his ashes and mutters, bring it on. The battle ends in a complete victory, and outside the gate, everyone is waiting anxiously for the results. The main strike squad has been inside for over an hour now. What is going on in there? Seriously, if our small guild went in, we would all be dead meat. Suddenly, someone yells out, the hunters are out. The entire raid team limps out looking absolutely exhausted. Cha-hae-in is completely wiped after that fight, so Choi Jong-in literally has to carry her out. The original raid leader takes one look at them and is absolutely shook. Like the elite members of the Hunters Guild limping back in this trash condition. What on earth happened inside a mere C-rank gate? They anxiously rush over, completely stressed out. Director Woo asks if they are the Knights Guild, begging them to help move the bodies of those who did not make it. They are visibly shaken by this but immediately jump into action to help. Jin-woo stumbles out looking like absolute trash, completely battered. He thinks to himself, maybe that architect guy has another body. I did not get my answers, but it is not like that trash would have told me anyway. Director nearby mentions that nearly 20 high-ranking hunters lost their lives. If that dungeon breaks, there is no telling how much more damage it will cause. Hunter Sung, Jin-woo, did you say you wanted to block the gate all by yourself? Looking at the bodies of the high-ranking hunters right in front of him, Jin-woo thinks, I only asked the Knights Guild to report the doubled dungeon, but I never expected them to bring reinforcements, which led to all these casualties. Still, if it were not for the Hunters Guild and the association, I probably would have been cooked too. Director Woo sighs. Even though S-rank hunters were deployed, the monitoring division still has no idea what is actually going on. I guess the Hunters Guild voluntarily asked to team up, yet we still ended up with a massive disaster like this. Hunter Sung Jin-woo, how on earth did you even know there was a double dungeon here? Jin-woo walks away, leaving them with a cryptic answer. This dungeon called out to me. Called you? Yeah, I got a message telling me to come here. Director is still skeptical. Can you show me that message? Jin-woo replies that he is sorry, but only he can see it. Hearing this, the director thinks to himself there is no way he is joking while being this badly injured. I am actually losing my mind trying to understand this. Cha Hai-in recovers a bit. She asks him with deep worry, Hunter Sung Jin-woo, are you okay? Jin-woo replies, yeah, of course I am. Actually, no, I am just a bit exhausted. Suddenly, Jin-woo just passes out, leaving everyone completely shook. Hunter Sung Jin-woo! Meanwhile, over at the S-rank gate, trucks loaded with mana stones are arriving. Yuri Orlov watches and says, 200,000 tons of mana stones are more than enough to fuel this magic circle. We will set up a barrier around the gate, channel the mana, and activate the array using the stones. After that, the magic circle will automatically gather mana, and we are good to go. But wait, this is strange. The assistant next to him gets confused and asks, Sir, is there something wrong? No, the magic circle is perfect. It is just that someone seems to be nearby. Who are you? Where are you hiding? He turns around to face a distant building without saying another word. Seeing this, the assistant asks, the dungeon break is tomorrow, yet some guy is brave enough to hang around here? He smirks and replies, who said it was a human? Standing on top of the building, Sung-hwan murmurs that is expected. Having that kind of power makes it obvious. But finally, it has begun. Everything is going according to plan. A brutal tragedy is about to unfold here, and the entire military along with the hunters are gathering to prepare for war. A hunter in a crop top says, modern firearms won't do anything to those magic beasts. Do we need to call in more military forces? In case Yuri Orlov fails, we need to buy enough time for the frontline hunters to prepare their assault, right? So we are basically cannon fodder? Well, it is no different for frontliners like us anyway. The whole point is just to see how helpless humans are in the face of absolute disaster. Meanwhile, Yuri Orlov is casually strolling down a road packed with mana stones. Perfect. Beautiful. If everything goes well, I can handle this S-rank gate all by myself. Though I would love to hear stories about a single man conquering an S-rank gate alone. Too bad there is a hunter who is literally built different for this, so I cannot get too greedy. The assistant sees him pull out a bottle of booze and yells, Mr. Yuri. You cannot drink right now. He just smiles and says, just a little drink to take the edge off. I am about to show you a once-in-a-lifetime performance. How many S-rank hunters are waiting anyway? The assistant replies, a total of 15, sir. That is way too few. What is America even doing? They are not sending S-rank hunters to help Japan? He answers another S-rank gate just opened in Eastern Maryland, USA. It is not just Japan. They are popping up in the UK and India too. Yuri looks up at the sky with an anxious expression and sighs. The entire world is facing a severe shortage of hunters. Suddenly, someone screams, ah, the gate! The gate is opening! Cut to the hospital, where Sung Jin-woo finally wakes up. Jin-ho sees him and rushes in like, boss! Jin-woo is totally dazed and asks, what happened? Jin-ho bursts into tears, crying, why did you only wake up now? I literally thought you were cooked. Who sleeps for 3 days straight? Jin-woo gasps. I slept for 3 days? Yeah, I was worried sick, boss. Jin-woo thinks to himself, 3 days looks like all that exhaustion finally caught up to me after going so long without rest. Plus, the vision that the architect showed me is still burning clearly in my mind. Wait, if I was to sleep for 3 days, then, hey Jin-ho, what is the situation right now? Jin-ho is confused and asks, huh? What do you mean? S-rank gate in Japan, what's the deal with it? Hearing this, the reality hits him. About that, Jin-ho looks away, looking completely stressed. Cut back to Japan in front of the Red Gate. A minotaur-like magic beast emerges, radiating an insane amount of mana that literally crackles with purple lightning. People panic. Look, those are giants. Is an A-rank boss beast appearing right from the start? Yuri calmly tosses his bottle of liquor to the ground and snorts. That is literally light work. Come at me! He starts casting his magic, and the power of the mana stones begins to wrap around the Red Gate. The beast, now trapped by Yuri Orlov's massive barrier, starts to look visibly irritated. Aha, who would have thought an A-rank boss monster would show up first? Do you think you trash actually have what it takes to break through my barrier? Before the Minotaur beast can even make a move, an even larger hand reaches out and shoves it aside right before Yuri's eyes. An even bigger titan appears, and Yuri's face completely drops. His eyes widen in pure horror as that giant shatters his ultimate defense with just one hit. He is totally cooked. That was the story Jin-ho broke to Jin-woo. Hunter Yuri Orlov has failed. Meanwhile, at the construction company office, Jin-ho's dad finally wakes up, looking pretty uncomfortable. He asks his assistant, "How long was I asleep?" The assistant replies, "You have been asleep for 23 hours and 46 minutes, sir. According to your instructions, if you did not wake up after 24 hours, I was planning to take you straight to the hospital. But first, I have two pieces of news for you. One is that a patient has finally woken up from the eternal slumber." He asked in disbelief. "A patient woke up from the eternal slumber?" "Yes, sir. She is the mother of Hunter Sung Jin-woo." The chairman looks deeply exhausted, thinking, so that kid can even cure the eternal slumber, huh? "I got it. So what's the other news?" "Chairman, we finally found the young lady." Right then, a girl with short hair stepped inside. Looking totally devastated, she asked, "Dad, since when did you end up like this?" Cut back to the battlefield. Yuri Orlov realized he stood zero chance against the monster and tried to make a run for it, but the beast just casually tossed him into its mouth. He is cooked. Meanwhile, the military kept blasting the other magic beasts, but their bullets did absolutely nothing. No effect whatsoever. Right now, the hunters were locked and loaded to attack the beasts. A female swordsman thought to herself, "If I can just take out one of his eyes, he won't be able to track my movements from this side." But before she could even make a move, the magic beast sensed the danger and swung a massive axe right at her. She barely dodged it, thinking, how on earth is he this fast? Giant body like that? He is a literal monster. Up in the air, the news helicopter reported, "We are now over Tokyo, and the destruction is so massive we can see it clearly even from this far away. It looks like actual hell down there. Everyone is glued to their screens, praying these hunters can stop this absolute nightmare." Watching the news, Jin-woo thought, if this keeps up, it's going to be Jeju Island all over again, and the whole of Asia will be cooked. "I have to hurry." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Don't go, please, don't go." Jin-woo turned around with a gentle look on his face. "Why would you say that?" She replied, "Because I just know you're going there." Jin-ah looked so worried and downcast. Seeing her like this broke Jin-woo's heart, so he stood up and gently patted her head. "No, I'm not going anywhere. I've been working way too hard anyway, so I'm going to take a break for a while. Don't worry." Outside in the park, the place was completely deserted, just like back during the Jeju Island crisis. Jin-woo summoned Baru, and he immediately popped up. He greeted Jin-woo as my liege. Jin-woo laughed and said, "I ordered you to protect Jin-ah, but have you been binge-watching K-dramas lately?" "Yeah, I know all about it. So how's Jin-ah doing?" Baru reported that besides sleeping all day, nothing unusual had happened. Hearing this, Jin-woo thought, looks like she's really traumatized. "Except for my very first raid 4 years ago, she has never once tried to stop me. What should I do?" While he was walking down the street, a car suddenly blocked his path. At Jin-ho's father's company, Jin-woo asked, "Why did you call me here?" The man smiled warmly, greeted Jin-woo, and introduced himself. "I am Yoo Myung-han of the Eugene Construction Group." He slid a check across the table and said, "I'm not some arrogant man who believes money can buy absolutely everything. Especially when dealing with an S-rank hunter like you, that's just impossible. So I would be deeply grateful if you could accept this as a small token of my sincerity." Friend. Jin-woo realized this was a top-secret meeting that couldn't leak out, and it didn't seem like the chairman was trying to recruit him into his company either. Seeing that, Jin-woo asked, "What do you want from me?" The man replied sadly, "To be honest, I'm suffering from the exact same illness as your mother." Hearing this, Jin-woo was caught off guard and asked, "Does Jin-ho know about this?" He replied, "Aside from my attending physician, only myself, my wife, and my secretary know about this." "So I guess I'm the fourth person then?" "Exactly," he continued. "While searching desperately for a cure, I discovered that only one person in the entire world has ever woken up from the eternal slumber. And that is Hunter Sung's mother. Her being the only one to wake up is obviously no coincidence, is it? What I want to know is, how did you manage to cure this disease? If you help me, I will never forget this favor." Jin-woo just remained silent, offering no response. Back at the S-rank gate battle in Japan, the reporters on the helicopter were commentating, "This is absolute devastation. Buildings are in ruins, trees are uprooted. It's like every trace of humanity is being wiped off the map. Even worse, they are actually eating humans. But as long as we stay out of their reach, they don't seem to actively attack. So for now, we are still safe," which I've confirmed after watching them several times. While the others scattered in all directions, the absolute biggest giant among them is just standing completely still, guarding the gate all by himself. Is he waiting for someone or just holding down the fort? Who knows what his reason is? Just my personal take, but I don't get the feeling that he's even alive. Sure, he's breathing and moving, but it honestly feels like he's just a programmed machine. A machine? Even if he is, he's a machine that knows how to kill. Out of the 31 giants that emerged from the gate, only 2 have been taken down so far. How many days has the gate been open? The cameraman next to him replied, "It's been 2 days now. Can they actually stop them before this entire place gets completely leveled?" Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho screamed, "Boss, you're saying you're going to Japan? Did you not see the news? This is on a whole different level compared to Jeju Island. In all my years of living, I've never seen magic beasts this massive." Jin-woo smirked. "Hey, if we pull this off, the Ajin Guild is going to be famous." Jin-ho looked incredibly uneasy. Still, Jin-woo thought to himself, if even Jin-ho, who literally worships the ground I walk on, is this worried, then this disaster must be truly apocalyptic. Jin-ho declared, "I get it, boss. I'm coming with you." Jin-woo was completely dumbfounded. Jin-ho continued, "The Red Gate incident, the Jeju Island raid, the double dungeon, and even the recent events. Do you know what they all have in common?" Jin-woo had no clue. Clutching a newspaper, Jin-ho cried out, "It's because I wasn't there with you, boss. I can only flex and act tough when I'm right by your side. It might sound a bit cheesy, but you are literally my biggest pride. That is definitely not something a rich second-generation heir should be saying, man." With a determined look, Jin-ho said, "So, I'm coming with you, boss. You have to take me along." Jin-woo said, "I'm not trying to stop you, but did you forget where I'm actually going? If you're safe, boss, then I'll be fine too, I trust you." Jin-woo smiled and said, "Just kidding. Who would even go to Japan right now anyway?" Jin-woo kept walking. "Go ahead and leave work early today. Peace out." Walking down the street, Jin-woo pondered. Even though I couldn't use my shadow soldiers, the architect was easily around level 100, which means there are still entities far stronger than me out there. This world is massive, with plenty of monsters who could easily overpower me. I should probably stop thinking that I'm the only one who can fix everything. I'm no hero. Just then, his mother was waiting for him right outside the house. She gave him a warm smile and asked, "You're home? Let's have some dinner." At the dining table, Jin-woo noticed Jin-ah was missing and asked about her, to which his mother replied, she said she didn't feel like eating. Cut back to Jin-woo sitting in the chairman's office. He slid the check back. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do to help you." Chairman looked quite shocked by this. Then how did Hunter Sung's mother make a full recovery? Jin-woo shook his head and said, "Chairman, if I actually knew they secret and wanted to cash in on it, why would I have kept quiet until now?" With that, Jin-woo stood up and left in the elevator. Jin-woo lets out a heavy sigh. Sure, the guy is Jin-ho's dad, but I have no clue what this famous chairman is really up to. Is he actually sick or is this some kind of scheme? I still can't tell. I barely have any of the life elixir left, so I've got to use it carefully. The offer they made is crazy tempting, but it's not going to shake